That night, a comet streaked across the dark sky, quietly bringing with it an unimaginable disaster. Its fall did not cause a violent explosion, but rather was silent. With the arrival of the comet, an unknown virus began to spread over the Pacific Ocean and quickly spread to the land with the ocean currents. Before people noticed, the virus had already quietly penetrated into every corner of the world, transforming into a deadly zombie virus that specifically attacks mammals, especially humans. In one day, hundreds of millions of lives turned into zombies. The once glorious civilization collapsed overnight. The once prosperous cities turned into ruins, and the world fell into unprecedented darkness. Lu Ming, an ordinary city youth, did not realize that he was about to become a part of this catastrophe. That morning, he woke up from his sleep and found himself holding a fruit knife in his hand. The cold handle of the knife made him realize that something was wrong. Just when he was not fully awake, the fruit knife accidentally fell from his hand and was about to pierce his foot. Lu Ming's intuition suddenly became extremely sharp, as if he could control everything. He predicted the trajectory of the fruit knife within a few seconds, reacted quickly, and cleverly avoided the impending accident. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp roar came from the corridor. The piercing and violent sound made his heart beat faster almost instantly. Lu Ming observed through the cat's eye. The corridor was covered in blood, and the air was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of horror. At this moment, his reason overcame his instinctive impulse, and he realized that the world outside was definitely not one he could face. When he called the police, he still held out a glimmer of hope that the police would be able to help him resolve the crisis. But the dead tone and gradually disappearing signal on the other end of the phone made him completely disappointed. A feeling of despair suddenly surged into his heart, and he realized that he was in danger and had no outside support to rely on. At this moment, several horror news and video reports suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him, with the title clearly reading, "Doomsday is coming. All mankind be on alert." In the video, zombies were rampant, the streets were flooded with blood, and even the library of his alma mater became a gathering place for zombies. At that moment, Lu Ming's heart was shaken. He was very familiar with the scene in the photo, the library, where he used to study hard. His world completely collapsed, and everything in front of him became blurry. In the face of this extreme crisis, Lu Ming felt a strong sense of responsibility. He couldn't die. He couldn't let himself disappear in this disaster. Most importantly, what will happen to his parents, who are far away at home? Are they also in the shadow of this disaster safe? This made Lu Ming feel an unprecedented sense of urgency. He had to act. He had to get out of this safe little house to find his parents and save himself and his loved ones. The next day, Lu Ming's communication devices, whether mobile phones or computers, were completely disconnected from the internet, and he could not get any news from the outside world for a while. But instead of being anxious, he was surprisingly calm and knew what he should do. First, he opened the tap and stored as much drinking water as possible. Then, he divided the limited food accurately to ensure that there would be no shortage of nutritional energy every day. In addition to preparing supplies, Lu Ming also began to arm himself. He put on a heavy down jacket, stuffed with cardboard and plastic, trying to increase the cushioning effect to provide protection in case of zombie attacks. The fruit knife with a broken tip, although old and worn, was his most reliable weapon at the moment. Lu Ming didn't want to hurt others, but he knew that if someone tried to threaten him, he would show no mercy. His goal was simple: to survive. Most importantly, he had to reunite with his parents back home, which became his only thought at the moment. It was morning and it was quiet outside. The roar that once resounded in the corridor had disappeared. Lu Ming mustered up his courage, wrapped himself in a down jacket, and walked out of the room carefully. The pungent smell of blood hit him, making him feel nauseous. He couldn't help but hold on to the wall with an empty stomach, vomiting several times, yellow bile gushing out, and feeling his stomach churning. Just as he was about to get up and move on, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. "Ming, are you okay? Why are you wrapped up like a dumpling?" A familiar voice made Lu Ming turn his head suddenly. That was Zhao Jibong, the neighbor uncle. Seeing him, Lu Ming felt relieved. There was nothing unusual about Zhao Jibong's appearance, at least there was no blood, and he did not behave in any strange way. Lu Ming did not see any signs of a zombie on him. Zhao Jibong is the owner of a fruit shop in the community. He is handsome. Although he is over 40 years old, he still looks as energetic as if he is 30 years old. He has a strong physique and has the charm of a mature man. He and his wife Suyueru have a son, Zhao Xian. The couple have compatible personalities and are kind to others. Zhao Jibong and Suyueru had helped Lu Ming before, providing him with low rent and getting him a job at the fruit shop, so Lu Ming was grateful to them. Seeing Zhao Jibong at this moment, Lu Ming relaxed his guard. He walked over and said in a serious tone, "Uncle Zhao, don't you know? The world has changed now. Many people outside have turned into zombies, just like the monsters in science fiction movies. The streets are covered with blood and shadows are swaying. It's unbelievable. Even the school where I study has been occupied by zombies. What do you think we should do?" After listening to this, Zhao Jibong frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. If you encounter difficulties, you must deal with them calmly. Your Aunt Sue has taken Xiaoxin back to her parents' home. I don't know how they are doing over there." He paused and continued, "Since the screams last night, I felt something was wrong. At first I was worried about my wife and children, but my brain was unexpectedly calm. I even had the idea of hiding in the room alone and waiting for reinforcements from the outside world. But when I heard you open the door, that thought slowly disappeared. As a husband and a father, how could I leave my wife and children alone?" Zhao Jibong smiled bitterly and whispered to himself, "Have I become unlike myself, or like a zombie?" Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and responded with an embarrassed look, "Uncle Zhao, are you thinking too much? We don't have time to think about these things now. The most important thing is to save our lives. We must unite and deal with this disaster together." Zhao Jibong was silent for a moment, and finally nodded, "Okay, in that case, then follow your plan and ensure your own safety first. However, I still need to get checked to see if I am no longer fit to interact with others. I don't want to cause trouble to my wife and children." Lu Ming did not continue to persuade him, but nodded silently. At this time, he knew that although Zhao Jibong remained alert, at least in the face of crisis, he still chose to take action instead of sitting and waiting for death. Zhao Jibong's fear of zombies was not as intense as Lu Ming's. He did not prepare too many weapons for himself, but only took a bunch of keys and walked towards his garage with Lu Ming. As a successful person with abundant assets, Zhao Jibong not only inherited his father's wealth, but also earned a considerable fortune through investment and business. He owns 20 properties in this community and is also a car lover. His garage and underground parking lot are filled with all kinds of luxury cars, including Ferraris and Rolls-Royces. Lu Ming was not interested in cars, but he could recognize the dazzling Double R, which was the luxurious Rolls-Royce. The two men walked down the stairs cautiously. The air was filled with an increasingly strong smell of blood and growling sounds, as if something would pounce on them at any moment. Lu Ming followed closely behind, his heartbeat quickening and a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the stairs as agilely as a cheetah and pounced on them. "Ah!" They both screamed at the same time, and cold sweat instantly soaked their bodies. Zhao Jibong quickly retreated, remained calm, and quickly evaluated the retreat route. Unlike him, Lu Ming's reaction was even quicker. He subconsciously pulled out the fruit knife in his hand, even though the tip of the knife was broken. But at that moment, his mind was unusually clear, as if he was in an extraordinary state. His body was as agile as a cat, his mind was as quick as a tiger, and he could accurately predict every step of the enemy. Even though the person in front of him was a zombie, the disgusting face and hideous movements did not make Lu Ming lose his mind. On the contrary, he quickly adapted to the fear, and an urge to try it surged in his heart. "Xiao Ming, retreat. Those are zombies. Don't underestimate them. Don't get bitten by them," Zhao Jibong reminded while retreating calmly. At this time, Lu Ming had already recognized the zombie in front of him. It was Wang Qianli, a 28-year-old software engineer, a programmer with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, and a friend of Lu Ming. They had met in the community yesterday, but they didn't expect that the other party would turn into a bloodthirsty monster today. "Brother Qianli, I am Lu Ming. I still remember you. Please wake up." Lu Ming's voice trembled a little, and his eyes were full of complicated emotions. The down jacket restricted his movements, making him move slowly and lag far behind Zhao Jibong. Eventually, the zombies approached him. Facing Wang Qianli's face that had been devoured by flesh and blood and twisted, Lu Ming's heart beat like thunder. His hands were cold, and his heart was filled with fear and an irrepressible excitement, as if some instinct had been aroused. He knew that he couldn't give up and couldn't die here. For his parents and himself, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and prepared to face the fight of life and death. The zombie pounced on him and opened its mouth wide to bite his face. Lu Ming blocked his head with his left arm and relied on the cushioning force of his down jacket and plastic board to barely resist the terrible attack. Holding the fruit knife tightly in his right hand, he desperately stabbed the zombie's chest. The blade had become blunt, but every slash was full of strength and determination. The zombie king Qianli was unaware of this and only knew how to hunt the living creatures in front of him. Its body was extremely strong, and its young physique of 28 years old made it extremely swift. It pounced on Lu Ming again and again, trying to tear him into pieces. The two men were fighting on the narrow stairs, and Lu Ming fought tenaciously with his down jacket and the fruit knife in his hand. The fight lasted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the blade of the fruit knife pierced deeply into Wang Qianli's head, and blood and brain matter splattered out. Lu Ming pulled the knife out with great difficulty, and the zombie finally fell down, its head stabbed into a bloody mess. Cough, cough, Lu Ming coughed violently, spitting out a stream of blood. The severe pain in his body almost made him lose consciousness. His ribs were broken, his internal organs were injured, and his breathing was rapid and difficult. Is he going to die just like that? Lu Ming whispered to himself, his eyes flickering with unwillingness. He struggled to get up from the ground, pushed aside the remains of the zombies, and dragged his injured body towards Zhao Jibang's door. Every step was extremely heavy, and he could hardly bear the pain, but he knew that he had to survive. When he reached the door, Lu Ming reached out his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, tried his best to stay calm, and whispered, "Uncle Zhao, save me." Lu Ming didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up again, he was still lying at Zhao Jibang's door. It was quiet all around, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. It was obvious that the breath of doomsday had not yet dissipated. He moved his body slightly, and the pain came quickly, but compared to the previous severe pain, the feeling now was slightly relieved. He touched his body gently, and strangely, his broken ribs had recovered, the dried blood at the corners of his mouth and face had disappeared, and there was nothing unusual in his mouth. He resisted the feeling of weakness and slowly got up from the ground, his doubts gradually deepening. Apart from the pain in his stomach due to hunger, the rest of his body did not seem to be in much discomfort. He took a deep breath and looked down at himself, but he didn't see any obvious signs of trauma. Lu Ming suddenly realized that Zhao Jibang did not save him during this period of time, and Zhao Jibang had quietly left when he was unconscious. Huh. Lu Ming sighed weakly, touched the fruit knife in his pocket that had been broken by the zombies, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Uncle Zhao is indeed a man of great wealth and power. He doesn't even want the keys on me." Although he knew that Zhao Jibang did not have to take any responsibility for him, Lu Ming could not help but feel resentful. The other party's indifference at the critical moment of life and death made him feel a little chilled. For Lu Ming, this is not only a test of life and death, but also a profound reflection on human nature. Suddenly, Lu Ming's thoughts turned back to himself, and he suddenly realized that some unusual changes seemed to have taken place in his body, some beneficial changes. His intuition became extremely accurate, and he could almost accurately judge every subtle movement around him. Although this was not like the superpower in some movies, Lu Ming had begun to call that unique, keen feeling wild intuition. Lu Ming had two guesses about his body's rapid recovery. First, it might be the evolution brought about by the apocalypse, which made him stronger and his recovery ability greatly improved. Secondly, just like gaining experience by killing monsters when killing zombies, perhaps the zombie corpses provided some kind of resources or abilities, which prompted his body to recover abnormally. In order to verify his guess, Lu Ming decided to conduct an experiment. He took out a kitchen knife from the side and cut his arm without hesitation. A shallow wound suddenly appeared on the skin, and blood oozed out. Lu Ming observed carefully and waited for nearly 2 hours. He ruled out the first guess. The wound did not heal quickly, and the recovery speed was far slower than he expected. This confirmed that he did not have an invincible recovery ability. However, since the recovery speed was not abnormally fast, his second possibility made more sense. Certain characteristics of the zombies might be transformed into his strength in the trophies, enhancing his physique. Lu Ming bandaged his wound again, and then began to eat to make up for his physical weakness. While eating, he noticed the changes in his body, and his strength became abnormally strong. In the past, he couldn't even lift a bucket with one hand, but at this moment, even though he was injured, he lifted the bucket easily and felt an unprecedented power flowing in his body. This made Lu Ming overjoyed. It turned out that the changes brought by the doomsday were not just death and despair. Perhaps he could gain more life from it. As his strength recovered, he became more certain of his guess that zombies could really provide him with some kind of resources and enhance his abilities. This discovery was undoubtedly great news. However, despite his excitement, Lu Ming knew that he could not act rashly. He had already experienced a life and death test, and the thrill of facing zombies made him realize that exploring these new changes was important, but staying alive was the most fundamental thing. He no longer dared to act rashly like before, and had to carefully adapt to this new world to ensure that he could live longer. The longer you live, the more possibilities you can see, Lu Ming said to himself silently in his heart. He began to reflect on Zhao Jibang's actions. In this end times, human character and quality seem to have changed greatly. Some people choose to be indifferent and protect themselves, while others choose to help others in times of crisis. Although Zhao Jibang did not hurt him directly, the cold-blooded behavior of the bystander seemed to imply a threat to his life. Lu Ming deeply realized that being indifferent and ruthless was not a sin, but in this world, nothing was more important than staying alive. So, Lu Ming began to make some simple protective gear for himself. He used a kitchen knife to split an old iron pot, fixed the iron sheet to his arms and chest, tied a piece of wood behind his back, and fixed it with ropes to make a simple armor. Like a ninja, Lu Ming bent down and walked out of the room, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, and quietly began his journey of exploration. At this time, his wild intuition became particularly important. It allowed Lu Ming to detect the zombies around him in advance and cleverly avoid every danger. When he entered the corridor and heard the roar of zombies in the distance, he could immediately determine the zombies' location and quickly change his route. He didn't dare to risk a direct confrontation with the zombies for the time being. He knew that if the noise was too loud or the movement was too intense, it might attract more zombies, and he would be trapped. Therefore, Lu Ming carefully moved through the abandoned corridors and streets, trying his best to avoid direct conflict with the zombies. He gradually adapted to the changes brought about by his new abilities. His wild instincts became more and more acute, and his physical strength became stronger and stronger. Every time he avoided a danger, he felt that his chance of survival increased by 1 point. Although such cautiousness seemed to be a cowardly way to survive, in this doomsday world, survival was more important than anything else. After Lu Ming escaped from the stairwell, he was quickly surrounded by the zombies. Seeing the zombies roaring wildly around him, he didn't think much and immediately hid under a van parked nearby. Although his wild intuition allowed him to detect danger in advance on many occasions, the number of zombies and his lack of proficiency in this new ability led to fatal mistakes at critical moments. If he wasn't careful, the zombies' attention would be attracted and the threat to his life would approach instantly. Lu Ming knew that there would be no second chance at this time. Once death comes, it is the end forever, and there will be no chance to start over again, unless he is truly reborn. As an ordinary person, Lu Ming did not have any arrogant thoughts. He knew that he could not easily survive in this doomsday world. For him, survival was everything, no matter what the cost. He no longer expected too many miracles, but focused on staying alive. Thinking of his hometown, Lujia village, the worry in his heart emerged again. Although he felt vaguely uneasy and suspicious in his heart, he still held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps his parents and grandparents were still alive, and perhaps they were waiting for him to go back and save them. Maybe things will get better. He secretly comforted himself, fantasizing about being reunited one day. Under the cover of night and drizzle, Lu Ming quietly approached a small supermarket. He was very familiar with this supermarket, which was stocked with daily necessities. For a lone survivor, obtaining food has become extremely important. In order to survive, Lu Ming decided not to follow his usual moral bottom line. He looked down at the roller shutter door of the supermarket, and with a thought in his mind, he knew he had to break in. Huiman Supermarket. I'm sorry, he whispered, with a hint of guilt in his voice. He felt complicated. After all, this supermarket used to be where he did his daily shopping, but now he had to make decisions that he had never dared to imagine in order to survive. Bang, 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 he quickly cut open the rolling door with a knife, smashed the glass door of the supermarket with a stone, and then quickly broke in. The flashlight on his phone was turned on, and the light swept across the empty store. Lu Ming's eyes instantly caught the food he needed: juice, biscuits, milk, peanuts, instant noodles, sausages. These foods that are commonplace in daily life, at this moment, make him feel as satisfied as if he had a mountain of gold. These are all mine. He chuckled with a hint of pride on his lips. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly hit Lu Ming's heartbeat accelerated and his body tensed up involuntarily. He suddenly blocked with his left arm and held the kitchen knife tightly in his right hand. His movements were sharp and swift, with almost no hesitation. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a heavy blow came from the front. Lu Ming accurately blocked the incoming heavy stick with his left arm, and then the kitchen knife quickly stabbed into the attacker's neck. Blood splattered instantly, and the warm blood soaked Lu Ming's face and flowed into the corners of his mouth. When his tongue lightly touched it, the bloody taste made him dazed for a moment. He looked up at the fallen body. His face was not filled with fear, but surprisingly calm. Although he had attacked without hesitation, his inner peace was not broken. On the contrary, the tension and sense of crisis disappeared instantly, replaced by a strange sense of satisfaction. His body seemed to be strengthened in some way at this moment. The bruise left by the heavy blow disappeared quickly in just a few seconds, and the pain almost disappeared completely. Is it the supermarket owner? Lu Ming whispered to himself, looking at the fallen body calmly. Although he had just made an extreme move, his heart was not greatly shaken. On the contrary, he was more certain of a new conclusion. Killing zombies could make him stronger and even heal the wounds on his body. Killing seemed to bring unexpected benefits. At this moment, Lu Ming completely understood that the rules of Doomsday had already changed. In this cruel and ruthless world, only the stronger survivors could live longer. Lu Ming knew that Mr. Wang, the owner of Huimin Supermarket, was a nice person. Although they didn't have much communication, Lu Ming always had a good impression of him. Boss Wang is tall and thin with a fair complexion. He is kind and particular about how he treats people. He never passes inferior goods off as good ones and does his business in a down-to-earth manner. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. People are subject to ups and downs, and the moon waxes and wanes. Many things are forced upon us. He sighed softly, paused for a moment, and then bowed silently to Boss Wang's body. People don't hurt the tiger's heart, but the tiger hurts people's intentions. Lu Ming said to himself. If Boss Wang hadn't made a sneak attack, he wouldn't have acted so decisively. After all, in life and death situations, reactions are often unexpectedly fast. If Boss Wang had chosen to communicate directly instead of suddenly attacking, Lu Ming might have chosen to let him go. But it was useless to say anything now. Boss Wang was already dead. The regret and guilt disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming calmed down, began to drag the body to the corner of the supermarket, and began to collect supplies. In order to improve the efficiency of the action, Lu Ming took off the weight on his body and threw the clothes wrapped in plastic foam aside. As he became more aware of the crisis, he discovered that although the zombies posed a considerable threat, those slow and clumsy monsters were nothing compared to him. Humans' flexibility and agility were destined to be more advantageous than these zombies. Fortunately, God has not completely abandoned me and left me with a glimmer of hope. He silently thanked in his heart. Lu Ming knew that there were no rules in this world anymore, and he could only survive by relying on his own strength. My wild instincts are really strong. This is my hope for survival. No one can stand in my way. His eyes were stern as he casually picked up a can of beer, pulled the ring open, and took a gulp. Just as he was about to continue searching for supplies, suddenly, he heard a burst of dog barking outside, and then the sound became louder and louder, mixed with the low roars of zombies. Although the sense of crisis this time was not as strong as the previous times, Lu Ming still put away the beer vigilantly. He didn't want to fight zombies head-on, and he didn't want to come into conflict with humans, especially since these zombies had the virus. Although there was no conclusive evidence to prove that they were contagious, Lu Ming definitely didn't want to get involved. Damn it, zombies, dogs, and people. It really is like a rainy day. Something happened before I even started collecting food. Lu Ming couldn't help but curse in his heart. He put the beer back on the shelf, drew the bloody dagger from his waist, and calmly prepared to deal with the coming trouble. The sound was getting closer and closer. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the door, thinking about his next move. Suddenly, a clear female voice came into my ears. Lulu, hurry up, there is a supermarket in front. Let's go in. He saw a golden retriever rushing towards Huimin Supermarket under the guidance of the girl. The girl was wearing cool shorts, and her straight long legs were particularly conspicuous in the hazy moonlight. She wore a pink helmet on her head and held a flashlight and an electric baton in her hands, looking like someone who should not be underestimated. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this girl was obviously not a weak character. If it were peacetime, Lu Ming might be willing to be friends with her, but now, the situation was different. Damn it, idiot, don't come this way. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. He had just killed someone and hadn't had time to deal with the body. If someone found out, the consequences would be disastrous. He knew that he could not be caught red-handed, and he had only two choices: either continue to hide or just get rid of her. But if he chooses the latter, Can he alone fight against this woman wearing a helmet and holding a stun baton and her golden retriever? Lu Ming finally decided to hide and quickly hid himself behind the shelf to keep a low profile. However, he underestimated the golden retriever's sense of smell. This dog's sense of smell is 1,200 times stronger than that of a human, and the smell of blood could not be hidden from it at all. As soon as the golden retriever entered the supermarket, it immediately locked onto Boss Wong's body, stopped immediately, and started barking non-stop, with the dog's alertness instantly increasing. The beautiful girl obviously noticed something was wrong with her dog, but she did not stop. Instead, she decisively pulled down the rolling door to isolate herself from possible threats outside. Then, she comforted the golden retriever. Lulu, don't be afraid. The zombies are all blocked outside. It's safe here. Lu Ming stared at her closely, his heart beating faster involuntarily. The girl has a slender figure and extraordinary temperament. Her perfect figure forms a sharp contrast with her calmness. She was not like those girls who looked delicate, but instead had an innate sense of strength, which made Lu Ming feel a little inferior. The golden retriever seemed to feel threatened and rushed to its hiding place again. Seeing this, Lu Ming no longer hid and stood up, quickly kicking the dog 5 or 6 meters away. Seeing this, the girl did not panic at all. She took off her helmet, and a delicate little face appeared in front of Lu Ming. Her eyes were calm and confident, and she seemed to not care at all about her dog being kicked away, and she didn't even have a trace of anger. "Are you Lu Ming, the survivor?" the girl asked calmly. "I didn't expect to meet other survivors here." Seeing that she no longer held the electric baton tightly, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she would not pose a threat to him for the time being. "Yes, that's right. I was just looking for something to eat and didn't expect to meet you." He smiled slightly, but his eyes did not leave her flashlight and stun baton. The girl smiled faintly. "You kicked Lele. It's my pet." She was not angry at all, but seemed very calm. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he immediately threw the dagger to the ground. The metal tip of the knife collided with the floor tile, making a crisp sound. This was his way of showing weakness to the girl in order to lower her guard. In order to get close to her, Lu Ming had to show his sincerity first. The girl seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled. "If you are brave enough, come over. I'm right here. Do you dare?" She paused and added, "But you have to think clearly. In this chaotic world, can you protect me? It's hard to even survive, and you're still thinking about these messed up things. How about this? Let me go, and we can keep to ourselves. How about that? Even if I die under the peony flowers, I will still be a romantic ghost." The white jade Buddha smiled gently, pursed her lips and hooked her finger at Lu Ming, with a hint of teasing and charm in her eyes. "Come on, I'll be waiting for you here." As soon as she finished speaking, the electric baton in her hand made a sizzling sound of electricity, and the blue electric arc jumped like a snake, which was both beautiful and dangerous. But Lu Ming did not feel the expected threat. Instead, he felt that this woman was just pretending to be calm. Her aura was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, not as scary as imagined. It seemed that she was just trying to pretend to be strong in this doomsday. Lu Ming lowered his head to pick up the sharp knife beside him and glanced at the golden retriever beside him. The golden retriever was obviously seriously injured, and it was unsteady on its feet. Its eyes were full of fear, and it looked at Lu Ming like a mouse seeing a cat. The white jade Buddha saw through Lu Ming's intentions and knew that he was determined to fight to the death. She sighed softly, then threw the electric baton aside. Her tone softened. "You win, Lu Ming, right? I admit defeat. Don't kill Lele. This dog was raised by my mother when she was alive. It means a lot to me. Please don't hurt it." The electric baton ran out of battery a long time ago. "I was just trying to scare you. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. You won the bet. Now, I'm yours." She paused with a hint of hesitation. "But give me some time to get to know you first. After all, I've never been in love before." Before she finished her words, she saw Lu Ming's cold-blooded eyes and stopped talking. Lu Ming bent down and picked up the sharp knife, his eyes as sharp as ice. "You dare? You win this time, but I'm not a pushover. Don't think you can easily bully me," he said coldly. "If you push me into a corner, the worst that can happen is that we both die together." Bai Yufo's heart skipped a beat. She felt the cruelty in Lu Ming's eyes. The sharp, murderous aura made her regret what she had just said. "Shoo, don't talk." Lu Ming approached her and looked at the beauty sharply. The white jade Buddha is nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, attractive eyes, and beautiful face that makes people unable to take their eyes away. Even celebrities would be eclipsed when seeing her. However, Lu Ming's eyes gradually became deep, and he always felt that something was wrong. In this calm atmosphere, Baiyu Buddha had always been too calm, as if everything was under her control. Lu Ming's intuition told him that this woman was not as simple as she appeared to be. He suddenly stepped on the electric baton and crushed it, making a harsh sound. The golden retriever was frightened and barked twice, extremely terrified. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind became clear. Yes, the emotion is not right. The white jade Buddha did not show any panic from beginning to end, as if she remained calm and rational in the face of this life and death duel. This passive and calm state is really disturbing. Lu Ming began to seriously think about why Bai Yufo was so calm. He was eager to know her hidden trump card. He didn't dare approach her easily, fearing that she was poisonous. "Stop playing tricks," Lu Ming said in a cold voice. "You know I don't have time to play tricks with you. Now, tell me what your trump card is. I'll give you a quick death, otherwise, you won't be able to die easily." After experiencing several life and death battles, Lu Ming's mentality has become completely different. He may be tempted by beauty, but now he cares more about his own survival and the awakening of his superpowers. He has a bigger goal: to survive, improve his strength, and become stronger, rather than staying in superficial desires and impulses. When the murderous intent in his heart was completely released, the white jade Buddha felt a panic. The end of the world came suddenly, disrupting her life. She was originally an ordinary person with someone to rely on. But now, except for Lele, the golden retriever left by her mother, she has no relatives or friends. Surviving alone in this city, she realizes that her ability to sense zombies could be a matter of life and death for her. Her abilities are not perfect. Once, due to her lack of experience, she was almost besieged by a group of zombies. If Lele had not discovered and rescued her in time, she would have died among the zombies. This was also the reason why Lu Ming saw her escaping into the supermarket for the first time. She was not trying to commit suicide, but she had no other choice. "You want to kill me?" Bai Yufo's voice was filled with confusion. She didn't quite believe that Lu Ming would be so cruel. After all, as a beauty, Lu Ming's eyes were full of desire when he saw her for the first time. How could he give up so easily? She took a deep breath, calmed down, and then said decisively, "I can attract zombies. Those zombies outside are attracted by me. I am willing to cooperate with you. I just hope you don't hurt me. If I can get a certain amount of respect, it would be even better." Lu Ming frowned after hearing this. He felt a little sympathy for this woman. In troubled times, beauty itself is a disaster. Coupled with her ability to attract zombies, it is almost impossible for her to live a peaceful life. However, his mind began to turn. If he could use the power of the white jade Buddha to attract zombies and kill lone zombies, perhaps he could improve his own abilities. Moreover, as a beauty, she will always attract some men who cannot control their desires. At that time, he can achieve his goal through assassination. His eyes gradually changed from greed to joy, as if he suddenly understood the chips in his hand. "Listen, I will let you live, and live more comfortably than ever before. Believe me, I can guarantee it." Lu Ming put away his sharp knife. His eyes were as cold as ice, and suddenly murderous intent leaked out. He threatened, "But if you make me feel uneasy, you will die." Originally, Bai Yufo did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. No matter how vicious and murderous he was, she always thought that facing a horde of zombies, how much could Lu Ming resist? No matter how strong the fist is, it cannot defeat the endless tide of zombies, especially the zombies' deadly fangs and venom. Bai Yufo never believed that he could continue to be so arrogant and reckless. She was ready to die together with Lu Ming, and was secretly wondering whether this arrogant and lustful man could remain calm in front of the zombie horde. Bai Yufo had mastered her ability to attract zombies. Although it was not perfect, she could already sense the whereabouts of zombies within 100 meters. She decided that she would rather die with Lu Ming than endure his insults and filth. No matter what, she didn't want to live in this filthy world, and she wanted to die cleanly. As the zombies approached, a hint of madness flashed in Bai Yufo's eyes, and a feeling of mockery surged in her heart. She was about to ridicule Lu Ming, but Lu Ming suddenly took out a dagger and slowly put the tip of the knife against her jaw. "We'll have more to talk about when I come back." He said this coldly, then turned and walked towards the supermarket entrance. The white jade Buddha was stunned for a moment, then sneered. It was childish to pretend to be cool before dying. She didn't think Lu Ming could come back alive, so she gave up hope of survival. After all, in such an apocalypse, she only had a dog to rely on, and she herself had no ability to survive. In her eyes, Lu Ming was just a self-righteous bastard who was destined not to live long. No longer caring about Lu Ming's life or death, Bai Yufo carefully held the golden retriever Lele in her arms and gently comforted it. "Lulu, be good. Don't be afraid. Sister is here. Don't be afraid," she said softly, carefully checking its injuries. Fortunately, Lele was not injured to the bone, but was frightened by the disgusting man and dared not move for the time being. "That bad guy will not be dead for long. Sister has avenged you." There was a hint of sneer in Bai Yu Buddha's words. "When he dies, we can relax a little. Don't worry, the two of us can keep each other company, and he can only be a lonely ghost and will never bother us again." When Bai Yufo told him about her ability, Lu Ming had already seen through her thoughts to use the power of zombies to kill him. Her thoughts were very hidden, and she made no effort to conceal them. One could almost tell what she was thinking from her expression. But as the zombies gradually approached, Lu Ming did not feel the expected crisis. Instead, he had a strange thought. Zombies, perhaps they are no longer a threat? This thought was like a spark falling into an oil field, spreading all at once and swallowing up all of Lu Ming's rationality. Zombies cannot pose a threat to him, which means that he can hunt zombies more proactively and increase his own strength. In the end times, he is no longer a passive victim, but can become a hunter, stepping on the corpses of zombies to clean up this filthy world and eventually become king alone. Lu Ming no longer hesitated. As soon as the shutter door was opened, he rushed out like a beast. There was a continuous drizzle and a cool breeze. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. His excitement was revealed in his expression. His intuition was not wrong. The zombies' speed and strength were indeed not enough to pose a threat to him. Nearly 10 zombies pounced on Lu Ming, roaring and rushing over like flies in a garbage dump. But for Lu Ming, the zombies' movements were so slow that he felt bored, as if the entire scene was slowed down. Although their movements were not slow, they were still slower than his reaction speed. In the past, the zombies' actions were based on muscle memory and feeding instincts, and were extremely simple and crude, lacking any coordination. Now, their actions were even more disorderly, often hindering each other, and instead became Lu Ming's training targets. Although killing zombies could help him recover from some minor injuries, Lu Ming obviously did not intend to improve his combat effectiveness by getting injured. He doesn't need to exchange his injuries for his life. After all, he is a man of flesh and blood, while zombies are just walking corpses with no sense of pain and no fear of death. Lu Ming used his keen fighting instincts and sharp dagger to accurately kill 3 zombies. During the battle, he retreated carefully, trying to divert the zombies' attention away from the White Jade Buddha to ensure her safety. Every kill made him feel more powerful. The number of zombies gradually decreased. When there were only 2 left, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that a strange red number, 7, appeared above their heads, and this number disappeared with the death of the zombies. This shocked Lu Ming's heart, and he quickly realized that he had gained a new ability, combat power detection. Every time a zombie is killed, the combat power detection ability will display their combat power value, as if it were a combat power detector. Lu Ming was extremely excited about this. After all, this ability could not only help him assess the enemy's strength, but also bring him a huge advantage in future battles. After completely eliminating the remaining zombies, Lu Ming did not rush back to the supermarket. Instead, he stopped to study this newly acquired ability and named it combat power detection. Lu Ming returned to the supermarket, and Bai Yufo could hardly believe what he saw. That hateful man actually came back unscathed. There was a confident smile on his lips, as if he was mocking her weakness, as if he was laughing at her incompetence and fragility. Her eyes widened, filled with astonishment and disappointment, but these emotions were fleeting and were followed by deeper fear. She could no longer sense the presence of zombies around her. Her ability to sense the activities of zombies within 100 meters was now completely ineffective. The White Jade Buddha quietly extended her spiritual power, trying to detect the situation of the man in front of her. She must know how strong this man is. Lu Ming felt extremely satisfied with his new ability. Through the ability of combat power perception, he could accurately sense the strength of all threats around him, whether they were zombies or humans. He stared at the White Jade Buddha and her golden retriever, narrowed his eyes slightly, and found the numbers floating above their heads. The blood red 12 represented the combat power of the White Jade Buddha, and the gray 15 represented the combat power of the golden retriever. Red? Is it a sign of hostility, or is it related to human characteristics? Lu Ming thought to himself, red represents danger. Perhaps it is related to hostility. However, he did not intend to continue researching these. He had more important things to do. Go home. Faced with the choice between power and family affection, Lu Ming wanted to return to his parents. The end of the world made everything uncertain, and the bond of family affection filled his heart with anxiety. He didn't know what his parents' situation was like at the moment, how a middle-aged couple and an elderly pair who needed care were struggling to survive in the zombie apocalypse. He was once confident in his father's ability, but the world before him made him start to worry. He was afraid that his parents would meet someone like him who would do anything for power. After all, the darkness of human nature should never be underestimated. Lu Ming was preparing to discuss the hunting plan with the White Jade Buddha, and was even considering sharing some of the energy he obtained with her. After all, the White Jade Buddha was now his subordinate, and this relationship would not change, at least in the short term. However, just as he was about to speak, the White Jade Buddha suddenly let out a scream. His chest contracted violently, and he felt as if he was about to vomit. Then, her face suddenly turned pale, the rosy complexion faded, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she looked extremely weak, as if she would not live long. This sudden change startled Lu Ming. What's going on? He was stunned for a moment, confused and puzzled. I didn't do anything. Why is this happening? She can't just die like this. I have to do something with her. Lu Ming was irritated and thought, she can at least help me capture a few zombies, so that all my hard work won't go to waste. He quickly stepped forward to check on the White Jade Buddha. At this moment, the golden retriever saw Lu Ming approaching and bared its teeth, trying to stop him. But under Lu Ming's cold look, the golden retriever immediately shrank back, quickly hiding in the corner, whining. The White Jade Buddha's consciousness became blurred due to Lu Ming's strong mental fluctuations. She vaguely felt the warmth around her like spring, as if there was a soft force around her, hugging her tightly, giving her a long-lost sense of security. It felt like returning to her mother's arms. Lu Ming looked down at the White Jade Buddha in his arms, and couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. The fragrance of the girl gently penetrated his nose, making him feel a subtle touch he had never felt before, as if a cat was gently scratching his heart. He sighed softly and thought, looks like I'll have to postpone my plan a little bit. He carefully examined the body of the White Jade Buddha, making sure that he did not miss any place where hidden weapons might be hidden, so as not to cause trouble for himself. Of course, in this process, he did not pay too much attention to the differences between men and women, but used her as a tool and took advantage of her by the way. Although the White Jade Buddha was not heavy, Lu Ming still carefully brought her back to his home. After all, this is the safest and most comfortable place where he can take a short break and continue to make the next plan. The golden retriever stood there, watching his master being picked up by Lu Ming, his heart filled with endless worries. As an animal, it could naturally sense the strength of its opponent, especially the powerful aura emitted by Lu Ming, which made it feel obviously uneasy. Although it did not dare to take the initiative to attack, it still followed Lu Ming and guarded the White Jade Buddha. After some examination, Lu Ming confirmed that Bai Yufo's vital signs were fine for the time being. So, he placed her on the bed and tidied up the environment a little so that she could get a better rest. Although he was a little reluctant, Lu Ming decided to wait patiently. After all, he was not in a hurry for quick success. Compared with a woman, Bai Yu Buddha was more important for her potential and the help she could provide him. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the air in the room grew heavier. The dark clouds dispersed, and the moon rose again, shedding a cold light through the window. Bai Yufo slowly opened her eyes and looked around, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. She remembered the strong mental fluctuations she felt before she fell into a coma. It was Lu Ming's mental power that almost crushed her spirit. But at this moment, she did not immediately pay attention to her clothes, but leaned quietly against the wall, looking at the surrounding environment in the moonlight outside the window. She did not develop some kind of trust in Lu Ming, but she had realized that she had become a pawn in Lu Ming's hands, at his mercy. She knew that she could no longer escape the control of this man. However, what Bai Yufo is most worried about is not her own safety, but the golden retriever named Lele. It is a precious gift given to her by her mother. It is her only relative and has irreplaceable significance. She called out weakly, Lu Ming, where is my dog? Lele? There was an imperceptible tremor in her voice, followed by a burst of rapid panting. She was too tired to concentrate and could only rely on rest to recover. At this time, Lu Ming also felt the movement in the room. When he walked into the room and saw the weak appearance of the White Jade Buddha, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He hated trouble, especially unnecessary trouble. He thought to himself, bringing her back here is not a wise move. But then, Bai Yufo's question broke the silence in the room again. Where is my dog, Lele? Chapter 11, The White Jade Buddha's Request. Your dog? Your life is almost in danger, and you're still worried about the dog? Lu Ming really couldn't understand how a person could focus so much on a dog at a critical moment of life and death. Didn't she worry about her own safety at all? The White Jade Buddha grew up to be so beautiful, with a great figure, but she was lying alone in front of a man, without any ability to resist, just like a skinned lamb thrown into a wolf's den, with not even a bone left. After hearing Lu Ming's reply, the White Jade Buddha's eyes flickered with an unknown light. Was it excitement or fear? Lele is very afraid of you. It doesn't dare to bite you. Bring it back. It's very obedient and smart. Maybe it can help you. Lu Ming sneered and said coldly, How low have I fallen? I actually need a dog to help me, and it's someone else's dog. That golden retriever is right outside the door. I didn't kill it. However, just because I didn't kill it today doesn't mean I won't kill it in the future. Zombies are rampant now, and productivity is almost zero. Food will eventually be consumed. To me, your dog is a delicious meal. Even if I don't kill it, someone will kill it sooner or later. Maybe that person will be you. Who knows what will happen next? Hearing this, Bai Yufo breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that Lele was safe and sound, her mood immediately improved a lot. As for Lu Ming's sarcasm, she naturally didn't care. After all, she only cared about her beloved dog Lele, who was her spiritual sustenance for her longing for her mother. I'm glad Lele is okay. A serene smile appeared on the face of the White Jade Buddha. The look of being at peace with the world and being at ease with everything made Lu Ming feel itchy in his heart. The nobility and detachment emanating from the depths of one's heart was the most deadly, especially for a man like Lu Ming who liked to possess or even destroy beautiful things. The beauty in front of him was as irritating as poison. Although the White Jade Buddha was not in good spirits, he kept note of all of Lu Ming's little actions. Gently stroke the hair at the temples and push it behind the ears. The pink earlobes emit a translucent luster, like a lotus emerging from the water, dignified and elegant, so beautiful. What can adolescent boys think of beautiful girls? I just want to get closer. Is there anything wrong with that? Bai Yufo knew Lu Ming's current state of mind very well. Although she was only 18 years old, younger than Lu Ming, she had already mastered the human heart to perfection. She saw in Lu Ming's eyes the fiery, violent emotions, coldness, and bloodthirsty murderous intent. He infinitely expanded the dark side of his heart and released it to control his own destiny. The White Jade Buddha didn't want to die, or at least he shouldn't die so unwillingly. If she had to love, she would rather choose to enjoy it than to endure the pain of being whipped. She hopes that she can still survive after the storm and enjoy every moment of peace and quiet like a normal person. Her parents gave her life, not for her to give up easily and complain about herself. The White Jade Buddha's pink lips were slightly closed, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to speak as she carefully looked at the man in front of her. This time, she was examining this man, his appearance, his body shape, his health. Bai Yufo has witnessed how powerful Lu Ming is. His bold and swift killing methods are an important reason why Bai Yufo recognizes Lu Ming. She knows that her character is too soft, and her fighting ability is not strong. If she wants to survive in the doomsday, her own strength alone is far from enough. She needs a support, a companion, a partner. Although Bai Yufo's first impression of Lu Ming was not very good, she no longer had many choices. There were too many secrets hidden in Lu Ming's eyes, which Bai Yufo could not see through. Moreover, she was at a disadvantage now and had no capital to be picky. She had no choice but to wait for death. More importantly, Lu Ming's attitude towards her has always been tough, just like a high and mighty monarch treating his slaves, full of class superiority, as if he could torture her at any time. It is true that Bai Yufo is a woman, but she is not a fool who cannot understand the situation. Faced with chastity and survival, or even a life worse than death, she naturally knows what to choose. Fortunately, Lu Ming is a good-looking young man, and his figure and body shape meet the minimum standards of a White Jade Buddha. It's not that Bai Yu Buddha is also a lustful person. She just wants her descendants to be able to obtain better and more powerful gold and silver. She didn't naively think that Lu Ming would do a one-time deal with her. After all, there were not many girls as beautiful and pure as her. Bai Yufo had a very clear understanding of her own conditions, and she also had this confidence. Can you do me a favor? My home is not nearby. I came here to visit my grandparents. I don't know why things suddenly turned out like this. My grandparents turned into zombies. My uncle and aunt were bitten. They were worried that my grandparents would hurt me, so they asked me to run away with Lele. Fortunately, I didn't encounter many zombies along the way. Lele is also very smart and helped me avoid a lot of dangers. If I hadn't experimented with my abilities last time, I would never have met you." Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. In the long night, he had plenty of time to listen to Bai Yufo telling her story, but that didn't mean he would help her. There are many unfortunate people in this world, and Lu Ming himself is one of them. He is now in a difficult situation, unable to save himself, so how can he help others? Lu Ming listened patiently. He wanted to understand this girl, the destined lover. If he could get a glimpse into her inner world and find her emotional weaknesses, then it wouldn't be too difficult to get into her heart and let her come close to him from the bottom of her heart. Bitten by a zombie? I'm afraid I can't help with this kind of thing. The zombies in the movies are all infected with the virus. I don't know what the real situation is. I can't risk my life. Maybe I wasn't infected immediately, and the virus is just lurking in the body, with the potential for an outbreak at any time. Asking me to save your loved ones, in my opinion, is no different from sending yourself to die. Lu Ming's blunt refusal did not surprise Bai Yufo. Bai Yufo smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't ask you to die, nor did I ask you to save them. I know the risks. My uncle and aunt have a daughter who is in high school, boarding, in the 2nd grade, 16 years old, 2 years younger than me, and looks very similar to me. I hope you can take her out of school." 16 years old, equally beautiful girl? Lu Ming sighed in his heart. How great. My ability is to sense zombies. I can cover for you. There are only half-grown children in the school. Even if they become zombies, they won't be a big threat to you. The world is hard, and people are evil. I don't want Huir to be bullied by others. Even if I die, I don't want her to suffer. Lu Ming pursed his lips and looked at the white jade Buddha seriously, as if he wanted to read something from her eyes. "You are enemy." Bai Yufo pursed her lips and smiled softly. She knew that Lu Ming was moved. Not many men could resist the temptation of the pure sisters. What you want is right in front of you, within your reach. Chapter 12. Accept the reality. Lu Ming felt that he had a firm will and could definitely resist the temptation, but after the white jade Buddha's devilish manipulation, he still surrendered and became a running dog of desire. He didn't expect that the white jade Buddha could be so bold. She didn't have any of the affectation of those little girls. She was decisive and efficient in her actions, with the demeanor of a great man, and she just magnified it right from the start. The first time Lu Ming tasted a woman, he was drunk. The white jade Buddha was different. She cried very sadly. At a certain moment, she even regretted her bold move. It's really too unrestrained and too bold. Fortunately, there is blood as evidence, otherwise, it would be easy for people to think that she is a shameless, scheming, and selling body lowly woman. Night. Peaceful. The next morning, as the sun rises in the east, the water vapor in the air gradually dissipates under the sunlight, leaving no trace. Lu Ming didn't know what the white jade Buddha liked to eat, so he simply cooked some porridge and made some brown sugar water and placed them on the dining table. The white jade Buddha lives up to her name. She is as white as jade, as holy as Buddha. Every frame and every painting of her is perfect and a masterpiece of nature. In the dim light, the white jade Buddha opened her sleepy eyes. The thin light outside the window was a little dazzling. Her snow-white skin looked as bright as jade under the faint light. She looked down at the marks on her body and couldn't help but sigh. What a beast! He has no sympathy for others. The clothes were thrown on the ground. Some were dirty, some were torn. No matter what, they could no longer be worn. Bai Yufo had a headache. She searched through Lu Ming's small wardrobe and finally found a few clothes that suited her. A white t-shirt, 2 pairs of black jeans, and 2 pairs of light blue shorts. It's a bit of a headache. There is no underwear. Bai Yufo didn't think too much. She put on the loose t-shirt first to cover the holy light. Then she looked at the remaining clothes hesitantly for 3 seconds. Then she called Lu Ming. Now was the time to show the role of a man. She couldn't just let him have his fun and then do nothing. At least she had to do a good job of cleaning up the mess. Lu Ming came upon hearing the news. The tall and plump figure of the white jade Buddha could not be concealed by a small white t-shirt. The long legs as white as jade with a trace of bruises inadvertently seduced Lu Ming into the memory of last night. Comfortable. Bai Yufo did not care about Lu Ming's gaze. After all, the person was already his. There was no need to be coy and pretend to be shy. After all, what was supposed to happen had already happened, and it was his own initiative. I have no clothes to wear. Please help me find some clean clothes. My underwear must be clean. I don't want any that have been worn by others. Lu Ming calmed down his excited mood. Love is a poison that can easily make you addicted. After the vague feeling about love was broken, The fiery and poisonous feeling invaded his whole body, making him have wild thoughts. Perhaps, with more experience, he would become indifferent to it. Okay, no problem. This is very simple. There is a lingerie store near the community. I will go and get all the same type of underwear according to your size. Please wait for me for a while. There is some rice porridge and some brown sugar water on the table in the restaurant. Eat a little and keep your energy up. When I come back, I will help you practice some of your special abilities. The White Jade Buddha nodded and accepted Lu Ming's care and service with peace of mind. Isn't the purpose of getting close to this man to make yourself live more comfortably? Sacrificing your body in exchange for freedom and guidance in developing your abilities isn't a bad deal. However, no matter how good her character is, Bai Yufo is still a woman. And she also has the reserve and shyness of a little girl. If there is a man who is worthy of her dependence, she would be willing to lean quietly on his shoulder and enjoy the peace and comfort that every moment brings her. Although the current result does not completely match what Bai Buddha had in mind, it is already a good result. She nodded gently, her eyes calm, but her trembling voice showed that her heart was not as calm and peaceful as she appeared. My dog. A dog? It's right outside the door. I was afraid it would disturb you while you were resting, so I locked it outside. It's very smart and loyal, so it's guarding the door. Wait a minute, and I'll let it in. Oh. The sudden tenderness made Bai Yufo feel a little at a loss. This man was as fierce as a wolf yesterday, with murderous eyes. He was ruthless whether he was killing people or slaughtering zombies. Suddenly, he was so gentle to her, and the tone of his voice changed. It was no longer aggressive, but more humane. This made Bai Yufo feel flattered. She watched Lu Ming open the door. The golden retriever Lele saw his master's figure through the crack in the door, and regardless of the terrifying Lu Ming in front of him, he rushed in. He wanted to be with his master even if he died. After seeing Lele, the White Jade Buddha had a smile on her face and she felt much lighter. She let Lele jump up and down beside her to express her inner joy. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's mood became extremely happy. Although he was the creator of the tragedy, he could also empathize with the joyful atmosphere of the comedy. Just as Lu Ming was about to walk out of the room, the White Jade Buddha statue suddenly remembered something and called out his name softly. Lu Ming? What's wrong? Daily necessities, and be careful. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly and made an okay gesture. Okay, got it. What Zhang Ailing said is right. On the way, Lu Ming recalled the shy and reserved look of the White Jade Buddha before the trip and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he also keenly observed that the red number on the White Jade Buddha's head turned green. Although the value did not change and was still 12, the green color gave him a very reassuring feeling. He had a unique guess that the color of the numbers sensed by the combat power was related to the target's attitude towards himself. Similar to a traffic light, red represents danger, green represents safety, and yellow symbolizes vigilance. As for the gray value on the golden retriever Lele, it remains to be discussed. Maybe it's an animal's characteristic, or maybe it's a new signal. It's very vague. After Lu Ming left, Bai Yufo felt an empty feeling in her heart, as if she was worried about losing something. She was actually afraid that she would be abandoned, just like those women in the movie who met heartless scumbags, like discarded garbage. The extreme psychological discomfort made Bai Buddha feel like vomiting. Logically speaking, after Lu Ming left, Lele returned to her side, and Bai Yufo should have taken the opportunity to leave here. How can one be the master of one's own house and live freely and comfortably when living under someone else's roof? However, Bai Yufo didn't want to leave at this moment. She felt that Lu Ming owed her something. Moreover, even if she wanted to leave, she had to put on her clothes before leaving. At least she had to get specific information about her cousin before making any plans. For a moment, Bai Yufo found many reasons in his mind to stay. But in the end, when she took a sip of brown sugar water and looked at the rice porridge on the table, she smiled bitterly. After all, staying by Lu Ming's side was the best choice for her. Am I also a woman who is good at relying on men? Am I greedy for a comfortable life? Or am I infatuated with his sudden tenderness and thoughtfulness? Chapter 13 Shan Hui's Worries. Lu Ming's secret joy did not last long. In the desolate doomsday life, only blood and death can make people calm down and face the facts. Originally, Lu Ming followed the plan and held a half-meter-long steel knife looted from the hardware store in his hand. He hid his body and avoided the zombies while planning a suitable route to the women's supplies store and looking for a suitable vehicle for the next action. There were two things in front of Lu Ming. One was to go to the so-called Donghu No. 3 middle school to look for Bai Buddha's cousin, and the other was to collect supplies and embark on the journey home. But the cruel reality told him that neither of these two things was easy. According to Lu Ming's observation, the city's transportation system was paralyzed. Even if there were cars, it was difficult to use them, let alone drive them normally. On the main road in front of him, there were many messy cars, and a few of them were in very bad condition, with smoke coming out of the hoods, and some were even burned to only the frames. To put it another way, even if Lu Ming was lucky and found a way to escape, he didn't know the correct route to get home. In other words, Lu Ming's wish to go home is just an unrealistic fantasy. When he returns home, there will probably be no one there. The zombies roaming on the road have a combined combat power of 7, which is still a big threat to ordinary people without weapons. But for Lu Ming, who has awakened 2 abilities, it is nothing. When he encounters a single zombie, he will just go up and knock it to death. When he encounters a group of zombies, he will run away. Moreover, his wild instinct gives him the ability to sense crisis, which allows him to prepare for the impending danger in advance. The combat power detection allows him to further have a clear understanding of the strength of zombies and even humans. You can advance to fight, retreat to save your life. As long as he is not hunted, killed instantly, or infected with the virus, Lu Ming can live comfortably in the doomsday. On the way to the women's supply store, Lu Ming also encountered some humans, but they were all ordinary people with a comprehensive combat power ranging from 5 to 10, and none of them posed any threat to Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming holding a half-meter-long steel knife, they were also timid and did not communicate rashly. They each focused on their own work. They might be collecting supplies or looking for people, but as long as it doesn't hinder Lu Ming's search for clothes for the White Jade Buddha, everyone will live in peace. Otherwise, Lu Ming doesn't mind slaughtering his own kind. Human beings in the end times may need unity, but for Lu Ming, he does not need it. He hates so-called collective cooperation, which is idle and too restrictive. Instead of being a hero controlled by others, he would rather be a free and easy Lone Ranger. Mr. Lu doesn't need anyone pointing fingers at him. Hey, why did that guy go to a women's clothing store? Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of the zombie outbreak to steal some women's clothes and do some disgusting things? Ugh, what a pervert. Chen Hui started to notice Lu Ming when she saw his half-meter-long steel knife. Especially when Lu Ming looked at them, the disdainful expression on his face left a deep impression on Chen Hui. She didn't understand. What on earth could this brat be so arrogant about? He could be so arrogant just by himself with a knife in his hand? This was the end of the world, an era without the rule of law. If you make me unhappy, I and my group would chop you into pieces. Chen Hui is a nearby resident, in her early 30s, a white-collar worker in a company, with considerable family assets. From childhood to adulthood, she was like a white swan, growing up with her head held high and proud. When the doomsday broke out, she and her husband Li Jiangwen were visiting a friend's house in the same community. They were lucky and were not infected by the unknown virus and turned into zombies. After staying at home for a day, they found that communications and the internet were completely paralyzed. After waiting for rescue for a long time, they walked out of the house driven by hunger and began to truly experience the horror of this world. There were zombies everywhere and scenes of destruction everywhere. They even witnessed a horrific scene of a woman being torn into pieces and eaten by zombies. After this, they had to explain this cruel reality and began to arm themselves. After hearing what his wife Chen Hui said, Li Jiangwen frowned slightly. After years of married life, he already knew Chen Hui's thoughts very well. He also didn't like the look of that man. He was so arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously at all. He was just like a fool. However, when the other party entered the women's supply store, he had different ideas. He should be collecting supplies for his female friends or relatives. Now is the end of the world, without the constraints of those rules and regulations, and his survival is threatened. If he really has some special fetishes, why not find them from living people? Or original flavor? Xiao Hui, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to be overheard. That man has a knife in his hand. If we piss him off, he will come to cause trouble for us. Wang Xie and Chen Hui were college classmates and good friends for many years. She knew Chen Hui's temper. She knew that she was not a bad person by nature, but she could be easily annoyed and lose her temper. Don't make malicious assumptions about others. That's too childish. Whether they are good or bad, what does it have to do with us? The world has become so dangerous now. There are not only those disgusting and scary zombies, but also humans. Our main task now is to find food and ensure our own safety. We don't have the extra energy to get into conflict with others. Chen Hui's face changed slightly when she heard that, but returned to normal in a very short time. She also knew that what Wang Xie said made sense, but when she thought of Lu Ming's eyes, she felt uncomfortable all over and even had a sense of crisis. She felt that the man would have a conflict with them sooner or later. At this time, Wang Xia's husband Du Chenjin smiled and came to smooth things over. He waved his hand and said with the crowbar in his hand, "It's okay. There's no need to hurt the relationship over a stranger. We have weapons in our hands, so what's there to be afraid of? Even if that guy has a knife. So what? There are 4 of us, and he is just one person. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. He can't beat us." After hearing what Du Qingyan said, Chun Hui felt inexplicably relaxed. Her husband Li Jiangwen and Du Qingyan were both in their 30s, at the peak of their physical fitness. They both worked out regularly, and their physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary people. It would be easy for them to deal with the guy with a knife. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Lu Ming's eyes cast too much shadow on her, making her feel a little uneasy. Chapter 14: Choice and Betrayal. The memory of last night was deeply engraved in Lu Ming's mind. He knew the size of the white jade Buddha. Lu Ming was not dazzled by the dazzling array of styles. He was no longer the naive young man who dared to kill people with a knife and would shamelessly coerce and seduce women to satisfy his own desires. How could he be shy easily? After getting the clothes, Lu Ming remembered the instructions given by Yufo before he left. The daily necessities she mentioned were not just underwear, but also daily necessities, such as toothpaste, toothbrush, and square pieces of paper. Lu Ming had only slept with her once. He was neither her father nor her nanny, so it was impossible for him to take care of every aspect of her life. Although the two of them had a vague feeling of being close yet distant for a short period of time, which gave people the illusion of love, but in reality, both of them knew very well that if the disaster had not struck, they would never have the chance to meet in this life, let alone this absurd fate. Perhaps it was a bad fate, or was it God's will? Everything is important. The key right now is to obtain more survival resources and supplies, strive for more rights and interests, and become stronger. Hunting zombies can gain energy and strengthen oneself. Although this process has certain risks, the benefits are also considerable. Lu Ming temporarily gave up his plan to return home, but facing the attack of a more powerful force, he was powerless to resist. Fed up with the hard life of the lower class, he has an almost obsessive desire for a luxurious, comfortable, and indulgent life. Now there is a great opportunity in front of him. How can he give up so easily? Power is the antidote to inferiority, and violence is power's most loyal partner. The advent of doomsday has overturned the original order of mankind and caused civilization to regress. It will not recover to the level before the disaster in a short period of time. Moreover, the sudden awakening of supernatural powers and the strange phenomenon of killing deep zombies to obtain energy have made the already complicated situation even more confusing. Lu Ming didn't know how to adapt to the development trend of the times, nor did he understand what it meant to go against the current, but he was only clear about one thing, that there was nothing wrong with becoming stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he have more say, more resources, more power, and do more of what he wanted to do in this changing world. Chen Hui and his group ran into trouble. Li Jiangwen accidentally alarmed the zombies while collecting supplies. Originally, only 2 or 3 zombies came over after hearing the noise. With the cooperation of Du Chunjin and Li Jiangwen, they easily knocked the opponent down. However, their movements were too violent and they pushed the shelves, making a loud noise, which then attracted more zombies to attack. Faced with the advancing zombie horde, Du Chunjin, who had the strongest combat power, was helpless for a moment. He wanted to escape and take his wife Wang Xiye with him. As for Li Jiangwen and his wife, he was also powerless to do anything. At the critical moment of life and death, all he can do is protect himself. Du Qinjin and Wang Xiye exchanged glances and made a decision instantly. Wang Xiye and Chen Hui have been friends for many years, but their relationship has not yet reached the point where they can trust each other with their names. Moreover, husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When faced with a disaster, they each fly away. She can hardly save herself, so how can she have the extra energy to save Chen Hui? Du Qingyan looked around and found a weak point in the zombie encirclement. There were only 2 zombies, and behind them was an extremely wide road. As long as they broke through the siege of the 2 zombies, with the superior mobility and agility of humans, he and his wife would definitely be able to escape. Du Qinjin gritted his teeth and turned to Li Jiangwen, who was sweating profusely, and said, "Brother, this is a life and death situation. We have to find a way to survive. We can't handle so many zombies. But if we don't fight and just sit there and wait to die, then we will die. I don't care. I don't want to die. I'll count to 3 and then rush out. Whether I live or die is entirely up to God." Hearing this, Li Jiangwen gave a bitter smile. He could naturally see Du Qing'an's intention. He simply disliked the couple for being in the way and might hinder their escape. By then, they would most likely end up being completely wiped out. He is a sensible man. Unlike his wife Chen Hui, who is vindictive, he is very rational and can understand Du Qing'an's psychological feelings. After all, the other party is not their parents, and there is no reason for him to share life and death with them. Okay, you guys better be careful in a moment. Zombies are very dangerous, don't get hurt by them. Chen Hui, who was standing aside, looked at the zombies that were baring their fangs and claws, and her calves couldn't help but tremble. After hearing the conversation between Du Changjin and Li Jiangwen, she also understood what they meant. Chen Hui and Wang Xie looked at each other helplessly and smiled. There are too many things in the world that we have to do, and too many choices that make people sad. Even good friends of many years have to make their own choices at the critical moment of life and death, and it is difficult to have both. 1, 2, 3. Chen Hui and Li Jiangwen watched Du Changjin and Wang Xie charge towards the zombies. The expressions on their faces were different, hiding unspeakable meanings. Du Qing'an is a very powerful fighter. He holds a crowbar in his hand and aims it at the zombie's head. With a casual strike of the stick, a red and white blood flower blooms. Then, a pure power is infused into his body, dispelling his fatigue and increasing his strength. Du Qing'an became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and he enjoyed killing people very much, but gradually, he realized that something was wrong. Li Jiangwen and Chen Hui have disappeared, and the surrounding zombies are all besieging him and Wang Xie. They can't escape. Shall we? Are you unhappy? Is it because your most trusted friend betrayed you and your husband and escaped alone? While Du Changjin and his wife Wang Xie were charging at the zombies, Li Jiangwen and Chen Hui smashed the glass of the bathroom, perfectly avoiding every zombie and successfully surviving this disaster. After the joy of surviving the disaster, Chen Hui's face was not very good. She looked unhappy and depressed. Li Jiangwen knew that his wife Chen Hui had a very soft heart and was sentimental. He guessed that she was depressed because of Wang Xie's matter and could not forget it for a long time. No, it's not Xie's fault, nor is it Du Qing'an's fault. They were forced to do it. There was nothing they could do. In fact, I'm really worried about how they are doing now. We have escaped for so long, but we haven't seen any trace of them. I'm worried that they have encountered some accidents. After all, there are so many zombies. The two of them, I don't dare to think about it. Chapter 15. Zombies with Gray Combat Power. Lu Ming was about to go home when he discovered that the roars of the zombies in the distance were unusually sharp and loud, like a concert. He felt that something was wrong and was curious, so he wanted to find out what was going on. With the two abilities of wild intuition and combat power detection, Lu is fearless. He hid his clothes first, then holding a steel knife in his hand, he took nimble steps and ran quickly on the street like a cheetah in the wild. He had a hunch that this time he might encounter humans, especially humans with awakened superpowers. A single tree cannot make a forest. The power of one person is ultimately limited. Lu Ming also needs companions. If he could save a person with special abilities in a critical moment, gain his trust and even loyalty, it would have extraordinary significance for his future group development plans. If the other party was dismissive of him, or even wanted to take over, then Lu Ming would not mind taking the other party's head. Lu Ming has already confirmed the true identity of Boss Wang, whom he killed last night. He was a psychic who had gained the ability to hide and moved as secretively as a shadow assassin. If it weren't for his wild nature taking effect at the critical moment, Lu Ming might not have been able to kill him. This is a kind of restraint in ability. It is unlucky for Boss Wang to meet Lu Ming. In less than half a minute, Lu Ming arrived at the battlefield. The scene before him disappointed him greatly. A group of zombies were besieging a man and a woman, who were Du Qing'an and Wang Xie. Although Du Qing'an's combat power was already over 10, this weak combat power was still not enough in Lu Ming's eyes. Apart from being able to smash the zombies' heads with brute force, there was nothing else outstanding about him. In fact, because he was trying to protect the woman behind him, he was bitten on the arm by the zombies a few times. The torn flesh and blood is like the most tempting poison, driving the zombies into endless madness. Under the crazy siege of the zombies, Du Qing'an's physical strength gradually failed. The wounds on his body began to increase, and blood was spurted to the ground as if it was free. His consciousness began to dissipate, and the scenery in front of him began to blur. He had already foreseen his end. Xie, don't be afraid. We will be safe soon. As long as we get past the encirclement of these two zombies, we will be safe. They can't catch up with us. Wang Xie looked at Du Qing'an whose arms and thighs were already bloody, with tears in her eyes. She bit her lips tightly, fearing that she would distract him and cause him to get hurt again. She bit her lips until they bled, her eyes filled with self-blame. If she hadn't held him back, her husband would have definitely been able to break out of the zombie encirclement and wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic way. She couldn't imagine what would happen next. Wang Xie secretly decided in her heart that if anything happened to her husband, she would not live either, and even if they died, they would die together. Another sad drama. Lu Ming watched from afar. He admired the husband for sacrificing his life for his wife. The wife and husband stayed together at the critical moment of life and death. Pure and beautiful love is something people yearn for, but it has nothing to do with him in reality. The number of zombies is still increasing, and if he doesn't leave quickly, even he will be in trouble. He couldn't risk his life for a stranger. The two people in front of him had no appeal to him. Lu Ming could not see any good in them. Although the men were loyal and had considerable fighting ability, they were already on the verge of death and would soon be eaten by zombies. As for the woman, she was in her 30s and her appearance was not stunning, but she looked very charming with that delicate and beautiful look. Her figure was full and toned, which was very attractive to a young man like him. However, Lu Ming's eyesight is no longer so shallow. After experiencing the White Jade Buddha, his vision has risen sharply. Besides, Wang Xie is just a scum with a combat power of 5. Apart from his young body, he has nothing else. It is not worth Lu Ming's effort at all. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lu Ming suddenly noticed that the number above the man's head suddenly changed from 12 to 25, and the color changed from green to gray. The gray 2-digit number looked particularly dazzling among the red single digits. For a moment, Lu Ming became interested. Zombies? Are they infected? Or have they awakened their special powers? How come their combat power has become so high? Lu Ming vaguely sensed a sense of crisis from Du Chunjin. He was eager to know the secret of doubling his combat power. Moreover, the opponent was in a weak state now. If he could kill a creature with a combat power of 25, he would definitely benefit a lot. Just do it. In order to obtain more advanced and pure energy, these two people can only be the stepping stones for Mr. Lu to become stronger. Like a tiger out of a cage, Lu Ming, holding a machete, faced the zombies with a combat power of 7. He entered the battlefield like a storm and launched a brutal massacre as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. Die! Lu Ming fought and retreated at the same time, using his agile steps and powerful strength to keep a safe distance from the zombies while harvesting all the zombies' heads with his domineering butcher knife. Second kill. Second kill. Second kill. Every time Lu Ming swung his sword, he could take away a zombie's head. Pure energy poured into his body, bringing a warm feeling. Husband, look, look, someone is coming to rescue us. Wang Xie noticed Lu Ming the moment he appeared. She saw hope of survival in Lu Ming. Under the cover of fear and death, Lu Ming was a light for her and her husband. No matter whether this light could shine on them or not, it could always dispel the haze in their hearts and let them cheer up again. Du Chunjin did not return to Wang Xie, or rather, he was no longer able to speak. The zombies left wounds on his body, so deep that the bones could be seen, and the virus entered his body through the wounds. In the fierce fight between him and the zombies, blood was lost, his immune system was devastated, and the virus accelerated the infection, and before he knew it, he had turned into a zombie. If it weren't for the weak remaining consciousness to protect his wife behind him, Wang Xie would have been the unlucky one the moment Du Chunjin turned into a zombie. Lu Ming's fighting ability was very strong. His goal was clear, and he acted decisively. In just 3 minutes, he slaughtered all 20 zombies. The brilliant record brought rich rewards to Lu Ming's body. He could clearly feel that his reaction ability and strength had been further improved. If he were to face 20 zombies again, he would be able to kill them all without any harm using strength alone, and he could even shorten the battle time to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Chapter 16 Golden Legend. I am indeed the child of destiny. Gray value, an unprecedented 25. The man in front of him, oh no, should be a zombie. This is the strongest creature Lu Ming has ever seen. Lu Ming was eager to chop off the zombie's head. The half-meter-long steel knife was already thirsty for it. He was eager to cut off his neck and take off his head. When Wang Xie saw Lu Ming coming towards her with murderous intent, she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. Fear and despair grew in her heart like a nightmare. She had a bad premonition. It wasn't that her best friend Chen Hui's unintentional words took root in her heart, but the other party's bloodthirsty eyes, cold expression, and even almost perverted smile made her shudder. Wang Xie thought she was pretty, but she didn't think Lu Ming would dare to do such a shameless thing in public. His eyes were always fixed on her husband, Du Chunjin. There was greed in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear them both apart, chew them up, and swallow them into his stomach. You, what do you want to do? Don't hurt us, we are good people. Wang Xie's voice trembled as she prayed humbly. Please, it's not easy for us to live. Please don't make things difficult for us. Facing the woman's desperate plea, Lu Ming seemed to be moved with sympathy. He thought, if his parents were in such a situation, what would they do? They should beg the other party to spare them. Who would want to die if they could live? Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressed the fierce aura in his body, and tried to soften his expression. I'm not here to kill anyone, and I don't want to kill anyone. I won't kill you, but this man can't be spared. He is no longer human. Lu Ming's light words carried an iron-blooded will that would not be disobeyed. His words sounded like thunder in Wang Xie's ears. My husband turned into a zombie? How is this possible? He was still fine? Wang Xie's first thought was that the other party was deceiving her, and she wanted to kill them while her husband was injured. No, you're talking nonsense. She screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to suppress the fear in her heart with her voice. That's right, after such a long time. Wang Xie also realized that something was wrong. After Lu Ming showed up, my husband didn't say a word for 5 minutes. Even after he saved their lives, my husband, who always valued etiquette, didn't even say thank you. Wang Xie couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept this reality. She had clearly crawled out of hell, but reality was about to throw her back into hell again. Lu Ming did not give too much explanation to Wang Xie. In his eyes, the gray number above Du Qing'an's head had begun to change color. It was currently yellow, which meant that Lu Ming should be alert. He held the machete in his hand and walked slowly forward. Wang Xie fell to her knees with a thud, kowtowed to Lu Ming, and made a painful sound. Please, please, don't kill my husband. I will give you whatever you want. Don't kill him. Please don't kill him. He is not a zombie. Not a zombie. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to the scene in front of him. No one could stop him from chopping the zombies. Die. Lu Ming dodged Wang Xie's obstruction, leaped into the air, his steel knife swung like the wind, and murderous intent boiled over. At this moment, the color of the number above Du Qing'an's head changed completely. The yellow faded and turned into a dazzling red. My nerves were tense, and an indescribable feeling of excitement surged in my heart. In an instant, Lu Ming saw a pair of scarlet and cold eyes, numb and bloodthirsty. The next second, the head and the person were separated. Du Qing'an's head fell heavily in front of Wang Xie, and his scarlet eyes met Wang Xie's tearful eyes, which was imprinted in her mind like a curse. After Wang Xie let out a sharp and piercing scream, she fell to the ground and fainted. After successfully harvesting this head with a combat power of 25, Lu Ming smiled happily. The energy that this zombie brought him was comparable to the energy obtained from killing 5 ordinary zombies, and even a lot more. It feels so good. This trip is worth it. Lu Ming turned his head to look at Wang Xie, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and felt a sense of guilt in his heart. In front of her, her husband was chopped off with his own hands, and it was the classic method of beheading. I wonder if this will leave any shadow in her heart. However, on second thought, we were all strangers and didn't know each other. I chopped her husband who had turned into a zombie. From another perspective, I also saved her life. She should be grateful to me. Besides, the two of them might only meet once in this life, so her attitude towards him didn't seem to matter. Whether she was grateful or resentful, it didn't matter. Lu Ming didn't think that this woman with a combat power of 5 could cause any trouble. Lu Ming is confident that he will become stronger and stronger in the future. He doesn't take this woman seriously at all. Even if she becomes stronger, so what? I, Lu Ming, will become stronger and destroy everything. Wang Xie's screams before she fell into coma had already attracted the attention of the nearby zombies. If they left her on the ground, she would be dead. Originally, Lu Ming felt somewhat psychologically indebted to Wang Xie, so he took the initiative to reach out and pick up the woman from the ground. He kicked Du Qing'an's head away and muttered softly, "Brother, die cleanly and don't get in the way here. Let me make it clear in advance that I'm not chopping off your head because of your wife. I'm not interested in your wife. I'm not even a 50 to 60, not even a 70 to 70. Besides, I have a woman who is 100 times better than your wife. Although her figure is not as voluptuous as your wife's, she is pure and not as naked as your wife. She is a superpower." Lu Ming looked at his empty hands thoughtfully, as if he was recalling something. I have to say, the feeling of other people's wives is just different. Hiss, I take a deep breath. It feels so good. Wang Xiye was placed in a remote room with not many zombies nearby. She would be safe for a short time. If she was strong enough and could actively hunt ordinary zombies, she would be able to survive. However, if she could not get out of the pain, she would have to die with her husband. Lu Ming sighed softly and turned to leave. He had a beautiful bride waiting for him at home. Although the other party may not have much feelings for him, but in the short term, the relationship between the two of them is still unbreakable. Huh? What is this? Just as Lu Ming walked to the door, he suddenly saw his own figure in the mirror on the dressing table. It was not strange to see a human image in the mirror. What was strange was that a golden number appeared above the figure's head. Gold. The golden legend? Could it be that I am the child of destiny? But why are the values a little different? What does 2.30 mean? Combat Power 2.30? Chapter 17 White Jade Buddha. Confess. After hurriedly returning home, Lu Ming handed several bags of clothes to the White Jade Buddha. I don't know what you like, so I picked out all the styles. There is purified water over there. You can wash yourself? The White Jade Buddha frowned slightly, looking at Lu Ming, who was in a mess, with some bloodstains faintly visible on his sleeves. He couldn't help but feel a little scared, and even a little distressed. What's wrong? Am I worried about him? Am I conquered by him? No, that's definitely not the case. I just don't want to lose this supporter. I have paid the price. I can't just not rely on him anymore, otherwise it would be a big loss. Hiding the discomfort in her heart, Bai Yufo nodded gently, took the clothes that Lu Ming handed to her, flipped through them, selected a few white underwear, then took 3 bottles of mineral water, and walked to the balcony in a chic manner without caring about exposing herself. After unpacking the package, Bai Yufo picked up a bucket of laundry detergent from the corner, and then began to knead the new clothes laboriously with her delicate little hands. The White Jade Buddha had no idea how pure, seductive, and irresistible her beautiful back was as a homely lady. Fortunately, Lu Ming is a relatively restrained person. Otherwise, today would not be the end. How could you burn my books? They are all knowledge. Even if you want the clothes to dry faster, you don't have to do this. It's okay to burn a sofa or a bed, but if you burn these books, it will be hard to find them. Bai Yufo casually flipped through the magazine in her hand, and her pretty face unconsciously turned red. Men's chronic diseases? This is considered knowledge? I don't think you have any diseases in this area. Besides, now that I am here, these things are unnecessary. What's the benefit of learning these things? As he spoke, Bai Yufo tore a few more pieces of a hospital's promotional magazine, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the small iron basin where clothes were being dried. She glanced at Lu Ming out of the corner of her eye and saw that he was not angry. Then she felt even more at ease tearing the book. This kind of filthy thing is simply instigating juvenile delinquency, corrupting children, and polluting their pure minds. It is really not advisable. If there is a chance, we must report this hateful hospital to the relevant department to avoid polluting the social atmosphere. However, now that we are living in the end times, I guess there is no chance. She enjoyed Lu Ming's gaze lingering on her. Whether it was admiration or possessiveness, it was a compliment to Bai Yufo. This was the capital she used to attract Lu Ming, and it was also her greatest confidence. Lu Ming's eyes gradually calmed down, and reason prevailed. He depended on his superiors for a living, so he knew what he should do. He needs the White Jade Buddha not only because of her appearance and figure, but also because of her ability to attract zombies. If the two of them cooperate properly, then in the zombie world, they will have more confidence to survive and even gain more rights. Lu Ming didn't speak for a long time, and his eyes were not as fiery and violent as when they first met. He was calm and indifferent, as if he had lost interest in her body. This made Bai Yufo feel inexplicably uneasy. If she lost the most primitive and direct sexual power, she didn't know how much use she would have to Lu Ming. Apart from this appearance, she seems to be useless. No, she also has the ability to attract zombies. But what can you do with zombies? Let the zombies eat you? It's really useful for suicide. What's wrong? Bai Yufo's tone was as calm as the surface of a deep pool, but she was very nervous in her heart. She urgently needed to find the reason for Lu Ming's change of attitude. She didn't believe that a man could easily lose interest in a beautiful woman, at least, not in such a short time. Lu Ming shook his head. Nothing. I was just thinking about something else and lost my focus. By the way, check if the clothes are dry. We will go to Donghu No. 3 Middle School soon and check it out as soon as possible. Maybe your cousin is safe and sound and is waiting for someone to rescue her. Bai Yufo nodded thoughtfully. She was not shy in front of Lu Ming at all. She stretched out her white hands to take the clothes off the rack and changed clothes as if no one was around. Lu Ming, I can't take it anymore. My nose is bleeding. Lu Ming was defeated in this round. Fearing an accidental discharge of the gun, he stood up calmly, went to the bathroom, and washed his face with cold water. Too young, easy to be. The white jade Buddha had a happy smile on his face, as proud as a little fox who had stolen some meat. She won and briefly had the upper hand. Spring comes and goes, like a dream. Lu Ming drove the Mercedes-Benz GLA that he had picked up from the roadside, rushing across the chaotic road like a rhino, knocking aside all the obstacles in front of him. The white jade Buddha in the back seat had a smile on his face, and the golden retriever in his arms was staring quietly out the window, his tail wagging comfortably with a sausage in his mouth. He was living a life that most humans would enjoy comfortably. Is it nice? If you like it, I'll show it to you tonight. Lu Ming forced himself to suppress his impulse and expel the chaotic images in his mind. He chuckled, don't make trouble. It's easy to get angry. Then, you will be the one who suffers. I don't know how to be gentle with women. The white jade Buddha bites her lips with her pearly teeth, and a hint of tenderness appears in the corners of her eyes, which is very arousing. No mercy on women? I don't care. I just like to see you so flustered. You clearly want to do it, but you have to restrain yourself. I really don't understand what you are thinking about. Obviously, everything has happened, but you are still so shy. It's really interesting. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Yeah, what am I restraining? But that's not the point. The point is, you are not right today. You keep teasing me. What good does it do you? Or have you given up on yourself and decided to be my woman? You want to attract my attention in this way? Isn't that too childish? Do you think I would waste so much energy on one person? Don't you know who I am? I am essentially a nouveau riche, arrogant and violent young man. Hearing this, Bayu Buddha said with a firm face, it's fake. Everything you said is fake. You are a very direct person, and you are also very cautious. You have clear goals. It is definitely not what you said. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. You are a person who only cares about the results. You won't bother explaining anything, especially to someone like me who poses no threat to you. Just like that night, you will get what you want. However, you are right about one thing. I just want to be your woman, with corresponding rights and dignity, rather than a toy that can be discarded at any time. I am not giving up on myself. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. Lu Ming waved his hand, interrupting the white jade Buddha's words. Since you know me so well, please show me the bargaining chips that will make me fall in love with you. You should know that your value in my eyes is not as important as you think. Chapter 18 Ability Development. The Role of the White Jade Buddha. You are forcing me to do something against my will. You know that I am a weak woman, and I have no use to you except for this body. The White Jade Buddha was a little annoyed. As a woman, she also has her own pride and dignity. She does not want to give up her dignity again and again, let herself degenerate and become a puppet. In the dangerous apocalypse, why can't the two of them, a man and a woman, depend on each other and work together for survival? Why should there be a so-called subordinate relationship? Must she give up all her sense of shame and transform from a human being into an animal, a bitch begging for mercy from her master? So despicable. Bayufo didn't want to ruin herself. She couldn't imagine that kind of humble life. If you don't treat me as a human being, but just as a tool to vent your anger, then you might as well kill me. Anyway, I won't pose any threat to you. When we first met, I knew I was no match for you, even with an electric baton in my hand. The White Jade Buddha, who was always calm and composed, suddenly said something discouraging, which surprised Lu Ming. Originally, he thought he could inspire the other party's fighting spirit to resist by using some provocative tone, and then prove himself and make a career. But unexpectedly, the White Jade Buddha became depressed and just gave up, waiting to die. This was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. At the very least, you should resist and struggle a little. Lu Ming saw the slightly dejected face of Bayu Buddha in the rearview mirror and sighed slightly, feeling a bit depressed as if he had let someone down. He took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone, "Forget it. I won't force you. Follow me. I will provide you with a safe living environment and food. However, there is one thing you must remember." Huh. Bayufo breathed a sigh of relief. She was not abandoned after all. She found out Lu Ming's bottom line in this way. Go ahead. I'll remember it. She straightened her body, pushed away the golden retriever in her arms, and sat upright with a serious look. Seeing this, Lu Ming chuckled. What a spineless girl, even a bit like a joke. Could it be that she has given up her guard against me and wants to join me? Lu Ming did not continue to study Baiyu Buddha's thoughts. If Baiyu Buddha really wanted to be a vase, then he would give her this opportunity. After all, Baiyu Buddha was Lu Ming's first woman and had a calm personality. The most important thing was to be sensible and know when to advance and retreat. This one is simple, but also difficult. What? Just tell me straight. If I can keep my promise, I will reply to you immediately. If I can't keep my promise, I won't hide anything. I, Baiyu Fo, have no intention of hiding any secrets, nor do I have the time to do so. I am very honest, just like yesterday. I am never hypocritical, and I will not waste our time for the so-called modesty of a woman. Lu Ming nodded, his eyelids moving slightly. Indeed, Baiyu Fo's frank character and unrestrained style of doing things made Lu Ming feel inferior. She was like a tyrannical queen, acting swiftly and decisively, knowing how to make choices in order to achieve her goals, and even if she failed, she could maintain her demeanor and seek the final rights and interests for herself. Unconditionally carry out my every word, and do not disobey me, let alone secretly obey me. If you can do this, you will get everything you want, whether it is food, resources, or even power. Hearing this, the White Jade Buddha nodded slightly and asked, "Anything else?" The White Jade Buddha looked puzzled and reached out to embrace the golden retriever, thinking, is it that simple? It's just obeying the husband among the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. What's the big deal? From the moment she decided to commit herself to Lu Ming, the interests of the 2 people were firmly combined, and they shared honor and disgrace. It's just that Lu Ming occupies a dominant position and has more say. Baiyu Fo never attended a traditional school. Born into a wealthy family, she received a more ancient traditional education since childhood, dabbling in both Eastern and Western arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, swordsmanship, dance, shooting, architecture, etc. So many that she herself could not remember them all, and her noble temperament came from this. Although White Jade Buddha's skills have not reached the level of mastery and transcendence, they are definitely far superior to the level of ordinary cram school instructors. She didn't understand Lu Ming's psychology, but from the perspective of selfish human nature and possessiveness, the more Lu Ming demanded of her, the more he valued her, and her position in Lu Ming's heart became more important. But now, Lu Ming's request to her was just 2 simple words, be obedient, which made Baiyu Fo feel very disappointed. She thought this was too simple. Even Lele, the golden retriever, could do it. If he could understand every word we say, how about you add a few more? Lu Ming was speechless, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I have never seen such an excessive person. He actually thinks his demands are not enough? Is it that I am born with a masochistic tendency? Seeing Lu Ming silent, Baiyu Fo quickly said, I don't have any other intentions. I just think that your request is completely unnecessary. As your woman, I will definitely listen to you. Besides, I am under your protection now. It won't do me any good to go against you. No matter from which angle, I will definitely carry out your request. Lu Ming didn't expect that such a beautiful woman had the qualifications to be a bootlicker. Although what she said was the truth, it sounded refreshing. If you promise me, you must not regret it, otherwise, you will cry terribly. Baiyu Fo smiled slightly and patted her full chest. Don't worry, I, Baiyu Fo, will never regret my words. I am a woman who can even give away my cousin. Will I regret it because of such a small matter? Cousin? You haven't even seen a single hair. How can you believe in such an illusory thing? Zombies are rampant now. You can see zombies roaming everywhere on the streets. Scenes of zombies eating people can also be seen everywhere. Broken arms, body parts, and bloodstains can be seen everywhere. In this cold-toned world, even if you have a cousin, she might have turned into a zombie long ago, and might even have become the zombie's food. Lu Ming has always been reluctant to accept such blank checks. The most important reason why he followed Baiyu Buddha's idea and came to Donghu No. 3 Middle School was to kill zombies and absorb their energy. What kind of fighting power can a high school student have? What will happen if he becomes a zombie? I guess he will be vulnerable. Lu Ming is ready to move forward like a tiger into a flock of sheep, killing as many as he can and evolving like crazy. Just now, the White Jade Buddha had agreed to his request. The mature toolman is officially online. Next, everything is ready except for the east wind. Just wait for the massacre to begin. In addition, Lu Ming also planned to improve the strength of the White Jade Buddha and develop her abilities, at least to give her more self-protection ability. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't believe that the White Jade Buddha's ability was so useless. Could it simply sense the zombies and then let them eat itself? He guessed that Buddha had not yet fully mastered her abilities and was not familiar with them. She now needs an adaptation period and a little bit of development of her abilities. Lu Ming took on this task without hesitation. Chapter 19 Zombie Puppet. The White Jade Buddha looked at the man in front of him holding a butcher knife, and the zombies in front of him, one after another, with heads rolling. The stench of decay filled the air. The strong smell of blood penetrated into the nasal cavity unscrupulously, and the stomach juice churned. She covered her mouth and nose, and her eyes changed from fear to horror, then to nausea, and finally to numbness. Lu Ming once gave UFO two choices. First, to hunt zombies alone, and second, to always follow Lu Ming. In Doomsday, one must take life and death lightly. In order to build up courage and facilitate future actions, Buddha chose the option that sounded easier. Lu Ming's terrifying strength was engraved in the heart of UFO like a chisel. In her impression, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the strongest fighting force, and it was indeed safe to follow him. The facts are exactly the same as the White Jade Buddha's speculation. It is indeed the safest to follow behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming pushes the zombies with absolute speed and strength. The half-meter-long steel knife forms a barrier in front of him. No matter how the zombies roar and scream, they will eventually become dead souls under the knife, and both their souls and bodies will rest in peace. However, the scene was too bloody, which was an extremely harsh challenge for those with weak nerves. UFO resisted the urge to vomit, her face pale. She would rather be a caged bird forever than face such a bloody and brutal scene. Broken arms and legs, and rolling heads. Inadvertently, the White Jade Buddha was almost tripped by the arm of a shriveled zombie. She glanced at the corpse and saw thick black blood slowly flowing from its neck. The zombie's muscles were still twitching irregularly. This scene before her broke the White Jade Buddha's psychological bottom line to a great extent. The inner strength of human beings is always limited. Right now, the White Jade Buddha's inner defense has reached its limit and may break through at any time. Lu Ming also noticed this. After chopping off the two zombies in front of him, he returned to the Mercedes-Benz with the White Jade Buddha. The White Jade Buddha was lying on the back seat, looking out the window with lingering fear, cold sweat on his forehead. "How's it going? How do you feel?" "Huh." The White Jade Buddha exhaled deeply and held the golden retriever Lele tightly, hoping to find a little comfort from it. They were human beings when they were alive, and they are still human beings after they die. How could you chop them to pieces and still be so calm? Do you care whether they live or die? Lu Ming's tone was still as calm as ever, like a pool of deep water, hiding a secret. Facing Lu Ming's question, the White Jade Buddha naturally answered decisively, "I don't care. I am in a difficult situation now, so I don't have the time to worry about these messes. I just don't want to die in such an unclear way, and I am asking for death. There are obviously better ways to solve the problem. Why do we have to choose the most irrational one? Others are avoiding zombies. Why should we face the challenge?" Lu Ming took out a small mirror and saw the golden legend again in the mirror. The value was 2.35. The value changed. By hunting zombies, his strength was improved again. Although the White Jade Buddha did not hunt zombies, the value above her head actually changed. The green 14 increased by 2 units, which was very amazing. Lu Ming did not further study the secret of the White Jade Buddha's enhanced abilities. He began to show Buddha the information he had gained through practice, which helped her to further understand the world. Meet the challenge head-on? Zombies don't pose much of a threat to me, and hunting zombies is not a futile effort. Based on my own experience, I speculate that humans can obtain some kind of energetic substance by hunting zombies and their kind, and this substance has a huge effect. It can improve human physique, making people run faster, jump higher, throw farther, and even awaken some strange abilities, such as your ability to sense zombies and my wild intuition. Of course, the benefits are proportional to the risks. If you want to gain huge amounts of energy, you have to face the corresponding risks. Facing the terrifying zombie attack, even I can't escape unscathed. The speed at which zombies eat people is much faster than the speed at which you can get energy to repair the damage by slaughtering zombies. Moreover, the zombie virus is also very contagious. This morning, when I went out to find suitable clothes for you, I met a very powerful man. Although he is an ordinary person, his overall strength is almost the same as you who have awakened superpowers. However, his advantage focuses on close combat, which makes it easier for him to improve his strength when fighting zombies. But unfortunately, he died and was infected and turned into a zombie. In just a short period of 10 to 20 minutes, he encountered the zombies and an inevitable conflict occurred. After becoming a zombie, his danger factor increased sharply. In order to prevent him from posing a threat to other people, I killed him. What Lu Ming described did not cause much ripples in Bai Yufo's heart. When they first met, Bai Yufo saw with her own eyes a corpse at Lu Ming's feet. Today, she saw him killing zombies as if he were chopping melons and vegetables, calmly and decisively, even with a certain excitement. She knew that Lu Ming was definitely not a kind person. Perhaps, as he said, killing zombies and humans could provide him with energy, but Bai Yufo did not want to do this. It was not because she had a saintly heart, but she simply did not want to face such disgusting, ugly, and dangerous things. What strength does it take to be a canary? Wouldn't it be better if you just lie there quietly and let others take you away? Bai Yufo had a very clear positioning for herself. She knew that even if she risked her life and madly slaughtered zombies to obtain the so-called energy and improve her strength, in front of someone as strong as Lu Ming, she would always be just an ant. It was absolutely impossible for her to transcend. Bai Yufo's thoughts became clearer and clearer. She had to rely on Lu Ming, which was exactly what he wanted to see. In front of a big man, being a fragile thing would gain more attention and sympathy. Ding. Looking at the remains of zombies outside the window, Bai Yufo had a sudden realization in his heart. There are two worlds inside and outside the car. The so-called freedom is so ridiculous and funny in the face of survival. Simply running away will not solve the problem, but it is absolutely impossible to let her face the danger alone. After all, Bai Yufo is now a woman with a powerful backer. However, she also tried to accept the scene before her. Bai Yufo took a deep breath and activated her supernatural power once again. Her mental tentacles floated slowly and fell on a zombie whose head was half chopped off by Lu Ming. In an instant, a clear mind surged into her mind, and she seemed to have found the correct way to use her supernatural power. Ding! The strings of her spirit vibrated, and there was a flash of surprise in Bai Yubuda's eyes. She had successfully taken control of the zombie's body and was able to control him through her consciousness. It's like a puppet. Zombies have become puppets? In Lu Ming's eyes, the number on the white jade Buddha's head turned into a green 20. Although he didn't know what the other party had experienced, his strength had indeed improved, and the speed of improvement was even faster than the speed at which he slaughtered zombies. Chapter 20: The Limitations of the White Jade Buddha's Abilities. I seem to know the correct way to use my abilities. The White Jade Buddha did not hide anything from Lu Ming and told him everything about his experience of accidentally controlling zombies and the miraculous process. Puppet? Puppet man? Lu Ming was very interested in the White Jade Buddha's ability to control zombies. He knew that how could the ability he finally awakened be used to seek death? It was just that he was using it in the wrong way. Now, the White Jade Buddha has figured out the correct way to use his supernatural powers, and his combat effectiveness has been raised to a higher level. When combined with the zombies, whether it is a sneak attack or a direct attack, it can bring a certain deterrent to ordinary people. Having zombies as puppets gives her an extra layer of security when traveling. However, what made Lu Ming curious was the number of zombies that the White Jade Buddha was currently controlling. Human mental power was limited, and it was obviously unrealistic to want to control zombies on a large scale. Her ability must have limitations, that is, weak links and weaknesses. Good. Lu Ming cast an approving look at the White Jade Buddha, but his heart was still very calm. The ability to control zombies was nothing to him and could not pose a real threat, but for the White Jade Buddha, it was enough to protect himself. Congratulations on finding the correct way to use your abilities. However, I still want to remind you to pay attention to the limitations of using your abilities. Right now, you don't know enough about your abilities and are still in the exploratory stage. If you can't grasp the scale, you may suffer the consequences if you are not careful. Now, let's test the limitations of your ability to sense zombies, so that you can have a clear understanding of your own strength and use it better in your future life. The White Jade Buddha nodded, lacking interest. To be honest, she was not happy to deal with zombies. Even if she could control the zombies, what would that do? Their attack power was so weak that they could not pose a threat to anyone. It was useless. Moreover, controlling such an ugly thing with bared fangs and claws is disgusting and unlucky, which seriously damages her fairy image. The most important thing is that she doesn't need this ability at all. Bai Yufo is a man known as the Zombie Harvester. You don't like it? The White Jade Buddha has unhappiness written all over his face. He doesn't say anything, but he can express his thoughts through actions. Hearing Lu Ming's question, the White Jade Buddha smiled slightly and said aggrievedly, "No." When Lu Ming heard the tone, he was amused. He smiled and waved his hand. "Since you don't want to, forget it. I don't mean to force you. Zombies do smell unpleasant and look ugly. It's normal that you don't like them. I didn't force you to kill zombies. If you bump into them, it's my loss. Bai Buddha's ears turned red instantly. Although she could rationally tell that this was Lu Ming's joke, she still couldn't help feeling shy in her heart, and her body also showed a corresponding reaction. Can I speak freely and express my opinions and views? Lu Ming nodded and shrugged his shoulders. Of course, you have the right to freedom of speech. It's your freedom to say whatever you want. I won't interfere with your thoughts. People are born different and have their own characteristics. I really want to know what other people think. However, the final decision is in my hands. I will make a judgment based on the actual situation. White Jade Buddha. Okay, whatever you say is right. Noontime. Donghu number 3 middle school, girls' dormitory. The White Jade Buddha followed Lu Ming carefully. The strong smell of blood in the corridor made people shudder. Blurred flesh and body parts could be seen everywhere. She swallowed, covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves, frowned slightly, and a fishy cold wind blew past, which made her feel ominous in her heart. Is Huier still alive? Be careful. There are zombies. In the long and narrow corridor, after the cold wind blew, roars could be heard one after another. It seemed that they had smelled the scent of Lu Ming and the White Jade Buddha. After humans become zombies, their vision and hearing are greatly reduced, but their sense of smell is enhanced, comparable to that of a hound. They can accurately search for the scent of a living person, then find him, tear him into pieces, and swallow him into their stomachs, satisfying their only desire. Appetite. Hordes of zombies are coming towards us. Lu Ming's first thought was not to turn into a reckless man and chop all these little rascals into mud by himself. The warm sunlight filtered through the window and gently fell onto the corridor. With the help of the sunlight, Lu Ming could vaguely see the faces of these zombies. From their hideous and terrifying faces, he could vaguely distinguish their original appearance: green, tender, and energetic. However, at this moment, everything had already vanished into smoke and turned into ashes. The zombie army, with an average height of 1.6 meters, was far from being a big deal to Lu Ming. Although the red number 7 above their heads was eye-catching enough, it could not cause any substantial damage to Lu Ming and the White Jade Buddha. When faced with danger, Bai Buddha could no longer hold back, and she was quietly practicing her abilities. Using the ability to sense zombies, he controlled 3 zombies to form a barrier, tightly blocking the zombie army's advance, slowing down their march, and giving Lu Ming enough time to respond. Lu Ming, I can only control 3 zombies now. Hurry up and do it. They are all dead. Just chop off their heads. 3 zombies? The color of the tops of the 3 zombies in front of Lu Ming had indeed changed to gray, with a value of 0. Very strong. Without hesitation, Lu Ming held the steel knife and chopped off the 3 zombies in no time. Afterwards, Bai Buddha followed the same method. One person controlled the zombies while the other one harvested them. In less than 10 minutes, more than 20 zombies were killed. At this time, the White Jade Buddha was sweating and panting. His face had lost its rosy color and turned sallow, and he felt very weak. What's wrong with you? Lu Ming picked up the White Jade Buddha by the waist with concern, found a dormitory at random, kicked open the door, and walked in swaggeringly. The White Jade Buddha sat on the metal platform, slowly sat up, and placed his head on Lu Ming's chest intimately. He said weakly, I'm overloaded. I've used my abilities too many times, and my body can't bear it. I'm too tired. I feel so dizzy. I never want to use this ability again. It's so painful. Lu Ming stroked her hair affectionately and felt ashamed when he saw her weak appearance. Although I originally wanted to use him like a donkey, when I really have to use him, I still feel a little bit reluctant. Now, after such a zombie raid, Lu Ming thoroughly understood the limitations of the White Jade Buddha's abilities. First, the objects that could be controlled were limited, and it could only control 3 zombies at most. Second, the number of times it could be used was limited, and it could only be used 20 times at most. Otherwise, it would be exhausted and suffer backlash. Chapter 21 Survivors. After a short rest, the White Jade Buddha gradually regained his spirit. She seemed to become very fragile and dependent on Lu Ming, unwilling to come out of his arms easily. For the White Jade Buddha, she does not need independence and freedom, nor does she need a sound personality or a flamboyant character. All she wants is the simplest way to survive. If conditions permit, a rich material life would be perfect. Do you want to keep looking? The corridor is too narrow, and we can't stretch out our hands. This is very disadvantageous to us. Bai Yufo nodded, her pale face regaining some color. She coughed weakly, with a look of reluctance in her eyes, and said, "Forget it. I didn't expect there would be so many zombies, and they would be so fierce. As for Huir, we can only leave it to fate. I really have no other choice. But I really can't bear to give up like this. Huir is my last relative in this world. What if she is upstairs, alone and helpless, waiting for us to rescue her? I can't imagine what kind of pain and fear she has gone through. She may not be as lucky as me to meet someone like you." "Someone like me? Despicable? Or vicious?" Lu Ming chuckled. He knew that Baiyu Buddha always had a grudge against him. The unhappiness between the two of them could not be eliminated overnight. Now, being able to maintain the current state was already very good. He did not expect Baiyu Buddha to favor him and fall in love with him recklessly. Although Lu Ming loves to fantasize, he is definitely not an unrealistic person. If he can help Baiyufo resolve his mental problems and slightly improve her attitude towards him, he would be happy to do so. The sense of security gained by the deterrence of force alone is not enough. At least, the White Jade Buddha must be grateful to me, even if it is only a little bit touching. Lu Ming took a deep breath. "You are not in good health right now. You are not suitable to participate in the search. I will send you back to the car and let you stay in a safe environment. Then, I will look for your cousin alone. This is what I promised you yesterday. I will do it." At this point, Lu Ming paused for a moment and continued, "However, I hope you are prepared. Many people died along the way. Some things are beyond human control, even if you have superpowers. If your cousin turns into a zombie, I will not show mercy. I can help you. My ability is very useful. At least it can delay some zombies and give you room to operate." The White Jade Buddha stood up tremblingly with a determined look on her face. However, the moment she stood up, her eyes became blurry. If Lu Ming had not been quick-witted, she would have fallen on her delicate face. I'm sorry, I pushed myself too far." Lu Ming gently hugged the White Jade Buddha, and after enjoying the warmth for a moment, he slowly stood up. "Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Don't force yourself. Now, living requires more courage than dying." Lu Ming took out his cell phone and handed it to Baiyufo. "Wait a minute, start counting when you get back to the car. If you don't see me in half an hour, drive away." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Baiyufo was a little confused for a moment. She couldn't believe that Lu Ming would take such a risk for her cousin, whom she had never met. Why? For her? Or for his dirty thoughts? No, that's not right. Huir's life or death is uncertain, and Lu Ming is a realist who combines ferocity and decisiveness. How could he risk everything for an illusory wish? Lu Ming paced slowly in the bloody female dormitory building. Without the White Jade Buddha holding him back, he relied on his wild instincts and terrifying perception, like the god of death, madly harvesting the heads of zombies with the steel knife in his hand. "The blood under my feet has turned into a stream, and it smells extremely fishy. Those living on the first floor are senior high school students. Those living on the second floor are freshmen, and those living on the third floor must be sophomores. Her cousin is in her sophomore year, so she's probably on the third floor." After Lu Ming easily chopped down two petite female zombies at the corner of the stairs, he determined their identities from their appearance, body shape, and even the style of their school uniforms. Although he had never studied in Donghu No. 3 Middle School, he had lived there for a few months after all. Therefore, Lu Ming had some understanding of this well-known key high school, especially its school uniform design, which was better than that of the other schools. The ratio of green to blue in the school uniforms for this year's senior year is 3:7. The ratio of green to blue in the school uniforms for the second year is 5:5, and the ratio of green to blue in the school uniforms for the first year is 7:3. From this, Lu Ming could roughly determine the zombie's identity when he was alive. Crackle! A strange voice instantly caught Lu Ming's attention. He stopped before going upstairs and turned his gaze to a room deep inside the second floor. Hunting zombies brought many benefits to Lu Ming. It not only strengthened his physique and enhanced his senses, but even his personality was subtly changed. He became more decisive and rational, just like the former landlord Zhao Jibong, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Broken glass? Lu Ming determined the source of the sound and was very sure that the creator of the sound was definitely not a zombie. Zombies would roar, scream, and make a series of movements because of the sudden noise, but at the moment, the environment was very quiet, so quiet that it was somewhat unusual. Lu Ming had not completely cleared out the zombies on the second floor. Most of them were locked in rooms, with only a few doors open. Perhaps someone had discovered something was wrong and opened them to escape, or perhaps the doors were knocked open by zombies. However, it didn't matter anymore, because Lu Ming didn't see a single living person here. Following the sound, Lu Ming arrived in front of the room. He looked up and saw the house number, 241. This is the second floor, room 41. We are so lucky that there is a living person here. Lu Ming did not break into the house by force. He did not want to be too brutal. He was not here to kill anyone, so he did not need to appear to be a vicious person. Boom, boom, boom. 3 ordinary knocks on the door sounded in the empty corridor, echoing with the broken arms and legs and rolling heads on the ground, which seemed quite eerie and strange. Excuse me, is anyone here? I'm here to look for someone. Lu Ming had no intention of offending anyone. He just still had a little sympathy for humans. Humans are social animals. They need to communicate. They need more companions. Right now, these little girls are best controlled. If he appeared before them as a savior, he would be able to gain their trust, dependence, and even more easily. Chapter 22. 3 Girls. Qin Ruru, how dare you open the door for him? What if he is a bad guy? Luo, she spoke to her roommate with an expression of disappointment and glared at Lu Ming viciously. However, when she saw that he was holding a bloody steel knife in one hand, she became intimidated and felt aggrieved, like a little punching bag. At this time, their class monitor and room leader, Feng Xian, stood up. A normal student dormitory should accommodate 6 people, but dormitory 241 only has 4 people, namely class monitor Feng Xian, Qin Ruru, Luo Shi, and Zhanjian. 2 days ago, something strange happened. The originally shy Zhanjian changed her temperament drastically and began to make a series of strange behaviors, even starting to bite people. Fortunately, Luo Shi was quick-witted and quick-handed, and with the martial arts skill she had cultivated since childhood, she cooperated with the other 2 people and successfully subdued Zhanjian, trapped her on the balcony, and ensured their own safety. But when they wanted to report the incident to the dormitory manager, they found that the entire floor and even the entire school was in chaos. Seeing that something was wrong, they immediately returned to the dormitory and closed the door. During these 2 days, they barely survived by relying on the snacks they brought from home. The roar of zombies all night long and the hideous faces of their classmates on the balcony were constantly weighing on their nerves. When Qin Ruru heard the human knocking on the door, her depressed heart collapsed instantly. She wanted to get out and leave this horrible school, no matter what the cost. Feng Xian was wearing a neat blue school uniform. She was 7.3 centimeters tall and just over 1.6 m tall. Her neat ponytail gave her a very elegant and fresh look. She also had a good appearance. Apart from looking a little haggard, her overall condition was pretty good and she looked energetic, which gave Lu Ming a very comfortable feeling. Uncle, are you here to save us? Feng Xian's voice is so clear that it makes people's ears itch. Lu Ming shook his head with a slight regret and glanced at the faces of the 3 girls lightly, but did not find any familiar faces. Her cousin was not there. I'm not here to save anyone. I'm here to look for someone, a girl, a sophomore, my cousin. Luo, she stared at Lu Ming with a wary look on her face and slowly moved her little feet back, fearing that Lu Ming would take the opportunity to do something bad. Looking at Luo, she who was on guard against thieves, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Little girl, why are you so wary of me? Can I eat you? We still have enough supplies now, and we haven't reached the point where we have to eat humans to survive." Luo Shi, who was named, was like a kitten with its fur standing on end. She said angrily, "How could that be? This is my normal reaction. Wouldn't a normal person be wary of someone holding a machete? Besides, the 3 of us are unarmed and we are just little girls. If you have any intentions, we can't resist." Lu Ming smiled politely. He felt that the little girl was hinting at him to do something. At this time, Qin Ruru, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke up, "Big brother, please help us and take us away from here. I will reward you. As long as it is the conditions you can offer, I will try my best to satisfy you when I return home." At first, Lu Ming had a good impression of these 3 pretty girls. At least they didn't say bad things to him, nor did they use moral blackmail to control him. They were very polite in their words and attitudes. Therefore, Lu Ming had no ill will towards them, not even any so-called dirty thoughts. Of course, he didn't even think about helping them. After all, in the last days, people can hardly protect themselves, so how can they have the energy to take care of a few burdens? These 3 scumbags with a combat power of 5 have no substantial use to him except wasting food. Therefore, Lu Ming rejected Qin Ruru's request without a second thought. "Little girl, haven't you seen the reality clearly? The disaster before us is not local, but affects all mankind. Your empty promises don't have much appeal to me. Instead of pinning your hopes of survival on others, you might as well work hard and create a piece of blue sky and blue sea that belongs to you with your own hands. I have some news for you. Killing zombies can gain some special energy that can be used to improve your physical fitness. However, the benefits are proportional to the risks. After being injured by zombies, it is easy to be infected. If you can escape, you will become a zombie. If you can't escape, you will become food for the zombies. You will be torn into rotten meat and eaten until not even a bone is left. Fengxian, Qin Ruru, and Luo Shi were speechless for a moment. This news was of no use to them at all. Who could expect these three unarmed, delicate girls to fight zombies? This was not a fight, it was just giving them dessert. Fengxian shook her head, throwing away the confused thoughts in her head. The other party is looking for someone, and if he provides help to them, he will definitely remember this kindness and lend a helping hand to them. Uncle, who are you looking for? Maybe we can help you. I'm the class monitor. I know enough people and am familiar with senior students. I have several friends who are sophomores. Lu Ming shook the steel knife in his hand, with an inexplicable smile on his face. You are courting disaster. I am not a rescue team, nor a savior. I cannot help all of you. If you are in danger, please do not expect too much from me. I will be afraid and will run away too. Fengxian nodded gently without much objection. They had never met before, and it was already a kindness of Lu Ming to give them a ride. They couldn't ask for anything more. Qin Ruru's face was filled with anxiety and worry. She didn't want to face fear again, and she didn't want to be torn to pieces by zombies. She just wanted to go home, back into the arms of her parents. Different from Qin Ruru, who is full of little girl's thoughts, Luo Shi is very adaptable to reality. Although she is very scared, she can accept it calmly. Now, Luo Shi wanted to leave the school as soon as possible, find a place, take a good shower, have a good meal, and make up for all the nutrition lost in the past 2 days. As for her parents, their Luo family is a martial arts family. There is nothing they dare not face. Her parents are much stronger than her, and it is more than enough to deal with a few zombies. Uncle, what's your name? My name is Luo Shi. My family runs a martial arts school. My parents are very good, and they have won many martial arts championships. This little girl is hitting herself. Lu Ming did not expose Luo Shi's thoughts. After all, this was also a way for her to maintain a sense of security. Although it was not very effective, it at least made her feel at ease. Lu Ming chuckled, nodded, and said politely, Hello, Luo Shi. I'm Lu Ming, Lu for land, Ming for chirping. I'm also very powerful, so powerful that you're scared. Loyalu, stop bragging. My parents are the best. Luo Shi felt that Lu Ming was like a child, very naive, and also felt very close to him. So, unconsciously, her attitude towards him also softened, and she was no longer as defensive as when they first met. Fengxian and Qin Ruru also reported their names, but they were both very well behaved, neither humble nor arrogant, unlike Luo Shi who had ulterior motives. Chapter 23 Smart Qin Ruru. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel mocking when he saw the three girls who had vowed to follow him just now, but now started to panic when they saw the zombie corpses. People always like to overestimate their own abilities and underestimate the seriousness of the situation at hand. They have high aspirations and want to achieve something, but they are actually incompetent and achieve nothing. They waste their lives and years, and may not understand their own stupidity and ignorance until the day they die, and live in confusion all their lives. Lu Ming knew that he was also such a person, so he always reminded himself in his heart not to become a part of the secular world. However, in this world, there was no such thing as getting what you want. Everything is determined by fate and has no control over us. The only thing Lu Ming can do is to try to do less stupid things and live a slightly more idealistic life. Fengxian, you are the class monitor and have a certain prestige among them. If there is anything, I think you can make the decision on their behalf. Lu Ming didn't want to continue wasting time on these three insignificant people. If they wanted Lu Ming to sincerely protect them and walk them to the dormitory building, then they should pay the corresponding price, money, rights, or freedom. Right now, Lu Ming needs help, especially help in collecting supplies, labor. After all, one person's strength is limited. If Lu Ming wants to go to a supermarket in the middle of the sky alone, it will take at least 2 days. If these 3 cheap laborers are added, this time can be shortened by at least half. It would be a waste of natural gifts if we don't use the slender legs, slim arms, and delicate figure to strengthen them. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and I am not a kind person. On the contrary, I am more dangerous to you than a zombie. It is hard to imagine that a man would not have any evil thoughts in front of 3 beautiful girls. Is the wolf's tale about his show? Luo Shi stared at Lu Ming viciously, gritting her teeth, and looked at him as if he were a scum. The delicate Qin Ruru had a different expression. Born into a family that had been doing business for generations, She deeply agreed with Lu Ming's idea of equal exchange. She now wanted to see what Lu Ming wanted and what they could give. As for whether an agreement could be reached, that depended on Lu Ming. Feng Xian clenched her fists helplessly, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. She knew that the man in front of her had them in her arms. No matter what decision they made, they would be manipulated by him in the end, unless they did not leave with him. In that case, they would have no way out. What kind of girl can fight against countless zombies on her own? Therefore, Feng Xian had no other choice. She could only agree to Lu Ming's request, no matter whether it was reasonable or excessive. She didn't want to die, and she couldn't decide the life or death of Qin Ruru and Luo Shi. Feng Xian slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, with a bitter smile on her lips. I promise you, but I hope you don't force Ruru and Luoshi. Promise me. Promise me what? I don't have any excessive demands on you, at least not now. You can rest assured that I am not a despicable person. At least, I will not be too harsh on greenhouse flowers like you. Hearing this, Luoshi sneered and muttered softly. Men's mouths are deceitful. You said yourself that you have no idea now, but what about in the future? If we can't protect ourselves in the future, won't we still have to rely on you to protect us? Then won't we be at your mercy? Lu Ming was confused. What a wonderful atmosphere, depressing and hazy, with a hint of expectation and throbbing, was ruined by this girl. I will ask you to move a few more bricks and punish you severely so that you know what to say and what not to say. What Luoshi said could indeed be realized, and it was exactly what Lu Ming expected in the future. He believed that everyone present could see it, but no one would break this window paper and put everyone in an awkward situation. However, Lu Ming never expected that there is a girl as stubborn as Luoshi in the world. She is indeed from a martial arts family. She has trained her muscles to her brain. Doesn't she know the ways of the world? Or is she just a fool, trying to force him to express his position and swear not to touch them? However, for a character like Lu Ming, promises are nothing. What he hates most is sticking to the rules. Feng Xian, who had originally been prepared to pretend to obey Lu Ming and wait for an opportunity to escape, was suddenly at a loss after hearing these words. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of pushing people too far? If that happens, they will attack us or just leave, which won't do us any good. Feng Xian was about to explain something, but she saw Lu Ming waving his hand nonchalantly and chuckling at her. That smile was a bit sneering, as if he could see through her thoughts. Since you have figured it out, then follow me and be mentally prepared. Be brave to face the future and the present. The result may not be as bad as you imagined. After saying that, Lu Ming turned and walked towards the third floor. Qin Ruru didn't hesitate at all. She trotted to catch up with him, as if she wanted to get rid of the gloom brought to her heart by the piles of corpses behind her. Feng Xian looked at Qin Ruru's gradually receding back, hesitated for a moment, and then hurried to catch up. She didn't have the mind to think about Lu Ming's intentions. She just wanted to leave this place. This was her top priority. Seeing that her two good sisters had followed, Luo, she gritted her teeth and followed as well. We share the good times and the bad times. The worst that can happen is death. I don't believe this bastard really dares to kill us. Third floor. Qin Ruru followed Lu Ming's steps closely, her eyes like a clever little rabbit, uneasy and flustered. Big brother, the person you're looking for is Guan Huier, right? She lives at the westernmost end of the third floor, dormitory 349. Huier. Lu Ming remembered that Bai Yu Buddha had mentioned this name. How do you know? I don't remember ever saying that name. Qin Ruru looked directly into Lu Ming's wolf-like eyes, swallowed carefully, tidied her bangs, and tried to calm herself down. Facing a man holding a butcher knife and wanting to negotiate with him requires a strong psychological quality. Obviously, Qin Ruru is too young and immature to have the conditions for negotiation, so she has always been in a weak position in front of Lu Ming and is the bullied party. Tell me, what do you know? Senior Guan once gave a speech at the freshman welcome ceremony. She has excellent academic performance and has long been ranked first in the city. Moreover, her family has some assets. Her father once invested $5 million to improve the student accommodation environment. Moreover, our family's company also has cooperation with her family, so I know her, but I have never dealt with her. Qin Ruru's defenses instantly broke down at Lu Ming's light questioning. She was really afraid of angering Lu Ming and bringing herself an irreparable disaster. She had even greater goals. Big brother completely ignored the three of us and headed for the third floor. I don't think he would do it for anyone other than her. And I know that Guan Huier doesn't have a relative like you. Chapter 24 Evolve Zombies? A relative like me? Hearing this, Lu Ming looked down at his clothes and the steel knife in his hand. People of the same kind can recognize each other. The Guan family is so rich. How could they have a poor relative like him? Moreover, he doesn't have that kind of temperament. Lu Ming began to take the smart girl in front of him seriously. She had sharp observation skills, a calm mind, and her own unique grasp of details. She was indeed a rare talent. Did you tell from your clothes and temperament? You are very smart. Lu Ming thought he had found Qin Ruru's criteria. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruru gently shook her head. No, it's not that. Clothes are just superficial, and temperament is something ethereal and unpredictable. I just can't believe that my cousin would break into such a dangerous place to save my cousin. Even if they are lovers, it's impossible. Lu Ming had to admit that he underestimated this girl. He immediately found the core of the problem. There are more things between men and women than just those things. To make you take such a big risk and come to the girl's dormitory, the interest behind it must be huge enough. Could it be that senior sister Guan's father gave you an offer that you couldn't refuse? What Qin Ruru couldn't understand was what price she would have to pay to hire a helper like Lu Ming who was fearless and willing to fight zombies to the death. Could it be all the assets of the Guan family? No matter how hard Qin Ruru tried to think, she would not understand that all this was caused by Guan Huiyer's cousin who had never shown her true colors. The White Jade Buddha was exerting her power, and the price she paid was just her body. Moreover, she did not suffer any loss, but gained a backer, and no one would let her experience the same unfortunate experience again in the short term. Feng Xian saw that Lu Ming and Qin Ruru were talking to each other and seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Her heart began to panic. Feng Xian's inner world was very conflicted. On the one hand, she wanted to protect her classmates, but she lacked the courage to feed the devil with her own body. She wanted to use her so-called wisdom to deal with Lu Ming, seeking a glimmer of hope while getting out of this situation unscathed. On the other hand, she was ready to throw the jar into the air and sacrifice herself to secure the safety of 3 people and even a stable life for a period of time in the future. However, she was afraid that Qin Ruru and Luo she would look down on her, despise her, and think that she was lowly and shameless. She even wanted to drag the two of them into this together. Now, seeing Lu Ming and Qin Ruru chatting happily, Feng Xian became anxious. She had to make plans as soon as possible. When they saw Lu Ming easily chopping the bodies of the students who had turned into zombies into pieces, the 3 girls felt even more differently. Luo Shi, who originally wanted to compete with Lu Ming, completely gave up and became a nobody. He followed the group obediently, nodding his head and not daring to speak easily for fear of causing Lu Ming's displeasure. Qin Ruru endured the physical discomfort and felt ecstatic in her heart. She had seen the hope of survival. She would continue to fight with Lu Ming and use Guan Huiyer's information in exchange for her own chance to survive. Once she returned home and to her family, everything would be fine. They would help her deal with the rest. Feng Xian's eyes changed several times. She still wanted to resist stubbornly. At least give her some time. Do you really want to do this? There are not many zombies on the 3rd floor. One floor can accommodate 300 people in total. There are only dozens of zombies that can walk into the corridor. Most of the zombies are trapped in the dormitory, and there may be a few survivors among them. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a 2-digit number emitting bloody light, 15. This was the first time he saw the combat power of zombies reach double digits. It was very unfamiliar, but to him, the threat was not that big. By killing a large number of zombies, a terrifying amount of energy accumulated in Lu Ming's body. This energy was not completely converted into his combat power, but instead subtly improved his physique, stimulated his potential, and enhanced the effectiveness of his supernatural powers. The owner of this number is a petite female zombie, only about 1.6 meters tall and with a relatively thin body. However, her speed has surpassed that of ordinary people, and she can even accurately attack people's vital points. At this moment, the zombie had red eyes and roared ferociously at Lu Ming, who was holding a steel knife, staring at his throat as if he wanted to bite it off. This zombie is different. Why are its eyes red? As Lu Ming killed people everywhere, Qin Ruru gradually became bolder. She commented on the zombie out of curiosity. At this time, Feng Xian and Luo Shi behind him also noticed this. Luo Shi still remembered the previous unpleasantness and did not dare to move forward rashly, for fear that Lu Ming would throw her over to test this somewhat unique zombie. Now she was very cautious and honest. However, she still spoke carefully, subconsciously trying to please Lu Ming. This zombie seems a little smart, and its eye color is different. Could it be that it has evolved? We have to be careful not to get hurt by it. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Yes, Humans can evolve and acquire superpowers, so can zombies also evolve? Crisis. Lu Ming gave Luo Shi a thumbs up and praised, "Your judgment is very accurate." Immediately, Lu Ming raised his hand and chopped off the zombie's head at the fastest speed. A zombie with a combat power of 15 would be a horrible disaster for normal humans. But for Lu Ming, who had awakened 2 superpowers and had his body strengthened many times, it was nothing. Killing the zombies this time did not bring much energy to Lu Ming. Perhaps it could be said that the opponent's energy was not much for him. Originally, Lu Ming was a stream. When other streams merged into him, his changes became very obvious. Now, Lu Ming has become a small river. With another stream merging into him, this change seems very ordinary. When Luo Shi saw Lu Ming beheading the man with one sword, so clean and efficient, she was speechless for a moment, and the smugness on her face that was revealed because of Lu Ming's praise also froze instantly. So strong? I have no future. I am only 15 years old. I don't want to be a wife, let alone a mother. I am still a baby. After witnessing Lu Ming's violent attack, Luo Shi's pride was completely shattered. This zombie seemed very strong, but it was so vulnerable in front of him. Luo Shi felt that even his parents would not be so decisive when facing this zombie. Qin Ruru didn't have much opinion on Lu Ming's actions. In her eyes, no matter how strong a human being is, there is always a limit. No matter how tough a person is, can his head be as hard as a bullet? Lu Ming is strong, but he is definitely not invincible. As long as she can escape, she doesn't have to be afraid of him anymore. What Luo Shi said is very right. This kind of zombie is very likely an evolved zombie. It is different from other ordinary zombies. Its reaction is more flexible and its perception is stronger. It seems to have restored the basic perception ability of humans and even gained some strange power. It poses a greater threat to ordinary people. Lu Ming chopped down all the zombies in the corridor. He could no longer feel the pleasure of hunting zombies. Zombies died one by one under his butcher knife, but his body's perception of energy became duller and duller. Just like leveling up and killing monsters, the experience points of the monsters are too few, and it is not enough for Lu Ming to increase his level and strength. Is it a bigger threat to ordinary people? In your case, it can be killed with just one sword. Luo Shi couldn't help it again and started complaining. The main reason is that Lu Ming is too versatile and his strength is too abnormal. He is a terrifying existence that can slaughter an entire building by himself. He is a big devil. It is simply a foolish dream to want to escape from his hands. Thinking about how he would be submissive under Lu Ming's power in the future, Luo Shi felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. This rhythm was simply enough to scare him to death. Although Lu Ming didn't do anything to them now, but what if? What if at some point Lu Ming didn't like them and killed them with a knife? After his force could no longer be his reliance, Luo Shi fell into infinite panic. Although Luo Shi was deeply moved by what squad leader Feng Xian said about self-sacrifice, she did not intend to believe it at all. To be honest, although Feng Xian and she have a very good relationship, it is not good enough to the point where they would sacrifice everything for each other. Based on Luo Shi's understanding of Feng Xian, she is not the kind of person who is willing to give up her own interests for the sake of others. Those who stand up in times of crisis have long disappeared. If there is no profit, who would be willing to take risks? I don't care. What do you want? You can kill me or chop me up as you like. I'm right here, ready for you to slaughter me. Luo Shi's mind seemed to have collapsed. She didn't want to worry about too many messy things anymore. Now, Luo Shi started to use her signature skill, which was recklessness. No matter what happened, she just had to rush forward. The worst result would be becoming a mother at the age of 16. She was not afraid. Luo Shi's one-force power directly disrupted the rhythm of Qin Ruru and Feng Xian. They didn't want to make everything clear so quickly. Qin Ruru was not qualified to confront Lu Ming yet, and Feng Xian was wavering between choices in her heart and couldn't make a decision. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at Luo Shi, who had given up hope and looked indifferent. She looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She was actually a paper tiger and was very scared. The way she pretended to be calm was both funny and amusing. She looked puffed up like a puffer fish, which made people want to play a trick on her. However, in the end, Lu Ming suppressed the evil taste in his heart. He was not the kind of person who liked to tease other people's mentality. To him, such behavior was too bad, vulgar, and not presentable. Killing people is not enough, so why play tricks on others? I'm not a pervert. I won't torture you, let alone hurt you. So, you'd better be less wary of me. If I really wanted to get something from you, you would have fallen into my hands when you were on the second floor. Do you think the strength of the three of you can match that of so many zombies? Luo, she patted his rich capital, looking like he had survived a disaster. It was indeed the case, but who knows what bad things you are planning? What if you have bigger plans? You get our people and won our hearts, so that we can work for you and be your slaves. Luo, she still had a suspicious expression, which made Lu Ming very unhappy. I have been honest with you and told you the truth. Why don't you believe me? You are so stubborn, just like a cow or a heifer. You are so difficult to deal with. I will spank you when I find a chance. At this time, Fengxian came out to warm up the audience. The zombies have been completely eliminated, and most of them are trapped inside the zombie ghouls. They don't need to be on high alert against zombie attacks for the time being. Lu Ming, 349, is right in front of us. Senior Guan Huier is right here. Let's go over there quickly. Qin Ruru also nodded and added in her heart, hurry up. I want to leave this damn place. I want freedom. Seeing this, Lu Ming hurried over. He had wasted too much time. 20 minutes had already passed. There were only 10 minutes left before the half-hour agreed upon with the White Jade Buddha. He had to speed up. However, when Lu Ming pushed open the door of dormitory 349, the scene before him disappointed him greatly. The tidy dormitory was surprisingly empty. There was no trace of a single person, not even any sign of zombie activity. Everything seemed intact. What the hell is going on? Why is there no one here? Qin Ruru also frowned. She was sure that this dormitory was the one where Guan Huier lived. She could even tell where her bed was. However, the scene in front of her made her very puzzled. Guan Huier and her group had disappeared. Did they know the news in advance? No one present believed that all the people in this dormitory were lucky enough to escape this disaster safely. At this moment, Fengxian suddenly had an idea and said, could they be in other dormitories? Should we go to other dormitories to check? Hearing this, Qin Ruru rejected it in her heart, and Luo, she even had disgust written all over her face. Let's leave quickly. If something unexpected happens, we will all be in trouble. Luo, she is not afraid of anyone now. What is there for her to be afraid of when she is a woman who can fight the big devil head-on? Just now, Dehuai. Big brother killed so many zombies, maybe senior sister is among them. You all saw that once humans become zombies, their appearance will change a lot and become much more hideous. Only those who really know the other party can carefully identify the other party's identity. Otherwise, who knows who the zombie is? Lu Ming did not speak. He was thinking seriously about how to face the White Jade Buddha later. He had failed her expectations, broken his promise, and failed to keep his promise. He didn't care about Guan Huier's life or death at all. The so-called sisterhood was just a thing. He just didn't want to break his promise in front of the White Jade Buddha, even if this promise was worthless. Lu Ming took a deep breath and glanced at the zombie remains behind him, but did not find any clues. He didn't have much time left. 10 minutes would pass in a flash, and he couldn't delay. Lu Ming did not have time to search for Guan Huier. He was also aware of the fear and uneasiness of the three girls about the current environment. They urgently needed a peaceful environment to adjust their mood. Right now, he has no choice but to leave. 2 days and 48 hours passed, and the dark moments, no less, eroded their hearts like insects and ants. Hunger, fear, despair, and finally hope. After so much hardship, witnessing rivers of blood and countless heads rolling, Fengxian, Qin Ruru, and Luo, she had longed for the sky and freedom outside the window. Take a deep breath of fresh air. There is no blood, no stench, and even a hint of the scent of earth and grass, which makes people feel familiar and at ease. The three girls showed long-lost smiles on their faces. It feels so good to survive a disaster. In the distance, Bai Yufo saw Lu Ming coming out of the girls' dormitory. Although she did not see any trace of her cousin, she was relieved after all. She had anticipated this result a long time ago, and now she has completely given up. 26 minutes have passed. Under the torment of time, the White Jade Buddha seems to have seen his own heart clearly and found the path he should take in the future. To be a person, you don't need to be too great, nor too extreme. It's good enough to be self-reliant and guard your own little piece of land. Living a peaceful and stable life is already a great blessing in life. Since she has decided to live, she must live well. Lu Ming is her most solid support at the moment. He is insurmountable and as powerful as a wild beast. So far, Bai Yufo has never seen a zombie that can match him. Living with Lu Ming is the most realistic and cost-effective choice. Moreover, with her own ability to sense zombies, Bai Yufo can ensure that her position is not threatened. She knows that her identity as a woman will not protect her for too long. After all, people tend to get tired of the old and love the new. As long as she maintains her uniqueness, makes full use of her abilities, allows Lu Ming to adapt to her existence, and slowly takes a place in his place, then she will be truly invincible. Entertaining people with sex is not a long-term solution after all. The car slowly approached, and Bai Yufo looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The three girls behind him were simply ignored by her. In this building, those who looked so young and had a slightly pale face obviously had suffered a lot. It was not easy for them to survive in such a harsh environment, so the White Jade Buddha did not target these three unfortunate children. She greeted them warmly. Let's get in the car first. There are still many zombies roaming around the campus. If they find us later, we will be in trouble again. When the three girls saw that it was such a sister who was not only beautiful but also spoke gently, they didn't think much about it and hurriedly sat in the back seat. After Lu Ming put his steel knife in the trunk, he also came to the unknown passenger seat. After a long battle, although he crushed the enemy all the way, Lu Ming was also very exhausted. He kept using his wild instinct ability, which greatly improved his ability, but at the same time it also put a lot of pressure on his body, making him feel very tired. This feeling was mental, not physical. It could not be compensated by killing zombies to get energy. Lu Ming felt that he had become stronger, but he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. He had a feeling of accumulating strength, as if he was preparing for a big move. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Ming observed his data again. The dazzling golden light became more and more dazzling, and the value had become 2.39. He clearly felt that his body was changing every minute and every second. Lu Ming had a hunch that the next change in his numerical value would bring about an unparalleled change to his body and even other things. The three girls in the back row were already starving. Although they had snacks to replenish their energy in the past 2 days, they still wanted to have a proper meal. Luo is no longer afraid of Lu Ming. Besides, there is a gentle and beautiful sister present, so her courage soars. Aren't beautiful girls supposed to help each other? This sister is so beautiful. She will definitely not sit idly by and watch them being bullied by the bad guy Lu Ming. Brother, we haven't eaten for several days. We want to eat something, a hot meal. When Bai Yufo heard Luoshi's words, she was also slightly startled. She didn't expect that the girl Lu Ming brought back was so unreserved and even seemed to be self-righteous. Could she be a relative or friend? Lu Ming chuckled. Okay, I'll take you to eat in a while. I won't let you go hungry. Feng Xian looked indifferent, but Qin Ruru was very anxious. She desperately wanted to leave this crowded car and return to her family, who were her greatest support. She was afraid that Lu Ming would do something unspeakable after feeding them. Hearing Lu Ming's assurance, Luoshi nodded with satisfaction. She decided that from today on, she would be a free and easy girl, not considering others, not caring about herself, and just rushing forward with her eyes closed. Every day she lives is a day's gain. As for freedom and friendship, go to hell with them. She just wants to be open and fearless. I met them when I was searching for my cousin. They were lucky enough not to be attacked by zombies or infected with the virus. Lu Ming said, following their instructions, I found my cousin's dormitory. However, it was strange that the entire dormitory was empty. Moreover, the bedding, the floor, and everything else were tidy. It seemed that they had left in advance. The White Jade Buddha slowly closed her bright eyes. She did not care about Lu Ming's speculation. She also understood that this was just a kind consolation from the other party, just to make her feel at ease. What would happen if a 15 or 16-year-old girl left early? In a world of zombies, could she survive? She might have been torn to pieces and eaten by zombies. After calming down his inner emotions, Bai Buddha forced a smile. I know. Now, let's not talk about this. I have something I need to tell you. Lu Ming could see Bai Yufo's loneliness, but when he saw her change the subject, he didn't know what to say. He was not good at comforting people. He preferred to speak with practical actions. What is it? Bai Yufo slowly started the car and said cautiously, about 10 minutes after I got back to the car, Lele suddenly started yelling in the car and wanted to get out. I saw that it was too noisy and was afraid that it would attract zombies, so I let it out. Originally, I wanted to drive after it, but it was going too fast and disappeared in a flash. I watched from a distance and found that it seemed to be chasing something. The distance was too far and it was dark. It looked like a mouse or a cat. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Big rat? Sister, are you saying your dog ran over there? In order to eat quickly, she pricked up her ears to listen to the conversation between Lu Ming and the White Jade Buddha. That's the cafeteria, and a little bit past that is the boys' dormitory. Someone has a cat over there. I guess the dog might go back there. Boys' dormitory? Bai Yufo once again recalled the scene when she was besieged by zombies in the girls' dormitory. The panic dominated by blood and violence made her shudder. This time, she would rather not have the dog than risk her own life. It's too dangerous. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. I don't plan to look for Lele anymore. It's a waste of time. Let's leave this place quickly. I need to take a rest. A disobedient dog has lost its value of existence. People cannot always live in the past, especially at such a critical moment of life and death. They cannot lose the big picture for the small. For Bai Yufo, Lele is not something that cannot be abandoned. What cannot be abandoned is Lu Ming. Without his strong protection, she cannot survive at all. Bai Yufo could see that Lu Ming was a little exhausted, so she didn't dwell too much on Lele's matter and said bluntly, "Let's go quickly, so as not to cause any trouble. Do you want to take the three of them back with you as well?" Lu Ming only remembered that Bai Yu Buddha valued the golden retriever very much, but now he gave up on it so easily. This made him very confused. However, he did not have too much energy to think about such an insignificant thing. Hearing Bai Yu Buddha's question, Lu Ming nodded without giving too much explanation and said, "Let's go back first. It's very dangerous here. Zombies seem to be able to evolve. It's difficult for ordinary people to deal with it." Feng Xian has now confirmed the relationship between the White Jade Buddha and Lu Ming. She couldn't understand why Lu Ming told them all that when he already had a girlfriend who was beautiful, gentle, and sensible. Could it be that men are born greedy and like to possess? Isn't he afraid of being exhausted and his legs becoming weak? Although she had not experienced it, she had heard of horrific incidents where rich women sent gigolos to the hospital. It was even possible that the rich woman was a relative of hers. Now, Feng Xian is very tired and doesn't know what to do. We can only take one step at a time. While worrying about herself, Feng Xian did not forget to pay attention to her roommate. Luo, she seemed to have given up on herself and began to degenerate. She took the initiative to ask Lu Ming for food. It was obvious that she had accepted her fate. With her straightforward personality, beautiful figure, and martial arts foundation, she must be favored by Lu Ming. Even if she degenerates, her future life will not be too difficult. As for Qin Ruru, Feng Xian couldn't guess what she was thinking. Although she tried to get close to Lu Ming along the way, all she got in return was Lu Ming's perfunctory response. When the hostess, White Jade Buddha, appeared, she kept silent and became invisible. No one knew what she was thinking. Just as the car was slowly driving in, a roar of zombies suddenly came from the distance, and the sound was getting closer and closer, as if it was coming towards their direction. The White Jade Buddha slowly stopped the car at Lu Ming's signal. In the distance, a man was running towards them madly with a javelin in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other. "Help! Help! Hurry up and save me!" The three women in the back row stared with wide eyes at the man who was fleeing in a panic while being chased by zombies, their faces full of surprise. "Isn't this person their physical education teacher, Ma Jun? Why is he here?" "Luo," she said to Lu Ming excitedly, "Brother, this is our physical education teacher. Ma Jun. Teacher Ma was once a national second-level athlete. Now he is our physical education teacher and the director of the physical education department. He is a very kind person. Go and save him." Qin Ruru suppressed her inner joy and echoed, "Yes, Teacher Ma is a very kind person, a good person. The savior has arrived, with Teacher Arima. The three of them have a glimmer of hope." At this time, Feng Xian saw a smile on Lu Ming's lips, and her heart began to beat fast. They forgot that Lu Ming was not a good person. He came to find someone, not to save them. Bai Yufo frowned slightly and said softly, "There is no extra space on the bus. Mr. Ma is too big. If he comes in, it will be very crowded. Should we go and save him?" The cold and ruthless words of the White Jade Buddha immediately pierced the hearts of the three women and took away their fantasies. In the end times, it's hard to protect yourself, so how can you have the mind to care about others? Otherwise, how could she give up her beloved dog so easily? To Bai Yufo, the three girls in the back row were not as important as Lele. At most, they were just some tools for venting. She was confident that she could convince Lu Ming to give up these ridiculous toys, pay the price, abandon his bottom line, and preserve what he cherished. "Sister, how can you say such a thing? Teacher Ma is a living person. Can you just watch him get bitten to death and eaten by zombies?" Luo, she didn't understand what Bai Yufo said. When people encounter difficulties, they should help each other and overcome difficulties together. How can they stand by and watch someone die without helping? This is inconsistent with the chivalrous way she has learned and her values. Hearing Luoshi's question, Bai Yufo smiled and said softly, "Little girl, you are still too young, both mentally and physically. You can't decide whether to do some things based on likes and dislikes. You have to think about it from many aspects. Have you thought about what will happen after you rescue this physical education teacher? Luo Shi frowned and looked directly at the white jade Buddha. She said stubbornly, we'll think about what happens next later. The most important thing now is to save people. Lu Ming is so powerful. He obviously has the ability to defeat those zombies and save Teacher Ma. Is it wrong to help others? Bai Yufo was speechless for a moment. She found that this little girl was really stubborn as a cow. She exhaled softly, okay, sister won't argue with you anymore. Whether to save people or not, you have to see the decision of the person involved. Luo, she opened her big watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming, as if asking him, why don't you save people? Luo Shi, stop it. This car can't hold so many people. If someone comes in, someone else has to get out. Otherwise, how can we fit them all in? Are you willing to give up your seat for others, get squeezed out of the car, and face so many zombies? We finally got out of the zombie pile. Feng Xian felt that the atmosphere was a bit cold, so she spoke out to persuade Luo Shi to prevent her from causing any trouble. Luo Shi pouted indifferently, her face slightly red, and muttered softly, what's the big deal? At most, I can just sit on Lu Ming's lap, and it will save a seat for me. Feng Xian, how can you say such shameless words? You are a girl. Qin Ruru, what a ruthless character. I am ashamed of myself. White Jade Buddha. TSK, 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 TSK. Girls nowadays really have no limits. They will do anything to achieve their goals. It seems that this little bratty girl is a big rival of mine. Sit on your legs? Lu Ming shook his head. What a dangerous statement. Isn't this girl afraid that the soft seat will become a hard seat, and the hard seat will become a socket? He glanced at the white jade Buddha, pointed at the muscular but panicking Ma Jun, and said, he looks a little different. I'll go down and take a look. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing unexpected will happen. Out of infinite confidence in his own strength, Lu Ming got out of the car decisively. Through his combat power perception, he clearly saw the ordinary man's terrifying combat power value, the yellow 30, which was the highest value Lu Ming had ever seen. He could survive in a school infested by zombies for 2 days. If he didn't have any strength at all, no one would believe it. Yellow means alert. Lu Ming suspected that this man, like himself, also possessed supernatural powers. Although he didn't know what the other party's abilities were, judging from his blood-stained javelin and the fire extinguisher with several pieces of red paint falling off, he was definitely not an indecisive person. This Ma Jun is not easy to deal with. Inside the car, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Luo, she felt relieved as she watched Lu Ming's receding back. In her opinion, Lu Ming was not completely useless. At least he was kind and had human qualities. Due to family reasons, Luo Shi has an almost instinctive worship of the strong. Whoever has the stronger fist has the right to speak. However, at the same time, she also pays great attention to people's character. The more upright a person is, the more she likes and favors him. Now, Lu Ming's shadow has gradually overlapped with the appearance of her future partner. When facing danger, he remained calm. When rescuing the weak, he was decisive and efficient. If he had appeared in front of her with such an expression from the beginning, Luo Shi felt that there was a high probability that she would be captured. Unlike Luo Shi, a muscular girl whose mind is full of truth, goodness, beauty, and beautiful wishes for world peace, Qin Ruru's eyes are shining. In Ma Jun, she sees hope of escaping Lu Ming's control. Living under someone else's roof was only a temporary solution. If she could be truly free, she would certainly not stay with Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming is powerful, Teacher Ma's strength should not be underestimated. Qin Ruru observed that although Ma Jun was avoiding zombies, he was able to deal with the zombie attacks with ease and did not appear to be in a mess. If he had weapons equal to Lu Ming's, the result might be much better. Feng Xian had no intention of pinning her hopes on others. She had always relied on herself and worked hard for what she wanted. Recalling the quick and decisive moment when Lu Ming beheaded someone with one sword, Feng Xian suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. Although his eyes were calm, his decisiveness was unquestionable. Although Ma Jun looks very powerful, when the doomsday comes, he will have a hard time protecting himself, so how can he have the time to care about these burdens? Moreover, in her opinion, Ma Jun could not block Lu Ming's sword. If we have to confront each other head-on, this day next year will definitely be the anniversary of Teacher Ma's death. The White Jade Buddha didn't care about the little girl who had her own thoughts. She was also thinking about Lu Ming's intentions. She knew very well that Lu Ming was definitely not the kind of person with an overwhelming sense of justice. Saving people was totally out of his style. He must have other intentions. This Ma Jun is not a beauty and has no supplies. Apart from his big physique and good fighting ability, he is completely useless. Lu Ming is a selfish person with a strong sense of territory. He will not tolerate anyone sharing his existing rights and interests. Lu Ming was holding a knife and was able to control his speed, observing Ma Jun's situation while approaching him. With a height of over 1.9 meters and a muscular body, coupled with his square face that looks intimidating without even getting angry, he is very oppressive. "Hey, buddy, come and help me. I'm running out of strength." Ma Jun almost jumped up in excitement when he saw Lu Ming running over. He originally thought that no one would risk their lives to save him. After all, not everyone has the courage to face so many zombies. If you are not careful, you will die without a complete body. Seeing that Lu Ming looked relatively young, he was about to call him classmate. However, when he noticed the other party's half-meter-long blood-stained steel knife, he realized that he was careless. The other party was definitely not as simple as he imagined. Lu Ming nodded and said, "You go first. I'll help you drag it. I'm fast and can leave soon." Hearing this, Ma Jun did not refute. Although he wanted to stay and help Lu Ming, if he stayed, he would die. In order to survive, he could only leave first. As for Lu Ming's life or death, sorry, if I have the chance next year, I will definitely burn paper for him. Lu Ming charged ahead, killing everyone in his way. The Ma army fled in panic, and he rushed towards the Mercedes-Benz with a silly smile on his face. The scene before her made Luo Shi's defense break down immediately. This was totally different from what she had imagined. In her imagination, after waiting for Lu Ming, Teacher Ma should fight side by side with him to defeat the zombies. Even if the result is not good, they should advance and retreat together, instead of the scene before her eyes, with one person guarding the rear while the other saves his life. How could this be? How could Mr. Ma be so selfish to leave Lu Ming alone there? Lu Ming went to save him. How could he betray him? Doesn't his conscience hurt? Qin Ruru was also very disappointed with Ma Jun. When comparing Lu Ming and Ma Jun, the difference was obvious. Their strong and sturdy teacher Ma was no match for Lu Ming at all. He was even inferior to him in the aspect of character, which Qin Ruru despised the most. "Don't worry, Luo Shi. Lu Ming is so powerful, he will be fine." Feng Xian chuckled. "Is this the price of sympathizing with others? Risking your life to be betrayed? Luo Shi, have you learned it? Morality is used to restrain yourself, not to restrain others." This time, Lu Ming listened to your advice and rescued Teacher Ma, but ended up being isolated and helpless. Although he is very powerful, human strength will always run out. He was already very tired when he led us out of the dormitory building. Now, facing so many zombies, Luo Shi felt like a big fool. She had done something wrong and felt very upset. She seemed to be trying to kill Lu Ming, the good man who, strictly speaking, was their savior and even took them to eat. Tears flowed down Luo Shi's smooth little face like pearls from a broken string. She sobbed softly, staring at Lu Ming's figure in the distance, her heart beating because of him. "Please don't be in any trouble." Bai Yufo saw this group of little girls in the rearview mirror and found it funny. At the same time, she was also amazed at Lu Ming's good luck. A small matter caused conflicts among them. When she saw Luo Shi's worried face, she understood that this little girl was trying to conquer herself. Although Bai Yufo really wanted to tell them what actually happened, she gave up the idea because she thought having another sister could help share the pressure. Besides, she was not averse to a simple girl like Luoshi who looked smart but was actually stubborn. Getting along with her is easy and effortless. Ma Jun's behavior seemed understandable to Baiyu Buddha. People are selfish. When it comes to life and death, no one should expect anyone to become great. If someone really has to sacrifice, I definitely don't want it to be me. After all, a good death is worse than a miserable life. Although the world has become very scary, it is definitely not a reason for us to give up hope of survival. We only live once and cannot start over. If Ma Jun treated other people like this, Bai Yufo would definitely not say a word. Nor would he have any objection and would even agree with both hands. However, this time he was damaging Lu Ming's interests. If the mountain of her white jade Buddha fell, who would she rely on? In other words, Ma Jun was damaging her interests. "You are really brave to dare to cheat my man." Bai Yufo decided to teach this ungrateful person a painful lesson, to let him know that one must have a bottom line in life and should not be ungrateful to one's benefactor. The white jade Buddha raised her lips slightly. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife. She looked at Ma Jun, who was getting closer and closer, and quietly activated her supernatural power. Countless invisible spiritual tentacles spread out with the white jade Buddha as the center, and in an instant, they seduced many zombies. Then, after giving an order, The White Jade Buddha disconnected the link. A simple command can guide the direction of the zombies. This lesson should be enough. If she has to use all her strength to control the zombie puppets to attack Ma Jun, the burden on herself will be too heavy. She still needs to save her strength to help Lu Ming is dealing with zombies. Don't waste your energy on an insignificant person like Ma Jun. The White Jade Buddha closed the car door tightly and drove slowly towards the direction of the horse army. White Jade Buddha has never been merciful when dealing with enemies. She will use the most arrogant attitude to play with Ma Jun at her fingertips. After a few short breaths, Lu Ming was no longer fighting zombies. Killing zombies could no longer bring him any significant benefits. Moreover, Ma Jun had already fled to a safe area, and there was a White Jade Buddha in front to support him. The next thing he has to do is to understand this horse army and determine whether there is possibility of cooperation. This man's combat power is as high as 30. Although they are wary of him, he is still a rare combat force. If they can reach a cooperation, it will be a victory for both of them. However, the next scene made Lu Ming dumbfounded. He saw several zombies that appeared out of nowhere and were actually heading towards the direction of the White Jade Buddha. This confused feeling gave Lu Ming a sense of déjà vu, as if he was being deliberately guided by someone. Thinking of this, the answer is obvious. Only the White Jade Buddha has this ability. She can already sense zombies. What does this mean? No matter how hard Lu Ming racked his brains, he could not understand the real reason why Baiyu Buddha took action. In fact, it was Baiyufo's selfishness that was at work. The selfish gene of human nature was also engraved in her blood. Even though the pattern was different, there was not much difference in essence. She recognized Lu Ming and did not want him to be treated unfairly. She even empathized with his experience. Just as Lu Ming got rid of the zombies, he heard the almost evil voice of the White Jade Buddha. She said to Ma Jun, "Who are you? What do you do? Don't get in my way, otherwise, I will run over you." Originally, Lu Ming thought that Baiyufo was not a woman who showed her emotions easily, and she was not a woman who was very cultured and shrewd. Even when faced with important decisions, she could still deal with them calmly without changing her expression or heartbeat. Even that night, she tried her best to show her best side to perfection. Now, Baiyu Buddha actually started to mock other people, and that person was a complete stranger to her. Lu Ming was very sure that he had never seen Baiyufo before today, and had even heard of Ma Jun. But why did he get so angry when they met? Is it the menstrual period? Ma Jun was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect why the beautiful girl in front of him spoke so harshly, even so cruelly, and wanted to kill him. Why do you say that? At this critical moment, shouldn't we share weal and woe and face difficulties together? As long as you provide me with help, I will definitely repay you. I am not the kind of ungrateful person. I will repay a drop of water with a spring of water. Today, you saved my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. I promise. Seeing Ma Jun's solemn promise, Baiyufo couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically, "You promise? What kind of promise? A javelin and a broken fire extinguisher? Don't be ridiculous. You just make empty promises, and in the end you just want to eat and drink for free? If you want me to help you, you have to show your value and let me see if it is necessary to save you. Otherwise, you'd better stay here and prepare to feed the zombies." Ma Jun was amazed at Baiyufo's cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. At the same time, he secretly cursed her for being despicable and cruel, and for taking advantage of his misfortune to threaten him. After hearing what Baiyufo said, Lu Ming just wanted to give her a thumbs up. Damn, this smug face was so arrogant and domineering. Not only did it tear off the other party's dignity, but it also put everything that could be discussed on the table, trying to understand the other party's situation to the greatest extent, and even directly breaking through the other party's psychological defenses, making him reveal more information, and then squeezing out his value. The three unlucky girls in the car did not have the courage to speak in front of the White Jade Buddha with full aura. They sat obediently in the back seat like quails. Their experience was too shallow, and the superficial life principles were not enough to support them in dealing with the complicated situation before them. Moreover, some things could not be solved by just a few words. They were just foils. You don't look like someone who is short of money. Besides, it seems unrealistic to talk about money in this situation. It will make you feel that I am perfunctory. I have nothing except these things on my body. However, I have a big advantage. I have participated in competitions in the provincial team and won many awards. I have strong physical fitness. You can see from my physique that I can help you resist the zombies and be your helper. I am a person who has undergone systematic training and has a scientific grasp of training people. With my help, your bodies will be able to strengthen more quickly. The white jade Buddha smiled contemptuously and said disdainfully, "That's it? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? It's useless. If I save you, wouldn't it be like adding another good for nothing? Do you think I need a tool like you? If you want me to help you, then show your sincerity. At least say, please. I gave you the chance, but you didn't grasp it. You were so stupid. Now, I have changed my mind. You want me to help you? Beg me. As for how to beg, it depends on your performance." The white jade Buddha has already started playing. She is like a smug villain, trampling on the dignity and shame of this stranger without reservation, as if she wants to pin him to the ground and crush him into mud and destroy him completely. Ma Jun on the opposite side was so angry that he had lost his mind. He had never thought that in his 38 years of life, he would be insulted by a little girl, and was insulted so badly. He now wished he could smash the white jade Buddha's head with a punch to see if there was Mi Tiangong in her head. How dare she speak to him like that? Wasn't she afraid that in her rage, she would die together with him? Ma Jun was confident that he could pierce the woman's throat with the javelin in an instant, but after doing so, she would not gain any tangible benefits. The zombies behind her and the woman's companions would still come, and he no longer had the energy and physical strength to support him to face more enemies. You want me to beg you? If you really want to help me, you wouldn't say such a thing. You want me to beg you humbly? Are you dreaming? Without you, Zhang the butcher, I will have to eat hairy pigs? What a joke. I can live well on my own. Ma Jun did not choose to compromise in the face of the white jade Buddha's difficulties. He knew that as long as he retreated for a moment, he would always be at a disadvantage. And even if he intended to show weakness, he would not be able to gain the other party's approval. He could feel the sinister malice of the white jade Buddha. Ma Jun also knew where this malicious intent came from, but the situation was urgent. In order to protect himself, he could only leave Lu Ming alone and escape. Otherwise, he would be exhausted and die. He doesn't want to die yet. If life lasts for 100 years, he has only lived less than half of it. He doesn't want to leave this world. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay. Don't regret it. Ma Jun left a harsh remark and ran towards a place where there were fewer zombies without looking back. The white jade Buddha smiled coldly, amused by his naivety, stupidity, and overestimation of his own capabilities. Some people are just stubborn and have bigger mouths than toads. They are clearly in danger, but still don't forget to make more enemies. Are they afraid that they will die too slowly? If it weren't for the 3 little girls behind him, Bai Yufo would have wanted to drive the car directly over him and let this old man experience what a beating from society is. Don't bully the poor young man when you play this game with me. Not only will I bully you, I will also kill you. Lu Ming hurried over and looked at Ma Jun's receding back, feeling a little regretful. He hasn't done anything yet. This Ma Jun has already left. What a good thug he is, but he hasn't been fully utilized yet. If he cannot be used for my own benefit, I cannot just let him go. Since we have already formed a grudge, it is bound to be a fight to the death. If I don't take advantage of Ma Jun's poor physical condition to kill him, then what are I waiting for? Just when Lu Ming was about to chase after Ma Jun, who was fleeing, he suddenly felt dazed and a little dizzy. What is going on? Lu Ming was horrified and stumbled back to the car. He didn't even have time to put his knife in place and lay on the passenger seat like a paralyzed person. His face turned pale, as if he had a serious illness and his life was hanging by a thread. What's wrong with you? The white jade Buddha frowned and stretched out his hand to test the temperature on Lu Ming's forehead. Hiss, it's so hot. It seems like he has a fever. With her limited common sense, she had no idea what was going on with Lu Ming. However, she only knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, and she had to leave quickly and analyze the situation carefully in a safe enough environment. Lu Oshi in the back row felt a surge of guilt. Their teacher was not as kind as before, and his character was not as noble as she had imagined. For his own benefit, he would disregard the safety of others, and if help failed, he would resort to despicable attempts at revenge and say cruel words. Compared with Ma Jun, Lu Ming, who works quietly and hard, appears particularly dazzling. Unfortunately, he seemed to be ill. Was it because she was too stubborn that he became ill? Bai Yufo would never let her backer fall. Without any hesitation, she drove directly towards Lu Ming's residence. When a man falls, a woman often emerges stronger. Bai Yufo did not hide her special ability from Fengxian and the others. Along the way, she controlled the zombies to stay away from their vehicles and quickened her pace home. At the same time, she said to the 3 girls seriously, I warn you, before Lu Ming wakes up, you'd better behave yourself. You are already 15 or 16 years old, not children anymore. I don't want you to go against me, otherwise, I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. The sister who was so kind a second ago turned into a demon from hell in the blink of an eye. The contrast made the three women overwhelmed, but they were more worried in their hearts, because they knew that the White Jade Buddha was not joking with them. Lu Ming fell ill, and Bai Yufo had no energy to deal with them alone. The three of them were of no value to Bai Yufo. She had a normal sexual orientation, a rational mind, and possessed supernatural powers, so she did not need any burden. Bai Yufo picked up Lu Ming like a princess, trotted all the way to the bedroom, and gently put him on the bed. She served him attentively like a docile wife, wiping his body with warm water and carefully feeding him water and cold medicine. She looked pious and prayed in her heart that he would recover soon. After dealing with the unconscious Lu Ming, the White Jade Buddha turned around and came to the three women. They stood uncomfortably in front of the White Jade Buddha like students taking ordination, with pitiful looks in their eyes and as confused as frightened little deers. Bai Yufo did not make things difficult for them. He pulled out a box of milk, some fresh vegetables, and a few sausages from the storage room. These were Leilei's leftovers. Although they were for feeding the dogs, there was nothing wrong with using them to entertain them. I can't cook. Here are some milk and sausages. There are also some bread, instant noodles, and snacks in the room inside. If you are hungry, you can eat some. If you don't want to eat these things, there are vegetables here. The kitchen is on this side. You can cook by yourself. However, the storage capacity of purified water is limited. Try to save some. Lu Ming hasn't woken up yet. In the short term, I won't be collecting it. It's very troublesome. By the way, let me explain to you in advance that I use sausages to feed my golden retriever. If you don't like them, you don't have to eat them. There are beddings in the storage room. If you want to rest, you can sleep on the floor next to the sofa in the living room. If you want to leave, please do it quietly and gently so that I don't find you. Looking at the graceful back of the White Jade Buddha leaving, Feng Xian felt envious. She wished she could be as graceful. Judging from visual observation, the older sister in front of her does not seem to be much older than her, and from her delicate facial features, one can seem to see some resemblance to Guan Huier, and there seems to be some kind of kinship between them. This also explains why Lu Ming risked his life to go to the girls' dormitory to save people. However, what mattered to her most was that they were free. Judging from what Bai Yufo said, she tacitly allowed them to leave and did not restrict their personal freedom. What should we do? Should we leave? Qin Ruru snorted softly, her nasal tone carrying a hint of contempt. She stood at the window and looked down. Dozens of roaming zombies were searching for living things in the community like wild beasts. If they went out, they would only die. We can't leave. From the very beginning, we underestimated the severity of this disaster. The victims are not just our students, but a wider range of people, all of humanity. Even if we can avoid the zombies' pursuit, where can we run to? No place is safe now. Luo, she seemed to be lost in thought. She glanced at Feng Xian and Qin Ruru's faces with a look of loneliness and confusion in her eyes. She didn't know what to do next, how to face Lu Ming and the White Jade Buddha. Did she really have to live a primitive life with one man and many women? Forget it, I won't leave. If you want to leave, you two can go together. I want to stay. I want to say sorry to Lu Ming in person. Besides, I know that with my abilities and personality, I may not be able to survive even if I go out. There is food and drink here. Lu Ming and that sister have done nothing bad to us, at least not now. Feng Xian was unable to react for a moment. What happened to Luo Shi? How could she make such a decision? Lu Ming's desire for them was obvious, so how could she dare to stay? Could it be that Luo Shi has masochistic tendencies? Is she an M? Damn it, why didn't I discover her hidden attribute before? What surprised Feng Xian was that Qin Ruru also chose to stay. Her mind was the most unrestrained and unrestrained. How could she calmly accept this fate and become a plaything and parasite of inferiority? Before we are sure of a safe destination, I am also planning to stay here. Squad leader, you have to think clearly. Leaving here may not be the best option. Lu Ming may not do anything to us. That sister is so pretty and has a good figure. More importantly, she is on the same front with him. The three of us may not be in his eyes. Who knows, she may say those things just to tease us. Do you think you can compare with that sister? Feng Xian, my goodness, am I being overly sentimental? Or have you been expecting to be ridden for a long time? Feng Xian's will was originally very firm, but after watching her sisters betray her, she began to waver. Perhaps staying was the best choice. In the middle of the night, Lu Ming opened his eyes in a daze and felt something heavy pressing on his body. It was fragrant, soft, and very familiar. He had already come to the conclusion based on the smell. White Jade Buddha. He just wanted to move his fingers, but found that they were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the muscles in his body were so sore that even the slightest movement would make him feel as if 100 ants were gnawing at his heart, and he was about to cry. However, he couldn't make a sound no matter what he did. It was as if someone was strangling his throat, and a feeling of suffocation swept through his whole body. Is this going to kill me? Just when Lu Ming thought his story was about to end here, the White Jade Buddha noticed something was wrong with him, quickly straightened his body, picked up a cup of warm water, and gently put it into his mouth. After the dry throat was moistened by the warm water, it instantly changed. Lu Ming's breathing became smoother, and his complexion gradually regained its rosy color. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Ming regained his ability to speak, and partially his ability to move. What happened to me? I almost died. The White Jade Buddha stretched out his pure white jade hand and gently touched Lu Ming's forehead. The temperature dropped, and the fever subsided. I saw her smiling beautifully under the dim moonlight, and that moment of tenderness surpassed all the love in the world. It's not hot anymore, that's great. You scared me so much when you fainted suddenly. Lu Ming rubbed his brows and forced a smile. Why? Repay evil with kindness. I treated you so well, and you still saved me. Save you? No, I'm trying to save my own interests. I've pledged my entire being to you, so you can't get hurt. Otherwise, do you want me to take these 3 girls with me to face the zombies? I don't have the strength to do that. I can't guarantee it. Next, I'll buy them all off one by one so that they won't get in my way. Although Bai Yufo's words were ruthless, her concerned eyes made Lu Ming flattered. People's eyes can speak. She cares about him. Lu Ming just wanted to get up, but his muscles ached so much that he grimaced and sweated profusely, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. It hurts so much. Even if someone broke my bones, it wouldn't hurt this much. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Bai Yufo was also panicked. She was not a doctor, and seeing Lu Ming sweating all over, she was at a loss and could only worry. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Where does it hurt? I'll help you find medicine. The pain came and went quickly, and in just a few seconds, the muscles slowly returned to normal. Apart from a little weakness, everything was normal. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He now had some ideas about the strange situation. Over the past 2 days, Lu Ming has been slaughtering zombies like a machine. Behind such efficiency and strength lies a huge hidden danger. Now, the hidden danger has erupted. In the final analysis, his body is too weak and needs exercise. Only a strong body can give people great strength. The power gained from killing zombies can only temporarily enhance a person's combat effectiveness and improve the physical condition, but it cannot really exercise the body. I recall meeting Ma Jun today. He was holding a javelin and didn't show any signs of supernatural powers, but his combat power value was an unprecedented 30. Such a terrifying value must be related to his early sports career. Lu Ming made up his mind that in order to save his overloaded body and use his strength more easily, he would exercise and possess a savage physique to defeat all demons and monsters. The next morning, Lu Ming got up early in the morning and took a comfortable bath to get rid of the bad luck and sweat odor on his body. In the hot summer, if you don't pay attention to personal hygiene, you will easily get sick, and you will also easily be disliked by beautiful girls. Feng Xian, Qin Ruru, and Luo Shi were very envious of Lu Ming for being able to take a cold shower, and moreover, he was accompanied by the beautiful lady Bai Yufo the whole time, under the pretext of saving water. Fuck me. How can this be called saving water? It's just forcing dog food on me. Disgusting. Lu Ming, how do you feel now? Are you feeling better? The White Jade Buddha supported Lu Ming, as if he was serving an old man, cautiously and attentively. The two of them had been frank with each other, and yesterday, in order to take care of Lu Ming, Bai Yufo had also carefully wiped his body, so the two of them already knew each other well. However, Bai Yufo was still a girl after all, and always remained reserved. But the purity of a girl and the charm of a mature woman that she vaguely revealed still made Lu Ming unable to control himself. If he hadn't been concerned about outsiders, he would have invited the White Jade Buddha to play cards long ago. Breakfast is still the same ordinary white rice porridge. He did not impose too many restrictions on Feng Xian and the other two, and they were allowed to eat whatever food they wanted in the storage room, giving them great freedom in terms of material things. Lu Ming planned to collect supplies today and find a place to exercise. He remembered that there was a large gym in the city center with complete facilities and a large supermarket nearby. Going to the city center would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And these three well-fed and well-drinking little girls will come in handy. The three of them do not have high fighting capabilities, and they are young and easy to control, making them the most suitable for the longest-term labor. To this end, Lu Ming even got the van from a nearby fruit shop owner early on to help them with their work. What? You actually want us to move things for you? You're too calculating. You don't want to waste the existing labor force at all. Feng Xian looked at the slightly blackened labor gloves in her hands and felt confused about her future. Lu Ming gave her the feeling that he was a black-hearted boss who was completely treating them like donkeys. They are all princesses who cannot lift or carry anything. They used to live an easy life with everything provided for them. Except that Luoshi came from a martial arts family and learned martial arts since childhood, so she has some strength. She and Qinruru are both girls who are more delicate than water, with waists more slender than willows. How could they do such hard work? Putting aside whether they can move much stuff or not, this kind of hard and painful job is simply not suitable for them to do, and they cannot accept it psychologically. You are exploiting child labor. We are all under 16 years old, and we are all girls. You want us to work as laborers for you? This is simply a joke. You are breaking the law. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qinruru also agreed, yeah, you can't do this to us. It's so dangerous outside, and the three of us are unarmed girls. Whether we are facing zombies or bad guys, there is no room for us to fight back. Do you have the heart to let us take such a big risk? We don't live and eat for free. We can work for you. We can sing, dance, play the piano, or do some simple housework. Lu Ming had a strange look on his face. Sing, dance, or play the piano. It sounds good, but in the apocalypse, instead of focusing on collecting supplies, you enjoy life here. Isn't this just courting death? He wrote down Qinruru's opinion. Although it cannot be implemented for the time being, there will be a chance in the future. He shifted his gaze to Luo Shi. This girl who had always been against him was unusually quiet today. For some reason, Lu Ming always felt that the way she looked at him was filled with some unknown emotion. Could it be that she liked me? Soon, Lu Ming eliminated this illusion. It is important for people to know themselves. Although I am very good, I am not yet to the point where everyone loves me and flowers bloom when I see them. There must be another hidden story. Luoshi, what do you think? Do you also want to live a carefree life with nothing to eat and drink in this room of about 100 square meters? Luo, she bit her pink lower lip with her pearly teeth, and her eyes swept gently over the white jade Buddha, as if she was avoiding something. She whispered, I don't mind. I can do any job. It's just that I want to follow you. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at the white jade Buddha again, looking guilty. I don't have any other intentions. I just feel that it's safer to stay with you. Bai Yufo was speechless. Girl, your intention is so obvious that it only makes things more obvious. Are you treating everyone here as fools? Feng Xian and Qinruru were so embarrassed that they almost dug out a world map with their toes. Luo Shi, I didn't expect you to be such a brave woman. Although the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous and awkward, Lu Ming still felt that Luo Shi had other intentions. Nodding gently, Lu Ming said seriously, don't rush to make a decision. I will pay you for your work. First, there is no restriction on the use of the materials you collect. Second, those who collect more materials can get rewards. Reward? What reward? Feng Xian became interested when the reward was mentioned. She wanted to see what reward this penniless man could give her. Apart from food to fill her stomach, Lu Ming had nothing to attract her. Gold, silver, and jewelry? They are so vulgar and not practical at all. Food? It's good enough to have something to eat. Why would you want something that doesn't exist? Qinruru was also somewhat tempted by Lu Ming's reward. Although she didn't know what it was, something that could be called a reward must be something extraordinary. At least it had to be able to motivate them. Reward? I want one too. After Luo she heard these two words, her eyes lit up. What others have, she must have too. What the reward is, that's up to you to choose. Whatever you want, combined with my abilities, I will definitely give it to you. This is equivalent to a wish. Lu Ming spoke calmly. His expression was sincere. It didn't seem fake. Make a wish? Are you just making a wish? Feng Xian asked suspiciously, her eyes full of distrust, just like Luo Shi before. I want to go home. Can you satisfy me? Little sister, you are too narrow-minded. Can something as trivial as going home be considered a wish? Think about the long term. Do you want to live under someone else's roof forever? If I can help you gain powerful strength and make you strong enough, there will be no place in this world that you cannot go to. Sister Bai, is what Lu Ming said true? Can he really find a way to increase our strength? Feng Xian was 70% sure that what Lu Ming said was true, but she was still worried and still carefully asked the White Jade Buddha for confirmation. She originally thought that the White Jade Buddha, who was Lu Ming's bedmate, would continue to speak in accordance with Lu Ming's words, but she didn't expect that the White Jade Buddha would chuckle and then say, "You have forgotten your identity, little girl. We are not on an equal footing. I am gentle to you because Lu Ming doesn't want to embarrass you. If you really don't know what's good for you, you will really be fed to the zombies. Always remember who you are, and don't take yourself too seriously. Your so-called family background is useless here. Here, your starting point is 0. If you want to be superior, don't rely on others' sympathy for you, but rely on your own efforts to get it. You know, if you don't do this simple job, there are many people willing to do it, such as the physical education teacher yesterday." Lu Ming frowned, feeling that the White Jade Buddha's words were a bit angry. Could it be that he was jealous? I'll do it. The speechless Feng Xian regained her sanity. Under the terrifying pressure of the White Jade Buddha, she chose to compromise. Compared with her, Lu Ming's soft voice seemed so gentle. Although he had evil intentions, he did not trample on their self-esteem. At the same time, she developed a slight resentment towards the White Jade Buddha. "You are clearly just a lying woman, enjoying Lu Ming's protection. If Lu Ming hadn't fallen in love with you, how could you be so free and easy today?" Qin Ruru remained silent, just nodded, not knowing what she was thinking. Luo Shi, who was standing aside, looked normal, and there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. He must be very gentle at heart to indulge them like this. His previous fierce appearance was just a disguise, trying to scare them and raise their vigilance. What a good man. Hearing Feng Xian's response, Bai Yufo turned around and set his sights on Qin Ruru. "What about you? Are you also like Feng Xian, who refused to accept the toast and had to drink the forfeit wine?" "No, it's not." Qin Ruru flatly denied it. She really didn't dare to go against Bai Yufo. The other party's expressionless face put too much pressure on her. Moreover, Qin Ruru felt that what she said was true, and she was not threatening them. "That's good." After saying this, the White Jade Buddha turned his gaze towards Lu Ming. His eyes were calm, and there was no sign of any emotional fluctuation. Next, it was Lu Ming's turn to perform. Although the White Jade Buddha's stick made Lu Ming a little overwhelmed, the final result was still good, and the troublemaker Feng Xian gave in. "Before you leave, I have one important thing to say. Always be alert and never hesitate." Lu Ming was driving a van in front, while Bai Yufo and 3 workers were following closely behind in a Mercedes-Benz. The doomsday came too suddenly. Many people were completely transformed into zombies before they had time to react. Accident vehicles appeared one after another on the road. The drivers in the cars had already turned into zombies, and the passengers were still screaming through the car windows with hideous faces and clearly visible black lines on their faces. Feng Xian was shocked by the dilapidated scenes everywhere. The once glorious city collapsed overnight. The noisy crowds turned into a roaming army of zombies, and the place of feasting and revelry was completely reduced to ruins. What a jaw-dropping thing it was. She couldn't believe what she saw. What the hell is going on? Can I still go home? Qin Ruru's tears had already overflowed. With her intelligence and judgment, she now understood the horror of this disaster. No one was spared. No matter who they were, as long as they lived on this land, they were all victims. Going home is not a difficult thing for you. If you can meet Lu Ming's expectations, he will be happy to send you back. However, sending you home does not mean that you can stay there. You are not a free person now, and your ownership is not in your own hands. Lu Ming picked you up, so he owns you. If you want to leave, it is nothing but a foolish dream. He will not indulge you. Even if your parents or relatives stood in front of him, they might not be able to take you away. If a conflict occurs between the two parties, please seriously consider Lu Ming's fighting ability. You may not have a clear understanding of his strength, so let me tell you. When I saw him for the first time, I was so scared that I couldn't move. At that time, he could easily deal with the siege of 7 or 8 zombies. Now, his strength has increased, and he has a weapon. Along the way, he killed countless zombies with ease. That physical education teacher of yours, he's not even worth a single blow from him. Besides that, he has also hidden something very important. Do you think you can fight against such a man? You don't know how funny your childish tricks are in his eyes. Maybe it's because he is too bored, otherwise he wouldn't have taken you in. The White Jade Buddha finally taunted. Wake up. He is the curse of your life. There is no way to break it. Luoshi was not listening to Bai Yufo's words. She leaned her head on the comfortable seat and fell asleep. For her, there was no need to think too much. There would always be a way when the car reached the mountain, and the boat would naturally go straight when it reached the bridge. It was useless to think too much, and plans would never keep up with changes. Although Feng Xian was unwilling, she was forced to accept the reality. She was even ready to become a mature woman. I understand, sister. Can you give me a chance tonight? What? You want to sleep with me so soon? There's no need to be so hasty. The White Jade Buddha naturally knew what Feng Xian meant. If he stuck his head out, he would be in danger. It would be better to die early and be reborn soon, rather than taking this matter to heart and living in fear all day long. Don't worry, Lu Ming won't do anything to you for a while. He is very busy now and doesn't have the time to think about so many messy things. You should just be honest workers, work hard, and wait for rewards. That's it. Bai Yufo dismissed Feng Xian, but in her heart she was thinking, there is only one man, and I haven't even had a chance to enjoy myself, and you're already here to snatch my food? You little brat, except for the collagen on your face, you can't compare to me in any other aspect, and you still want to snatch my food from my mouth? You're just dreaming. Just work honestly. Qin Ruru ignored the two women's fierce words. Through her careful observation, Qin Ruru found that the White Jade Buddha did not seem to be too surprised by the scene in front of her. Even when facing those horrible zombies and man-eating monsters, she behaved so calmly, even nonchalantly, as if she had some basis. It was the same thing yesterday afternoon. At that time, Lu Ming suddenly fell into a coma. Without this powerful bodyguard as a backup, how could she maintain such a stable mentality? Qin Ruru didn't believe that this woman was born strong. She was also in a panic when Lu Ming was unconscious. She was also afraid. Do you have anything to say? Bai Yufo saw from the rearview mirror that Qin Ruru seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he asked directly. After obtaining superpowers, her perception ability has been greatly improved, and Qin Ruru's little movements could not escape her eyes at all. Through her observation, she found that Qin Ruru looked pure and lovely on the surface, but in fact, she was very cunning and had a lot of ideas in her mind. If she was given another 2 years to grow up, Bai Yufo felt that she would not be her opponent. Sister, I have a small question in my mind and want to ask you. I wonder if it is convenient for you? I've already said it, but you still asked me if it's convenient for me. How hypocritical. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why are you being so secretive? It makes me look scary. The White Jade Buddha showed a terrifying smile. She wanted to tease this thoughtful little girl and teach her a lesson, so that she would not make trouble in front of her for no reason and annoy her. Just say whatever you want to say. You may not have the chance to say it later. When Bai Yufo said this, Qin Ruru's fake smile froze in place. The little girl opened her mouth with a question mark on her face. Sister, what do you mean by this? What do you mean there will be no chance to speak in the future? Are you going to kill us? No. You think too badly of people. You three are Lu Ming's treasures. Who would kill you? Isn't this obviously going against him? Those who went against him have all died. Even I don't want to end up like them. Bai Yufo said with a smile. Seeing Qin Ruru's nervous face, rapid breathing, flushed face, and anxious look, she felt happy. Is this the joy of playing tricks on people? It's really interesting. Unintentionally, Bai Yu Buddha found a new way to entertain himself. Amuse these silly girls. No wonder some people like to be friends with stupid people. Not only can they feel superior in terms of intelligence, but they can also find unknown joy in them. What I mean is that you will know the answer to the question you want to ask in the future, and you won't have the chance to ask it again. Qin Ruru was full of disbelief. She felt a deep malice coming from the White Jade Buddha, and her scalp went numb. Yeah. Yes. In the end, Qin Ruru gave up communicating with Bai Yu Buddha. She didn't dare to approach this dangerous woman easily. If you encounter any problems, you might as well ask Lu Ming. He won't hide anything from you. This time, Qin Ruru also found the shining point in Lu Ming. About an hour later, the van driven by Lu Ming slowly stopped. The White Jade Buddha brought the three women to Lu Ming's back and looked up at the large supermarket with more than 20 floors. The supplies were right in front of them and within easy reach, but Lu Ming was hesitant to move. What are you waiting for? Go move your things quickly. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go back and rest. Luo, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to get to work. She had already locked on her collection target, purified water. She was a girl who loved beauty. During the few days she was trapped in school, she could barely endure the pain of having no water to take a bath. But this morning, after seeing Lu Ming and Bai Yufo taking a fragrant bath, she became envious. Lu Ming once said that if she performed well, there would be rewards. So she would use the collected purified water to take a bath as a reward. Although it was very luxurious, she could express her dissatisfaction and enjoy herself at the same time. Why not do it? As for the lack of water resources, what does it have to do with me, Luoshi? I'm just a worker. I don't care. I just want to take a shower, using a ton of water. Lu Ming rubbed his neck and stretched his muscles. He just smelled a faint smell of blood in the air, which felt very familiar. No matter whether it was human or zombie, as long as they appeared nearby, they would pose a threat to their collection of supplies, or even attack them. Lu Ming would not allow this to happen. Follow me closely in a moment. If you find anything unusual, notify me immediately. This area is not safe. After hearing this, Feng Xian quietly hid behind Lu Ming. Although she suspected that Lu Ming was exaggerating, for the sake of her own life and health, she still chose to follow Lu Ming's arrangements. The same thing happened to Qin Ruru. After finally escaping from the dead body, her appreciation for life skyrocketed, and she dared not take anything with her. Only Luo she looked indifferent and looked around with a swagger. There's nothing here. No one. Not even zombies. What danger could there be? After saying this, Luo she saw the unfriendly looks from Feng Xian and Qin Ruru. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Luo she immediately shrank his neck, looked at Lu Ming with an apologetic smile, and said seriously, Lu Ming is here. What is there to be afraid of? No matter what kind of demons and monsters there are, they are all garbage in front of Lu Ming. The White Jade Buddha pursed his lips and chuckled. You are just flattering me seriously, Luoshi. You are not as innocent as you appear. Even if you don't flatter me, Lu Ming will not abandon you. Lu Ming did not speak. His eyes swept around calmly, like a rigorous scholar who did not miss any clues. After a moment, he picked up a tiny piece of green glass and said slowly, It seems we are late. Someone has already got here. Bai Yufo took the broken glass, glanced at it calmly, and threw it on the ground. She said nonchalantly, This piece of glass doesn't mean anything. Besides, the supermarket is so big, and all the things are ownerless. It's up to anyone to take as much as they want. Even if someone got there first, they can't take as much as they want. They definitely won't empty the supermarket. We can just go in and take it directly. That's not what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is that someone has taken over this place and set up traps specifically targeting humans. Lu Ming shrugged his nose and said, I just smelled the smell of blood. Although it was very faint, it was definitely there. In other words, this place is not as quiet as it looks. Hearing this, Bai Buddha's expression also became serious. Whatever you want to arrange, I'll listen to you. Lu Ming weighed the steel knife in his hand, and a domineering smile appeared on his lips. The situation below may be a little inappropriate for children, so don't follow me. I will come back to find you after I have dealt with it. Go back to the car and hide there first. If the situation is not right, drive away immediately and don't worry about me. Bai Yufo rubbed her brows, her face full of worry. Thinking of Lu Ming's sudden coma yesterday, she felt a little panicked. She was afraid that Lu Ming would have another accident, a result she could not afford. She also wanted to follow Lu Ming, but there was not even a controllable zombie nearby, so she had no way to exert her fighting power. If she insisted on keeping up, it seemed that she would be of no use other than being a hindrance. Okay, I'll listen to you, Bai Yufo said decisively. Then she moved close to Lu Ming's face and kissed him lightly at the corner of his mouth. A faint fragrance wafted around, giving people infinite tenderness. I'm waiting for you. Be careful. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. Lu Ming was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he stretched out his finger and stroked the corner of his mouth. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at the backs of the White Jade Buddha and the 3 women going away, and whispered softly, Is this true? It feels really good. The 2 hearts were gradually getting closer, and this feeling of mutual trust made Lu Ming's heart tremble. It seemed that he had someone he cared about. Shaking his head gently, Lu Ming adjusted his mood, affirmed his charm in his heart, and then he embarked on his journey. The wild instinct did not sound the alarm, and the combat power detection was also blank. Now, Lu Ming was just acting on his intuition. He instinctively felt that this supermarket was not as simple as it seemed. The faint smell of blood was the source of the ominous sign. If he wanted to find out what kind of danger was inside, he had to go there himself. Although this supermarket is not his only choice, the things inside the supermarket are potential threats. If Lu Ming cannot figure out who is inside, he will always feel uneasy. Perhaps this is the reason why you cannot allow others to sleep soundly in your own bed. Sister Bai, why is Lu Ming so nervous? He is obviously very powerful and no one can be his opponent. Luo she stayed in the car, feeling a little depressed as his good mood was ruined. Bai Yufo liked this simple-minded girl very much and treated her gently. Luoshi, do you know a saying? When the sky is crazy, it will rain. When people are arrogant, there will be disasters. In a world where crises are everywhere, anyone who dares to be arrogant will surely die miserably. Moreover, the purpose of our operation this time is to collect supplies, not to fight. We can't put the cart before the horse. The fighting power of several of us is zero, and it is almost impossible for us to help. If we encounter someone with superpowers, we will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's head, and we will be defeated. Superpower? Qin Ruru's eyes lit up. She seemed to have found the key to the problem. Lu Ming is so powerful. He must be a person with superpowers. Fengxian was very confused now. She had already decided to give up on herself and be a parasite. After hearing about superpowers, she instinctively thought it was nonsense. But when she thought of the extraordinary Lu Ming, she seemed to see hope again. The White Jade Buddha continued, superpowers vary from person to person. Having superpowers does not make you invincible. Superpowers also have flaws. Take me for example. When I used my superpowers for the first time, I attracted many zombies. If I hadn't met Lu Ming, I would have died long ago, and I would have died miserably. A hero saving a beautiful girl? Is it so romantic? Sister Bai, can you tell us the details of the process? Luoshi's face was full of longing, which made Bai Yufo speechless for a while. The process is extremely unhealthy and will seriously affect one's glorious and majestic image. The White Jade Buddha immediately waved her hand, with a happy smile like a little girl on her face, and told the story in a tone full of nostalgia. The so-called story must be processed through artistic techniques. While the White Jade Buddha was vividly describing Lu Ming's battle against the zombies, Lu Ming had already entered the supermarket. Things turned out just as he expected. The supermarket was in a mess. The display window of gold jewelry on the first floor was broken open by force, and the broken glass fell to the ground. The gold and jewelry inside had long been looted. All that was left were some scattered small pieces of gold. It seemed that the other party no longer had any interest in them. Lu Ming continued to move forward and found two more male corpses. Both of them were strong and muscular. Except for the fatal cut on the throat, there were no other scars on their bodies. Lu Ming found a large amount of gold in the packages they carried. It was golden and dazzling, but Lu Ming was not tempted at all and did not even have the desire to pick it up. Since ancient times, gold has been the eternal hard currency. Although its value has fluctuated, it has continued to occupy a high position for a long time and cannot be shaken. If peace is restored and the zombies disappear, I can live a richer life with such a big bag of gold. However, this was just Lu Ming's fantasy. He didn't have the mind to think about the future now. Life in the doomsday was much more difficult than he had imagined, and he was almost unable to take care of himself. Carefully checking the wounds on the body, they all turned out to be caused by a single blow to the throat with clean and quick movements. Lu Ming didn't even see the slightest clue from the corpse's facial expression. Surprise? Fear? Confusion? Was it because the opponent was so fast that people couldn't react? Or was it because he was an acquaintance and he was completely defenseless? Just as Lu Ming was thinking, an alarm suddenly sounded in his brain and his wild instinct was triggered. Relying on instinct, Lu Ming swung the steel knife to block his neck. The next second, the crisp sound of steel colliding reached his ears. Anyone? So soon? Without time to think, Lu Ming raised his foot and kicked out fiercely. He clearly felt that he had hit a piece of soft flesh under his foot. Bang! A thin man fell not far away, with the dagger in his hand falling to the side. He covered his lower abdomen with a ferocious look on his face and looked at Lu Ming viciously with fear on his face. Fuck! Who the hell are you? Why are you here? What do you want to do? Lu Ming brandished the steel knife, performing a beautiful knife show, and looked carefully at the disheveled man in front of him. He held the steel knife tightly with lingering fear, ready to give the opponent a fatal blow at any time. Through the battle power detection, Lu Ming saw a clear and glaring red number above his head, 15. Although the value is not high, even lower than the combat power of the White Jade Buddha, his lethality cannot be underestimated. If it were not for his wild intuition and superhuman perception, then that knife strike just now would have ended his life. You think you're so great just because you have superpowers? You can kill whoever you want? I'm sorry, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, so just accept your death. Want to kill me? You don't deserve it. If I wasn't so careless, you wouldn't have been able to touch even a hair of mine. When the thin man saw Lu Ming approaching him with murderous intent, there was no panic on his face. Instead, he continued to be aggressive and provoked him with words, as if he wanted to anger Lu Ming. Little smash, I'm right here, come and try to touch me. If I frown, I'll be the son of a stepmother. Lu Ming frowned, holding the steel knife tightly in his right hand. His eyes were very alert. He didn't understand why this man was still so arrogant when he was clearly about to die. Was there really someone who was not afraid of death? Or did he have a backup plan, and his accomplices were nearby and could come to support him at any time? No matter what, nothing could stop Lu Ming's determination to kill the person in front of him. Did you kill these two people? Just now, you wanted to kill me in the same way? The thin man covered his abdomen and stood up tremblingly, with a fierce look on his face. He suddenly spat on the ground and said arrogantly, "You ask even though you know the answer, brat. It's because you reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, you would have died under my knife. You can dodge my first move, but can you dodge my second move? With my super speed, it would only take a flick of my finger to kill you." Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled contemptuously, with a look of disbelief on his face. As long as danger approaches her, her wild instinct will sound the alarm. Plus, she is already on guard. So it is simply a pipe dream for the man to launch a sneak attack. It was not in vain that Lu killed so many zombies. The energy obtained from the zombies greatly improved his physique, reaction, speed, strength, mental strength, and other aspects, which were far beyond those of ordinary people. If this man treats himself as an ordinary person and despises himself, then only death awaits him. If this is true, then his next move will be his death. Lu Ming would not allow this arrogant reptile to jump up and down in front of him. Are you that powerful? I think you are nothing special. If I hadn't wanted to see your true identity, I would have given you more than just a kick. You are too arrogant. I never remember offending someone like you. We have no grudges in the past or today. I can't think of any reason why you have to kill me. Moreover, you want to kill me as soon as we meet, and you use sneak attacks. Your means are despicable. You don't take human life seriously. You are quite arrogant. I can't think of what your confidence is. Are you born with a brain disorder, mentally retarded? A mental patient with antisocial tendencies? The thin man smiled coldly. You talk too much nonsense, and you still want to trick me? How stupid. Wait until I cut your head off your neck bit by bit, and then I will slowly tell you what my confidence is. As soon as he finished speaking, the thin man took a step forward and shot out on the spot like a bullet. He suddenly picked up the dagger on the ground, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. He just smiled grimly and whispered like a dream, "Today, you are dead. You can't dodge my knife." After saying that, the thin man rushed towards Lu Ming like a poisonous snake hiding in the bushes, suddenly revealing its white fangs. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, ready for battle. He was already certain that the supernatural power obtained by the man in front of him was related to his movement speed. His legs had extraordinary explosive power, and he could advance at an extremely fast speed. If Lu Ming's strength had not been baptized and strengthened by many zombies, he would not have been able to accurately capture the opponent's route. Next, Lu Ming chuckled and gently waved the steel knife in his hand. A smug head flew up into the air, and the expression seemed as if he had seen Lu Ming bleed to death on the spot. The headless body still executed the orders given by the brain. Regardless of the blood gushing from the neck, it rushed towards Lu Ming recklessly. Lu Ming kicked the man hard, sending him flying, and watched his head fall heavily to the ground. Bang! The sound is clear and pleasant, making people feel peaceful. This is the end of arrogance. Lu Ming whispered softly, his face showing no joy or sadness, but a hint of surprise emerged in his heart. This time, after killing the psychic, his body did not receive any feedback, not even a bit of energy. It seemed that his body could no longer absorb energy. Has my body reached a bottleneck? Can it absorb even a little bit of energy? Lu Ming looked down at the ugly head, raised his foot, and stomped it hard to crush it, completely destroying that face from the world. This time, he felt much better. If you go against Mr. Lu, you will not have a good ending. Even if your body is intact, you will not be allowed to die. After removing the blood from the man's feet, Lu Ming turned his gaze to the upstairs. He always felt that there was some extraordinary person hidden in this building, perhaps another arrogant person, or perhaps a more difficult opponent. Making up stories is a physically demanding job that consumes a lot of brain cells. Faced with Luoshi's many problems, Bayou Buddha felt so tired. She started to be perfunctory and answer questions irrelevantly. However, she would listen with great interest to anything involving Lu Ming, even if it was a made-up story. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this girl had ill intentions towards Lu Ming. Although Bai Yufo liked this honest little girl very much, she was not generous enough to give up the man she had just got. She regarded Lu Ming as her only man, but she had no idea what Lu Ming was thinking. In the eyes of Bai Yufo, Lu Ming's thoughts were unpredictable, sometimes cold-blooded, sometimes gentle. He could wield a butcher knife without blinking and crazily harvest the heads of zombies. He never frowned once, regardless of gender, age, or status. He could also go into danger alone to save people and become unconscious from exhaustion. Such a complicated man was hard for her to understand. He was simply a complicated collection. Bai Yufo knew that she couldn't possess him alone, but she didn't want to leave the stage so soon. She is only 18 years old, in the prime of her youth. If she gives in when her looks, figure, and temperament are at their peak, then what future does she have? The women present all understood that there was only one man in their future, and everything they enjoyed was related to his joys and sorrows. If they didn't fight for it, then they would really have nothing. What does nothing mean? To be forgotten, to be alone, to die in a corner. This is something that no man, not even a woman, can tolerate, and the White Jade Buddha will never allow such a thing to happen. So, she took a step back and tried to test him. How about I give Lu Ming to you tonight? Since you are so interested in him, why don't you go explore him yourself? Hearing this, Luo, she was slightly startled at first. Her little face flushed. She nodded weakly, her bright eyes showing a bit of confusion. She whispered, "Is it really possible?" The next second, the White Jade Buddha felt numb all over. She originally thought that Luo she would shyly refuse. She definitely understood the specific meaning of her words, but this foolish girl actually didn't play by the rules and agreed directly. She was a real reckless man. The White Jade Buddha frowned, tapped Luoshi's forehead lightly, and said unhappily, "You really want to be my sister? You'd better wait a little longer. Since the other party doesn't play by the rules, don't blame me for not being polite." The White Jade Buddha directly broke his promise. In this way, things are back to square one again. Chapter 37. Something strange happened. A horde of zombies appeared. Sister Bai likes to joke around. Actually, I was just joking too. I'm not that aggressive. I'm a more reserved girl, and everyone knows that. If you don't believe me, Sister Bai can ask Feng Xian and Qin Ruru. Luo, she covered her slightly hot earlobe with her white fingers, explaining while seeking off-field assistance. Bai Yufo was only 3 years older than them, but her fighting ability was several times greater than theirs. With just a little trick, she made Luoshi extremely embarrassed and defeated. Right, squad leader, Ruru? Feng Xian and Qin Ruru tacitly shifted their gazes to the window and quickly removed themselves from the two people's fire. Although Bai Yufo and Luo she seemed to be chatting and laughing on the surface, there were undercurrents between their words that these two outsiders could not understand at all. Now, Luo she was facing strong pressure and was isolated and helpless. He wanted to drag them into the battlefield without their knowledge, which they of course refused. The three of them originally had a community of interests, sharing honor and disgrace, and should have worked together to overcome difficulties. However, Luo she was the first to betray the alliance, took the initiative to show goodwill to Lu Ming, and compromised without reservation. To them, Luo she was a traitor and was not worthy of help at all. Luo she is never as simple as she seems. She knows clearly what she should do at each step and how to achieve the corresponding results. The temptation from Bai Buddha and the cold treatment from Feng Xian and Qin Ruru were all within her expectations. No matter how powerful the White Jade Buddha's aura is, and how meticulous her control over people's hearts is, as long as she is a woman, she will retain her original nature, possessiveness, selfishness, and territorial consciousness towards men. Luo she chose to obey her and gain benefits from it. As for Feng Xian and Qin Ruru, they were just self-righteous children. Who did they think the person in front of them was? An idiot? Would they be played around by these two children? It's simply a joke. They are butchers who kill without blinking an eye, but the fear brought by the rolling heads seems to have not caused an impact on their hearts, causing them to harbor illusions and guard that ridiculous and funny chastity and dignity. Their heads are filled with inappropriate calculations, and they are complacent. In the end, they will definitely not be able to adapt to the world in front of them. Look, your sisters are all ignoring you. It seems your reserve is fake. Bai Yufo said in a joking tone, Lu Ming will be back soon. Wait a minute. Go and ask him what he thinks of you. If he likes you, I naturally cannot refute him. If he doesn't like you, you should work hard to make him like you. After all, he is the big brother here, and you have to listen to him in everything, and I am no exception. So, if you want to gain benefits, whether it's food or superpowers, as long as you can please him, I think everything will be easy. But I have one thing to warn you. Don't anger him, otherwise, you will end up as zombies with their heads torn off. He is very gentle to his companions, but only if they are obedient. He is always very cold to other people. In his eyes, other people are no different from zombies. Killing people and zombies are the same thing to him. They are both about clearing obstacles. Feng Xian nodded heavily and took note of Bai Yufo's words. Her understanding of Lu Ming deepened further. He was an extreme egoist and a patriarch with a dictatorial style. In her heart, Feng Xian listed Lu Ming as the most dangerous person, no doubt about it. Qin Ruru had different ideas. From Bai Yufo's words, she vaguely constructed an image of Lu Ming. An ambitious man, ruthless, without sympathy, like a ferocious beast, who would not tolerate provocation. She listed obedience as the first rule of survival, and even began to restrain her thoughts of fishing in troubled waters. Just when a few people were daydreaming, a group of zombies attacked from a distance. Their movements are no longer as slow as before, they have become as agile as humans. They are like vultures and hyenas that eat carrion on the grassland. Once they find the corpses of herbivores such as bison and zebras, they will swarm in groups. Sister Bai, there are zombies. What should we do? Feng Xian had already been frightened by the zombies. Seeing the zombie army slowly approaching, her heart was pounding. The fear was like smoke, enveloping her again. She was trembling all over, and the horror of being surrounded by zombies was overwhelming. Seeing such a large number of zombies for the first time, Bai Yufo was a little scared. She could control a few zombies, but in front of the hordes of zombies, this ability seemed to be useless. She now missed Lu Ming a little, and missed his heroic figure of violently pushing down the zombies. He is a one-man army and can easily move in and out of the zombie group freely. If there is no one around, only he can maintain a good mentality and thinking ability when facing so many zombies. The White Jade Buddha took a deep breath, looked at the car carefully, tapped the glass twice with his fingers, and shook his head silently. The hardness of car glass is too low to defend against the attacks of zombies. It is obviously unrealistic to use car windows as a barrier to fight against zombies. Call. We have no choice but to leave now. Zombies are very sensitive to smell and sound. Now, their speed has increased. If we hesitate any longer, we will just be fed to the zombies. Our advantage now is this car. We can only outperform the zombies in speed. In order to survive, we must leave immediately. As he spoke, Bai Yufo started the car, quickly turned around, and headed in a direction away from the zombie army. This happened suddenly. Lu Ming won't blame us. He is very strong and has good luck. Nothing will happen to him. Bai Yufo's smooth escape operation overwhelmed the three women. They originally thought that the relationship between Bai Yufo and Lu Ming was unbreakable and that they shared weal and woe. It was impossible for her to give up waiting for Lu Ming. However, what they never expected was that Bai Yu Buddha's actions were so decisive and without any delay, and everything was carried out according to the most ideal plan. Sister Bai, are we just leaving like this? What about Lu Ming? Will he be in danger? Luo, she felt that the scenery outside the car window was rapidly receding, and she could no longer see the shadow of the zombies in the rearview mirror. After surviving the disaster, she began to worry about Lu Ming's comfort. From the student dormitory to now, everything the three of them enjoyed was thanks to Lu Ming. Now that he was in danger, if she didn't have any worries in her heart, it would be unacceptable both morally and conscientiously. There are at least 200 zombies in that group. If we stay there, we will only hinder Lu Ming, and he may not be able to spare the time to protect us. We do this for him, and even more for ourselves. Now, saving lives is the top priority. Don't think too much. The White Jade Buddha looked forward, holding the steering wheel steadily in his hands. Feng Xian and Qin Ruru also nodded in agreement. There were varying degrees of worry on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking about. Chapter 38. Encountering a survivor. At this time, Lu Ming was still exploring the building in an orderly manner, completely unaware that he had been abandoned. Passing by the various small restaurants of different styles on the second floor, he did not find any messy traces of human activity, and he didn't even find any trace of a zombie. I remember when the disaster broke out, it was midnight, and he was obsessed with the headline-grabbing comet hitting the Earth. He couldn't get over it for a long time, and was still complaining about this news in his heart. However, he never expected that this would be the last piece of news he saw. The damn doomsday moment was teasing his tense nerves. While killing, he also wanted to hide in a corner and live a miserable life. However, he had no other choice. If he could not become stronger soon and adapt to life in the doomsday, only death would be waiting for him. The quiet air was frighteningly peaceful. Lu Ming was on edge. He would not allow himself to make any mistakes. He could not pin all his hopes on superpowers and act on instinct. That was the nature of a beast. As a human being, reason was his most powerful weapon. The encounter on the first floor confirmed to Lu Ming that collecting supplies this time was far from as easy as he had imagined. These ownerless things seem to have been occupied by someone. What he has to do is to snatch the supplies from the master. Those who obey will prosper, while those who go against will perish. He has to use the simplest and crudest means to accomplish this. Just as Lu Ming was about to step into the third floor, the exclusive floor for men's clothing, a miserable cry reached his ears. It was a man's cry. From the voice alone, Lu Ming couldn't tell the man's age, height, weight, and other physical characteristics, but from the tone of his voice, he could tell that he had plenty of energy and was not in a weak state such as hunger or illness. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Things seemed to be getting interesting. This was obviously not a zombie attack, but a violence from their own kind. In extremely dangerous moments, while people are pursuing survival resources in space, they still do not forget to point the finger at their own kind. Lu Ming was interested in their story. He hadn't seen a game between mature humans for a long time. He hid the steel knife, restrained his expression, disguised himself as an ordinary person, and ran to the third floor with a panicked look on his face, screaming from time to time, "Zombies, it's zombies! Help!" Lu Ming learned it very well, just like an ordinary person being chased by zombies. As he ran, 5 men and 3 women appeared in Lu Ming's sight. They were very confused about Lu Ming's sudden appearance, but when they saw that he looked at a loss, they became less vigilant. When disaster strikes, many people are overwhelmed and are torn to pieces by zombies before they have time to resist. It is reasonable that there are occasionally a few lucky ones who escape. When Lu Ming gradually approached, he found that the young and strong man in the lead was holding down a man's head tightly, and the sharp knife in his hand was stabbed into the man's lower abdomen. It can be seen that the miserable scream came from him. Seeing this, Lu Ming was so scared that he collapsed on the ground and turned around to run away. When they first met, Lu Ming found out the opponent's combat power values: 6, 8, 8, 10, 15, 20, 20, 21. Good data, especially the leading man, whose combat power has reached a staggering 21, more than 4 times that of an ordinary person. Among them, there is a woman whose combat power is 20. Judging from her frail body and appearance, she does not have the demeanor of a strong person. She must have awakened special powers. 8 people, just 8 people, not enough for Lu Ming to chop with one knife. Lu Ming did not sense any dangerous aura from the 8 people. Moreover, without knowing the opponent's trump card, if he launched an attack brazenly, there would inevitably be some omissions. In order to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, or the opponent's hidden trump card, Lu Ming decided to hide himself first and feel out the opponent's strength. Murder. Murder. Run. Lu Ming's acting was a bit exaggerated, but the people present did not see through it at all. They were sneering and seemed to enjoy Lu Ming's panic and helplessness at the moment. Just as Lu Ming was about to run to the stairs, the leading man said to a younger brother next to him with a combat power of 20, "Wang Biao, go and bring him back to me. Break his legs, pull out his tongue, and let him run around and make a fuss. It's so hot that it makes people upset." Hearing this, Wang Biao nodded towards the man, staring intently at the direction where Lu Ming fled, with a ferocious smile on his face, and said, "Okay, Brother Yang, leave this little thing to me. I'm best at dealing with ordinary people like him who are unarmed." As the second in command of the team, Wang Biao only obeys Zhao Yang's orders and doesn't care about anyone else. The disaster came, but it was not a bad thing for Wang Biao. He did not suffer any harm in the disaster. Instead, he awakened his special powers and became extremely powerful. He could easily lift a car with one hand. He was extremely strong. After glancing at Lu Ming's receding figure, Zhao Yang dropped the corpse in his hand and kicked it away. He suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. "What's going on? I'm a little panicked. Wang Xian, are you sure that all the zombies around have been driven away? Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? It feels like something bad is going to happen again." The woman who was talking to Zhao Yang was wearing a Mickey-colored skirt. She was not particularly pretty, but her eyes were full of extraordinary brilliance, which made people convinced. However, her combat power was 8. She was at the bottom. Wang Xian reached out to adjust the frame of her glasses and smiled contemptuously. "I thought only women believed in intuition, but I didn't expect you men to believe in it too. I've confirmed with you countless times that all the zombies in this building have been driven to the top floor. Without my order, they won't come down. You can rest assured. Our most important task now is to collect supplies and then find a safer place to hide and wait for rescue, instead of killing passers-by here." Zhao Yang frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows and gave a flattering smile. If he had not been concerned about Wang Xian's ability to control zombies, he would have severely whipped this arrogant woman to let her know that there was a price to pay for being so arrogant towards Zhao. "I'm sorry, I wasted time. When Wang Biao comes back, we will start to act immediately. We will never procrastinate and waste time." Zhao Yang laughed. He is also a person with awakened superpowers. His superpowers cannot directly give him combat power, but he can foresee danger, just like a prophet. He relies on this ability to slowly improve his strength and recruit younger brothers. On the way to survival, he met Wang Xian and her 2 daughters, and relied on their ability to drive away zombies to successfully enter the building. He had just finished his meal when he encountered several blind intruders. Zhao Yang, who regarded this place as his own property, naturally could not tolerate anyone stealing his supplies under his nose, so he took the most violent and bloody means to declare his sovereignty. This is what Lu Ming saw. Chapter 39. Counterattack. When Lu Ming saw that a man with a combat power of 20 was chasing him, a smile appeared in his eyes. Very cautious. To deal with an unarmed passerby, he directly used such a powerful force. Originally, Lu Ming thought that the other party would just send a person with a combat power of 8 or 10 to capture him. I dare not relax or slack off against strangers at all. It is no different from using a big move to clear the soldiers in the game. It always feels like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly, which is a waste. Seeing Wang Biao, who was eyeing him closely and chasing him relentlessly, Lu Ming smiled knowingly. He could finally have the experience of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. I hope the tiger in front of me is not so fragile and doesn't break its teeth. In a flash, Lu Ming followed the electric staircase and quickly reached the 2nd floor. Wang Biao followed closely behind, but with his speed, he could not catch up with Lu Ming no matter how hard he tried. However, the other party was always in his sight, which gave him the feeling of wanting to eat but not being able to. His heart felt itchy as if he was scratched by a cat. "Damn it, if you run again. I'll beat you to death if I catch you." Wang Biao was very angry. He was irritated by this little bastard. He jumped up and down like a rabbit and was more slippery than a loach. Lu Ming ignored Wang Biao and continued his performance. He was so panicked that his feet suddenly slipped and he fell to the ground. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but he was too nervous to use any strength and he couldn't stand up for a long time. Wang Biao saw this and showed a bloodthirsty grin on his face. "You little bastard. You are really good at running. You made me sweat all over. What bad luck." He quickened his pace and quickly came to the limp Lu Ming, wantonly enjoying his frightened expression, opening his mouth wide and laughing smugly. "God is on my side. It's your bad luck to fall into my hands. Who told you to come to a place you shouldn't be in? Accept your fate." Lu Ming's voice was slightly tearful as he pleaded aggrievedly. "Please, big brother, please let me go. I didn't see anything. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Just pretend that you didn't see me and didn't catch up with me. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Wang Biao glanced at Lu Ming with contempt and sneered. "Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of bargaining with me. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy of my kindness? You are just dreaming if you want me to let you go. If I let you go, how can I explain to the boss?" As he spoke, Wang Biao reached out and grabbed Lu Ming's collar. "So, you'd better die here honestly, so that I don't waste my time dealing with you." Just when Wang Biao's hand was about to touch Lu Ming's collar, he clearly saw the joy in Lu Ming's eyes. Is this guy stupid? He is almost dead. How can he be happy? The thought only stayed in his mind for a second, and what was waiting for him was a set of fatal scissor kicks. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Biao's big hand. In a short moment, his 2 legs were tightly wrapped around Wang Biao's neck like a spirit snake. With a loud bang, it was as if something exploded in Wang Biao's mind, and he understood the source of that joy. This cunning man was deceiving himself, deliberately showing weakness to let himself down, and then unexpectedly gave himself a fatal blow. How despicable! If you have the guts, let me go. I'll fight you one-on-one. Lu Ming curled his lips and thought for a moment. One-on-one with you? It sounds very manly and passionate. Not bad. Wang Biao thought that Lu Ming was determined to have a big fight with him. He was ready to use his tyrannical strength to smash Lu Ming, this sinister and despicable man, into pulp. However, what made him painful and desperate was that Lu Ming had no intention of letting go. His thighs continued to exert force. The feeling of suffocation became more and more intense. His face began to turn blue, and he might not be able to hold on any time. Is your head filled with shit? Why do you think others are as stupid as you? I have the upper hand. Why should I go head to head with you? Isn't it better to just kill you like this? After hearing this, Wang Biao realized that the other party was not a lamb but a man-eating beast. Lu Ming slowly retracted his strength, giving Wang Biao a chance to catch his breath. Although he was very powerful, he was more cautious and did not dare to risk his life easily. Although the opponent's group was not very powerful, he did not know their trump cards and did not dare to act rashly. Now, he has to extract information from Wang Biao's mouth and formulate more reasonable actions for the next plan. Here, let me take a few breaths and slow down. Wang Biao felt the air rushing into his nasal cavity, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness in his heart. He was like a little fish in a dry pond craving for water, greedily inhaling the air. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. Just when he wanted to rely on his brute force to break through Lu Ming's shackles, he found that he was wrong. The opponent's strength was much stronger than his. Even if he had the ability of strength, he could not compete with the man in front of him. Want to run? That's hard. At least you can't do it alone. Lu Ming naturally sensed the other party's intention. He said calmly, "Now, tell me all the news you know, no matter whose it is. If you don't cooperate, I will send you to death now." The feeling of suffocation just now was quite good. I think you must be savoring it. You can't win. Brother Yang won't let you go. Even if you kill me now, you can't run away. Lu Ming frowned slightly and exerted force in his legs. The feeling of suffocation swept through Wang Biao's body again. It was the feeling of being shrouded by death and an endless torture. Don't talk nonsense. If you cooperate, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll slowly torture you, wear away your faith bit by bit, and train you like a pig or a dog. I'll make you want to live but not die. Don't doubt my words. I have plenty of time to waste with you. Ahem. Wang Biao breathed fresh air again, but he couldn't be happy no matter what, because he had compromised with the enemy, compromised with death. Under the torture of suffocation, he chose death. He didn't want to suffer anymore. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Don't talk to me about backbone. Tell me what you know. Unconsciously, Wang Biao was filled with fear of this young man, Lu Ming. He was even more cruel and inhumane than himself. There are 8 of us in total. Our leader is our eldest brother Zhao Yang, who has the ability to predict good and bad fortune. He can predict danger and opportunities. There is also a woman who is quite powerful and can drive away zombies. Her name is Wang Xian. Chapter 40. Wang Xian. Arrogant. Very durable? Is this considered a supernatural power? Lu Ming kept his word. After Wang Biao finished speaking, he crushed his larynx with great pleasure. After smashing his head, he smeared the blood on his face and lay on the ground, creating the illusion that both sides were injured. Lu Ming didn't take Zhao Yang, who could predict good and bad fortune, and Wang Xian, who could drive away zombies, seriously. The 2 useless abilities could not pose any threat to him. The only one who made him care was the tough guy, with a combat power of 15, a human sandbag, Su Kong. According to Wang Biao's description, Su Kong was able to fight back and forth against a power-type psychic like him, and he remained calm every time he used his body to block his heavy punches, while Wang Biao felt as if he had hit a steel plate, and his hands were numb from the recoil. If such a strange ability is used properly, it can also produce great results. For example, his wild intuition, to describe it more clearly, is just an incredibly fast reaction. Lu Ming relies on this ability to move around zombies without getting hurt. According to Wang Biao's description, Zhao Yang, as the leader, has absolute right to speak, but this man has a fierce character and is ruthless in his actions. He has killed many survivors who have luckily come here. With his suspicious character, when he sees that Wang Biao has not returned yet, he will definitely come in person to check the situation. Lu Ming remembered that a woman who was very good at tea-making said that a good hunter would usually disguise himself as prey. Now he must put this sentence into practice. Kill the most people at the lowest cost. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes after Lu Ming lay down, he heard footsteps approaching. The sound was very dense, and it seemed that they were not acting alone. Lu Ming pretended to be exhausted, his eyes wide open, and he lay on the ground gasping for breath, looking as if he was about to die. Don't kill me, please. The routine pleading came as expected. In order to make the other party relax his vigilance, Lu Ming pleaded in a weak tone, with a dull look in his eyes and a weak breath. Zhao Yang, who was cautious by nature, did not move forward rashly. He was horrified when he identified the body on the ground from a distance. Wang Biao, Wang Biao. How could it be Wang Biao? As the leader, Zhao Yang was well aware of Wang Biao's terrifying strength. He could lift an off-road vehicle with one hand and beat a person into mud with one punch. How could he not be able to deal with a mere passerby? There must be something fishy going on here. Could there be some powerful character hiding here? Seeing Wang Biao bullying the weak, he decisively taught him a lesson and then left without leaving a trace. Zhao Yang's doubts reached a peak. He even began to suspect that the imaginary gods were causing trouble. He had done so many bad things that even God couldn't stand it anymore. At this point, Zhao Yang still did not look at Lu Ming with suspicion. Su Kong, go and take a look. What's going on? After hearing Zhao Yang's instructions, Su Kang's eyelids twitched slightly. Although he was very reluctant to be a pawn to find out the identity of the corpse, he had no choice because he was concerned about the strength of Zhao Yang and his gang. After all, his strength was far lower than Zhao Yang's. He is also a person with superpowers, able to harden his body to a degree comparable to that of steel. However, this ability also has flaws. If this ability is used for a long time, it will consume a great deal of physical energy and then digest the energy in the body. In other words, the use of this ability requires sufficient energy, sugars, fats, etc. Thinking he was the son of destiny, he did not discover this fatal flaw at first. When he confronted Wang Biao head-on, he realized this fatal flaw at the cost of losing 20 kilograms. In the end times, food is scarce and living space is squeezed. In order to save his life, Su Kong dare not use this ability again easily. He is afraid that one day, he will not be bitten to death by zombies, but will be consumed to death by the side effects of his supernatural power. Although he couldn't stand what Zhao Yang did, the other party was acting in the interests of their small group, so he turned a blind eye to Zhao Yang's atrocities. Now, seeing Zhao Yang being so cautious, Su Kang's heart couldn't help but get nervous. He had recognized Wang Biao's body on the ground. That man was extremely powerful. Recalling the time when he had a head-on fight with Wang Biao, he was still dominated by the fear of that huge force. He was really strong beyond words. But why is he here? At the first moment, Su Kong used his hardening ability and approached Lu Ming cautiously. He looked around from time to time in case anything unusual happened and was in a tense state, ready to escape at any time. Wang Xian, who was standing by, smiled contemptuously and said coldly, "Is this all the courage you men have? I've really learned something new. You don't even dare to step forward to check on a corpse. You're even more timid than a mouse. I think you should just stop trying to survive and just kill yourself on the spot to avoid bringing shame to you men." Hearing this, Zhao Yang laughed instead of getting angry. "Haha, you're right. I'm just a coward. If you're brave enough, you can go and see for yourself." Wang Biao was beaten to death, and in such a short time. It shows how powerful the opponent is. You, Wang Xian, are bold, capable, and can drive away zombies, so please show your abilities now. Wang Xian's face froze slightly and she cursed, "You coward. You get angry at women when you encounter problems. You are really brave. I will go if I want. It's just a small corpse. What's the big deal? Are you afraid of this?" As she said that, Wang Xian rolled up her sleeves angrily, looked confident, and walked towards Su Kong in a very cool manner with her high heels clicking. At this moment, Su Kong was frightened by the scene in front of him. Wang Biao's head was smashed to pieces, and the dying man lying on the ground was staring at him with sharp eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb. The cold, murderous intent swept through his body, making him dare not move easily. Wang Xian felt unhappy when she saw Su Kong squatting next to the corpse and not moving, as if his acupoints had been pressed. "Go away. Stop occupying the toilet and let me do it." Just as she was about to kick Su Kong away, Wang Xian saw Wang Biao's shattered head. His skull was shattered, his face was unrecognizable, and his facial features were a mess. There was only a deep blood pit the size of a fist. It was horrifying. A shadow of death suddenly surged into her heart, and she finally understood why Zhao Yang was so cautious. It is better to be safe than sorry. Lu Ming looked at the rude woman in front of him with curiosity. Her combat power was only 8, but she dared to boss a man with a combat power of 15 around. She acted condescending and arrogant. He really didn't understand where this woman's confidence came from. Chapter 41 Zhao Yang escapes. Wang Xian looked into Lu Ming's eyes for the first time. The man with blood on his face was looking at her curiously. He even had a playful smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. "What do you want to do?" "What? Of course it's you and the rest of you." Facing Wang Xian's question, Lu Ming no longer concealed anything. In his eyes, The two most difficult people had already fallen into his hands. The distance of 2 meters was enough for him to reach out and kill someone. Su Kong has already recognized Lu Ming's identity and strength. He is not an ordinary person, but someone who is here specifically to deal with them. At first, Lu Ming appeared in front of them as a weak person in order to lure them into taking action, and then wait for the right opportunity to act. Wang Biao, who was lying on the ground, was killed by him with one punch. What a terrifying strength this is, to smash a person's skull with one punch and beat him beyond recognition. Moreover, the psychological quality of this man in front of him is definitely first class. He was like a shrewd hunter, using himself as bait to lure them all into his trap. His face was covered in blood, but he looked calm, and there was even a smile in his eyes. This was extremely terrifying to them in their hearts. Su Kong, Wang Xian, next die. Lu Ming chuckled and leaped up from the ground like a phantom, grabbing their throats with his left and right hands at a speed that was difficult for the other party to catch. The two people were held in the hands like cats and dogs, and the feeling of frustration and suffocation arrived as expected. Yes, death is coming. When Zhao Yang saw Lu Ming suddenly stand up, he already understood the whole story. Without any hesitation, he left his little brother behind and ran away. Zhao Yang, whose combat power is 21, is now very panicked. He found the source of that ominous feeling, which is Lu Ming with a bloody face and a hideous expression. His big brain is warning him not to hesitate, or he will die, and a miserable death. Seeing Zhao Yang running away, his other two brothers, Zhou Zhan and Zhang Lajuan, looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The boss has run away, so what are these little brothers still doing here? Are they here to die? They all witnessed Su Kang's strength. Such a powerful person is being held in the palm of someone's hand like a chick. How can two little noobs like them dare to charge forward? Furthermore, their trust in Zhao Yang's abilities, that ability to predict fortune and misfortune, was so accurate. Now that he had run away, there was no reason for the two of them to stay. Unlike Zhao Yang's younger brother, the other two women did not flee like Zhou Zhan and Zhang Lajuan. Instead, they rushed over directly and wanted to fight with Lu Ming. The woman with a combat power of 20 was still okay. Although she was wearing a pair of sunglasses and her face could not be seen clearly, her strong aura and posture made her look very real. However, why would a small scum with a combat power of 10 have the courage to provoke a man who held 2 lives in his hands? If you use your courage in the wrong place, how is that different from stupidity? Lu Ming threw the 2 people in his hand heavily to the other side as if they were throwing away garbage. Although the speed and reaction ability of these 2 women are not as good as Lu Ming's, they are still far beyond ordinary people. After taking on Wang Xian and Su Kong, the two did not seem to have any intention of running away. Instead, they stood ready for battle, as if they wanted to fight Lu Ming. Wang Xian and Su Kong, who survived the disaster, gasped heavily and looked in horror at the blood-stained and cunning man 3 meters away. The opponent is not only extremely powerful, but also good at using strategies and sneak attacks, making it impossible to guard against him. The most terrifying thing is that he is ruthless, 10 times more ruthless than Zhao Yang. His goal is to kill them all. Although Wang Xian is a bit arrogant, she is not someone who cannot understand the current situation. Although there are still 4 people in their group, they have no chance of winning against this terrifying man who can defeat the enemy with one move. Otherwise, why would Zhao Yang, who could foresee good and bad fortune, flee for his life in such a panic? He is the best at winning people's hearts, and Su Kong is quite powerful, which is a great help to Zhao Yang. In this world where zombies are rampant, he will not give up his younger brother's life as long as there is a glimmer of hope. This also concerns his own life and safety. Don't you have any chance of winning? Are you just going to sit there and wait for death? Wang Xian was unwilling to give up. She was still young and didn't want to die. She still had so many beautiful clothes to wear, so many beautiful jewels to put on, and even, she still had ambitions and aspirations to realize. Su Kong knew that at this critical moment, if he did not burst out his courage and fight this man with all his might, he would have no chance of survival. Today, the ending of the story is predictable. Either you fight hard and get beaten to death, or you fight hard and beat someone to death. Damn it, I'm not a piece of mud. Whoever wants to step on me can just step on me. Even if it means death, I'm going to fight. Lu Ming nodded approvingly, expressing his admiration for Su Kang's courage, but that did not stop him from smashing the other's head with one punch. Facing the enemy, since he could not sit down and talk calmly, he would just beat him to death in the most casual manner. This was also a kind of respect for himself and time. Wang Xian was about to open her mouth to stop Su Kong, but saw Lu Ming pouncing like a cheetah. He was like a devil or a god, and he seemed to be in an empty space. In just a blink of an eye, he once again grasped Su Kang's throat in his hand. Horrible, scary, and simply unbelievable. This is a battle of completely different levels. This is an absolute crushing from the strong. But Wang Xian was not discouraged. She still had a secret weapon. If she couldn't defeat the opponent alone, she would siege him. If humans couldn't do it, she would use zombies. No matter what, she had to make the man in front of her look bad. Nothing is so simple in the world. If you want to kill us, you have to pay a price. Wen Qian, attract all the zombies upstairs to me. Let's fight this man. Even if we die together, I won't let him have it easy. He easily twisted Su Kang's neck and smashed his head as he stared with grievances and a bit of surprise. The stronger the human, the more powerful they are when transformed into zombies. Lu Ming could not leave any hidden dangers for himself. Such a bloody and violent scene frightened everyone. Wang Xian, who had been shouting, had her legs trembling and her lips turning pale. She felt like she was thrown into an ice cellar. The biting cold enveloped her, and she felt suffocated by fear. Only those who have witnessed death know how terrifying it is. Zhao Yang's cruelty and brutality are nothing compared to the man in front of him. The real terror and disaster are right in front of him. Chapter 42. Begging for mercy? That's not a reason for me to let you go. Escape. Nowhere to escape. Spell. It's a dead end. Until now, Wang Xian could finally understand Zhao Yang's feelings. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. The essence of living a life of compromise lies in the word compromise. If one is arrogant or careless, the end will be miserable. Wang Xian, huh? I heard that you can drive away zombies, but you want them to kill me? That's quite an idea. He subdued Wang Xian with a backhand, grabbed her throat tightly, and lifted her up high. Lu Ming smiled evilly. There is one thing I don't understand. I hope you can help me solve it. How can you, a poor, ordinary person with weak combat power, control zombies? Don't try to deceive me. I will not leave you a complete corpse. Wang Xian's face flushed red, and she slapped the big hands clasped on her neck with both hands. The terrifying grip was like a pair of pliers, tightly controlling the flow of air. Stars began to appear in front of her eyes, and the figure began to blur. Please, 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 let me go. Just as Wang Xian was begging for mercy, the two women rushed out together, trying to rescue Wang Xian from Lu Ming. However, they were naive and had no idea what kind of horrible existence they were facing. The next second, Wen Qian was kicked away by Lu Ming. This woman's combat power was 20, which was very high, and she was very brave. But her combat ability was too weak. In front of the battle-hardened Lu Ming, she was just a rookie. She had a strong body but was unable to develop corresponding strength and could only be abused. At this time, Lu Ming's other hand harvested another prey, a woman with a combat power of 10, who was on the verge of a breakthrough. In Lu Ming's impression, anyone whose combat power exceeds 10 will become more or less different and need special treatment. He doesn't know whether the other party has awakened superpowers or has improved combat awareness, so he needs to be cautious. When people are facing a crisis, they may eventually burst out with superhuman strength. Lu Ming is not sure whether the woman in front of him has this kind of protagonist quality. Don't kill her. The woman's voice was a little hoarse, but her eyes were filled with complex emotions such as resentment, fear, and pleading, which made Lu Ming very confused. Lu Ming smiled grimly, released the hand that was holding Wang Xian, threw her to the ground, raised one foot, and stepped hard on her face. He looked directly into the eyes of the woman in his hand and carefully analyzed her appearance. Her facial features were quite delicate and could score 8 points, which was in line with Lu's aesthetic standards. Are you ordering me? Wang Xian, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, suddenly felt the foot on her face exert force and she screamed miserably. At the same time, Lu Ming threw the woman to the ground and asked condescendingly, "What's your name?" In order to prevent the woman from not cooperating, Lu Ming deliberately stepped on Wang Xian's face twice. Wang Xian cooperated very well and screamed, even making miserable cries. "Bah, you're going to die. I'm going to fight you." The woman spat at Lu Ming viciously and tried to fight him to the death. Witnessing this, Lu Ming sneered and kicked her in the lower abdomen, knocking her to her knees. "Want to fight with me? You are not worthy. You don't know your own limitations." Lu Ming became interested in the woman in front of him. He hoped to find a way to obtain superpowers from her, or to find relevant rules so that he could have a deeper understanding of the group of people with superpowers. Curiosity and thirst for knowledge drove Lu Ming to continue exploring. He was eager to unravel the secret that was bothering him. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me your name, otherwise, she will die. Lu Ming is like a complete villain, bullying others on one hand and demanding their cooperation on the other to achieve his unspeakable secret. The woman didn't hesitate, glaring at him. She gritted her teeth and said, Zhang Yana. Zhang Yana, it's a good name. She lives up to her name. She is indeed pretty and elegant. But it's not enough. It's a pity that I can only hear such a beautiful name once in my life. Humph. After hearing what Lu Ming said, Zhang Yina's reaction was even calmer. You can kill me or shave me as you please, but I hope you can kill me quickly. Satisfactory? How satisfying. Like those two just now? I broke their necks, smashed their heads, and didn't even give them a chance to turn into zombies, let alone turn them into evil spirits to come after me and claim my life. Lu Ming curled his lips calmly and hooked his fingers on Zhang Yina's chin as if he was playing with a pet. You are not qualified to bargain with me. If you want to live, you must obey me. Otherwise, please die. Do you understand? Zhang Yana was like a soldier who would rather die than surrender. She raised her head stubbornly, enduring the pain in her abdomen. She stared at Lu Ming with eyes like sharp swords. What kind of man are you if you bully a woman? I think you are just a coward who only knows how to show off to the weak. If you are still a man, then stop wasting time like a woman. Hearing Zhang Yina's words, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Provocation? Do you really think I've never read a book? I've read The Art of War and 36 Stratagems. Although I haven't learned much, I'm definitely not going to lose my mind with just one or two provocative words. I won't change my mind easily. Before he finished speaking, Lu Ming reached out and broke one of Wang Xian's arms. Wang Xian's screams were incessant. She collapsed to the ground, wailing heartbreakingly. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape Lu Ming's control. Zhang Yana, who was kneeling on the ground, was livid. She angrily cursed at Lu Ming. You bastard, what are you doing? If you have the guts, just attack me. Don't touch my cousin, you spineless bastard. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to Zhang Yina's dirty words. He smiled contemptuously and extended his hand to Wang Xian's other arm as if to protest. He muttered to himself, so she's my cousin, a relative. It's not a good habit to swear. If a child is not well educated, it's the father's fault. Her father is not here, so this cousin will have to bear the consequences of her mistakes. Wang Xian saw Lu Ming reaching out his hand to her again. She took it as an opportunity to break down her defenses. She knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and kept muttering, Please, please, don't hurt me. I was wrong. Beg for mercy? That's not a reason for me to let you go. Lu Ming seemed to have lost all his mercy. Just as he was about to destroy the flower, Zhang Yana beside him began to beg for mercy. Please let my cousin go. Stop torturing her. If you have any tricks, come at me. I can handle it. You can take anything? You are so arrogant. I don't think your little brain can handle a punch from me. Chapter 43 Wen Qian, Terrifying Ability. Heh, you just showed an attitude of not giving in even if you would rather die than surrender. Your scolding was very unpleasant to the ear and made me very uncomfortable. Lu Ming slowly retracted his hand and pretended to think, No, I can't let go of my hatred. You asked me to stop with just one simple sentence. Doesn't that make me lose face? This arm must be cut off. After saying that, Lu Ming stretched out his arm again. This time, his movements were very slow. So slow that Wang Xian and Zhang Yana felt the torture of time. Zhang Yana almost hated this wicked man in front of her. He not only liked to torture people, but also liked to play with people's psychology, making people always in entanglement and pain. If he had acted decisively and killed his cousin Wang Xian directly to put an end to her thoughts, Zhang Yana could have given it a try. However, this man had to torture his cousin in front of her, which not only tortured his cousin, but also tormented her fragile mind. What a well-deserved pervert. What on earth do you want to do? Please, don't torture me anymore. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Just give me a quick death. Zhang Yana said angrily, You are not a man. There are two women in front of you, but you don't do it. Instead, you fuck us to death. You are a pervert. Scold me again? You really don't learn your lesson. Lu Ming sighed leisurely, slowly stood up, and after twisting Wang Xian's other arm cleanly and neatly, he was like a mighty lion, with a domineering and majestic posture and a murderous aura lingering around him, making people dare not look directly at him. After a scream, Wang Xian lowered her head tremblingly, curled up into a ball, and sobbed softly. She had truly witnessed Lu Ming's cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, and she dared not have any strange thoughts anymore. Whether I am a man or not, I just need to know the answer to this question myself. There is no need to prove anything to everyone, even if I am not a man. So what? Can't I take your lives so easily? Lu Ming stretched his muscles and glanced at the woman in sunglasses who was kicked away by him. This woman seemed to be called Wen Qian. Although her combat power was high, the threat she posed to him was pitifully small. She was kicked away and unconscious with just one kick. Gently shaking his head, Lu Ming withdrew his gaze from Wen Qian and turned to Zheng Yana. An evil smile appeared on his lips, and he whispered like a devil, bewitching her. I'm giving you a chance now. Of the three of you women, only two can survive. One is disabled, and one is unconscious. You are the only one who retains a little mobility. Now the choice is before you. You must survive. Then who will you give the remaining spot to? Your disabled cousin? Or that woman named Wen Qian? From what I know, Wen Qian's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. She may be hiding her strength, or her abilities may not be fully developed. If you have her to help you, your life in the doomsday will be much better. Now, family and survival, choose one. Choose Wen Qian. Choose her. She can help you. Nana, choose her. It's your cousin begging you. Wang Xian pleaded bitterly. She no longer had time to consider the truth of Lu Ming's words. The severe pain in her arm almost made her collapse. She just wanted to end her life quickly and put an end to this tragic experience. Zheng Yana shook her head silently. She stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes, as if she wanted to read something from his eyes, but she saw nothing. In his cold eyes, there was only numbness, inhuman numbness. You keep your word? How could Lu Ming not see Zheng Yana's doubts? He shook his head mischievously. No, I always break my promises and have no integrity at all. Zheng Yana's face turned dark. She felt dizzy, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. This man was really infuriating. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Yana's head hit the cold floor hard. She fainted. She was so angry that she fainted. Seeing this, Lu Ming stepped forward to test her breathing, pinched her body a few times, and then said in a dull tone, "How boring and unfunny. I haven't had enough fun yet. With such a poor mental state, how can you awaken your superpowers? You'd better die." As he said that, Lu Ming was about to raise his foot to crush Zheng Yana's head. Perhaps such a death would not bring pain to people. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was curled up on the ground, shouted, "Wait, I know about superpowers, I know. When Qian has awakened superpowers, she has awakened superpowers. It's her. She's the one who can control the zombies. She's very powerful." When Qian, a woman with a combat power of 20, Lu Ming would not believe it if she said she didn't have any special abilities. However, what Wang Xian thought was a secret was not a secret at all to Lu Ming. He was sure that Wen Qian was special, but he was not sure what her abilities were. Controlling zombies? It sounds very similar to the ability of the White Jade Buddha. However, the White Jade Buddha's initial combat power is not as strong as Wen Qian's, nor does it have her courage to fear no death. Wen Qian's abilities are amazing. She is very strong and can control zombies on a large scale. She was the one who drove all the zombies in this building to the top floor. Wang Xian's words made Lu Ming stop in his tracks. Controlling an entire floor of zombies? This ability must be divine power. Lu Ming looked at Wang Xian seriously and said, "Can you take responsibility for what you said? If you dare to lie to me, I will let you live and live in pain. Broken arms are nothing compared to this. I'm not kidding." Wang Xian nodded painfully, and she assured again and again, "I will never lie to you. Please believe me this time. I only ask you not to kill Ina. She is just a little stubborn. She is not a bad person, and she looks very good and clean. If you spare her life, she will not let you down." "You won't let me down?" Lu Ming shook his head with a half-smile. "I don't know if she will disappoint me, but you certainly didn't disappoint me. Even at this time, you still want to protect your cousin's daughter? If I keep her by my side, wouldn't it be like raising a tiger to harm myself? If a female version of Go Jin chops off my head, I will have nowhere to cry. Although I am an ordinary person and don't have a super high IQ, I am not stupid enough to leave a safety hazard to myself. If you perform well, I will help you recover your arm, and even Zheng Yana can survive." Hearing this, Wang Xian's face lit up with joy. "You really won't kill Nana? There's no benefit in lying to you. I won't waste my breath on trash. If you dare to waste my precious time, I will take it back, and then kick your head like a ball. Don't. I'll tell you now." Chapter 44 Red Eyes, Double Pupils. You said that she was willing to be your thug, just to let you cover for her so that she could integrate into the group? Lu Ming showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He couldn't understand why a person who had the ability to control a large area of zombies would give up his home turf, blend into a weak team, and play the role of a nobody. What is she trying to do? Such a good ability is wasted. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. If he possessed this ability, he would definitely command the zombie army to capture cities, seize land and become a king, and then live a carefree life. Wen Qian has narrowed her path to invincibility. Luckily, she met me and was able to correct her mistake in time. Lu Ming fell into the dream of controlling Wen Qian and ruling the world. Suddenly, he realized a serious matter: how to reach a consensus with Wen Qian and make her work for him. Lu Ming patted Wang Xian's head gently, praising her as if he were training a pet. You survived. At least you're alive now. Huh. Wang Xian survived the disaster, and the stone in her heart fell heavily into her stomach, but she survived. Seeing Wang Xian's grateful face, Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. He originally wanted to kill both Wang Xian and Zhang Yana to avoid leaving any hidden dangers, but he was worried that Wang Xian was not honest and was hiding something from him and not telling him the core things, so he spared her life first. Furthermore, Lu Ming wanted to use Wang Xian as a medium to get to know Wen Qian better and make plans to control her. Did you know that you can gain energy by hunting zombies? Facing Lu Ming's question, Wang Xian did not dare to slack off. She endured the severe pain in her arm and nodded. I've only heard about it from Zhao Yang and the others, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Zombies are too powerful, and most of them come in groups, so they're hard to deal with. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Today, I will let you experience for yourself the infinite pleasure that energy brings to the human body. It can quickly heal injuries, strengthen the body, enhance the spirit, and make people full of physical strength. Lu Ming seemed to be reminiscing and sighing. You are lucky to have met me. I will let you see it right away. Maybe this time it will be a blessing in disguise, and you will also awaken your superpowers. Wang Xian smiled awkwardly, with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. I'm so damn lucky. It's because I met you that I ended up in this situation. If I wasn't intimidated by your power and strength, I would have fought you to the death. Without paying any more attention to Wang Xian and Zhang Yana, Lu Ming's work focus now shifted completely to Wen Qian. Everything else became unimportant. Lu Ming walked slowly to the unconscious Wen Qian. He did not treat her as roughly as he treated Zhang Yana. Instead, he was a little more restrained. As if protecting a precious thing, Lu Ming carefully picked up Wen Qian and carefully checked her injuries. Fortunately, the kick did not break any bones. Wen Qian was just knocked unconscious. Just when Lu Ming wanted to pinch Wen Qian's nose to wake her up, Wen Qian suddenly opened her eyes. This time, Lu Ming was so frightened that he almost punched Wen Qian in the face. If he had not clearly felt Wen Qian's breath and temperature, Lu Ming would never have stopped so easily. An extremely enchanting red pupil suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes, which immediately reminded him of the evolved zombie in the girls' dormitory building of Donghu No. 3 Middle School. A chill instantly rose in his body, and then, an even more horrifying scene appeared. Wen Qian's pupils moved slightly, and then he saw the pupils again, double pupils. Lu Ming had only seen this thing in horror movies. When he saw the double pupils, his mind couldn't help but think of the plots in horror movies. It was so creepy. According to legend, many ancient saints had double pupils. Lu Ming never thought that in real life, he would have the honor of meeting someone with double pupils. Wen Qian had an outstanding appearance, with regular features, a high-nosed bridge, and thick eyebrows. She had the unique heroic air of northerners. Her lips were slightly moist, and when they moved lightly, they were like rolling jade beads, round and lovely. If you smelled them closely, you could also smell a hint of her unique fragrance. However, her eyes were too terrifying, which made Lu Ming, an inexperienced man, a little timid. What do you want to do? Wen Qian's voice was as smooth as her pink lips. Although it carried a hint of anger, it made people feel a little itchy in their hearts. Suddenly, Lu Ming shook his head. This woman is poisonous. He was no longer the man who couldn't walk when seeing a woman. So why did he suddenly have lustful thoughts about her for no reason? Am I born a pervert? No, that's definitely not the case. I just have a greater appreciation for beautiful things. If I have to say who is right and who is wrong, it must be Wen Qian who seduced me. That's right. Mr. Lu never makes mistakes. It's this world that's wrong. What? Nothing. I was just checking the prisoner's body. Fortunately, he is not injured and can still be used for 2 days. Lu Ming calmed down and said calmly, Now, you are my prisoner. You must listen to me. Do you understand? Wen Qian struggled to break free from Lu Ming's arms and slapped him casually, as if she wanted to teach this man who took advantage of her a lesson. However, Wen Qian ignored Lu Ming's strength and mistook him for an ordinary hooligan. She actually wanted to hit the man who once kicked her away. She really overestimated her own abilities. Next, Lu Ming's hand tightly grasped Wen Qian's throat. Her lungs could no longer absorb oxygen from the air to supply her brain with normal functions. For a moment, complex emotions such as coldness, confusion, and pain filled her brain. She began to regret her reckless behavior. Tears of regret slid down from the corners of her eyes. Sadness filled her heart. Despair and death seemed to be hovering beside her. Just when Wen Qian wanted to give up resistance and wait for death, a voice suddenly rang in her ears, a voice that terrified her soul. It's not good. You are only a thin line away from death. If you make such a mistake again next time, you will die. I'm not kidding you. Do you understand? Lu Ming's voice was very gentle, but Wen Qian could only feel coldness and murderous intent in it. She did not dare to resist Lu Ming's will, for fear of experiencing the torture and pain of being on the verge of life and death again. Ming, I understand. So straightforward? You surrendered so easily? I haven't had enough fun yet? Is he trying to paralyze himself and launch a sneak attack? For a moment, a series of question marks emerged in Lu Ming's mind, but when he saw through his combat power perception that the value above Wen Qian's head changed from red to green, his expression became strange. Things were going too smoothly, which made him a little uncomfortable. Could this woman be an M? Wen Qian was not as complicated as Lu Ming imagined. She just wanted to live. She was not afraid of death, but she was only afraid of the despair when facing death. The feeling of being abandoned by the whole world was too uncomfortable. It was an extreme torture both psychologically and physically. Chapter 45 Forced to keep the promise. Very good. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, which made Lu Ming very happy. Without any empty greetings, Lu Ming directly asked what the specific function of Wen Qian's supernatural power was. This was the thing he cared about most and was related to his future development. In Lu Ming's eyes, Wen Qian was no longer just a person or a woman. She was a weapon, a strategic weapon. Command a swarm of zombies? Lu Ming couldn't believe his ears. His face was full of disbelief and his breathing became rapid. This was the first time he was so panicked after becoming powerful. You mean, you can command a horde of zombies? How many zombies are you talking about? 10? 20? Or more? Wen Qian's shoulders were held tightly by Lu Ming's hands. The strength was stronger than a vice, which made her already injured body unable to bear the burden. However, due to the murderous eyes and unpredictable violent personality of the other party, Wen Qian dared not speak out. She nodded timidly and said humbly, I don't know, I haven't tried it, but at least dozens of zombies can be controlled. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, she felt someone kiss her on the face. Just as she was stunned, it suddenly turned into several times, too many to count. Alas, Wen Qian felt wronged and didn't dare to move. She thought it was just a matter of time, so she might as well just think of it as being pushed around by a pig. After a brief moment of excitement, Lu Ming finally returned to normal. He silently glanced at Wen Qian, whose face was flushed red, and quietly said sorry in his heart, then automatically ignored this embarrassing incident. The surprise Wen Qian gave him was too great. With this woman, Lu Ming felt that there was no need for him to develop in a sneaky way anymore. He could just go for it, rush into the pile of zombies, and chop whoever he wanted. Follow me and be my companion. Together, the two of us will be invincible. The shy Wen Qian suddenly heard Lu Ming's words that sounded like a confession. Her brain was a little confused for a moment. What union? So soon? However, she seems to have no choice. Although she didn't know what Lu Ming meant, it didn't stop Wen Qian from nodding. My heart was pounding with excitement for some unknown reason, as if it was cheering for this moment. Great. I have no experience. Experience? That's easy. I'll take the lead and you just listen to me. The two people's words were completely irrelevant, but that did not prevent them from reaching a consensus. Wen Qian slowly closed her eyes, with a shy look on her face, her head slightly lowered, as if she was willing to accept but also to reject. Psychologically, she was extremely rejecting, but physically she was craving for it like crazy. The worship of the strong in her primitive genes made her lost, and her sanity gradually collapsed. The scene in front of him made Lu Ming a little dazed. Combining this with the conversation he had just had with Wen Qian, he seemed to understand something. However, the speed was too fast, and the venue was extremely inappropriate. There was also a spectator named Wang Xian who had both arms broken, waiting eagerly, looking a little embarrassed. This woman is probably a masochist, commonly known as someone who deserves a beating. Lu Ming made malicious guesses in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little upset, as if his character was looked down upon. Wen Qin actually thought that he was such a shameless man, which seriously insulted his dignity as a man. Although he was the one who instigated the passion and caused the misunderstanding, the one who was wrong was Wen Qin. She was too proactive, and it was hard for people to control themselves. Lu Ming wanted not to control himself, but he could only think like this. Now was not the time for entertainment. If he wanted to have fun, he had to wait until dark. Moreover, his body seemed to be facing some problems. It was not suitable for him to do any intense exercise in the short term. Of course, killing people was an exception, because Lu only needed one move to kill people. It was simple and straightforward. In order to avoid embarrassing Wen Qin and cleverly avoid the question, Lu Ming gently stroked Wen Qin's cheek and said softly, "Wait a moment, let's leave here first. It's not safe here." Huh. Wen Qin, who suddenly realized what was going on, regained her sense of self from her previous lost state. She rubbed her face awkwardly, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Lu Ming's face. The scene in front of her was too awkward for Wang Xian. Just now this man and woman were mortal enemies, but in the blink of an eye, they were so loving to each other, just like a newlywed couple on their honeymoon, with the husband singing and the wife following. What a beautiful picture of harmony. But have you ever cared about other people's feelings? Especially those who were beaten and crippled and forced to watch the show here? For a moment, Wang Xian's resentment reached its peak. But when Lu Ming's eyes swept over her, she suddenly wilted, like a deflated balloon, listless and with a fawning look. At this moment, Lu Ming was thinking whether he should kill this woman with a knife, and then take off with Wen Qin, harvesting along the way, and directly return to his hometown. He didn't even want to care about the white jade Buddha for the time being. In his heart, going home was an inseparable curse. If he didn't go home to take a look, he would not be able to sleep or eat well. Wang Xian had already sensed Lu Ming's murderous intent, and all her pleas were in vain. However, she still did not give up. She did not want to die, nor did she want Jing Yana to die. They were both in their prime 20s, and there were too many places in this world worth them staying for. I have another secret, a secret about Wen Qin that she herself doesn't know. Believe me, I won't lie to you. Lu Ming. Damn it, women's words really can't be trusted. She just said she had no reservations. So why is she revealing another secret now? How despicable. Are you blackmailing me? Or are you just talking nonsense and making up a lie? What secret is it that even she herself doesn't know, but is known by an outsider like you? When Qian saw Wang Xian kneeling on the ground with both her arms broken, her hair disheveled, and her appearance as if she had been tortured and was extremely miserable, she felt sorry for her and was afraid at the same time. She was afraid that she would become the next Wang Xian. As for pleading for Wang Xian, this was not something she dared to consider at all. The shadow of death had not yet faded, still lingering in her heart, and the uneasiness and palpitations still existed. You win. Lu Ming saw the confidence on Wang Xian's face. He felt that Wang Xian really had something up her sleeve, and was not just making it up. So, he might as well spare her life and be a gentleman of his word. After getting the secret, he would settle the score with her later. I'm looking forward to your secret. Don't let me down. After hearing what Lu Ming said, Wen Qin was shocked. Secret? What was her secret? If she disappointed him, what kind of punishment would Wang Xian receive? Chapter 46 Hidden Others. Lu Ming was overjoyed and felt that he had earned 100 million yuan. The days that awaited him would definitely be very interesting. He had already begun to fantasize about a bright future and a decadent life. He doesn't need a BMW, or fine wine, or beautiful women. Lu Ming has unparalleled combat power, and combined with Wen Qian's method of controlling zombies, there is nothing in this world that can stop them from moving forward, not even the gods from heaven. Since Wen Qin had already acknowledged their relationship, Lu Ming did not explain any further. Although Wen Qin's eyes were scary and her temperament and appearance were far inferior to the White Jade Buddha, she was very powerful and had extraordinary abilities. Just like the White Jade Buddha's choice, Lu Ming's choice is the same. Wen Qin is Lu Ming's best choice and perfect partner. Although the other person's eyes vaguely gave him a feeling of uneasiness, at this moment, Lu Ming could no longer think so much. Wen Qin's ability was enough for him to ignore all the hidden dangers. After waking up Zheng Yana, who had fainted from anger, with a slap, Lu Ming threw her disabled cousin to her and said, "Don't try to escape. I don't want anything disharmonious to happen before I get the result I want. Wang Xian, especially you. Although you don't have much ability, you are the most cunning. Don't make trouble. Although Lu Ming pointed at her nose and scolded her, Wang Xian was not angry. She didn't even dare to show the arrogance in front of Zhao Yang. On the contrary, after being scolded, she even said with a flattering face, "Well done." Lu Ming didn't take the two of them seriously at all, but he was particularly concerned about Wen Qian, the eccentric with red eyes and double pupils, as if he treated her as the apple of his eye and cherished her very much. In comparison, she and Zheng Yana were just insignificant little ants. If he didn't like them, they would be stepped on or crushed to death at any time. Wang Xian guessed in her heart that Lu Ming must like this. The more perverted he becomes as he grows up, the more he likes it and the more he prefers it. One of the important reasons why Wen Qian was willing to be Wang Xian's thug was that Wang Xian was willing to help her hide her true appearance. She didn't want to be an outlier, and she didn't want to be rejected, expelled, or even killed. Before the end of the world, Wen Qian was very distressed about her eyes. Double pupils are medically known as congenital pupil deformity. From childhood to adulthood, she has endured countless insults and rejections, and has been treated as a disabled person, which has left a great trauma on her psychologically. The thing she feared most was the recurrence of the nightmare. Therefore, Wen Qian would rather hide her abilities than be rejected again and experience the pain of being away from people again. Being isolated is like being sentenced to life imprisonment for her. Under the threat of Lu Ming's terrifying power, Wen Qian has lost the courage to resist, but this does not mean that she is willing to become a puppet or a tool. She was also very curious about why this man in front of her valued her so much and greedily took her as his own, like a robber who extorted heavy taxes. But he was clearly frightened by his own eyes. Wen Qian was very familiar with that shocked look. How many people had the same expression when they first saw her eyes, followed by looks of disdain and disgust? However, Lu Ming's attitude was completely the opposite, as hot as a raging fire. After the end of the world, the pair of pupils that had originally given her a headache changed color again, a strange and terrifying red. However, Lu Ming was able to ignore it, which to a certain extent won Wen Qian's favor. "I just want to have friends and companions, and I don't want to be alone. If I choose him, it won't be considered a betrayal, right?" Wen Qian's eyes moved slightly, and she said in her heart, "Yes, this is not betrayal. Wang Xian is not my friend at all. She is using my abilities. This man is different. He wants all of me and will not abandon me easily." Lu Ming had no idea how intense and fierce the struggle was in Wen Qian's brain. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to explore this large, complex supermarket. With Wen Qian in hand, the world was his. What he wanted most now was to embark on the journey home and see with his own eyes what his home had become. No matter what the consequences were, he had to give himself an explanation. Lu Ming found his hidden steel knife and escorted Wang Xian and Zheng Yana forward. Wen Qian followed behind obediently, like a docile cat with a flattering look on her face. When passing the lobby on the first floor, Lu Ming suddenly remembered the extremely fast psychic, whose corpse had been destroyed beyond recognition by him. He noticed something particularly strange. That is, Wang Biao had never mentioned any information about this person from beginning to end, and the same was true for others. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air and had nothing to do with Wen Qian and her group. Lu Ming pointed at the body and asked Wen Qian, "Do you know who this person is?" Wen Qian was slightly startled, and her eyes followed Lu Ming's finger to look at the man's body. His head was smashed to pieces. This violent style of committing a crime was obviously done by the man in front of her. She took a deep breath, walked forward slowly, and after carefully identifying it, she shook her head silently. "It's beyond recognition. How can we identify it? I don't know him. I've never seen this person." Hearing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and all the nerves in his body tensed up. He looked around with wolf-like eyes and assumed a fighting stance. He has already confirmed that there are more than just Zhao Yang and his group present. There must be others. When Wen Qian was identifying the man, she did not identify him based on his clothing or other features. It was obvious that she had not had any contact with this person in a short period of time. In other words, before this, she did not know that such a person existed, which meant that this man had another organization. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took a breath of cold air. He felt like he was being watched. Lu Ming knew that he had made a big noise, especially when he was beating up Wang Xian and Zheng Yana. His methods were a bit crude and indecent. He felt like a clown, being laughed at by others. Lu Ming recalled the man's arrogant behavior before his death. He became more and more certain that there was someone secretly watching him. However, he didn't know whether the other party was afraid of his terrifying and powerful strength and methods, or had other intentions and wanted to catch the cicada while the oriole was behind. When Qian, use your ability to mobilize all the zombies to come closer to us. When Qian looked confused, what do you mean? Why did you mobilize the zombies here? They are very scary, and I finally managed to drive them to the top floor. It will be very troublesome to mobilize them down now. Chapter 47 Zombies are coming. Someone is watching us from a shadowy corner. It could be one person or a group of people. I don't know what their intentions are. However, it's easier to avoid an open attack than to guard against an arrow from the dark. I won't leave easily unless I force them out. Lu Ming explained patiently that if it weren't for Wen Qian's special ability, just because of her bad habit of asking questions, Lu Ming would have to teach her a lesson. My previous life was full of question marks. So many whys. Do you need to ask questions in this situation? You just need to follow orders and execute them. Other things have nothing to do with you. When Qian had other ideas, she felt that Lu Ming was really testing her and judging her loyalty. The first step was to let her identify the body with the broken head. This was to warn her, make her aware of her situation, and dispel the idea of resistance in her heart. The second step is to let her use her abilities, use a fictitious lie, and witness her strength with your own eyes, and then decide how much she is worth. Does this mean inspection? When Qian felt that she had guessed it almost right and saw through Lu Ming's intention, she also wanted to cooperate with Lu Ming to prove her own value, but at this time, she was absolutely unable to use her abilities. That's right, her ability to control zombies has limitations. It can only be used once a day, cannot be overdrawn, and will not put a burden on the body. It is a very humane ability. What I mean is, you are so powerful, there is no need to mobilize zombies to find people. Maybe those people have been scared away by you. When Qian's eyes were somewhat evasive, which made Lu Ming very confused. He had some bad guesses in his mind. Could there be some other hidden story? Lu Ming pursed his lips, his eyes full of scrutiny. He said coldly, I don't like the feeling of being deceived, and I have never been soft-hearted towards people I don't like. I hope you don't make a mistake. Now, tell me, what are you hiding? Do you know the whereabouts of that group of people, or something else? When Qian heard that Lu Ming was looking at her with suspicion, her heart immediately went on alert. 1 second, she felt a gentle breeze blowing on her face, and the next second, she felt a thunderbolt strike. She panicked and hurriedly explained to get rid of the suspicion. No, please believe me. I don't know about other people. It's just that I can't mobilize my supernatural powers for the time being. I can't sense the zombies at all. In Lu Ming's impression, the White Jade Buddha's ability to sense zombies was limited, and the range was also very small, so he was mentally prepared for the limitations of Wen Qian's ability. Without further doubting Wen Qian, Lu Ming continued to ask, how many times can you use your ability? Lu Ming was fantasizing. He prayed that Wen Qian could come up with a big number. In that case, he would have a reason to elope with this woman, leave the city overnight, and start a new life. Wen Qian timidly raised a finger and said cautiously, once. Lu Ming's fantasy was shattered, but he still didn't give up. He continued to ask, how long will the effect last? Half an hour. Half an hour is the bottom line in Lu Ming's mind. Half an hour is neither long nor short. During this time, there is not much he can accomplish. Wen Qian smiled awkwardly and said in a slightly insignificant tone, not that long, only 3 minutes. After hearing the words 3 minutes, Lu Ming felt confused. What could he do in 1 minute? 60 seconds was only enough for him to kill a few zombies at most. How could it be used as a weapon in war? Mr. Lu's beautiful dream was stillborn. He gave me hope, but also made me despair. God really likes to play tricks on me. Lu Ming sighed helplessly, and the look he gave Wen Qian was no longer as fiery, but instead a hint of helplessness. Once a day, 60 seconds, it seemed to be of no use. Lu would never go into a zombie den alone, and he did not need this ability to save his life. His speed was also fast enough, and no one could catch up with him. He did not understand what use this woman could bring to him. However, Wen Qian was not completely useless. At least she could drive away the zombies and allow him to sleep more peacefully in the middle of the night. Chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. I originally thought that I would rise up in the doomsday, establish my own safe zone, return to my hometown, save my family, and enjoy this damn life by the way. However, in the end, I found out that it was all a dream. Since Wen Qian cannot use her supernatural powers, Lu Ming will no longer clash with the hidden people. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. At this time, I should temporarily avoid the limelight and wait for an opportunity to act. Lu Ming no longer blamed Wen Qian for not explaining the truth in advance. He directly ordered, "Now, leave here as quickly as possible. Leave the supermarket within 1 minute. Otherwise, you will stay here forever." The iron-blooded murderous intent revealed made Wen Qian shudder. The change in Lu Ming's attitude had made her clearly realize her own value. He was just a tool, whose value was little or nothing. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become so ruthless? Wang Xian on the side really wanted to go up and mock Wen Qian. This fence-sitter, this woman without any principles, was finally abandoned. However, the pain in her arm made her unwilling to do such a self-inflicted thing again. This man was absolutely realistic. Wen Qian's position in his heart was no longer that important. So would he still care about Wen Qian's secret? Zhang Yana didn't say anything. She knew that at this moment, the only way to avoid being beaten was to be as obedient as possible. Lu Ming's torture of Wang Xian had left a huge trauma on her. Compromise was just a stopgap measure. She would always find a chance to escape. As Lu Ming walked slowly, he carefully looked at the surrounding environment. The backpacks beside the 2 male corpses whose throats were stabbed by sharp blades had disappeared. The backpacks were full of gold. He licked the corner of his mouth and felt a burning sensation in his throat. He seemed to have discovered something. The other party loves money more. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, remained alert, and continued to observe. The chandelier above the head sparkled brightly under the light, and a faint smell of blood slowly dissipated in the air. The air was very quiet, so quiet that it made people nervous and their hearts feel cold. At this moment, Wen Qian, who had just reached the door, suddenly exclaimed, "Zombies! Go back!" Having said that, she ran to Lu Ming's side without caring about the lives of Wang Xian and Jing Yana. This made Wang Xian very angry. The army of zombies in front of her rushed towards them like a wave. It was all because of Wen Qian's scream. Otherwise, the zombies would not have noticed them so much. "Ina, go away quickly and leave me alone." Chapter 48 Trapped, Crisis. Wen Qian's exclamation made the already nervous Lu Ming even more nervous. Things seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. Zombies? How could there be zombies? Didn't all the zombies nearby disappear? Lu Ming looked towards the supermarket entrance and saw 5 or 6 zombies with bared fangs and claws charging towards Wang Xian. The blood flowing from her broken arm was fatal to the zombies. Lu Ming felt that this woman was still useful, and he didn't want Wang Xian to die so easily. Then, he tensed his leg muscles, and his strength exploded in an instant. His speed reached its peak at this moment. In less than a second, Lu Ming crossed a distance of nearly 20 meters. Just when Wang Xian thought she was going to be killed by the corpse, Lu Ming's steel knife arrived in time. The smoothness of beheading with every blow was performed wantonly. In an instant, several zombies turned into wriggling corpses and lost their ability to move. Lu Ming looked outside the door and saw the dark swarm of zombies still approaching. Judging from the scale, there must be at least 500 of them. Fuck, so many. After saying this, Lu Ming turned around and ran deeper into the supermarket. Even though he was very powerful, 500 zombies would tire him out. Moreover, his body is not in good condition now, and he may fall into a coma at any time. In addition, he also has to be wary of Wen Qian, Wang Xian and others. What makes him most uneasy is that until now, he still does not know the information of the hidden people and cannot make proper arrangements. Killing is easy, and dying is also easy, but wanting to survive is a bit difficult. Staying alive is a delicate job. You must always remain highly alert and not relax at all. It is related to whether you can see the sun tomorrow. After being rescued by Lu Ming, Zheng Yana did not stay there stupidly. She picked up Wang Xian and followed Wen Qian's footsteps, running towards the second floor of the supermarket. At this time, only by following a strong person can you have a chance to survive. Before, Wang Xian and her group relied on Wen Qian's special abilities to enter the supermarket safely. Zheng Yana believed that Wen Qian still had the ability to take them away, and she had this ability. Lu Ming did not look back to watch the disgusting process of the corpse being chewed and swallowed by the zombies. His time was very precious now, and he had to use every minute and every second in the right way. He even thought that if he had the chance, he would kill a few more people to buy enough time for his escape. Following the electric staircase, Lu Ming and his group soon arrived at the 7th floor, which was the main venue for women's clothing. Although the zombies' movements had become much faster, they were still far behind Lu Ming, whose physique had been strengthened. It was impossible for the zombies to run to the 7th floor in a short period of time. While the zombies were chasing him, Lu Ming quickly dismantled several counters and sealed the electric staircase to prevent the zombies from attacking. However, this is far from enough. There are too many zombies, and it is effortless to destroy this layer of roadblock. Lu Ming continued to look for a safe passage. It's really terrible. They are running away in a panic, like a dog chasing a rabbit. Just as Lu Ming was about to open the door to the safe passage, he heard the roar of zombies coming from outside the door. His hands froze in place, his face full of regret. Perhaps he should not have wasted time with this group of people in the first place. If he had killed them all early, wouldn't he have been able to detect the abnormality earlier? Maybe he wouldn't have ended up being surrounded by zombies. Don't panic, I have a solution. Wen Qian suddenly said, my ability can control zombies. Although I can't use it now, as long as we wait until tomorrow, maybe I can use it in a while. By then, driving away the zombies won't be a piece of cake. Lu Ming slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not respond to Wen Qian's words, but instead came to Wang Xian. Zheng Yana had roughly treated Wang Xian's wound, and the bleeding had stopped. Wang Xian's face was slightly pale. The moment Lu Ming approached, her nerves suddenly tensed up. She was originally a little dizzy, but she immediately became alert. Under such high pressure, she could only choose to become strong. What do you want to do? Lu Ming chuckled. You are too nervous. I don't have the heart to play games with you now. He fixed his eyes on Wang Xian's arm. Zheng Yana tore off her sleeve to make a bandage to stop Wang Xian's bleeding. It was very unhygienic and unnecessary. He picked up Wang Xian. Zheng Yana, who was standing by, saw that Lu Ming wanted to harm Wang Xian and wanted to step forward to stop him, but was forced back by Wang Xian's gaze. They all knew that at this moment, the best way to deal with the problem was to obey the man in front of them. If there was hope for survival, then hope must be in his hands. If this was a dead end, if they obeyed, they could avoid a beating. What are you afraid of? What do you think I will do to you? Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at Zheng Yana with a hint of anger and violence in his eyes. You are lucky. Your cousin saved your life again. I hope you have a chance to repay her. After saying that, Lu Ming picked up the steel knife and dragged Wang Xian towards the safe passage. There aren't many zombies there, and the space is small, so it's suitable for individual combat. It would be most appropriate to kill a few zombies to repair Wang Xian's body. Zheng Yana watched Lu Ming drag Wang Xian into the safe passage, the hatred in her heart rising to the top. Many times, she wanted to rush up and fight Lu Ming desperately, but when she thought of how Lu Ming treated them downstairs, she stopped again. She was not afraid of pain or death, but she was afraid that Lu Ming would vent his anger towards her on Wang Xian. How could she just watch her cousin suffer when her cousin had taken care of her and helped her so much? What are you thinking about? You look so absorbed. Wen Qian looked at Zheng Yana calmly and asked, do you know what secrets of mine Wang Xian has? I'm wondering what secrets she has that she can threaten him with. Or did Wang Xian deliberately make up a lie to live a little longer? Zheng Yana slowly exhaled and carefully looked at the woman in front of her. From her tone, she already understood her position. They were no longer on the same front. Zheng Yana doesn't care about Wen Qian's choice, nor does she care about her betrayal. Perhaps it can be said that they have never been a group, but a temporary cooperative relationship. She will not use her own morals to restrict others. But now, she needs this woman's help. She wants to get out of this predicament. Chapter 49 Wen Qian. I am such a clever little ghost. I want you to help me. If you kill this man, we will be free. We don't have to follow his orders anymore. We can do whatever we want. Zheng Yana said with a serious face. You have also seen that we are treated inhumanely by this man. If he is not satisfied, he will vent his anger on us and may kill us at any time. Can you endure this kind of life? Let's not talk about whether we can survive this crisis. Even if we survive this crisis safely, what will happen? Just based on his erratic personality, he treats us like grass and playthings. Our most fundamental right to life and health cannot be guaranteed. Are you willing to live in dire straits every day? We should resist him. Zheng Yina's inspiring words, coupled with her indignant expression, were very confusing. However, what does your rebellion have to do with me, Wen Qian? You guys did get beaten, but I didn't. So why should I take risks with you guys? It's you who are useless, not me. He won't treat me like this. Besides, I am not like you who are ignorant of the current situation and keep going ahead with your actions. Even if you get a bloody head, you will not realize the seriousness of your mistake, and you will not even know how you died. Resist him? What can you do to resist him? You don't even know what his trump card is. You are just daydreaming here. Wen Qian said unhappily. She was too lazy to care about this woman who was determined to commit suicide. Do you know how powerful his punch is? Would it make you scream? Do you still remember the heads of Wang Biao and Su Kong? They were smashed to pieces. How does your strength compare to theirs? And Wang Xian, both of her arms were broken. You saw this with your own eyes, right? In front of a man like this, do you have a chance to fight back? Don't think that he will be soft-hearted just because you are a woman. Wake up. He is not that simple. Didn't you notice that the arrogant Zhao Yang had already run away with his men? He didn't even have the courage to face this man. How does your strength compare to Zhao Yang? Are you stronger than him? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. I don't want to be your scapegoat. When Qian looked at Zhang Yana coldly and said mercilessly, if you want to die, I won't stop you. However, I hope that before you die, you can tell me the so-called secret so that I can understand. In return, I will help you two collect your bodies. Zhang Yana didn't expect that when Qian, who was always taciturn, could say so many words at once, and every word was on point, leaving her unable to refute. Secret? Zhang Yana didn't know what Wen Qian's secret was, and she guessed that this so-called secret was a lie made up by Wang Xian at a critical moment. At this moment, Zhang Yana suddenly remembered the subtle change in Lu Ming's attitude towards Wen Qian. It seems that the other party's attitude towards Wen Qian is not as good as Wen Qian imagined. This is a breakthrough point. We can provoke it. It's easy to die, but it's the hardest to live with hope. The three of us were originally in the same group. We were arrested together, so we should share honor and disgrace. Although our fate is more miserable, your fate may not be any better. When Wen Qian heard this, she immediately understood the other party's intention. These words, which are full of tea flavor, are obviously intended to sow discord. Such a despicable trick is trying to trick me? This is really too much of a disregard for me. After all, I am a college graduate, and my knowledge is not so shallow. When Qian raised her eyebrows, pretending to be a little impatient, and said anxiously, what do you want to say? If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Don't try to belabor the point here. It's a waste of time. You just want to drag me down with you? You little brat. Look at me showing off my tricks to you. I'll trick you so hard that you'll remember me for the rest of your life. For a moment, Wen Qian had an idea. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and teach Zhang Yana, who looked down on her, a painful lesson. Selling Zhang Yana to Lu Ming can not only help him eliminate hidden dangers, but also show loyalty and prove his own value, killing two birds with one stone. Wen Qian silently gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. I am such a clever little ghost. In this way, Lu Ming will definitely treat her differently. There were indeed not many zombies in the safe passage, only 5 or 6. The zombies were mostly wearing work clothes when they were alive, and they were a little older. They should be cleaners. At the time of the incident, they might have been cleaning. No time was wasted. Lu Ming raised his hand and swung his knife, and in no time he quickly dealt with the 5 zombies, leaving only one zombie with a hideous face. Lu Ming didn't know the specific mechanism of obtaining energy by killing zombies. In order to ensure that Wang Xian could recover her arms without fail, he acted ruthlessly and cut off the limbs of the last zombie in front of him, leaving only his head. Seeing the zombies lying on the ground like maggots, Wang Xian almost vomited the food she had eaten the night before. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stuffed the knife into her mouth, pointed at the zombie on the ground, and said expressionlessly, "Stab him to death, aim at the head. If you can't do it, you stay here with him. When the time comes, I will make a couple set for you too, with broken hands and feet. Not a single one will be missing." Wang Xian had no choice. She staggered towards the zombie, biting Lu Ming's knife in her mouth, saliva dripping down the handle. Tears welled up in her eyes, like an old person with Alzheimer's disease. The face of the zombie in front of him was covered with black lines, and his face was already pale. The teeth in his mouth were also deformed in some way, sharp, black, ugly, and terrifying. Aiming at the zombie's mouth, Wang Xian made a choice. She closed her eyes, her mind was empty. She bit the handle of the knife and lowered her head fiercely, and then the steel knife entered her throat. The zombie was not completely dead yet. His teeth were gnawing on the blade and greedily sucking the blood on it. This was a treasure left by so many zombies, and it was of great significance to the zombies. He's not dead yet. His head is still intact. Lu Ming was reminding her. The next second, Wang Xian suddenly opened her eyes, stared fiercely at the human stick zombie in front of her, threw away the steel knife in her mouth, raised her foot and kicked the zombie hard on the forehead. Die, die, die. Please, just die. Just die. I don't know how many times she kicked. She didn't stop until the zombie's head was kicked off. As expected, Wang Xian's arm recovered successfully, and her combat power value was also improved from 8 to 10. Everything is moving in the right direction. Although her mental state is a little abnormal, It's no big deal and everything will be fine. Chapter 50. The retreat is blocked. Wake up, UF asterisk King Kid. Lu Ming did not indulge Wang Xian. He went up and slapped her, causing her face to become swollen. So cool. To be honest, Lu Ming had wanted to give this guy a good slap on the face for a long time. This self-righteous woman, no matter how arrogant she is, who does she think she is? Bargaining with me? Ha, I, Lu, am not a philanthropist, nor am I a moral gentleman. Although I know more tricks than a real villain, my methods are enough to make people despair. Are you acting crazy here? Stop yelling, you've attracted zombies. How can you run away? Covering her swollen left face, Wang Xian regained consciousness and felt that she no longer felt pain in her arm and had regained the ability to move freely. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but then the burning feeling on her face shattered her joy at the moment. She was still in danger. I'm sorry. Wang Xian nodded and said, not daring to raise her head easily, for fear of causing Lu Ming's displeasure. Lu Ming frowned, reached out and pulled out the steel knife from the zombie's corpse, carefully wiped off the water stains, and said with a look of disgust, I've fallen into your hands. What is Wen Qian's secret? It doesn't matter now whether you tell me or not. Next, I will let you go. Whether you live or die is entirely up to God. However, I hope you can survive. I am still waiting to settle this account with you. After saying that, Lu Ming walked directly to the bottom floor along the safety passage, leaving Wang Xian alone there. Wang Xian, who regained her freedom, was not too happy. She could not watch her life slip away before her eyes. Safe passage, passage of life. Yaina, I have to call her right away. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a moment. Rushing back to the 7th floor in a hurry, Wang Xian saw Zheng Yaina and Wen Qian confronting each other. She went up and grabbed Zheng Yaina's hand and ran towards the safe passage without paying any attention to Wen Qian. Recovered? So quickly. Wen Qian noticed that Wang Xian's hands had returned to normal, and the slap marks on her face were clearly visible. However, she took Zheng Yaina away from her sight without saying hello, which made Wen Qian, who was eager to make a contribution, feel something was wrong. Are they trying to escape? This won't work. Wen Qian became nervous. She couldn't just let Wang Xian and Zheng Yaina escape in the chaos. Otherwise, when Lu Ming came back, wouldn't he vent his anger on her? She didn't understand. They could obviously survive by following Lu Ming. So why did they want to commit suicide and demand so-called freedom? Want freedom? Go find freedom in the belly of a zombie? There won't be any body left. Wang Xian, do you know what you are doing? You will die, and die miserably. Wang Xian didn't have time to argue with Wen Qian. She said to Zheng Yaina without even turning her head, don't worry about her. Let's go quickly. Only by following that man can we have a chance of survival. He's leaving now. We have to hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, no one can save us. Cousin, what do you mean? What happened? Zheng Yaina looked at Wang Xian in shock and saw a pair of determined eyes on her swollen face, with a determination to fight without hesitation. He left alone? Wang Xian nodded and said as she walked, don't be afraid. It's not a big problem. He was gone for a short time. We should be able to catch up with him. Oh my God. How could there be such a weird person in the world? He was the one who brought us here, and he was the one who left us behind. If he didn't intend to take us with him from the beginning, why did he save us then? Now, he starts to jump back and forth again. What on earth does he want to do? Zheng Yaina complained that at this moment, the freedom that was within her reach was meaningless to her. Instead, she wanted to catch up with Lu Ming and beg him to control them and restrict their freedom. Only with freedom would they have a chance to survive. Wen Qian also caught up in the safety passage. She vaguely heard the conversation between Zheng Yaina and Wang Xian. For a moment, her head was foggy. Her big backer had slipped away, and secretly, without taking her, his loyal partner, away. How is this possible? He obviously values me so much. He said he would take me with him. Wen Qian's tone was a little tearful. She was abandoned without any regrets. She was still useful. Just wait a little longer, maybe a few hours, or maybe even less, and she will be able to recover her abilities. Expelling these zombies will be a piece of cake for her. Why isn't he willing to give me a chance? Why are you so sad? It's like someone abandoned you after having sex with you. It was hard for him to escape. How could he take us with him? Wang Xian finally had the courage to speak out the complaints she had been holding back for a long time. Her eyes were determined. We have to find a way to survive on our own. We just need to follow the route he took, and we will definitely be able to escape. The end of the safe passage is not safe. At least for Lu Ming, it is a wolf's den. The supermarket's safety passage leads directly to the underground parking lot. Lu Ming originally thought that the underground parking lot would be a paradise, but what he never expected was that the zombies here were more numerous and denser than those outside. The moment the hordes of zombies heard the sound of the door opening, they all turned their gazes to Lu Ming. Hundreds of eyes, with blazing bloodthirsty passion, stared at Lu Ming intently. At that moment, it was as if thousands of knives were slashing across his face. Lu Ming took a deep breath, closed the door of the passage as quickly as possible, and locked it tightly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the zombies violently banging on the door made Lu Ming feel somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the zombies did not break in. Lu Ming couldn't imagine what kind of danger he would face if the zombies caught up with him through the safe passage again. There is a roadblock in front and pursuers behind. How to break this game? Do we really have to get creepy and play hide and seek with the zombies? Their sense of smell and hearing are first-rate, more sensitive than that of hunting dogs. Isn't this just trying to stop him from doing it with a weak force? Fuck, I was caught in a trap by the zombies. What bad luck. Lu Ming spat fiercely, picked up the steel knife, and walked upstairs. He was facing too many zombies now, which were beyond human power to resist. The supermarket door was blocked by a horde of zombies, and the exit of the safety passage was also full of zombies. According to the information provided by Wen Qian, the top floor was also full of zombies. As a result, his living space was very limited. Moreover, the zombies in the building were moving from the lower floors to the higher floors. Driving them to the higher floors greatly compressed his living space and forced him into the fire pit. Sooner or later, he will have to face the zombie army. Chapter 51. See you alive again. Why did you come back? Do you want to take us away with you? I knew you would never give up on me. Dejected Lu Ming returned with nothing and ran into Wen Qian, who came to chase him. As soon as they met, Wen Qian's face showed joy, followed by a burst of subjective imagination, and she did not notice the displeasure on Lu Ming's face at all. Don't be so familiar. Our relationship is not that good. Lu Ming pushed away Wen Qian, who was about to step forward, his face full of annoyance. There was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Unless he could grow wings, it would be impossible for him to leave the building quietly. The original place for collecting supplies has now become a prison. How ironic. You are free now. I have no interest in you anymore. I am too lazy to kill you now. If you know what's good for you, don't follow me. Otherwise, I can only move my fingers and send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. His serious expression did not seem fake. However, they forgot how Lu Ming appeared. He is a talented actor, and his best skill is paralyzing the enemy. Lu Ming didn't want to be dragged down by Wen Qian and the others, nor did he want to give up this once-a-day cheat easily. Moreover, Wang Xian had too many twists and turns in her mind, and it was too much trouble to get entangled with her. He planned to pull himself out and seriously analyze the current situation. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. Thinking from a different perspective may lead to better results. No, I'm still useful. My ability has a great effect. Give me some time. An hour? No, half an hour, and I will definitely not let you down. Wen Qian panicked. When she is with Wang Xian and Zheng Yana, she always plays the role of a tool. Although they are polite and courteous to her on the surface, they are actually parasites who just want to suck blood from her and squeeze out her value. Lu Ming is completely different. As long as he has witnessed the terrifying power of his own supernatural powers, he will definitely change his mind and value himself again. At that time, he can also be a parasite and rely on others. I'll give you time, but who can give me time? The obstacles on the electric staircase won't last long, and the exit of the safety passage is full of zombies. The entrance and exit are all blocked. Now it's only a matter of time before the zombies find us. We can only go up. Lu Ming shook the steel knife in his hand. You said that you have driven all the zombies to the top floor. Tell me, where else can we go? Time waits for no one. Half an hour? That's too long. A solution? A solution? A solution? Wen Qian was like an ant on a hot pan, running around in a panic. She couldn't just watch Lu Ming leave. She couldn't live without Lu Ming. For her own future, she had to fight. Wait, I have an idea. Wen Qian jogged all the way and caught up with Lu Ming. She held his hands tightly with both hands, like an abandoned woman with resentful eyes. I have a way. Lu Ming violently shook off Wen Qian's hand. He didn't have the heart to be clingy here right now. He didn't want to die yet. His precious time should be used to escape, not to act out a romance drama. Moreover, this pair of red eyes with double pupils is very scary. Staring straight at oneself makes people feel creepy and terrified. Hurry up and tell me. If you can't give me an answer, don't blame me for being rude. Wen Qian didn't pay attention to Lu Ming's subtle movements. She raised a strange smile and looked at Wang Xian and Zheng Yana behind her. Zombies have a keen sense of smell and hearing and are particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. We can drain their blood and smear it on the clothes on the 7th floor. Then we can give them a breath and use their screams to attract zombies and give us a chance to escape. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he gave Wen Qian an approving look. This method is quite vicious. I like it. It really deserves to be called the most vicious woman. After hearing Lu Ming's last words, Wen Qian's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, she received Lu Ming's affirmation, so she felt that it didn't matter if she was scolded. Is this plan okay? Lu Ming smiled evilly and nodded. He found this woman to be very dangerous. She would sell out her former teammates without hesitation for the sake of survival, and use extremely cruel means to convert the lives of her teammates into her own greatest benefit. She was a sophisticated egoist. Very good. She already had the basic qualities for surviving the apocalypse. Lu Ming liked her very much. However, the blood of 2 people seems not enough. If her blood is added, the effect may be better. Lu Ming did not immediately take action to catch Wang Xian and Zheng Yana. Instead, he walked out of the safety passage and went to higher floors along the electric staircase. He wanted to know where the zombies were driven to on the top floor so that he could make a prediction in advance. Don't do anything for now, wait a little longer. We haven't reached that stage yet. Who knows, a turning point may be just around the corner. Wen Qian naturally had no objection. Her heart, which had been beating in her throat, finally settled down peacefully in her stomach. As long as Lu Ming was willing to give her a chance, she would definitely seize it with all her strength. At the same time, Wang Xian and Zheng Yana also noticed the strange atmosphere. Wen Qian's gaze towards them changed, becoming complicated, vaguely revealing a hint of pity, which made them very unhappy. We are in the same situation, so what qualifications do you have to sympathize with us? Wang Xian felt that there was always an ominous feeling hanging over her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. It was like she was possessed by a ghost. She felt very depressed and couldn't breathe. Wang Xian couldn't find the source of the ominous news, so she moved closer to Lu Ming. At the moment, the only way to be safe was to follow him. In a daze, Wang Xian followed Lu Ming to the 8th floor, which was also a world of women's clothing. There were all kinds of clothes and various famous brands. It was a pity that she didn't have the heart to appreciate them. Hey, why are there people there? And there's a little fat guy. Zheng Yina's untimely cry brought Wang Xian back from her daze. Lu Ming had hidden his knife behind his back. His wild eyes were filled with the desire to attack like a beast. Obviously, he was going to kill someone. Wen Qian's eyes followed Lu Ming's figure and then locked onto the fat man. With this body type, it must weigh 300 kilograms. His eyes gradually became gentle and kind. Kill this fat guy. His blood will be enough to cover half the floor. Chapter 52, Flexible Fat Man. Fatty, get out of the way. Brother Hui, that man has a knife in his hand. Run. After hearing what Li De and Gu Jizhong said, Ji Chenghui turned around suddenly. Sure enough, a man with a ferocious face, holding a half-meter-long red butcher knife, attacked like a ferocious beast. In an instant, Ji Chenghui's scalp went numb and he subconsciously wanted to escape, but he could not control his trembling legs no matter what. He even lost control of his. That's right, he is incontinent. As a fat man, a man with a perfect proportion of height and weight, 180 centimeters tall, 180 kilograms, a real 1-to-1 ratio. He did not have a toned body, strong muscles, and surging strength. His bloated figure stood in front of Lu Ming like a living target. With fear filling his heart, he did not dare to move at all. Why are you trying to kill me? Ji Chenghui shouted sadly. This seemed to be his last struggle before death. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and saw through his combat power perception that the gray number 25 above the opponent's head turned yellow, and the murderous intent in his heart became stronger. Alert? No chance. A man with a combat power of 25 was actually frightened to the point of peeing his pants? It's unbelievable. Lu Ming didn't have the energy to figure out the real reason behind the other party's ugly behavior, whether he was really scared or there was another hidden story. It is imperative to cut him down. Lu Ming already felt that his body was on the verge of collapse. He would not allow anyone who had the ability to hurt him to exist. Before finding a suitable place to hide, he had to eliminate all potential threats. Ji Chenghui never thought that being too powerful was also a sin. He is kind to others and never causes trouble. Such a sudden disaster is really an unexpected calamity. At the moment when Lu Ming's steel knife was about to touch Ji Chenghui's head, the strong smell of blood rushed into Ji Chenghui's nasal cavity, wantonly stimulating his olfactory nerves. The fear was reflected in the cerebral cortex, and his body began to secrete adrenaline. The next second, his muscles tensed, his blood boiled, and Ji Chenghui's supernatural powers erupted again. With a whoosh, Ji Chenghui turned into a stream of light and disappeared directly from Lu Ming's sight. Superpower? It's this fucking superpower again. Speed. Speed. Isn't this the ability possessed by the man Lu Ming encountered on the first floor? The speed is extremely fast and can be used for fight or escape. This is too difficult. This fat guy must die. Lu Ming secretly decided in his heart that he must kill this fat man, no matter whether he had ill intentions towards him or not. This speed-type ability was too disgusting and too troublesome. If he allowed him to develop further, he would threaten him sooner or later. This is called prevention. So fast. When Qian widened her eyes, opened her mouth slightly, and looked from afar in the direction where Ji Chenghui fled, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. At this time, she saw Lu Ming's attack fail, and he immediately changed his target, locking the attack on two other people with very low presence. When Qian could not sense any trace of toughness or power from the other party, she instinctively felt that the other party was just an ordinary person, and catching them would be a piece of cake. But the result was once again unexpected. The fat man who had escaped came back and rushed towards Lu Ming like a cannonball. According to the law of kinetic energy, the greater the speed and mass, the greater the energy, and this fat man has all of it. When Qian wanted to remind Lu Ming, but it was too late. The fat man had already arrived in front of him. Is it really the end? The scene before their eyes shocked everyone. Lu Ming dropped the steel knife, then punched out like a dragon, with a heavy uppercut, knocking the fat man hard onto the ceiling. The huge impact force destroyed the chandelier, and the series of crackling sounds pulled everyone back from their amazement. Ji Chenghui fell in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Why do you want to hurt us? Lu Ming did not answer his question because it was too naive, and there was no need to answer it. I'm about to rip your head off, and you're still flirting with me. What's the point? It can't change the fact that I want to kill you. Didn't you run away? Why did you dare to come back? Are you trying to kill me back? Lu Ming did not continue to attack Ji Chenghui. He fixed his eyes on Li De and Gu Jizhong. They wanted to escape. Watching their companions being beaten into such a horrible state, they were filled with nothing but fear. Running away seemed to be their only option. Facing this murderous maniac in front of them, they really didn't have the courage to fight Lu Ming head-on. Rushing forward, would he kill me with one punch? That would be too tragic. Don't hurt my friend. Friend? Lu Ming sneered. Li De and Gu Jizhong trembled and turned pale. They held their breath immediately. They were extremely scared. They are not your friends. When you were about to be beaten to death, they did not think about buying time for you to escape. Instead, they wanted to run away. Little did they know that if they gave it a try, one of them might survive. If they ran away, they would all die. After saying this, Lu Ming's heart began to contract suddenly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the weak feeling was coming. He couldn't pretend anymore. He had to act quickly. Lu Ming wanted to reach out and grab the steel knife not far away, but the severe pain in his body and the feeling of torn muscles prevented him from moving at all. He did not dare to show his weakness, as there were too many people present who would not show mercy to him. Call. Lu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and relied on his willpower to fight against his body. He slowly moved his neck and looked at Ji Chenghui, who was lying in a pool of blood. What's your name? Ji Chenghui. I never thought that I would end up like this, that I would be beaten to death. Ji Chenghui was unwilling to give in. His breath gradually became weaker, and he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. There are many things you can't imagine, and changes are everywhere, so why not just get out of here now? Go away. Go away. Go away. Ji Chenghui did not doubt the meaning of this sentence, and he would not foolishly ask why. At this time, his first reaction was to run. No matter what conspiracy or tricks the other party has, his speed ability is his greatest reliance. With this ability in hand, he is not afraid of anything. Turn over. Get up. Be energetic. Call your friends. Run away. Li De, Gu Jizhong. Stop standing there like an idiot. Run. The bloody fat man rode away in a dashing manner. Li De and Gu Jizhong followed him without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. temporarily eliminating a layer of threat. Chapter 53 Wenxian. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. The muscles all over his body began to heat up, the blood vessels trembled, and the huge pain was burning his sanity. Lu Ming's eyes were blurry, and his consciousness was showing signs of blurring. All the phenomena before his eyes indicated that yesterday's nightmare had come again. He could already foresee that he would be in a coma for several hours. He was wondering, while he was unconscious, would he be killed by someone or eaten by zombies? No matter whether it is a human or a zombie, no one will let him go. He now felt a little regretful. He regretted not bringing the white jade Buddha with him. With her around, at least he wouldn't be lonely after death. Even if he was torn into pieces by zombies and swallowed into their stomachs, he wouldn't be lonely. However, I am not willing to just fall down like this. I am so powerful, how can I die so easily? Even if I die, it should be a grand death. Keeping his last bit of rationality, Lu Ming made a gesture to Wenxian in the distance, signaling her to take action against Wang Xian and Zheng Yana. He wants to give it a try. Wenxian felt that Lu Ming's expression was a little strange, but after seeing Lu Ming's instructions, she did not hesitate too much and immediately carried them out. In Wenxian's eyes, Lu Ming was still as strong as a tiger, with unfathomable strength, able to beat everyone. The fat guy who just fled so quickly is proof of this. Wang Xian and Zheng Yana, who were immersed in Lu Ming's devastating attack, did not notice that Wenxian, who was standing beside them, had murderous intentions towards them. Wenxian, who had a combat power of 20, easily attacked these two little scums with a combat power of 10. Lu Ming did not give her clear instructions, so Wenxian did not kill Wang Xian and Zheng Yana. After simply knocking the two men down, Wenxian happily ran towards Lu Ming and was about to ask for credit when she finally noticed something strange. The veins on Lu Ming's forehead bulged and his face was extremely pale, as if he was suppressing something. Seeing this, Wenxian didn't dare to move forward. The other person's appearance reminded her of people who were bitten by zombies. After they passed a stable period, they would also experience this kind of abnormality. This was a sign of turning into a zombie. Please help me pick up the knife. The breath became subtler. Seeing that Wenxian had not moved, Lu Ming knew that she had seen through the clues. However, no one is willing to give up hope of survival easily. He will not give up, and he is still persisting. Hearing this, Wenxian did not move, but stared at Lu Ming with a wary look, paying attention to his facial changes at all times. At the same time, her eyes were still wandering over Lu Ming's body, as if she wanted to find traces of zombie attacks on his body. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Or were you bitten by a zombie? Wenxian carefully looked at Lu Ming's facial expression, observing every detail carefully. Her eyes gradually lost their vigilance and restraint, and became unrestrained. She was sure that the man in front of her seemed to be in trouble. What do you need from me? Lu Ming had clearly noticed that Wenxian's words had changed in tone, now full of temptation, even provocation. You don't need anything, just come over here. Wenxian caught Lu Ming's trembling voice, so she was even more certain that he was in a bad situation and couldn't even move his body. Could it be because he suffered an inconspicuous serious injury when fighting with the fat man just now? Just when Wenxian wanted to test him further, Lu Ming suddenly fell down. She suddenly panicked. This shouldn't happen. He was so strong. How could he be injured? Wenxian, who was at a loss, hurried to Lu Ming's side. When she saw those devilish eyes, she knew she had fallen into a trap. Just like when Su Kong and Wang Xian were caught, Lu Ming was fishing again. You think you are Wang Chongyang. Why are you pretending to be dead again? Wenxian thought Lu Ming would kill her without hesitation, so she blurted out what was in her mind. Before Lu Ming could make a move, golden stars began to appear in front of his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Damn, you're just one step away from winning. Fainted? Or are you pretending to be dead again? Wenxian stretched out her fingers and put them on Lu Ming's nose to test his breathing. After pinching his body a few times, she realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his body. His whole body was hot, like burning charcoal, and it was smoking. What was even more bizarre was that Lu Ming's body was abnormally heavy. Wenxian was clearly an expert with special powers, and her body had been strengthened many times. But she still felt a little strenuous when she wanted to lift his body with her strength. What's going on? Is this person still human? No wonder he can beat a little brother with one punch. It turns out his physical fitness is so strong. He's so heavy, he doesn't look fleshy, but he must weigh 200 to 300 pounds. After great effort, Wenxian finally dragged Lu Ming into a small storage room. Under the dim light, some emotions in Wenxian's heart were strangely aroused. As if she had lost her mind, Her eyes gradually became hot as she looked at Lu Ming, greedily kissing Lu Ming on the mouth. Wen Qian's breathing became heavier, but she quickly came to her senses, covered her burning cheeks with her hands, pulled open her sleeves, and tried hard to dispel the heat in her heart. Are you crazy about men? How dare I do that to him? Like a dream, Wen Qian whispered softly, God bless me, please don't get discovered. After she finished speaking, she was like a weasel that had stolen a hen, with a hint of smug joy and aftertaste on her face. She licked the corner of her mouth greedily, and then carefully wiped the corner of Lu Ming's mouth to erase the traces she had left behind. No man thinks it is a blessing to be kissed by a woman. If so, then the man must be in need of women, or the women are good-looking. Obviously, from the look of disdain Lu Ming gave her, it could be seen that Lu Ming did not think she was a beautiful woman. You can't blame me for not being a human being. You can only blame yourself for giving me this opportunity. Who made you fall in front of me? If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. I dare not fight against God's will. Putting away her lingering eyes, Wen Qian finally remembered Wang Xian and Zheng Yana, who were knocked unconscious by her. These two tools are still hanging on the floor outside. It is so dangerous outside. Whether they have the ability to resist or not, they can't let others take advantage of them, or give them to the zombies for free. On the cold floor, Wang Xian felt her consciousness and body separating and reuniting again and again. The soreness in her neck made her unable to control herself for a long time. She was ambushed by Wen Qian, a fence-sitter. It would be fine if he was weaker than her and launched a sneak attack, but Wen Qian's strength was obviously much higher than her and Zheng Yina's, and she still wanted to launch a sneak attack. How shameless. Is there anything you can't just say? We can cooperate. Why do you have to knock us out? Chapter 54. Wen Qian's secret, the horror of the second personality. The next scene left Wang Xian stunned. The small space is filled with all kinds of women's clothes, skirts, underwear, etc. Wen Qian picked and chose from the clothes and finally found a few long skirts. Then, her smile became particularly sinister. As a woman, Wen Qian understands Wang Xian and Zheng Yina's body structure better, and she has her own unique ideas about bondage. Roughly removing Zheng Yina's coat, Wen Qian quickly stripped her into a white lamb, then used her long skirt as a rope to tie Zheng Yina's arms behind her back, making her look extremely shameful. Then she was still not satisfied, so she picked up Zheng Yina's underwear and stuffed it into her mouth. Is this a perversion? If Wen Qian was a man, Wang Xian might be able to understand what she was doing at this moment, but she is a woman. Why would she have so many tricks? Just when Wang Xian thought that the other party would extend his devilish hand to her, Wen Qian smiled. She had already determined that Wang Xian was awake from her rapid breathing. Pretending to be unconscious? This doesn't mean you can just close your eyes and lie on the ground without moving. What are you worried about? Do you think I will do anything to you? You are really overthinking it. A woman with such deep scheming. Even touching you would make my hands dirty. Wen Qian said with disdain, insulting Wang Xian's dignity as a woman with the most direct action. Although she is not as pretty as Wen Qian and Zheng Yana, and her figure is not outstanding, she is definitely not as worthless as she said. When it comes to scheming, who can compare to you, Wen Qian? You used to be a fence-sitter, playing both sides, but now, in the blink of an eye, you have turned the tables and become the biggest boss. Humph, do you find it fun to insult me? Do you seek a sense of accomplishment by stepping on other people's dignity? How ridiculous. In my opinion, you are nothing but a poor creature. You want to please that man, but you have no other way, right? That's why you think of using the honey trap. Are you so unconfident? You can't match Ine's figure, you can't match Ine's face, and your ugly eyes are really disgusting. I think no man would like a woman like you. How can you win with someone who is so inferior to you? Wen Qian was so angry at Wang Xian that her fingers were shaking and her eyes were as ferocious as a wolf. She seemed to want to go up to this woman and tear her stinky mouth apart, then throw her into the sewer and let her become a rotting corpse. Ahem. Lu Ming's cough woke Wen Qian from her extreme anger. She couldn't do that now. Wang Xian, be smart and tell me what the secret is. Tell me. I can save you from physical pain and let you walk out of here safely. Believe me, I will keep my word. Wang Xian used her arms to prop up her upper body and slowly leaned against the wall, a scornful smile on her lips. Haha, beg me, and I'll tell you. Once again, Wen Qian's anger was ignited by Wang Xian. She clenched her fists so hard that they made a creaking sound. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't be shameless. I don't have the patience. Even if I kill you, what can I do? No one can control me. Threatening me? I'm not afraid. As long as I don't tell this secret, I have a chance to survive. If I really tell it, I'll be dead. I don't have your looks, body, and temperament. This is my only way to save my life." At this moment, Wang Xian was like a piece of tough meat, unable to resist any soft or hard action. "Please beg me, and I will tell you. If you are unhappy, I will be happy. If I am happy, I might even give up my life." Wang Xian's rude tone made Wen Qian furious. "You want to die? I'll grant your wish. I've long wanted to see what your heart looks like, whether it's very smart, and how can you be so calculating?" At this time, Zheng Yana, who had been clearly arranged, woke up slowly. It was too cold and her arms were a little numb. Everything seemed so unnatural. There was a smell of sweat in Zheng Yana's mouth. She looked closely and found that it was her own clothes. For a moment, Zheng Yana was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. "Why are you reacting so violently? You will have your happy time later." When Qian turned her head to look at Zheng Yana, who was beautifully packaged, and smiled knowingly, dispelling the haze in her heart. As expected, bullying such a silly young man can make people happier. "It will be fine in a moment. Just like an injection, it's quick." Zheng Yana has seen through Wen Qian's nature as a bootlicker. She has no principles, no bottom line, and even her sense of shame has been thrown into the sewer. She will do anything to please that man. She is despicable and shameless, a born villain. Woo woo woo. Night fell quietly, and Wen Qian's red eyes flickered with an eerie luster in the dim light. She seemed like a different person, looking carefully at everything in front of her. The bound Zheng Yana, the unconscious Lu Ming, and Wang Xian, who was leaning against the wall with a happy look on her face. Her vocal cords vibrate slowly, producing a light voice that makes people feel happy. "Wang Xian, we meet again." Just like meeting an old friend, Wen Qian greeted Wang Xian warmly. Her manners were dignified and graceful, and her demeanor became exceptionally elegant. Wang Xian was smiling and looked relaxed, as if she had waited until the last light. She was in an especially happy mood and her voice became especially cheerful. "Qian, I finally waited for you. Please help me quickly." Having said that, Wang Xian stood up and walked to Zheng Yana to help her untie the ropes. Qian, Wen Qian's second personality, is easygoing, polite, and elegant. The key is that she can also control her body's superpowers and use them far more often than her first personality. She only appears when night falls, and it was by chance that Wang Xian recognized her. Secret. This is Wen Qian's biggest secret, a secret that she herself doesn't even know. Just as Wang Xian's hand was about to touch the rope of Zheng Yana's long skirt, Wen Qian's white jade hand grasped her wrist tightly like a vice. Wang Xian was a little surprised. She asked, "Qian, what are you doing? Didn't you see that Ina was tied up like this? Can you watch a girl do such a shameful thing? What's more, there is a man present. Will Ina stop being a human being from now on?" Wen Qian gently shook her head and said in a gentle voice, "Wang Xian, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask why Ina's eyes were full of hatred for me. This made me very confused. I don't want to create trouble for myself." As she spoke, Wen Qian's eyes were as gentle as water and as warm as a spring breeze, making it impossible for people to feel the slightest bit of rejection. As a special individual, Wen Qian's second personality has also awakened a special ability, mind reading, which allows her to read the other person's thoughts without any medium and without any restrictions. Although it is useless in fighting, it can help her seize the initiative in interpersonal relationships. Although this second personality only appears at night, and there is no need to seize the initiative, it is better to have a superpower than not. Chapter 55 Lu Ming. Second personality, Qian. When facing various unfair treatments, Wen Qian gave herself all kinds of positive psychological hints, and the second personality, Qian, that came into being was perfect in interpersonal communication, dealing with people, sports competitions, etc. Because of the disaster, the second personality successfully gained the right to control part of the body's time under this specific condition. Although it varies, most of the time it is at night when the first personality enters a resting state. Only then can she come out to get some fresh air and relax. In order to conceal her existence and not cause discomfort to the main personality, Qian decided to make a deal with Wang Xian to support each other. However, unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes, and they all fell into Lu Ming's hands. During this period, the main personality and Wang Xian turned against each other. If it weren't for Zheng Yana's resentful look, Qian might still be kept in the dark at this moment. Everything happened in a flash. Soon, no one could dodge. The vulnerable Wang Xian couldn't even survive a single move in Qian's hands, and was easily pressed to the floor and rubbed. Wang Xian, it seems that the relationship between us is no longer as simple as before. If you want to play tricks on me, you are not smart enough. You don't even know what kind of person is in front of you. What are you fighting with me for? Instead of struggling, it is better to face death calmly. This way, you can die more easily and avoid physical pain. As she spoke, Qianqian's gaze inadvertently slid onto Zheng Yina's body. Was she really the one who did such a shameful binding method? No wonder Zheng Yina wanted to kill her. No girl could accept this reality. Has the main character started to turn dark? Qianqian is a product derived from the main personality, and they share the same interests. There is no need for her to go against the main personality's opinion. All she has to do is to assist the main personality in fulfilling her long-cherished wish and achieving her goal. In this way, the main personality will be prosperous, and her second personality will have more free time. Qianqian doesn't have a split personality or a fight between the left and right sides. She is an extremely rational person. Yina, this is not my intention. I have no ill will towards you. As the abuser, I should apologize to you, beg for your forgiveness, and make appropriate compensation. However, the situation is different now. I cannot apologize to you like a normal person. In fact, I will even further hurt you. Qianqian's eyes were particularly deceptive, and the guilt revealed in her sincere words was easy to feel. But when she said that she would not repent, Zheng Yina could not think of blaming her, as if there was some other hidden reason for her doing so, and she should forgive her. As soon as she finished speaking, Qianqian picked up Zheng Yina and walked towards Lu Ming. At this moment, she understood the other party's intention very well, which was to present her as a gift. Zheng Yina sneered softly. The man was unconscious, so what would happen even if she stripped herself naked and left her next to him? At the critical moment when Lu Ming was about to be insulted, he quietly opened his eyes. The strange atmosphere returned to peace. The ambiguous breath suddenly cooled down, and a strong tyrannical aura awakened, which was the murderous aura that belonged to Lu Ming alone. Am I not dead yet? Lu Ming murmured softly. Then he looked around and found this strange pair of women in front of him. One of them had a holy look on her face, but she was holding an exposed woman, and the exposed woman had a face full of shame and grief. Quite good at having fun. Qianqian read Lu Ming's thoughts. For some reason, her calm heart suddenly became turbulent, and stormy waves followed, which could not calm down for a moment. There was a voice in her heart telling her that she must not let the man in front of her have any misunderstandings about her, no matter what the cost. I am of normal sexual orientation. I prepared her for you, for your good fortune. Lu Ming twisted his sore neck, stood up, shook his body, and moved his muscles, revealing a comfortable smile. I don't care about these. Tell me, why didn't you kill me? Instead, you hid me in this safe place and prepared a gift for me, a gift that I was not very happy with. The aura of a superior came towards her. Qianqian looked at the face of the handsome young man in front of her, and her mood slowly calmed down. No wonder the main personality favors such men. When Qian, who was born with low self-esteem, was instinctively at a disadvantage when faced with such a strong and confident Lu Ming, coupled with the natural tendency of women to admire the strong. This led to Wen Qian following Lu Ming so unhesitatingly, even though the other party didn't care about her at all. I want to stay by your side, no matter what. Lu Ming shook his head gently and said calmly, this sentence is not convincing at all. Besides, I don't need useless people, even if you are a woman and I am a man. Qianqian read something else from Lu Ming's mind. He may not look good, but he has beautiful thoughts. I don't lack women, so why should I keep one like you? He looks silly, and his supernatural powers are not very useful. Qianqian was very upset. I'm not useless. Besides, I'm not ugly. Really, at least I'm prettier than the girl on the ground. Compare me with her, and you'll have a whole new feeling. Wang Xian was so upset after being repeatedly rubbed that she thought, why is everyone stepping on me? Shit. You call this a spiritual victory? Lu Ming smiled and did not ask any more questions. After all, the other party repaid evil with kindness. Although he had bullied her and almost broke her neck at one point, she did not bear grudges and saved him in times of danger. Just based on this reason, Lu Ming could no longer act against Wen Qian in conscience. Otherwise, he would be morally condemned, and he would not be able to get over it. Looking out the window, Lu Ming vaguely saw a few stars in the sky and had a rough idea of the time. You saved me once. I will remember this favor. Now, my body has returned to normal, and I will not fall into a coma again in the short term. Taking this opportunity, I will take you away without waiting for your so-called superpowers. This is also my way of repaying you for saving my life. Qianqian shook her head and snorted. No, since you want to repay me for saving your life, you should do as I say instead of taking the initiative and giving me something I don't want and hiding what I want. After hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. He felt something was wrong. When Qian, who had always been submissive, was no longer timid and dared to negotiate conditions. Moreover, the other party's eyes were no longer timid, but had a hint of maturity and elegance, as if she had become a different person. Very strange. You're amazing for guessing my identity so quickly. However, I'm not parasitized by some other creature, but I have a second personality. You can call me Qianqian, or you can pretend nothing happened. We are the same person, and the difference is not obvious. Qianqian was not only amazed at Lu Ming's wisdom, keen observation, and extraordinary associative ability, but also at the idea of parasites and alien creatures. It was amazing that he could come up with such an idea. Chapter 56. Have you ever seen a second personality that is 10,000 times more powerful than the main personality? Second personality? That's ridiculous. What's the point of having so many personalities? If you chop off one head, will both consciousnesses be on the road at the same time? It was obvious that Lu Ming was skeptical about what Qianqian said, and even sneered at it. Qianqian feels it is necessary to prove her own strength. Otherwise, even if she tries to be someone's concubine and warm their bed, no one will want her. The requirements for concubines nowadays are really high. I am different from my main personality. I can use my superpowers multiple times, so expelling zombies is no problem at all. Moreover, the duration of my superpowers is much longer than when my main personality uses them. If you don't believe me, we can demonstrate it on the spot. Lu Ming's eyes became even more uncertain. He felt that this woman was talking nonsense again. Did she get a head injury? Qianqian no longer wanted to read Lu Ming's mind. Every time she opened her mouth, he was full of complaints and looked down upon her. This is intolerable. Qianqian curled her lips and said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. The important thing is that we have to believe the facts before our eyes. I will prove it to you now." As she spoke, a gleam of light flashed in Qianqian's red eyes. In an instant, the air became quiet, time seemed to stop, and everything became peaceful. At this moment, Lu Ming felt the terrifying power of Wen Qian's supernatural powers, the terrifying power that reversed the heaven and earth, an irresistible miracle. Wang Xian and Zheng Yina's levels were too low, and they could not feel the horror of Wen Qian at all. If they had not witnessed the effects of supernatural powers with their own eyes, they would probably think that Wen Qian was just being mysterious. That's amazing, Lu Ming exclaimed sincerely. At this time, he also believed the words of this second personality. However, has anyone ever seen a second personality that is 10,000 times more powerful than the main personality? After hearing Lu Ming's praise, Qianqian also showed a proud smile on her face. She laughed happily, like a little girl who had stolen some candy. Her smile is infectious. It can make people relax. In fact, if Wen Qian had not been able to drive away the zombies, Lu Ming would not have bothered to pay attention to this patient with red-eye disease. Wen Qian's eyes always made him feel creepy and made him want to destroy. There are only two reasons for this kind of thought: fear and love. Lu Ming is a normal person and does not have any special fetishes, so he is sure that it is his subconscious fear that makes him have such extreme thoughts. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he will slowly adapt to the pair of red eyes and double pupils and control his emotions in order to survive. God gave him a big leg. Why not embrace it? What's the point of fighting zombies so hard? It's better to just let others wave their hands and let all the zombies retreat. Perhaps survival is that simple. Although he did not witness the zombies retreating with his own eyes, from the sudden burst of power, Lu Ming was able to predict the outcome. Now, all he had to do was wait quietly and then leave this place. However, before that, Lu Ming still needs to do one thing: kill Ji Chenghui, the owner of the speed ability. Although Lu Ming had no grudge against him, he was still terrified by the opponent's speed ability. Facing fear, the only way left was to escape or destruction. Lu Ming turned his gaze to Zheng Yina. The binding was very artistic, showing off her feminine beauty to the fullest. However, she seemed very sad, with tears streaming down her face, like a little girl who felt aggrieved after being criticized by her mother for being naughty. Lu Ming shook his head nonchalantly and helped Wang Xian, who was slumped on the ground, up. "Here, help your niece put some clothes on. Although the weather is very hot, it's not good to be naked after all." Wang Xian did not make any move. She was on the verge of collapse. She had completely missed the great opportunity. Even her last ally, Qianqian, turned against her. She had used up her last trump card. She didn't know what she would face next. I don't even know what the meaning of persisting despite the pain of a broken arm is. Secrets? She had no secrets now. Without the bargaining power, she would be a prisoner and a lamb to be slaughtered. You won't kill me? Wang Xian got up from the ground and knelt in front of Lu Ming. She did not help untie Zheng Yana. She knew that untying Zheng Yana was just a small matter. The real big thing was to gain the recognition of the man in front of her and the right to live. She couldn't do what Wen Qin could do, but she had other uses. I have other uses. I know someone who has a gun. I can take you to find him. If you have a gun, your combat effectiveness will definitely increase dramatically, and your safety will be greatly guaranteed. Just like the fat man not long ago, he can be killed with one shot. How can flesh and blood compare to bullets? Seeing Lu Ming remain silent, Wang Xian carefully raised her head to meet his calm eyes. No one could tell what he was really thinking, as his expression showed no emotion. About 2 minutes later, Wang Xian heard him sigh. You are very aware of death. I don't think I showed any strange emotions. A decent death is a respect for human beings. I don't want to be called a necrophiliac. So, please dress her quickly and go on your way. Why? Why? Wang Xian was desperate. She seemed to be crazy. With a pair of bloodshot eyes, she questioned, What do you want? I can give you whatever you want. Woman? I can strip any woman naked and put her in front of you, no matter who she is. Money? I can take you to rob a bank. You can have as much as you want. Luxury cars? There are all over the car dealership. Any car you want, just go and get it. Watches? Yes. Famous watches? Do you like famous watches? I can help you get them. Anything you want, even if I have to pull them off a corpse. I just want to live. I have no other requests. Why do you have to kill me? Lu Ming was almost moved by Wang Xian's words. What a lickspittle attitude. It's a pity that she didn't get my point. I can do everything you can give me, and I can do it 100 times, 10,000 times better than you. Tell me, why should I choose you? As for the gun you mentioned, I am indeed interested. But there are more than one way to get a gun. I can just steal or rob from the police station. Why do I have to get it from you? At this time, the silent Qianqian moved. She could not read anything from Lu Ming's heart. He was very calm, like a piece of ice, giving people the feeling of falling into an ice cave in the hot summer. She could not watch Wang Xian die in front of her. For the sake of their previous friendship, she should lend a helping hand. Can you please not kill her? She's not a threat to you. She just wants to stay alive. Give her a chance. Who knows, maybe she can come up with something that will make you excited. Chapter 57 Lu Ming. You have successfully provoked my anger. Give me a favor and let me see what other good things she has hidden. Why does she have to wait until she is on the verge of life and death to reveal them? Lu Ming pushed Wang Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, away without any sympathy. In the end times, those who can survive are not only blessed by the goddess of luck, but also none of them are simple people. He cannot let his guard down and trust anyone easily, even if she is willing to be a loyal lackey. The more complicated people are, the more dangerous the world is. Wang Xian, to be honest, I no longer have any extravagant hopes for what's in your belly. I'm not interested in your information at all. If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight as soon as possible. I'm in a good mood right now, and I don't have any intention of eradicating the roots. So you're safe for now. But you have to know that if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. This is your only chance. The cold words were like a sharp dagger that stabbed into Wang Xian's heart, making her breathing rapid. Wang Xian was like a drowning fish, not knowing where to find shelter. She also wanted to be like Wen Qin, to show her own value, gain Lu Ming's recognition, and receive his protection. But, unfortunately, she doesn't have that ability. The indifference on Lu Ming's face disappeared in an instant. He looked at Wen Qin with a kind smile, completely different from his cold attitude just now. He was like a gentle and elegant classical gentleman, cheerful and unrestrained, with a sincerity in his eyes that could not be described in words. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Ming, a college student who just graduated, majoring in mechanical engineering. I have a female companion, Bai Yufo. She is a very beautiful girl. I will introduce her to you. A female companion? How could he have a female companion? Wen Qian's smile froze. The information she read from the other person's heart made her sure of the truth of this sentence. Damn it, I'm a step late. It's such a friendly smile. Why does it carry a kind of coldness that keeps people away? Man, are you really not lustful? I don't believe it. 5 minutes later, Zheng Yana and Wang Xian walked out of the utility room. Wen Qian and Lu Ming did not walk far. They were near a pool of blood in the distance. The pool of blood was left by the fat man Ji Chenghui and was about to solidify. Zheng Yina was really mad at Wen Qian. Her self-esteem was repeatedly trampled on by her, and she was dominated by anger. A slap in the face and a sweet date? Zheng Yina's eyes were filled with anger, and her chest was rising and falling, showing her fullness. She swore that she was not fair. There was no such thing in the world. After bullying someone, you apologize and ask for forgiveness. I am not a saint. Why should I forgive you for the mistakes you made to me? Do you know what you did to me and what impact it had on me? Da da da. The floor was clattering as Zheng Yina stepped on it. She was so angry that she had no place to vent her anger. She ignored Wang Xian's attempts to stop her and came in front of Lu Ming. She stared at Wen Qian fiercely with eyes that were about to spit fire, like a hungry wolf, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh from her body. Wen Qian could understand Zheng Yina's feelings, but that didn't mean she would just sit there and wait for death. I did it. I admit it. You want to make trouble for me? Sorry, you are not strong enough. You'd better be more rational and not let your anger control your actions. Wen Qian's words not only failed to calm Zheng Yina down, but made her even angrier. Tears of humiliation rolled down her face. Ignoring Lu Ming's presence, she clenched her fists tightly and cried, "Who do you think you are? Can you do whatever you want? What do you think of me? When have I ever let you down to give you a reason to do this to me?" Wen Qian felt like she was a scumbag who played with a little girl's body and emotions. To be honest, she didn't understand the protagonist's mysterious actions. However, since things had already happened, there was no point in regretting it. What she had to do was to solve the problem. I apologize to you and I will make corresponding compensation. If you are still not satisfied, you can do the same to me. Wen Qian felt that what she said was a bit shameless. She didn't know why she got so hot-headed and said such shameless words, as if she wanted to show off something in front of someone. It's all the protagonist's fault. It's all her fault. Wen Qian was madly shifting the blame in her mind. Then, she added hurriedly, I mean, when you are stronger than me? Once these words are spoken, it is simply shamelessness. How could the weak Zheng Yina be stronger than Wen Qian? Zheng Yina smiled contemptuously. You think you're the only one who's awesome? Aren't you missing a man? Then I'll scratch your face and see how you can find a man. Danger. As soon as Zheng Yina said this, Wen Qian's eyes suddenly became dangerous, and a fierce aura instantly engulfed Zheng Yina like a tiger out of a cage. Zheng Yina was not afraid but laughed instead. She mustered up the courage to fight to the death, raised her hand and stretched out her claws to attack Wen Qian's face. Wen Qian was naturally unwilling to be outdone when she saw this. You dare to grab my face? Then I have to grab your face too? If I don't live well, you won't live well either. Damn it, are they going to have a fight here? Lu Ming naturally couldn't watch Zheng Yina hurt Wen Qian. After all, she was his partner, ally, and inherent property. She was of great significance and could not be lost. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to take action, Zheng Yina became even more angry. The humiliation she had suffered from him was no less than what Wen Qian had inflicted on her. If she let go of one sheep, she would let go of both sheep. She would just take revenge all at once. You spineless man. I took off all my clothes and put them in front of you, but you didn't move. You are a loser. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? If you have the guts, don't interfere. Let me fight her one-on-one. Even if I get beaten to death, I am willing to do it. Lu Ming, if I had made any noise, would you still be so energetic? I would have exhausted you and made you kneel down and call me daddy. Your mouth stinks. You'd better sew it up. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but beat you myself and teach you how to be polite to others. Bah, bastard, I'm not afraid of death, so why should I be afraid of you? Come on if you have the guts. If I frown, I'll take your last name. Zheng Yina was sure that Lu Ming would not dare to make any real mistakes towards her. She was such a beautiful woman right in front of him, but he didn't even glance at her. She was certain that Lu Ming was either incompetent or gay. Judging from his untasteful clothes, Zheng Yina ruled out the second possibility, so he was just incompetent. Wang Xian was ready to run away. This cousin was too good at courting death. Didn't she know that Lu Ming would kill people? Wasn't there a precedent with Wang Biao and Su Kong? Lu Ming's face twitched and he clenched his fists. He was about to throw a powerful punch. He would beat her so hard that she would cry for her parents and kneel down to beg for mercy. Damn, I've never seen a person as poisonous as you. Fine, I'm going to fight you. Chapter 58 Goodbye Zhao Yang. Just when Lu Ming was deciding to teach this brainless and stupid woman a lesson, he suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Is it Zhao Yang? Lu Ming immediately stopped, turned around with the knife in hand, and ran in the direction the other party was going. If you slip through the net, today will be the day you die. Meeting Lu Ming was Zhao Yang's misfortune, but also a blessing. From the moment Zhao Yang realized that danger was coming, everything was out of his control. After his men died tragically, he tried to escape, but even so, he still couldn't escape the shackles of fate. Zhou Zhan and Zhang Lejuan, who ran away with him, were bitten by zombies not long ago. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yang immediately abandoned the two men and ran away before they turned into zombies. However, to his surprise, Zhou Zhan and Zhang Lejuan not only did not turn into zombies, but instead awakened their special powers. Zhou Zhan's speed increased by several levels, and Zhang Lejuan's strength also became unexpectedly great, just like Wang Biao at the beginning. Although he died, his strength was deeply imprinted in Zhao Yang's mind. After Zhou Zhan and Zhang Lejuan awakened their special powers, their ambitions grew and they wanted to control Zhao Yang and attack him from below. At first, Zhao Yang was completely dismissive of the two of them and wanted to clean up the mess immediately. However, as the rounds of fighting increased, the two opponents became stronger and stronger, and their control over their supernatural powers became more and more proficient. The pressure on Zhao Yang became greater and greater, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. If Zhao Yang hadn't seen the situation was not right and pulled away gracefully, he would have been eaten by the two ungrateful wolves until nothing was left of him. Fuck, you bastards. How dare you rebel? Don't give me a chance, or I'll smash all your broken bones into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth in hatred and cursed. At this moment, he had not yet noticed that there was a shadow chasing him from behind, and a bigger butcher knife was approaching him. Zhou Zhan and Zhang Lejuan were also smart people. After seeing Zhao Yang fleeing in panic, they did not chase him relentlessly. They had different speeds and strengths, and only when they worked together could they unleash powerful power. If they were separated easily, they would be defeated one by one. However, they were not willing to let Zhao Yang go like this. They knew that Zhao Yang was a vengeful person. If they let him go today, there would be endless trouble in the future. Zhou Zhan's speed ability gave him great mobility and agility. As long as he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. So, he took the initiative to track the fleeing Zhao Yang and waited for him to rest. Then he informed Zhang Lejuan in a short time. The two of them joined forces and used the tactic of tiring the army to consume Zhao Yang's patience bit by bit. Finally, they let him fight against the two of them and eliminate them. As soon as he chased to the 7th floor, Zhou Zhan noticed Lu Ming and his group. The man's terrifying figure was like a nightmare that could not be shaken off, and he was so scared that he wanted to run away. However, when he noticed Lu Ming going to chase Zhao Yang, Zhou Zhan's mind suddenly became active. If I could see Zhao Yang being beheaded with my own eyes, or if both of them were injured, how great it would be if I could go up and take advantage of it. At the same time, Zhou Zhan also noticed that when Qian and Zheng Yaina were fighting each other, there was no violence or blood involved. It was just like ordinary women fighting and swearing in the street. Their hair was a mess. Their faces were covered with scratches. They were unreserved and looked like they wanted to die together. Wang Xian on the side could only watch the show anxiously and could not find any opportunity to intervene. Zhou Zhan was puzzled. Women were really amazing. They were being chased by zombies and running more awkwardly than rabbits, but these people still had time to fight here, and they were so primitive. I give up. Why don't you use all your strength? Zhou Zhan has seen Wen Qian's strength. She is stronger than Zheng Yaina, that fierce woman. Finally, Zhao Yang realized that something was wrong. His heartbeat accelerated strangely, and the air became particularly oppressive, as if the sky was about to fall. When he suddenly turned around, a black and red steel knife whizzed towards him, and the face that terrified him appeared strangely behind him. It was this man who easily destroyed his business. He was the initiator of his own tragedy. Zhao Yang didn't dare to hate. The ocean of fear had already drowned him, and death was behind him. Any unnecessary movement would lead to his tragic death by the knife. Run, run, run. This is the only word in Zhao Yang's mind. How can this kid run so fast? He must be using all his strength. Lu Ming accelerated suddenly, his muscles bursting out with terrifying strength, and chased after Zhao Yang. But the opponent was able to respond flexibly in the last second before he was about to touch him. Turn, circle, dodge. It's even more slippery than a loach. As he ran, Zhao Yang realized that there was no way he could escape. However, it is obviously impossible for him to defeat Lu Ming head-on. That steel knife is not something to be trifled with. Moreover, even if he didn't have the steel knife, Zhao Yang would not be Lu Ming's opponent. The gap in combat power is too big. Why do you have to kill me? We are all human beings, and we are of the same origin. Why are you so anxious to kill me? We have no conflict in our fundamental interests. Let me go. Let me go. I will remember your kindness. Zhao Yang finally couldn't run anymore. He was forced into a corner by Lu Ming. The fitting room and the women's top wardrobe blocked his escape route. He had nowhere to retreat. Lu Ming raised his lips slightly and shook his head gently. That's not what I meant. We are not on the same side, and I don't need you to be grateful to me. Also, you said something wrong. We are in conflict in fundamental interests. You are an eyesore to me if you are alive. Just a few hours ago, I witnessed you using that small dagger to kill someone. Moreover, you issued a hunt for me. My hearing is very good, and my memory is also good. I clearly remember that you wanted Wang Biao to break my legs and pull out my tongue, saying that I ruined your good mood. Haha, how arrogant. Is this what you call, we are of the same origin? Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Lu Ming swung the steel knife in his hand and made a beautiful knife flower. I am different. Seeing you makes me feel particularly happy. I can finally kill you. The fish that escaped the net? Zhao Yang showed a bitter look on his face. If a man acts recklessly, God will punish him. Squinting his eyes slightly, Zhao Yang slowly took out a dagger from his waist, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, "Want to kill me? It's not that easy. It's still unknown who will win. Do you think you can win? I'm not made of clay. If you want to kill me, you have to show your ability." Seeing Zhao Yang's throat move slightly, Lu Ming swallowed lightly, his face serious, and he looked like he was ready to fight to the death. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but nodded, still showing some manliness. It's just right. I can use you to hone my wild instincts. Chapter 59. Ji Chenghui, a man whose kindness and size are proportional. Lu Ming has great confidence in his own reaction ability and has extraordinary trust in his wild intuition. Throwing down the steel knife, Lu Ming smiled like a crescent moon, his eyes filled with madness. He wanted to fight with bare hands, only defending and not attacking. He would kill Zhao Yang only after squeezing out all his surplus value. Zhao Yang bent his waist with a serious expression. When he saw Lu Ming throw away the steel knife, he was not happy at all. Instead, the expression on his face became even more solemn. The other party looked down on him, and he had the capital to do so. The gap between the two of them was obviously not something that a small dagger could make up for. Burn your boats and fight to the death? This is obviously impossible. Zhao Yang never cared about those empty things like face and dignity. Staying alive is the first priority. Die! With a loud shout, Zhao Yang, holding a dagger, rushed towards Lu Ming's heart like a mad bull. In the dark, Zhou Zhan was cheering for Zhao Yang in his heart. He hoped that Zhao Yang could stab Lu Ming, even if it was just to scratch his skin. This would give him a glimmer of hope of defeating Lu Ming. However, things don't always go as planned. In Lu Ming's eyes, Zhao Yang's long-prepared attack was full of loopholes. The speed, accuracy, and strength were all far behind. It didn't even trigger his wild instincts and didn't pose any threat to him. Holding Zhao Yang's hand tightly, Lu Ming kicked him in the abdomen. The huge impact force surged through his internal organs. Zhao Yang's slender body fell to his knees in front of Lu Ming with a thud, spitting out blood. His face turned extremely pale, like a ghost. It wasn't that Zhao Yang was showing mercy and didn't use his full strength, but the gap was too big. In front of Lu Ming, his body was like paper and broke with a slight poke. Is this all you have? If that's the case, then you have to say goodbye to this world. Apart from running fast, there's nothing special about you. There's no value in your existence anymore. Zhou Zhan licked his dry lips. He had already anticipated what would happen next. He was a little panicked and wanted to leave this place quickly, for fear of being discovered by Lu Ming and following in Zhao Yang's footsteps. Suddenly, Zhou Zhan felt a gust of wind passing quickly behind him, carrying a slight smell of blood. It's a fat guy, and he's going to sneak attack that man? Ji Chenghui is not a saint. He is also afraid of death, especially after Lu Ming gave him that heavy punch. He realized that there is no need for a reason to kill, and being alive is better than anything else. However, he still couldn't sit idly by and watch a living being die in front of him. His conscience couldn't live with it, even though he had the ability to save him. Ji Chenghui didn't want to leave any regrets in his heart and be condemned by his conscience, so he finally overcame the threat of death and took action. Unlike the last time when he was unarmed, this time he had a weapon, a hard steel pipe, which, combined with his unparalleled speed, was enough to smash anyone's head. However, in the face of wild instincts, all sneak attacks are nothing but an attempt to cover up one's own mistakes. Crisis. His brain buzzed, and Lu Ming took action immediately. He fell to the ground, rolled over, and reached out to grasp the handle of the steel knife in his palm. His eyes became dangerous, alert, and even ferocious like a wild animal. It's so fast. Lu Ming saw Ji Chenghui's figure clearly and couldn't help but frowning. It's you. Didn't I let you go? Why did you dare to come back? Do you want revenge? Or do you think you've had enough of life and want to die? An iron rod is a far cry from that. Ji Chenghui was frightened for no reason. He clearly had the upper hand in terms of size, and he had a longer weapon in his hand than his opponent. He was also doing things at the highest moral level. From all aspects, he should not be timid. I couldn't help but hold the steel pipe in my hand tighter, as if this was the only way to dispel the uneasiness in my heart. Ji Chenghui's muscles tensed, and he forced himself to remain calm. His voice trembled slightly as he said, I just can't stand you. You kill people on sight. How did he offend you? You must kill him. Heh? You only saw me committing crimes, but you didn't see him killing people. His methods are much more brutal than mine. Lu Ming chuckled. He didn't expect that there would be such a righteous person in the real world. Moreover, it seemed that his brain was not very smart. Did he forget how he saved his life from his own hands? Did you see the small dagger in front of him? He used this small dagger to stab into other people's stomachs little by little, messing around in their intestines and watching others die in pain in front of him. His methods were extremely cruel, and he was simply perverted. Now, do you still think this person needs to be saved? Being kind is a good thing. Although I can't help others when seeing injustice like you, I also admire people like you. However, I hope that before you save someone in your next life, you can figure out whether the other person is worth saving. Kindness is an excellent quality. The kindness of the man in front of him is already proportional to his weight. This is definitely a curse rather than a blessing for him. In the end times, an overflowing kindness will definitely attract more bad people than good people. In a world of material scarcity and life and death, the living may be noble or dark, but they all have the same purpose, to live. In order to survive, they can do all kinds of incredible things, far beyond your imagination. Ji Chenghui did not doubt Lu Ming's words. He saw the blood on the dagger. The man kneeling on the ground did not struggle or make any excuses. He looked at the ground numbly and occasionally showed a horrified smile. Everything weird in front of him made him understand that things were far from being as simple as they seemed. Perhaps what the man said was true. Lu Ming, who was pressing forward step by step, seemed not to be afraid of the steel rod in his hand at all. His explosive and terrifying power seemed to be nothing in front of this man. Dodge, take the hits. He seems to be able to accurately predict his every move. The whistling steel pipe and he himself became toys in the opponent's hands, unable to cause him any harm at all. The floor tiles were smashed and flew everywhere, and the clothes on the hangers were in a mess. Fear and despair slowly crawled up Ji Chenghui's heart like ants. He began to gasp for breath and sweat profusely. I don't want to die. It sounds like begging, but also like talking to oneself. The steel pipe in Ji Chenghui's hand was bent by Lu Ming, and a heavy punch that shattered his internal organs hit him hard. He could no longer feel the pain, and even had hallucinations before his eyes. He returned to his childhood, carefree, eating whatever he wanted and drinking whatever he wanted. This was the most beautiful picture in his mind. When people are dying, do they remember the things that made them happy? Chapter 60. Sublimation, Teleportation, Magical Skills. The scene happening before his eyes shocked Lu Ming. Ji Chenghui, whose life was hanging by a thread, unexpectedly had the aura of the protagonist. At the last critical moment, he awakened new superpowers. Not only did he completely recover from the damage to his body, but also, with some strange means, he disappeared in front of him. Damn, did you eat shit? So strong. Teleportation, the ultimate display of speed. Lu Ming couldn't believe his eyes. The cooked duck just flew away like that? Lu Ming waved his fists in anger. When his gaze shifted to Zhao Yang, he really felt like he was a big villain. He couldn't kill the opponent's protagonist at all. After Zhao Yang suffered a serious injury, he thought he was dead, but the appearance of Ji Chenghui brought a glimmer of hope. Zhao Yang took advantage of the fierce fight between Lu Ming and Ji Chenghui and fled quickly. Zhou Zhan in the dark did not dare to act rashly, for he was afraid of being exposed. He watched Ji Chenghui's performance carefully. They were both speed users, and judging from each other's reactions and proficiency of movements, it was obvious that the other party was a veteran with a lot of experience worth learning from, especially the last one, the teleportation, which was almost a magical skill. Zhou Zhan was envious and wanted to learn it. The depressed Lu Ming gained nothing, and he didn't even find the whereabouts of Zhou Zhan, who was secretly spying on him. Lu Ming, who was not interested, picked up the steel knife and secretly decided that in the future, he would never do anything fancy and would kill with one strike without mercy. When Lu Ming returned, the duel between Wen Qian and Zheng Yana had also come to an end. Both women left their marks on each other's faces, blood-red grooves, eerie and terrifying. After both sides stopped fighting, the atmosphere became quiet. At least there was no quarrel. Now, Wang Xian felt much better. At least, she was no longer worried. Looking at the shocking scars on Zheng Yana and Wen Qian's faces, Wang Xian couldn't help but sigh. They are both women. Why can't they show mercy? How can they go out and meet people with such faces? However, there was not much dejection on Zheng Yana's face. Instead, she felt a sense of pleasure of revenge and was very satisfied. Wen Qian was surprisingly calm. She took out a small mirror from somewhere and carefully cleaned her wounds, trying hard to recover her losses. Seeing Lu Ming coming back, Wen Qian slowly raised her head, randomly found a white shirt, and carefully covered her face. My face is fine. My body recovers very quickly and will be back to normal in a short time without leaving any scars. If you mind, I can go kill a zombie to speed up my recovery. Everyone loves beauty. Wen Qian knew that Lu Ming was also obsessed with looks and liked pretty people. In order not to arouse his disgust, she made emergency treatments on her face. In fact, Wen Qian could easily subdue Zheng Yana without suffering any harm, but she did this in order to reduce the other party's anger, make the other party feel more comfortable, and even pave the way for further using her in the future. Do you really think I would feel guilty towards you? You are wrong. I have done everything with a clear conscience. Since you are ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. Wen Qian didn't believe it. Two personalities couldn't handle a little Zheng Yana. The main personality during the day and the second personality at night were plotting against you all the time. She didn't believe that a reckless man like you could turn the tables. As expected by Wen Qian, when Lu Ming saw Zheng Yana with scars all over her face, he couldn't hide the disgust on his face at all. Wang Xian, keep an eye on your niece. It's best to cover her face to avoid scaring others. Lu Ming frowned and exhaled lightly, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Then he said, leave this place as soon as possible. We have wasted too much time here. I have to go home and take a shower and go to bed. I am so tired. Wen Qian, come with me. I will arrange a place for you to stay. As for Wang Xian and Zheng Yana, come with me too. So, you are my only gain. You are not completely useless and can be used again. Hearing Lu Ming's contemptuous words, Zheng Yana immediately became unhappy. Hey, be careful when you speak. What do you mean by not completely useless? Why should we follow you? Who do you think you are? You. Lu Ming did not give her a chance to continue talking. He knocked her out and threw her to the bewildered Wang Xian. Take good care of her. Don't let anything go wrong. In addition to zombies, there are several dangerous people in this building. However, they are all rats who are good at hiding. I dare not attack them easily. Originally, I wanted to get rid of these people before leaving, but I didn't expect that they have great potential. The more you force them, the more they can bring people unexpected things. I don't have the energy to fight them now. Let me recuperate for a while, and then I will come back and kill them one by one. Anyone could hear the hostility in Lu Ming's words. Obviously, this was related to his sudden departure just now. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess that he met someone and wanted to kill him, but the other party escaped. Although the details were not clear, the general course of events should be like this. At this time, Wen Qian and Wang Xian did not touch Lu Ming's frown. They kept silent tacitly and followed him closely. Arriving at the 6th floor, Lu Ming saw many zombies roaming around. They were like headless flies, running around everywhere and wreaking havoc. Lu Ming did not ask Wen Qian what was going on. If he wanted to drive away a large number of zombies at once, there would inevitably be some omissions. This gave him a chance to vent his anger. With steel knife in hand, heads are falling. Lu Ming and his team discovered the zombies. The zombies also smelled the breath of living people and even the blood on Wen Qian and Zheng Yana's faces. The zombies suddenly turned into mad dogs, roaring and snarling, rushing around like wild beasts, ignoring any obstacles and rushing towards Wen Qian and Zheng Yana without hesitation. The smell of blood on their bodies was stronger, which made them more attractive to zombies. Wang Xian panicked when she saw the zombies coming at her aggressively. How could she, a weak and unarmed woman, confront the zombies head-on? Moreover, she was holding Zheng Yana in her arms and had no way to free her hands to fight back. Rely on Wen Qian? That was simply impossible. The zombies were already rushing towards him. There was no way he could turn back. Stay back. Brush. A scarlet streak gushed out from the zombie's neck. The reassuring figure stood in front of her. Time seemed to stand still. Only Lu Ming's shadow remained in Wang Xian's eyes. No matter who you are, you have a natural admiration for the strong. Especially when the other person saves your life, it is easiest to be moved. Chapter 61 Luo Shi. I am also a person who has awakened superpowers. Lu Ming had absolutely no hesitation when facing the zombies. No matter who was in front of the zombie, the end result would be beheading. The one-sided massacre soon ended. Before the sixth floor was cleared, when Qian deliberately got an opportunity from Lu Ming to kill zombies in order to restore her appearance. The moment her appearance was restored, when Qian tiptoed out of a small mirror and carefully observed her precious face, the result did not disappoint her. It was restored perfectly, and the scars seemed to have never existed. Now, looking at Zheng Yana, who was knocked unconscious, her face was covered with blood. It looked very scary, like she was in a horror movie. Although when Qian really wanted to wake this woman up and ridicule her, she thought that this action was too childish and would cause unnecessary trouble, so she gave up. However, she was looking forward to it. Zheng Yana would be furious when she saw her face intact and even better than before. Hee. Just thinking about it made her happy. The process of going down the stairs was very smooth. They killed gods and slaughtered Buddhas they met along the way. In short, their shoes were soaked with dirty shoes. Over 100 zombies were all killed. Along the way, when Qian finally witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying strength, recalling his promise to take her away, her legs couldn't help but tremble. This man's madness and strength were equally frightening. He wanted to kill all the zombies that stood in his way, leaving no one alive. Facts have proved that Lu Ming does have this ability. Lu Ming walked out of the supermarket. There was no one outside, not even a single zombie. If the zombies in the building had not had time to retreat and were chopped down by Lu Ming, they should have followed the main force to retreat. The night sky is dark and unpredictable. It is now covered with dark clouds, and there is a feeling that a storm is about to come. The lonely van was still parked in the distance. Lu Ming was not too surprised. Bai Yufo was originally an extremely rational woman. There would definitely be signs before the zombies arrived. There was nothing to blame for abandoning herself to save her life. After all, she was a free person. Her relationship with Lu Ming was ambiguous and mysterious. There was no need for her to sacrifice her life for Lu Ming. Even couples would have to fly away when disaster struck. What's more, the two of them were just having a brief exchange and relying on each other in the cold and dark night. To be honest, Lu Ming still felt a little lost. After all, he was abandoned. No matter what the reason was, he was abandoned. When Qian sat in the passenger seat, leaning back comfortably, humming with satisfaction, feeling extremely content. Since the back seat of the van was removed, Wang Xian and Zheng Yana could only lean on the seat. Lu Ming drove very steadily, without any bumps on the road. Zheng Yana slept soundly, which made Wang Xian very envious. She was tired after a whole day and was very nervous. She also wanted to have a good sleep. However, when she thought about how Lu Ming would treat them next, Wang Xian's little heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Every woman likes a strong man, and she also wants to marry into a rich family, but the prerequisite is that the other party is interested in her. However, this was obviously unrealistic. Lu Ming was too restrained, like a machine, and his desires were firmly sealed under his face. After nearly an hour's journey, Lu Ming returned home again. There are many zombies in the community, but there is no trace of zombies at the door of the house. This place is like a pure land. Seeing the Mercedes-Benz parked safely and steadily on the side, Lu Ming knew that this was the masterpiece of the White Jade Buddha. Only she would do this. When Qian followed Lu Ming upstairs, Zheng Yana woke up at the right time, which greatly relieved Wang Xian's burden. Wang Xian looked up at the tall building and pinched her sore shoulders. In a trance, she seemed to hear the zombies roaring. She was so scared that she couldn't help but shrink her neck. She urged, "Yana, let's move faster. They have already gone upstairs. The environment here doesn't seem to be very safe." Zheng Yana was in a daze and didn't know that she had escaped. However, after hearing Wang Xian's words, she still followed Wang Xian obediently. After all, the other party was an elder who had always been caring towards her. Zheng Yana had an instinctive trust in Wang Xian. "Oh, cousin, wait for me." The sound of the door opening was very quiet, but it still woke up Feng Xian and Qin Ruru, who were sleeping in the living room. They looked at each other with disbelief on their faces that the man had actually escaped from the zombie army. The two people did not get up. They wrapped themselves tightly in the quilt and slowly moved closer to each other, as if this would make them feel safe. After Lu Ming entered the room, he only glanced at the two of them, then went to the storage room, took out the few remaining breads and a few boxes of milk and handed them to Wen Qian. This was not because Lu Ming was snobbish, but because of courtesy. When guests come to the door, they must be entertained well. Wang Xian and Zheng Yana, who arrived late, did not have such an honor. However, Zheng Yana, whose face was covered in blood, was also greeted by a screaming duet from two little beauties, Feng Xian and Qin Ruru. Ghost! Ghost! The two men's voices were so loud that they woke up the white jade Buddha who had already fallen asleep in the bedroom. However, after hearing Lu Ming's voice through the door, she breathed a sigh of relief and lay down peacefully. Bai Yufo has 100% trust in Lu Ming. No matter what happens, he will be able to handle it properly. All she has to do is lie down and be a woman. Luo Shi, who was sleeping beside him, also widened his eyes and said nervously, "Sister Bai, what should I do? He's back. Should I leave? Will he hate us for abandoning him? I'm a little scared." The white jade Buddha gently stroked Luo Shi's head and smiled, solemnly and elegantly. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you also awaken your superpowers? You helped me a lot. He won't blame you. Sleep here tonight. Don't be afraid. I support you." "Yes, I, Luo Shi, have also awakened my superpowers. There's no need to be afraid." Outside the door, Zheng Yana saw Wen Qian, who had a flawless face, holding a handful of food in her hands and looking at her provocatively. She was a little confused. "What's going on? Didn't we agree to hurt each other and die together? Why are you not hurt at all? This is not fair." Seeing that Zheng Yana was having trouble controlling her emotions, Wang Xian quickly whispered in her ear, "Wen Qian killed a zombie. Killing zombies can provide energy to repair body damage. That's how my 2 arms recovered. Your face can recover, too. Don't worry." Lu Ming also couldn't stand this hideous face. It seriously affected his mood and even caused him to have nightmares. Seeing Zheng Yina's puzzled look after hearing Wang Xian's words, he said, "If you want to recover, it's very simple. As long as you follow the rules, I can make you recover immediately. However, please pay attention to the premise." Chapter 62. Life in the Doomsday is getting more difficult. "I promise you. I promise you." When Zheng Yana saw Wen Qian's nonchalant expression, she felt that she was more sinister. She had expected all this a long time ago. She was playing her like a fool. The funny thing was that she was really fooled by her. "I hate it so much that my teeth are itching." Zheng Yana really wanted to fight with Wen Qian, but she knew that she was far from being her opponent. Whether it was fighting ability or conspiracy, she seemed to be a level lower. However, in order to take revenge on this woman, she was determined not to give up and let her get away with it. What if it's the end of the world? I don't care. I just want to avenge her. Otherwise, I will die with regret. He decisively agreed to Lu Ming's request. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He should adapt to the environment temporarily and then wait for the right opportunity to act. It was already evening, and Lu Ming didn't want to watch them continue to quarrel. Intrigues and schemes were more interesting in TV dramas. If they happened around him, it would be too exhausting. Seeing that Zheng Yana compromised so quickly, Lu Ming spent 3 minutes to help her find a zombie. He first cut off its limbs, and finally left the fatal blow to Zheng Yana. In order to restore her appearance, Zheng Yana was much more decisive than Wang Xian. Facing the ugly zombies, she did not hesitate at all. She hacked the zombies into pieces with a crackling sound, and then quickly verified whether her face had recovered. The facts did not disappoint her expectations, and her appearance was restored even better than before. "Thank you, but even though you helped me, I will never forgive you for what you did to me." Zheng Yana seemed like a child who didn't know how to hide her thoughts. Her emotions were all written on her face. She had just taken advantage of Lu Ming, and then she turned around and said such arrogant words. I don't know how her IQ and EQ allowed her to live safely until now. Lu Ming's home was too small, and there was no room for Wen Qian and others to live in. So Lu Ming simply removed the door of the neighboring landlord Zhao Jibang's house and left his home for Wen Qian and others to live in. This way, even if Wen Qian and Zheng Yana fought, he wouldn't be able to see it and would save himself the trouble. Besides, with Wang Xian mediating, nothing serious will happen. Zheng Yana agreed 100% with Lu Ming's arrangement, but her feelings towards Lu Ming were further pushed to the limit. This guy might have a special fetish, otherwise how could there be 2 cute and beautiful girls in his family? Although they were well developed, the innocence on their faces gave people an infinite desire to protect and sexually arouse them. She couldn't help herself. No wonder he was not interested in her. Wang Xian and Wen Qian's ideas were different from Zheng Yina's. They were more eager to stay here. Wang Xian was scared by the zombies. She knew that the safest place was next to Lu Ming, while Wen Qian's eyes were looking towards the bedroom. That was her goal. However, in the end, they still chose to compromise. Here, no one could go against Lu Ming's wishes. After settling the three girls, Lu Ming simply washed up and was about to return to the bedroom. At this moment, Feng Xian and Qin Ruru, who were whispering to each other, were staring at him intently, with shock on their faces. Lu Ming, are you okay? We didn't mean to abandon you. There were too many zombies and we were too scared. Feng Xian explained anxiously. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Lu Ming smiled gently, very gently and infectiously. It's nothing. You did the right thing. You should run for your life when you encounter a situation like this. There are too many zombies. You can't do anything except die if you stay. The only right choice is to survive. Seeing that Lu Ming did not blame her, Qin Ruru also imitated Feng Xian in apologizing. She is another pitiful little cutie. No need to apologize. Eat well and sleep well. Wait a few more days. I'll finish my work and I'll take you wherever you want to go. Immediately, Lu Ming said goodnight and went back to the bedroom, leaving the two smart little girls behind. They were thinking about Lu Ming's words and were curious about what he would do next. They knew that Luoxi and Bai Yufo were both on that bed. Luoxi. Lu Ming is not an indecisive person. Indeed, just as the two said, Lu Ming did not hesitate to eat Luoxi without hesitation, even swallowing the bones. This was also something Bai Yufo had not expected. It seemed that there was no place for her in his heart at all. The initial hazy feeling was shattered, and Bai Yufo found that she had never really understood the man in front of her. Despicable and shameless? No. It seemed that he was just going with the flow and doing what he wanted. Luoxi almost couldn't help but punch Lu Ming. This man was too ruthless. Did he think she was an adult like Bai Buddha? Have you awakened your superpowers? Aha. Is it power? Aha. You. Don't ask anymore. Go to bed. It's almost dawn. I'm so sleepy. Sister Bai has been sleeping for a long time. Lu Ming chuckled and said softly, okay, go to sleep. Luoxi leaned her slightly sweaty cheek on Lu Ming's arm, her calves naturally relaxed, her hands on her chest, her eyes slightly closed, looking exhausted. You sleep too. Good. Do you like it? The white jade Buddha's voice was still as cold as ever, but this time, it was filled with an inexplicable resentment. Still asleep? Lu Ming lay quietly, looking into the deep eyes of the white jade Buddha. She just fell asleep. You haven't answered my question yet. Do you like her? No matter what kind of like it is, answer me, yes or no. Lu Ming smiled, and the white jade Buddha changed. Are you jealous? You are the one who caused this. Why are you jealous? Shouldn't you be happy? With her, I might not be so interested in you. Aren't you free? For no reason, Lu Ming felt a surge of anger in his heart when he saw the calm face of the white jade Buddha. Isn't there anything in this world that she needs to care about? Even the two little girls who were eavesdropping outside the door knew to ask if I was okay. Why are you, someone so close to me, questioning me here? What does it matter who you like? Who are you? Bai Yufo panicked. She saw Lu Ming's impatience. It seemed that he had lost his patience with her. Bending down, under the holy light, she gently kissed Lu Ming on the face and whispered in his ear, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I regret it. Please don't leave me. Without you, I have nothing. She saw indifference in Lu Ming's eyes, and all the warmth disappeared. Like the cold sea water, ruthless and numb. I abandoned you. So are you going to abandon me in the same way? The white jade Buddha seemed to understand the reason why Lu Ming had changed so much. After all, he was also a mortal and had resentment in his heart. You can vent your anger, but please don't use cold violence against me, okay? Chapter 63 Porter Team. Sex is a knife that scrapes bones, and the land of pleasure is the grave of heroes. Lu Ming knew clearly that this was Bai Yufo's beauty trap, but he still couldn't help but forgive her. Perhaps, from the beginning, there was no reason to blame her. This is the decisive battle that will last until dawn. Man, you are a child who will never grow up, a little cutie who says one thing and means another. At noon, a group of hungry people sat in the living room, looking towards the bedroom from time to time, as if they were waiting for something. No one dared to wake up Lu Ming, because he was the master here. Last night, Lu Ming gave the little remaining food to Wen Qian. She took all the food by herself. Not only was she full, but she even had some left over to share with the two little girls, Feng Xian and Qin Ruru. Therefore, with food as the medium, Wen Qian easily established a good relationship with the two of them. Xian, Did you hear any strange noises yesterday? The kind that are very strange. The kind that you don't usually hear. Hearing this, Feng Xian almost choked on the bread in her mouth and quickly picked up the milk on the table and drank 2 sips. Upon seeing this, Wen Xian quickly stepped forward and gently stroked Feng Xian's back to help her calm down. What's wrong? Why do you look so scared? Didn't Lu Ming do that to you? After swallowing the food in her mouth, Feng Xian wiped the corners of her mouth with a helpless expression. Sister Qianqian, I know what you mean. If we had done it, would we still be sleeping in the living room now? Is this true? You guys. Just when Wen Xian wanted to continue asking questions, the bedroom door suddenly opened and a girl in yellow pajamas walked out in a daze. After seeing Wen Xian's pair of scarlet pupils, she suddenly came to her senses and ran back to the bedroom, leaving Wen Xian disheveled in the wind. Why are you running? Please testify for me. I didn't do anything. Wen Xian was speechless for a moment. She was really surprised by everything and had no experience. Lu Ming, get up quickly, there are zombies with red eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes dazedly, put on his clothes quickly, and gently stroked Luoxi's face. As expected of a girl from a martial arts family, her figure was delicate and resilient, and she recovered quickly. Why are you running so fast? Don't get bumped. There are zombies. The ones with red eyes, the fierce ones. Fearing that Lu Ming was not aware of the seriousness of the matter, Luoxi described Wen Xian's appearance vividly, with a slightly exaggerated approach. Seeing Luoxi's cute and funny performance, Lu Ming smiled. Oh, I see. She is not a zombie, but a very powerful person with special abilities. Make friends with her. She will help you. A superpower? Make friends with her? Her eyes are red. How dare I make friends with her? Luoxi screamed. At this moment, she saw the white jade Buddha gently turn over, frowning slightly, obviously not waking up yet. She immediately lowered her voice and whispered, I'm so scared. How can a human have such red eyes? Does she have conjunctivitis? What if she turns into a zombie and eats us all? Once again, Luoxi was on high alert. Even though she had awakened her special powers, her cautious and timid character would not change easily. Lu Ming held Luoxi's hand, which was warm, soft, and comfortable. Go take a shower first, then change your clothes. Let's go get some food. As for the worries, leave them to me. Luoxi felt like she was in a honeypot due to her lover's doting. The dopamine secreted by her cerebral cortex was almost exceeding the threshold. Great. In a daze, Luoxi once again accomplished an achievement. Just like she envied the white jade Buddha that day, the women present also envied her extremely. It feels so comfortable to be held in the palm of your hand. The white jade Buddha was still sleeping, so she had to stay at the base. The rest of the people were all stuffed into the van. This time, Luoxi sat in the passenger seat. Wen Xian felt like she had eaten 10,000 tons of lemons, and her whole body exuded a sour smell. Why? That position is mine. How am I inferior to her? Luoxi also noticed Wen Xian's gaze, which was very aggressive. You are envious, weird woman. Are you as cute as me? Are you as obedient as me? You are the only one who wants to take away my things. You really overestimate your own abilities. Fortunately, Wen Xian did not awaken her second personality at this time. Otherwise, she would have been so angry at Luoxi that she would explode on the spot. However, Luoxi's provocative eyes still made her feel very uncomfortable and she felt despised. However, clever Wen Xian did not compete with Luoxi because the other party was in favor and she now had a rival, and Zheng Yina had not made any arrangements, so it was really not suitable to make an enemy again. Along the way, Luoxi chattered to Lu Ming about how they escaped last night. Lu Ming learned about the experiences of Bai Yufo and her group during the journey. After they escaped from the zombies, they met other survivors, a mixed group of men and women. They wanted to team up with them to collect supplies together and increase their chances of survival. However, Bai Yufo rejected their proposal outright. However, the other party refused to give up and insisted on forming a team, and even wanted their car, which aroused Bai Yufo's anger, and she drove her car directly into them. Seeing this, the other party continued to pester him, took out a bucket of gasoline, and even threatened to burn the car. Afterwards, Bai Yufo personally went into battle and severely taught the man a lesson, but she ignored the woman and was almost attacked by the other party. Luckily, I learned Kung Fu. If I hadn't saved Sister Bai at the critical moment, we would have been doomed. Luoxi said with lingering fear, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that I would turn a disaster into a blessing. I awakened my superpowers and became so strong that I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. The process of Luo Shi awakening his superpowers gave Lu Ming a sense of déjà vu. The fat man named Ji Chenghui also awakened new superpowers at a critical moment and disappeared in front of him in an instant. It seems that there are not many ways to awaken superpowers. When people's emotions fluctuate greatly, they seem to be able to awaken the superpowers that are most suitable for them. Ji Chenghui ran away, and Luo Shi used his supernatural power to drive away the man and woman. They saved their lives, and the awakening of superpowers seemed to be traceable. They came to a small supermarket again. As a member of the porter team, Wen Qian could not escape the fate of working. Having learned a lesson from the big supermarket, Lu Ming changed the direction of collecting supplies. Although the supplies in the small supermarket are small in quantity, they are complete and can maintain basic living needs. While collecting supplies, he can also further understand the surrounding environment and judge whether there are survivors, or even the number of survivors, and whether they can pose a threat to himself. Rice, flour, oil, and salt. Take as much as you can. Try not to move other high-calorie foods, and leave them for the survivors nearby. Why do you care about others? We don't even have enough food for ourselves. If we leave it to them, they may not thank us. They may even come to steal our food. Luo Shi seemed to have changed her stance. She started to think for Lu Ming like a housekeeper. Although our car can't carry much, we can come a few more times. In a few times, we will have emptied this supermarket. Chapter 64. Mutated Giant Rats, Rat Infestation. Lu Ming did not pay attention to Luo Shi's words. The main reason he chose rice, flour, oil, and salt as the supplies was that they were large in size and large in quantity, enough for collective use. Although milk, bread, sausages, and instant meats could also be eaten, they could not be eaten as proper meals. Lu Ming wanted to live a more refined life, but Luo Shi was right. It didn't matter if he came a few more times. Leaving these foods here would do him no good, so it would be good to take them back. Rat, help me. As a porter, Zheng Yana has realized that if she wants to get food, she has to do the corresponding work. She had just picked up a 25-kilogram bag of flour and was biting a chicken leg in her mouth, just as she was about to do something big when a rat twice as big as a cat rushed out. There was a bloodthirsty light in its dark eyes. After hearing Zheng Yina's scream, the giant rat also let out a shrill scream. Just when Zheng Yana thought the giant rat would suddenly attack her, it turned into a black lightning and ran away with a whoosh. Lu Ming saw the giant rat clearly. Its size was nearly 10 times larger than that of an ordinary rat, and its speed was also incredibly fast. Before he could make a move, the giant rat disappeared without a trace. Has it mutated? Looking at the direction where the mice disappeared, Lu Ming thought without thinking. If humans can evolve, animals can evolve as well. However, they don't seem to have any signs of turning into zombies. Instead, they look like the mutated products of scientific experiments. Perhaps humans are also guinea pigs. Lu Ming didn't care whether he was a guinea pig or not, he just wanted to survive. After the giant rat appeared, Lu Ming did not let them continue working and drove back directly. The supplies collected this time were not much: 5 bags of 25 kilograms of noodles, 20 bags of rice, some of which were 10 kilograms and some were 20 kilograms. The amount of oil and salt was even less: a barrel of oil and 2 bags of salt. The rest of the space was left for them to use as they pleased. Luo Shi seemed to prefer milk, and tried all kinds of milk. Feng Xian took some more bread, and Qin Ruru chose some preserved fruits. Unlike naive young people, Zheng Yana resolutely bought up all the kitchen knives in the supermarket because she lacked a sense of security. Since Zheng Yana had chosen too many targets, she had to ask Wang Xian for help. So Wang Xian didn't take anything. For her, food was fine as long as it could fill her stomach. There was no need to be too picky. Wen Qian was also empty-handed, but she always looked obedient, and I didn't know what she was up to. Judging from her performance, the main personality and the secondary personality should have reached a consensus and are very harmonious, so she should not have any mental illness. Just when the van had traveled less than 100 meters, a group of giant rats suddenly appeared behind it. Black hair, fierce eyes, and noisy squeaking sounds that never cease. The horrifying scene before them stunned everyone, and everyone held their breath. Lu Ming drove the van to quickly escape from this troubled place, but the army of giant rats behind the car continued to chase him, and the zombies were also attracted by their screams. Mutated rats, zombies, what other weird things are out there yet? Lu Ming didn't dare to stop easily. Zombies and giant rats were not scary to him. With a knife in his hand, he was fearless. However, the people in the car did not have his psychological quality and courage. These mice do not look simple. It has not been a week since the doomsday, but the size of this group of mice has increased by more than 10 times. According to the law of conservation of energy, they must have absorbed enough energy to grow to such a large size. Where does this energy come from? Same kind? Zombies? Or maybe they ingested some strange substance. The zombies and giant rats that came to chase did not get along well, and they started biting each other as soon as they met. To zombies, mice are alive, their blood is hot, and their meat is delicious. For giant rats, zombie meat is equally delicious and can also provide energy when eaten. The virus seems unable to spread normally between these two organisms. Perhaps the virus acts differently in different organisms. It's getting more and more difficult. What should we do if we take them over? There are zombies and rats. We can't afford to offend either of them. The status of humans has dropped sharply. How are we supposed to survive? When Qian's tone was slightly pessimistic, which caused Zheng Yana to sneer, "Are you scared? If you are scared, then stay in your room and don't go out, waiting for someone to serve you. Anyway, you are useless except for driving away zombies." To pick a fight? When Qian frowned and clenched her fists, she really wanted to teach this person who had escaped the quality education a lesson. How annoying. When did I say I was scared? Zombies or rats, they can't do anything. They can be burned by fire. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just lamenting the fate of mankind. Where did you come from? Do you want to cause trouble? The main personality is much more sharp than the second personality, and his methods and thoughts are more superior. What do you want? Bite me? Scratch my face? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. I have a knife in my hand now. You. Shut up. Oh. Zheng Yana hadn't been proud for 2 seconds before her arrogance was suppressed by Lu Ming. It wasn't that she was afraid of Lu Ming, but the other party's technique of cutting the stick was too skillful, which made her admire him. When Qian, drive the zombies away. Don't let them get close to us. Wang Xian, pay attention to the situation, especially the surrounding buildings, to see if there are any signs of human activity to prevent anyone from taking advantage of our situation. Lu Ming gave the order, the rest of you, pay attention to the road conditions, remember the roadside store signs, mark the pharmacies, hardware stores, and auto repair shops, take note of them, and wait for the next time you come to collect supplies accurately. Finally, after the tasks were assigned, the car became exceptionally quiet. Everyone did their job and behaved themselves. After all, the speed of the rats was far inferior to that of the car, and soon the group of giant rats were left far behind the car. Wang Xian, who was observing carefully, suddenly noticed something strange. There was a reflection from a window in the distance, as if someone was peeping at them. Was it a telescope? Without any hesitation, Wang Xian immediately explained the matter to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I noticed something was wrong with the window of a house. It seems someone is spying on us. Peeping? Peeping again? It's a really uncomfortable feeling to be targeted. I feel like a prey that can only be slaughtered. But in fact, I am a man-eating beast. Can you pinpoint his location? Find him and tell me. Wang Xian's eyesight was far inferior to Wen Qian's. With the help of Wen Qian's ability, Wang Xian determined the specific location of the peeper. Huading Commercial Building, 28th floor. Chapter 65 Luo's Martial Arts School. Luo Shi, you are not strong enough now, so don't follow us. Just stay at home, and we will be back soon. No, let me follow you. I have also awakened my special powers. I am very powerful and can help you. After all, it was too childish. Luo Shi was reluctant to let go of Lu Ming's clothes and kept wanting to follow Lu Ming. Wang Xian was so jealous that she exploded. She didn't want to go on an adventure with Lu Ming, but he dragged her along. Zheng Yana, who was always stubborn, was arranged to stay behind and enjoy a comfortable time. I really don't know what Lu Ming was thinking. Zheng Yana was obviously stronger than her. Why did he take a weakling like her with him? It's boring for me to stay at home. I want to follow you. Please, brother Lu Ming, please be my good brother. Please take me with you. The little rough man Luoshi suddenly started to transform into a spoiled little princess, and this time, Lu Ming couldn't stand it. In fact, Luoshi had no other thoughts at all. She just simply wanted to stay by Lu Ming's side and watch him quietly. In this way, she would feel sweet and comfortable. As for help, this is simply a ridiculous excuse. With a knife in hand, Lu Ming doesn't need any help. In the end, Lu Ming was defeated by Luo Shi's sweet kiss. He finally understood how irrational love could drive people crazy. It was terrifying that he could be so bewildered by a little Luo Shi. Okay, I'll take you with me. Moo, good brother is so nice. The corners of Wen Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, this little vixen. This is the most difficult opponent. Feng Xian and Qin Ruru were both stunned. Is this still the Luo Shi I know? What a good match. She can act like a spoiled child, can be annoying, and has supernatural powers. Most importantly, she only has Lu Ming in her eyes. Such a Luo, she can please Lu Ming better than the White Jade Buddha. Although Bai Yufo is more mature than Luoxi, has more intellectual beauty, and her figure and appearance are much better than hers, but compared with the emotional Luoxi, she is too rational, and tries too hard to gain for herself, and as a result, she cannot get what she wants. The budding of love had just been nurtured and showed signs of growth, but it was strangled to death by one's own hands, killed in the bud. Bai Yufo doesn't understand that love requires investment, and her stunning appearance and arrogant personality seem to make her more stubborn in sticking to this wrong point. Bai Yufo just watched Luoxi and Lu Ming go away. She felt sad in her heart, and tears rolled down her eyes without warning. She was very confused. The first time Zheng Yana saw the hostess Bai Yufo, she was conquered by her outstanding temperament and beautiful face. How could Lu Ming be so worthy to spend a night with such a woman? No wonder she was able to maintain such a demeanor after seeing him. It seemed that he was too bad? No, that's definitely not the case. The moment the feeling of self-denial appeared in her mind, Zheng Yana felt something was wrong. She quickly shook her head and threw these messy thoughts out of her mind. What am I thinking? Do I really want to be ridden by Lu Ming? This time, Lu Ming drove the Mercedes-Benz. The van was used to store food, and there was not much gasoline left, so it was not suitable to continue driving. Lu Ming is now on the street, picking out vehicles with less damage from various accident cars, and then easily dealing with the drivers who have turned into zombies. There is a BMW and a Maybach. Lu Ming doesn't know much about cars, but they look pretty good from the appearance. When Xian, Wang Xian, each of you will take a car. Choose your own. Remember the road we took this morning to collect supplies. You two will go collect supplies later, especially medicines. No matter what kind of medicine it is, try to collect all of it. If you encounter zombies, run away without hesitation. Save your life first. Lu Ming threw the car keys to the two of them and took out two 30 to 40 centimeters long pig slaughtering knives from the trunk of the car. Here, be careful. If you meet someone who doesn't know what's good for you, don't be polite. By the way, you don't need me to remind you of this. Be safe. After saying this, Lu Ming drove with Luo Shi and disappeared from their sight. Wang Xian held the heavy boning knife in her hand, not knowing what to do for a moment. Freedom seemed to be right before her eyes. If she wanted to escape, it would be very easy. But what are the consequences of doing this? With her extremely low combat power, she can't make any waves in the zombie world of the apocalypse by herself. Any random zombie can kill her. Forget it. I'd better just be an honest worker first, collecting supplies and medicines. It doesn't seem very tiring. It's better than dying in a daze. Opening the car door and driving the Maybach, Wang Xian followed closely behind Wan Qian's BMW. Sometimes, hugging someone's thighs is the best way to solve a problem. Lu Ming, where are we going? Are we going to collect supplies as well? Without Wan Qian and Wang Xian, two 100,000-watt light bulbs, Luo Shi felt particularly happy. It was romantic to be able to spend time together in a world of two, even in the end of the world. No, let's go to Luo's martial arts school to see how your parents are doing. Don't you always want to go home? I'll take you home now. Go home? What do you mean? You don't want me anymore? Luo Shi's joy was instantly dispelled by the ominous speculation in her mind. If you think I'm noisy or troublesome, just tell me, don't abandon me, I will change. Luo Shi, who was worried about losing something, started crying before getting Lu Ming's confirmation. Lu Ming chuckled and stretched out his hand to pinch her collagen-filled face. You have such a rich imagination. You are my little cutie. How could I not want you? Besides, I haven't slept enough with you, my little pillow. I want to eat you for the rest of my life. Himph, you rascal. Stop it. Luo Shi burst into laughter and covered her face shyly. She was so adorable. But not long after, Luo Shi frowned and looked worried. I don't want to go home now. If something happens to my parents, going home will only add to their sadness. If nothing happens, that would be even better. But they have to know that we have already done what we did. I'm afraid that nothing will happen. I'm very conflicted now. Lu Ming tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, his eyes calm. Are you afraid that I will do something to your parents? Don't worry, as long as they can't hurt my life, I will let them beat and scold me, and just act like a wooden man. After all, it's not easy to raise a girl. If she gets kidnapped halfway, my parents will always feel bad. Luo Shi was very touched and felt that she had met the right person. Lu Ming, you were so nice. I like you so much, really. In fact, I already liked you when you went to save Teacher Ma. I don't know why, but your image of saving people is like engraved in my mind. I dream about it and think about it. I feel like I am poisoned. You are all I can see. I really want to be with you forever. Even if I die, I will feel that my life is not in vain." Lu Ming scratched his head. He felt that he was very lucky to be liked by someone so much. However, he could not give all his feelings to Luo Shi. He could not love one person or several people wholeheartedly like in idol dramas. His energy isn't here. What are you talking about? What's life or death? Why think so much? You still have a long life ahead of you. As long as you don't leave on your own initiative, I will always be here. Wait until I finish speaking. Luo Shi frowned proudly. Don't interrupt me. I've finally cultivated my feelings. Then he said with an apologetic look, actually, you were tired because of Teacher Ma's matter. I am largely responsible for this. I have always wanted to apologize to you. A very sincere apology. Chapter 66 Yujinnan. The cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest. Do you forgive me? Why don't you say anything? Luoshi pinched her waist with a puffy mouth. She looked so cute. Humph, if you don't forgive me for giving birth to 3 sons for you, and letting you run around for them every day, I'll tire you to death. Lu Ming was amused by Luo Shi. She was so cute, a treasure girl. Didn't she look silly? I have never blamed you. How can you ask me to forgive you? Luo Shi pouted. I don't care about that. You just have to forgive me. Okay, I forgive you. How about having a daughter and a son? However, I'm not ready to be a mother yet. Wait another 2 years and I'll have twins. Okay, I'll listen to you. Luo's martial arts school. Yu Jinnan killed his old employers, Luo Bei and his wife, with his own hands, feeling extremely happy. Isn't it just that I owe 2 million in gambling debts? You want to fire me? I, Yu Jinnan, have worked hard for you, Luo Bei, for nearly 10 years, and what have you given me? When I needed your help the most, not only did you not help me, but you also added insult to injury. You are such a heartless person. You deserve to die. Yu Jinnan cut off the heads of Luo Bei and his wife with his own hands, and his face was filled with the pleasure of revenge. He was a gambler. So what? But he was also a good man, working diligently in Luo's martial arts school, teaching countless students, and transferring countless WS for Luo Bei. But what about him? He didn't care about the old friendship at all. When he was being chased by loan sharks, he not only didn't lend him a penny, but fired him instead, clearing himself of all blame. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been beaten to death by those heartless loan sharks. In order to vent his anger, Yu Jinnan did not forget revenge even in the end times. He took a sharp knife and went straight to Luo Bei's house to kill him, and even killed his wife. Luoshi inherited her mother's looks. Her mother was also very good-looking, but Yu Jinnan was not a lustful person. He didn't even glance at the proprietress. He just went up to her and stabbed her with the knife for 20 or 30 times. Luoshi's mother had no chance to fight back and died on the spot. He did not die from a natural disaster, but instead died from a man-made disaster. This is the Luo's martial arts school. After killing the man, Yu Jinnan's anger faded away, and he gradually calmed down. When the end of the world comes, he will also make plans for himself. With his understanding of Luo's martial arts school, Yu Jinnan built solid defense facilities and turned the martial arts school into an impregnable refuge. At the same time, he burned all the things of the Luo Bei couple, eliminated the last traces of them in the world, and turned the Luo's martial arts school into Yu Jinnan's Yu's fortress. Now, Yu Jinnan wants to use his martial arts to recruit survivors as his subordinates to help him collect supplies and continue to survive. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Yu Jinnan didn't have anyone waiting in ambush at the Yu's fortress, so he had to collect supplies himself. Today, a Mercedes-Benz car caught his eye, and the direction it was heading was exactly the Yu family fortress. At this point, Yu Jinnan's eyes lit up. He thought he would never refuse a worker who came to his doorstep. Afterwards, Yu Jinnan hurriedly took a shortcut back to Yu's fortress, waiting quietly for the fish to take the bait. As soon as he approached Luo's martial arts school, Lu Ming smelled a bloody smell. Unlike the bleeding from a small wound, the bloody smell was very strong and thick. It must be a large area of bleeding that would emit such a strong bloody smell. Luo's martial arts school doesn't seem to be peaceful. Lu Ming looked at Luo Shi and smiled. Go back to the car first? Let me check the situation. If I'm sure everything is fine, then you can come in and make sure everything is safe. Luo Shi smiled sweetly and said indifferently, this is my home. No one knows this place better than me, so let me be your guide. Look, the entrance of the martial arts hall is very clean, without any dust, and the gate is also safe and sound. My family should be fine. If you, an outsider, go in, It's trespassing, and they will beat you. It's the same with me here. You can save a lot of effort. After Luoshi's analysis, Lu Ming's mind instantly tensed up, and his muscles trembled slightly to keep them active so as to deal with various sneak attacks. Now, Lu Ming was sure that Luo's martial arts school was not simple and a bloody incident had occurred there. No matter what happened, he had to be nervous now and make sure that he was not the next person to bleed. Just when Lu Ming decided to push the door opened. Crunch. Luoshi was looking forward to it with great joy, but the person who came out made her feel uneasy. Uncle Yu Zhennan, was a gambler who was addicted to gambling. My parents told me that this man had been fired by them, and their friendship of many years had ended. They never had any contact with each other again, and they even asked me to avoid him when I saw him. Luoshi quietly retreated behind Lu Ming and asked calmly, Uncle Yu, why are you here? Where are my parents? Yu Zhennan recognized Luoshi. As the apple of his old boss eye, she was doted on. Although she had never offended him, she was Luo Bei's daughter, a bastard, and she deserved to die. Yu Zhennan did not immediately attack and hurt anyone, nor did he make up a lie to deceive Luoshi. All this was meaningless. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a weak and vulnerable person, and Luoshi was just a half-grown child who could never hurt him in the slightest. Although Yu Zhennan loves to gamble, he is quite good at martial arts. In close combat, 10 or 20 people are definitely not his match. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to easily kill the famous Luo Bei couple with just a sharp knife. Whether you are a good person or a bad guy, you need strength. Boy, come with me. I'll have all kinds of women. Luoshi, she has to go with her parents. After hearing Yu Zhennan's words, Luoshi suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. Uncle Yu, what are you talking about? Where are my parents? What have you done to them? Tell me. Luoshi was like a child who had lost his favorite toy, and his tears could not stop flowing. Haven't you guessed it? Yu Zhennan smiled contemptuously. He raised his chin and said to Lu Ming in a haughty manner, Boy, don't be ungrateful. It's your blessing that I like you. Don't take my honor away. Otherwise, I will send both of you to hell. Lu Ming licked his lips, stretched out his right hand to protect Luoshi behind him, his eyes as cold as a knife. You killed someone's parents, and now you want to continue killing people. How deep is the hatred? So that you don't forget to wipe out the entire Luo family in the face of disaster. Chapter 67, A Clash of Wild Intuitions. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to be a clear-headed ghost after you die? Yu Zhennan had already figured out Lu Ming's intention from his actions. He wanted to save Luoshi. What kind of taste can a teenage woman have? After all, she is still young. In the next life, don't be dazzled by women and forget who you are. There are still many interesting things in this world. Yu Zhennan was not a hesitant person. Seeing that Lu Ming was not sensible, he took out his sharp knife without any hesitation and rushed towards Lu Ming with lightning speed like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, determined to kill Lu Ming with one blow. The combat value is 30, which is 6 times the terrifying value of an ordinary person. Although it did not trigger the feral instinct, it was enough for Lu Ming to go all out. You still want to resist? You really don't know how to live or die. Yu Zhennan grinned, and the sharp knife in his hand stabbed Lu Ming's body at a tricky angle like a poisonous snake. Lu Ming was slightly stunned, then suddenly raised his foot, and a huge force like a truck poured out of his body. Yu Zhennan crashed heavily into the door of Luo's martial arts school like a kite with a broken string, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, with an expression of disbelief on his face. This is a flash sale. How could this person be so powerful? Is he still human? Yu Zhennan's strong physique did not kill him on the spot. He endured the severe pain in his chest, stood up tremblingly, and asked, Who are you? Little did they know that Lu Ming also had great doubts in his heart. Why didn't he react? Although the trajectory of Yu Zhennan's knife was very tricky, it was not difficult to defend against it as long as one wanted. Why didn't the wild instinct give any warning? Did it lose its effect? The knife wound on the ribs did not pierce or damage the bones, but it was indeed painful. Ever since Lu Ming started to fight zombies with his own hands and actively engaged in combat, he has rarely suffered such severe damage. When Luoshi saw Lu Ming bleeding, she panicked. She couldn't lose Lu Ming after losing her parents. This man was her last support in the end times. Covering Lu Ming's wound in a panic, Luo, she said anxiously, don't be afraid if it bleeds. We have hemostatic medicine at home. Let's go get the medicine. I know where it is. Wait for me. I'll bring it to you soon. Luo, she was at a loss, with tears on her face. She ignored the seriously injured Yu Jinnan and wanted to go straight into Luo's martial arts gym to get medicine. For people who learn martial arts, bleeding and getting injured are very common things, and medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Luo Bei was injured many times when he was young, and it was only thanks to his family's medicine that he was able to recover quickly and did not suffer any root diseases. Lu Ming grabbed Luo Shi and glanced down at the wound. It was 7 or 8 centimeters long and blood was flowing. However, the bones were not injured, so it was obviously not a serious matter. He tore off the lining and wrapped it around his waist to stop the bleeding with a rough method. Don't panic. Deal with this person first. The injury is not serious. Lu Ming's calm eyes were contagious, and Luo Shi's anxious mood also calmed down. She carefully covered Lu Ming's wound, feeling the temperature of the blood and Lu Ming's pulse, and her trembling heart gradually calmed down. He is Yu Zhennan, who used to be a coach in a martial arts school. He is good at boxing and kicking and can fight with my dad. If he is in good condition, my dad may not be able to beat him. My parents told me that he is a bad person and a gambling addict. They fired him and told me to avoid him when I see him, fearing that he would do something desperate and harm me. But no one would have thought that he would. Lu Ming gently rubbed Luo Shi's head and comforted her. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Maybe things are not as pessimistic as you think. Yu Zhennan may be lying to you. Didn't you say that he would have a chance to beat your father only if he was in good shape? Your father is so powerful, Yu Zhennan might not be able to do that. Maybe your father couldn't beat him and took your mother away, and he had nowhere to go, so he had to wait here. Yu Zhennan had no mood to play a sweet role with these two people. While Lu Ming was comforting Luo Shi, he suddenly jumped up, punched like a tiger and rushed like a wolf, aiming at Luo Shi. Knowing that he was inferior to Lu Ming in strength, Yu Zhennan did not confront him head-on. Instead, he turned his knife on Luo Shi, the daughter of his enemy, whom he hated to the core. Even if it meant death, he would wipe her out completely. Die! Yu Zhennan shouted angrily, frightening Luo Shi so much that he stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Just when his iron fist was about to smash the opponent's weak body, a strange sign appeared in his brain. Get out of the way. Subconsciously, Yu Zhennan hesitated for 0.1 second. At this moment, a punch as heavy as a cannonball came crashing down and hit him right in the ribs. But with a snap, several ribs were broken, and Yu Zhennan saved his life because of this hesitation. That punch was a fatal punch that Lu Ming aimed at Yu Zhennan's jaw. The powerful impact force could crack his skull and kill him on the spot. Although he dodged the fatal uppercut, Yu Zhennan was still seriously injured. His broken ribs pierced his internal organs, and his abdominal cavity began to bleed. However, this would not kill him now. His strong physique and tenacious willpower allowed him to stand up again. As a desperate gambler, Yu Zhennan naturally has the courage and determination to give it a try. Now, he entered a very mysterious state. He could feel the murderous intent coming from Lu Ming. This was an advanced realm of a warrior, and it was what he had always dreamed of. Now, with this feeling, he felt that even if he was low on health, he could easily break the opponent's neck. Yu Zhennan surprised Lu Ming so much that he felt a strange presence in him, especially the opponent's instant reaction to avoid his fatal blow, which was timely and life-saving, just like the feeling when he killed the convenience store owner, completely relying on intuition. Lu Ming started to get serious. He was already 50% sure that the other party had awakened a special ability, and it was the wild intuition that he was familiar with. Just like a wild beast, it seeks benefits and avoids harm, as if it were instinct. Perhaps it should be said that it is a magnified instinct. Luo Shi, step back first. Give me a minute. I'll kill him first, and then we can talk about other things. Yu Zhennan held his breath. He felt the danger from the other party, but he still didn't care. Even though he suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Ming, he still looked down on Lu Ming, thinking that the other party only had the advantage of strength. Having learned martial arts for a lifetime, Yu Zhennan has many killing skills besides beautiful moves. If he is given the slightest chance, Lu Ming's life will be gone in an instant. Heh, boy, you are brave and ruthless, come on. Chapter 68. I finally stood up. Gold 2.50. Things did not go as Yu Zhennan expected. It seemed that Lu Ming, who seemed to have many loopholes, was able to perfectly dodge every one of his fatal attacks. Dazzling, throat-blocking. As his moves failed, Yu Zhennan's body began to feel strange. Although he could perfectly dodge every fatal punch from Lu Ming, after being severely injured at the beginning, his internal organs were damaged and he was bleeding heavily. His willpower was no longer enough to keep his body functioning normally. After being exhausted, Yu Zhennan was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Lu Ming slowly came to Yu Jinnan and punched him hard through the heart. The blood spurting out of the opponent's mouth got all over Lu Ming. However, it didn't matter. Being able to kill this evil man with his own hands was something worth celebrating for everyone, except himself. Yu Jinnan's eyes gradually lost their luster. The knife wound on Lu Ming's waist slowly healed, and behind the tingling feeling, there was also the feeling of long-lost energy flowing through the body. Call. Lu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, tore off the lining covering the wound, and felt refreshed, as if good times had come after bad times. Subconsciously, Lu Ming took out the small mirror he carried with him. The dazzling golden light was still so dazzling. 2.50. What a beautiful number. It's almost 250. Lu Ming roughly understood the meaning of these numbers. 2 represents the number of superpowers, and 50 represents the combat power value. Therefore, when facing Yu Jinnan, whose combat power is 30, he did not panic at all, and even the passive ability of Wild Instinct was not triggered. In the final analysis, he was too strong. After understanding the cause and effect, Lu Ming was finally happy. The haze in his heart was swept away. Although he didn't know why his strength was improving so slowly, he was no longer worried after he knew that his strength was increasing. Besides, what would it matter if his strength didn't increase? 50, 10 times the strength of an ordinary person. Was it not enough for him to sweep away all the monsters and demons? Those damn zombies and giant rats are not enough for me to chop with one sword. Yes, Lu Ming was inflated, but he still did not lose his cautious character. Yu Jinnan's head could not escape the fate of being crushed, and his sinful life ended here. Luoshi was a person who had seen a lot of ups and downs. When she was at Donghu No. 3 middle school, she had seen Lu Ming madly crushing zombie heads with one knife. Yu Jinnan was her enemy, so naturally she would not have any sympathy for Yu Jinnan. After carefully checking Lu Ming's healed wounds, Luoshi breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, she became nervous. After going through so much, Luoshi is no longer a child. She has grown a lot both physically and mentally. She was sure that her parents had met with an accident, and that it was at the Luo's martial arts school, otherwise Yu Jinnan would have no chance of taking over their parents' home. Luoshi knew how much his parents had sacrificed for the martial arts school. It was a holy place in their hearts, and they would not give it up to anyone easily. Now, Yu Jinnan, who had a grudge against their family, appeared here. This proved one thing. They had already had a conflict, and the winner was Yu Jinnan, whose head was smashed to pieces. There was no pleasure of revenge at all. Instead, Luoshi felt a little lonely. She didn't know how to face the world ahead, a world full of malice towards humans. Mustering up her courage, Luoshi finally stepped into Luo's martial arts school, her home. Luo's martial arts school has been transformed beyond recognition by Yu Jinnan. The empty training ground is now filled with all kinds of materials, such as instant noodles, biscuits, sausages, milk, and the like. There are traces of burning in the far corner. If she smells carefully, she can even faintly smell a hint of blood. Luoshi's heart was pounding. She didn't dare to search anymore, didn't dare to uncover that hazy complexion anymore. Holding Lu Ming's hand tightly, she rested her little head gently on his shoulder and said tiredly, "Lu Ming, Mom and Dad will be safe, right? They have always been the strongest and will not be hurt by Yu Jinnan." Lu Ming nodded gently. "In that pile of burning materials?" "Yes, don't worry, your parents will be fine. You have to be fine too. Wait for your parents to pick you up. I'm still waiting for them to beat me up. You have to be nicer to me from now on. Don't be fickle and don't despise me." Luoshi's smile looked tired, and she looked very exhausted. "I'm sleepy. Can I take a nap at home? Just one night." Luoshi's inner weakness made it impossible for Lu Ming to come up with any rebuttal. "Okay." At night, in Luoshi's room full of cuteness, she closed her eyes, frowned, and from time to time she uttered words about missing her parents, which made people feel very pitiful. Fate is so cruel that it makes people grow up with a sad past. Lu Ming discovered that he was the same as Luoshi, who refused to accept the death of his parents. Hundreds of kilometers away, their safety is at stake, and the sadness of distant water not being able to quench their immediate thirst. Lu Ming found the mutilated remains of Luo Bei and his wife from the burning objects. This was something he had expected. Anyone who committed murder and arson would choose to burn the corpse to destroy all traces. In the zombie world, if the corpse is not completely destroyed, leaving it behind would be burying disaster for oneself. Out of respect for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Lu Ming collected their remains and put them in a vase. He then dug a small hole in the garden at the backyard of the martial arts hall and buried them. This could be considered as a kind of responsibility he had towards Luoshi. In the middle of the night, Luo was awakened by a nightmare. She reached out to touch Lu Ming, wanting to find a sense of security from him. But she came up empty-handed. Have you been abandoned? Without thinking, a feeling of loss surged in her heart. She turned over and got out of bed. Just as she was about to look for it loudly, she heard rustling sounds coming from the back garden. As if possessed by a ghost, she slowly approached and saw Lu Ming. What is he doing? He is burying a vase. Why is he burying a vase? What is hidden inside? She was curious about Lu Ming's strange behavior. She didn't care what Lu Ming was hiding. What did it have to do with her? She didn't need it. Why are you barefoot? The ground is very cold. Don't bump into anything. After discovering Lu Ming had already buried the vase. He walked up to Luo and hugged her in his arms. For a moment, Luo was at a loss. She didn't know why the hug between lovers was so intoxicating, making her forget everything else and unable to control herself. She slowly stretched out her hands and gently stroked Lu Ming's strong back. She felt particularly fulfilled and secure, as if she had really returned home. I woke up and didn't see you. I wanted to find you. Chapter 69, the second level of supernatural power, insight. In the second half of the night, everything was peaceful and quiet. Some people sleep peacefully, while others can't sleep alone. Bai Yufo, who was alone in the empty room, hated her self-righteousness for the first time. She always thought that she understood Lu Ming's psychology. Even if she couldn't control him, she could still keep peace with him. However, she was too naive after all and overestimated her position and value in Lu Ming's heart. He won't be so cruel to me, no, absolutely not. The desolate moonlight seemed to mock the white jade Buddha who was muttering to herself. The cool moonlight shone through the window and softly spread on her face. Feng Xian and Qin Ruru were sleeping peacefully outside the door. They had enough food and drink here, and today they also received hygiene products from the white jade Buddha. Except for the uncomfortable feeling of sleeping on the floor, everything was going in the right direction. Elsewhere, when Xian was holding a large bottle of sleeping pills and was carefully studying how to use the dosage, she had confidence in Lu Ming's ability, and also in this group of women. Lu Ming could not possibly abandon this group of women and take that little girl away. Even if he did, he should at least take her with him. She was a powerful person who could drive away zombies, and there was no reason for the cautious Lu Ming not to take her with him. Next door, Zhang Yana looked at the family planning supplies Wang Xian handed to her. Her little face flushed red. Cousin, what are you doing? I don't want this. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? That bitch Wen Qian stripped me naked and threw me to him, but he didn't even react. It's obvious that he has no interest in me. Why did I have to climb into his bed? Take it first. You will need it sooner or later. Men's minds are hard to guess. You can't guess it. You will need it sooner or later. Wang Xian said earnestly. If you don't want to run around the streets with a big belly, then take it. I don't care what others have. You have to listen to me. You have to be careful of him. Have you forgotten how he killed people? Even though he looks gentle now, he has never been soft-hearted when he broke someone's neck. Besides, I bargained with him before. He will definitely not let me go. I want to beg him, and actually, he wasn't that bad. He even helped me restore my face. After hearing Zhang Yina's childish speech, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. We are only 1 or 2 years apart in age. I see it clearly. Don't you see it clearly? He is good or bad. Whoever he wants to be good to will enjoy the best treatment. Whoever he wants to be bad to will be in danger. Now, our lives are in his hands. We have no chance to resist. Even the last secret was revealed by Wen Qian alone. I have no cards in my hand. Zhang Yana frowned, feeling bitter in her heart. She was born free, but she couldn't live freely. Becoming strong was not something that could be achieved overnight. If she wanted to get rid of the current difficulties and fight for her cousin Wang Xian's chance of survival, she had to pay a little. She knew very well that she was only half a card in her cousin's hand, but her cousin had done so much for her, and she was willing to do this half card. However, Lu Ming didn't buy it at all. Moreover, he had more beautiful and more gorgeous women. Cousin, teach me and I will help you. Luo's martial arts school is very large, but Luo is familiar with every corner of it. As the owner, she took Lu Ming to wander around the Luo's martial arts school, searching for valuable weapons. Luo's father Luo Bei was also a martial arts fanatic when he was young, and he collected a lot of cold weapons, including swords, knives, sticks, and clubs. However, after getting married and having a family, Luo Bei focused on his career and family, and some of his weapons were put into storage. Luo had also seen Luo Bei's weapon storage pavilion and was very curious about what was inside. Now that the zombies have broken out, Luo Bei's weapons can really shine. Lu Ming, how about this Tang sword? It's 105 centimeters long, and my dad asked someone to sharpen it. It's pretty good, much better than your steel sword, which cost him tens of thousands of dollars. I'll give it to you. The moment Luo Shi handed the Tang sword to Lu Ming fell in love with this sword. It was so beautiful, with a smooth blade and a sharp edge. It would be no problem to cut hair with it. Using it to chop zombies would be absolutely unstoppable. I'm very strong, so I'll just use this 9-section whip. My mother taught me how to use it. Just when Luo Shi picked up the series of crackling steel whips, Lu Ming only took a glance and easily found hundreds of her flaws. In other words, if Lu Ming took action now, there were hundreds of ways to behead Luo Shi. Hiss, am I going to kill my wife to prove my truth? Lu Ming was surprised by the strange idea that popped into his mind. He had never thought of killing Luo Shi, a cute, beautiful, gentle, and obedient girl. Luo Shi did not notice anything unusual about Lu Ming, and demonstrated the 9-section whip that he had learned in a very serious manner, as if he was presenting a treasure. However, no matter how Lu Ming looked at it, he felt that it was full of loopholes. At one point, he even felt that if he used this 9-section whip, he would be better than Luo Shi. Hiss, this feeling seems familiar. It's like intuition. Yes, maybe it's intuition. Could it be that my wild intuition has evolved in the same way as Ji Chenghui's speed, and has developed new abilities? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more he felt that his guess made sense. This intuition seemed to be able to see through the opponent's weaknesses and stimulate his desire to attack. It should be because he killed too many zombies, which strengthened his intuition. In that case, let's call it insight. Seeing through weaknesses, accurately harvesting, perfect killing moves. Once I master this ability, no one will be able to escape from my sword so easily. Lu Ming smiled. He applauded Luo Shi's hard work and also celebrated his grand blueprint. The stronger he became, the more living space and resources he could occupy, which meant the more things he could do. Food, labor, women, and a life of enjoyment. Everything is right in front of you, and at your fingertips. Lu Ming did not teach Luo Shi how to wield the whip. With him around, no one could hurt her. This 9-section whip was simply a toy of hers. It would not be used to kill the enemy, but more for fitness. Give Luo Shi some praise to satisfy her desire to perform and vanity. Afterwards, the two of them returned together in a Mercedes. Lu Ming, are you serious? We can come back often, just the two of us, without anyone else. This is your home. The keys are in your hands. You can bring whoever you want home. I won't stop you. If you want to invite others, I naturally have no objection, provided that the other party does not pose a threat to you or me. Besides, there is enough food here, enough for many people. Luo Shi was happy and felt that she was being pampered. Fengxian and Qin Ruru were not free at this time and were busy doing hard labor, but she lived a happy and sweet life because of her own choice. If Lu Ming was a dedicated man, it would be perfect. Obviously, Luo Shi's idea was doomed to be impossible to achieve. After all, she was the real latecomer, and the White Jade Buddha was still ahead of her. Chapter 70 Biker Girl, Pink Helmet. Wait a minute, I want to get some clothes from the mall. Fengxian and Qin Ruru don't have any clothes to change into, and I'm the only one who can borrow Sister Bai's clothes. I want to bring some clothes for them. On the way, Luo Shi suddenly pointed to a women's clothing store on the side of the road and spoke seriously. Indeed, Lu Ming was not thoughtful enough on this point. He only cared about food but forgot about other important survival supplies such as clothes. Lu Ming slowly stopped the car and looked around. There was no sign of zombies, but he was worried about letting Luo Shi act alone, so he got out of the car with Luo Shi. By the way, I also need to change my equipment. As a man, Lu Ming also pays great attention to his personal appearance. A man may not be handsome, but he must never be sloppy. This is disrespectful to himself. As a handsome and clean man, Lu Ming feels that it is necessary to improve his clothing style and learn how to dress like men. It is too boring and superficial to always learn how to dress like women. After tasting the stunning White Jade Buddha, Lu Ming's taste for beauty improved dramatically. There were not many women who could easily make his heart flutter. Luo Shi is very quick in choosing clothes. As long as the size is right, the clothes are right, no matter the color, style, or combination. She is like a little squirrel moving. Although she is adorable and agile, her speed is absolutely amazing. In less than 20 minutes, Luo Shi had picked out clothes of various styles. Fortunately, Luo Shi had awakened his power and did not need Lu Ming's help. He was able to quickly fill the back seat and trunk of the Mercedes-Benz. That's good. I don't have to wash clothes for a while. I can wear new clothes every day. Luo, she clapped his hands in satisfaction and gently brushed off the dust on his body. It's true that we can't wear all these clothes in a short time. However, I suggest that we should wash them. Although water resources are in short supply, we still have enough water to wash clothes. We have enough water and can't waste it. Besides, I know there is a well there, and we can get water from it. I don't know if the groundwater meets the drinking standards, but many people have drunk it, so it should be usable. A well? Groundwater? There's one in the old restaurant near our martial arts school. Before, our area often had water outages, so the restaurant owner specially hired someone to dig a well in order to do business. My dad is very familiar with the owner, so when the water was out, our family would go to the restaurant to get water. After hearing what Lu Ming said, Luo she instantly remembered a lot of things, especially a delicacy from the old restaurant, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, which was so delicious. Are you thirsty? No. Then why do you look so greedy? I just thought of the sweet and sour pork tenderloin in the old restaurant. I'm a little hungry. I'm craving it. Little greedy cat? Lu Ming laughed and found Luo she's slightly naive and frank remarks very interesting. Although it was interesting, Lu Ming would not go to great lengths for her dish. Now is not the time to enjoy it. If you want to eat sweet and sour pork tenderloin, you have to wait until your energy supply is restored. Wait a moment. As long as we stay alive, we will be able to eat this dish soon, and then you can eat as much as you want. Lu Ming did not promise Luo she a specific time. After all, he didn't know what kind of difficulties he would encounter next. With the Tang sword in his hand, he can kill all the demons and monsters, but he has no way to do things that are beyond human control. He is not a god, just a slightly stronger human. Luo she was very sensible. The lustful light in his eyes flashed for a moment, and he immediately said seriously, "It's nothing serious. Anyone can make sweet and sour pork tenderloin. The raw materials are easy to find. It's very simple. It's nothing special. I'm not that greedy. Let's live well and eat other delicious food." Unconsciously, Luo Shi's position in Lu Ming's heart increased. The clumsy lie revealed her true intentions. She didn't want to waste her time on this dish. Lu Ming never let down anyone who was good to him, so he kept Luo Shi's kindness in mind and also memorized the dish of sweet and sour pork tenderloin. If he met the chef in the future, he would ask him to make a dish of sweet and sour pork tenderloin no matter what. The car full of skirts and pants made Lu Ming feel like he was here to buy goods. He did not collect clothes as crazily as Luo Shi. He directly changed into a well-fitting suit in the men's clothing store, threw away his old clothes, and then picked out another set to take away. He was very particular. Clothes make the man, and it has to be said that Lu Ming, wearing new clothes and a black suit, fully demonstrated his masculine heroic spirit. Coupled with the vague viciousness in his body, he added a bit of unruly charm, which directly fascinated Luo Shi on the spot. How cool! Luo Shi was full of admiration, nodded in praise frequently, and expressed her opinions from time to time, just like a little wife. The relationship between the two was very harmonious. Just as the two were about to leave, a pink motorcycle whizzed past them. A woman dares to drive fast? That's amazing! Lu Ming silently gave a thumbs up to the motorcycle girl and had no intention of chasing her. At a quick glance, he found that the opponent's combat power value was only 15, which would not pose a threat to him at all. There was no need to kill her. Moreover, Lu Ming was still with Luo Shi and could not leave easily. Luo Shi was also surprised, so cool, so majestic with a helmet on, no one can resist her. This woman's motorcycle is also cool, so chic. When Lu Ming heard Luo Shi's comments about the motorcycle girl, he smiled indifferently. Motorcycles consume a lot of fuel and have high requirements for the driver. They are easily affected by the external environment during driving. Moreover, the only safety measure is a helmet, which seems to be pink. Although it looks good, it is useless. The world now is not the world of humans, but the world of zombies. If you are surrounded and blocked by zombies, you will easily get injured and become a meal for the zombies. In addition, fuel consumption is also a problem. Although gasoline is not scarce now, it is not easy to equip. If the motorcycle runs out of gasoline, you will easily be attacked by zombies when you go to the gas station to refuel. In comparison, I think cars are more practical. I can drive whichever car I want, and I don't have to worry about fuel consumption. I can always get a new one. If I encounter zombies, I can effectively block their attacks, and I can also carry cargo. Okay, I'm just envious for a little bit. I don't have a driver's license, so I can't drive a motorcycle. Besides, the motorcycle is so big and heavy, I can't drive it. After hearing Lu Ming's long speech, Luo Shi immediately understood what he was thinking. Really, he was not a child anymore. He couldn't just like everything he saw and have it. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at the back of the motorcycle girl. A pink helmet? The White Jade Buddha seemed to have one too. Chapter 71 Relocation. 3-story villa. Could it be Guan Huier? Lu Ming pondered in his mind that there was no trace of Guan Huier in Donghu No. 3 middle school. Now he saw her wearing the same pink helmet as the White Jade Buddha. In addition, her back view was really great, with a slender waist and very beautiful appearance. This made Lu Ming think more. So what? Can you really eat it as usual? Lu Ming felt that he should not spend his precious time thinking about women and killing people. No matter what it was, indulging in it was never a good thing. Tolerance would make people lose their vigilance. After just 30 seconds, Lu Ming made the decision to give up tracking the motorcycle girl and return to his residence to prepare for the next step of the relocation plan. The space in the house was too small to accommodate so many people. Moreover, he also needed to store supplies, and there was extremely insufficient space, so the relocation plan was imminent. I saw a woman wearing a pink helmet and a pink motorcycle. I don't know much about motorcycles, so I don't know what model it was, but it looked very high-end and must be very expensive. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming immediately informed by UFO of the news about the person who looked like Guan Huier. He felt that this news might be useful to her. By UFO was not dispensable in his heart. Motorcycle, pink sports car? The tires don't look very wide, do they? Bai Buddha frowned slightly and thought for a moment. If that's the case, it's very likely Huier. Or it could be someone broke into my grandpa's house and drove away my car. If there's a chance, could you take me to meet this person? The White Jade Buddha is still arrogant in nature. Although his words are not so condescending, they still have a sense of being out of place and give people a very polite feeling. Initially, this feeling, coupled with her exquisite face and beautiful figure, could greatly stimulate Lu Ming's desire to conquer her. However, now, this feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Just a woman, there seems to be nothing to be proud of. That's right, Lu Ming is just like that. Bai Yufo did not have the ability to read minds, so she did not know what Lu Ming was thinking. However, from his micro-expressions, she realized that she seemed to have offended Lu Ming in some way, causing him displeasure. She was desperate. She had no idea where she had gone wrong, and Lu Ming didn't point it out, so she didn't know where to start changing. I'm sorry, No matter what, there is definitely no problem with apologizing. Lu Ming did not say anything else to Bai Yufo and waved his hand gently. The goddess turned into a bootlicker. This feeling was not what he wanted. He never thought of changing anyone's character. He just wanted her to be herself. This kind of insincere flattery was not what Lu Ming wanted. Perhaps, being more real could make people's hearts closer to each other. You didn't do anything wrong. Why apologize? Even if you did something wrong, you don't need to apologize. No one cares if it's a small mistake, and there's no point in apologizing if it's a big mistake. Just be yourself. Oh, right, get ready to pack up. We need to leave this place. The space is too small, and it's not suitable for us to live in. Let's move to another place and get rid of a few burdens. Food can't be used to feed idle people. I'm not their guardian, and I have no blood relationship with them. I have no responsibility or obligation to support them. Moreover, I'm not a person of the same mind. Bai Yufo knew that Lu Ming had other intentions and did not pay too much attention to his words. After all, he was not talking about her, so whoever he said had nothing to do with her. Feng Xian and Qin Ruru, who are still living in fear and in danger of being abandoned, are still immersed in the joy of being able to change clothes. As girls who love cleanliness, they have gradually become numb to having dirty clothes, not being able to take a shower, and having no independent private space. However, when their living conditions can change a little, they will still be ecstatic. Wang Xian, who had no new clothes to wear, dared not take her eyes off Lu Ming for a moment. Her heart was pounding. She was not shy but afraid. The knife in Lu Ming's hand became longer, very delicate, and looked good. Wang Xian didn't know who would be cut by this knife. This man's appearance is like water, which can easily turn into huge waves and take the life of anyone present without warning. When Xian's main personality and secondary personality have reached a consensus to focus all their efforts on conquering Lu Ming, curry favor with him, and then live a life of idleness and waiting for death. In Wen Xian's eyes, the powerful Lu Ming is the most powerful existence. No matter facing zombies or humans, he can always take the most advantageous side and get the final victory. Wen Xian knew that her special ability to drive away zombies on a large scale was very important to Lu Ming, and this was her bargaining chip. Smart Wen Xian knows that men hate women who are fearless the most, so she must never use her abilities as bargaining chips. As human beings, they are emotional creatures after all. Even the most ruthless man will realize her goodness sooner or later after her constant persuasion. As the saying goes, even steel can become as soft as silk. The first step now is to improve Lu Ming's perception of herself and show her unique feminine charm. When Xian cannot use the second personality's mind-reading ability, but at night, she can let the second personality go to Lu Ming to get information, find out what the other party is thinking, and prescribe the right medicine. The next day, the main personality will use it again. In this way, she will be able to quickly grasp the other party's vital points and get into his heart. Feminine charm? Besides beauty, is there any other way to make people feel the charm of a woman? When Qian was thinking about the attack plan, while Zheng Yana was secretly watching her, this woman looked thoughtful. She must be thinking of some bad idea. I wonder who she wants to murder. As when Qian's number one enemy, Zheng Yana will definitely not let her succeed. Caesar's Palace. A villa area with a Western name, European style, magnificent and solemn. When Lu Ming arrived at Caesar Palace, he knew that he had been deceived by the name. The luxurious residences were not as good as he had imagined. There were even some shabby three-story villas everywhere. They looked very old and seemed to be products of the last century. How can he live here without even the most basic solar power supply equipment? Isn't this retro? Obviously not. It's very old and located on a busy street, so it's expensive. Zheng Yana looked very knowledgeable and said, "Everyone who lives here has assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan per person. The security facilities are absolutely first class. Don't be fooled by the surface appearance. The interior of the villa will definitely not disappoint you." When Qian raised her eyebrows, she couldn't tolerate this woman trying to attract attention here. Humph, it would be better if you could say something that no one knows. Who doesn't know about the splendor of Caesar's palace? Why do you need to show off here? Lu Ming, I just know that Caesar's palace is great, but more importantly, I want solar-powered equipment. With electricity, I can do more things. Chapter 72. Wanna die? It's not easy. It has to be said that Lu Ming had misjudged. The interior decoration of the villa is quite eye-catching, with the harmony of gold and marble. The beautiful ceiling, murals, and decorative artworks are all exquisite, making people want to appreciate them carefully. After the stunning visual experience, everyone was assigned to their own room. Through preliminary understanding of the house, Lu Ming learned that the original owner should be the boss of a company. However, the boss and his family did not return home at the time of the incident. The villa was an empty shell, which saved Lu Ming the trouble of drawing his sword. However, just when Lu Ming was about to dismiss Feng Xian and Qin Ruru, two useless people, a roar of zombies suddenly came from outside the villa, mixed with a man's voice. "Help! Help!" Just as Lu Ming was about to take out his knife to investigate, he saw Wen Qian stand up from the comfortable sofa and said, "Leave it to me. I can handle it." After saying that, she ran out in a flash. Zhang Yana muttered softly, "A bootlicker, a bootlicker, a flatterer." Wang Xian, who was standing by, heard everything clearly. She pulled Zheng Yina's sleeve, signaling her not to talk nonsense so as not to upset Lu Ming. When Bai Yufo saw Lu Ming stand up, she followed him. Now was the time for her to show her abilities. She couldn't be like a sour girl, being sour all day and doing nothing. Besides, her ability to control zombies is not a pushover. Wen Qian can only use the ability to drive away zombies once during the day, and this opportunity has already been used when entering Caesar's palace. So, Wen Qian now only has combat ability and cannot drive away zombies. If she wants to save people from the zombies, she can only fight them head-on. Lu Ming couldn't let Wen Qian make any mistakes, so he followed. When he walked to the door, he saw Wen Qian holding his steel knife and fighting with the zombies. However, her attacks were mostly ineffective. She did not attack the zombies' heads, and her strength did not seem to be strong enough. There were not many zombies, and Lu Ming did not plan to take action. He wanted to use these zombies to hone Wen Qian's combat abilities. While watching the battle, he did not forget the existence of the survivors. The three young men looked very strong and had pale faces. They were obviously frightened. They hid on the top of Lu Ming and others' car and did not dare to get out easily. After Baiyu Buddha glanced at the three people, he cast his eyes on Wen Qian. Facing the siege of 5 or 6 zombies, she was already stretched to the limit. Baiyu Buddha looked at Lu Ming and asked, "Do you want to help her? She seems to be at a disadvantage." "Go and help. You can't risk your life to hone your skills. It's too dangerous." The White Jade Buddha nodded and activated her ability to sense the zombies, instantly taking control of the 3 zombies. At this moment, Wen Qian also felt the spiritual power from the White Jade Buddha. Their abilities had a lot in common, so it didn't seem difficult for them to sense them. When it comes to beheading, Lu Ming is still an expert. He rushed forward to the zombie, swung the Tang sword in his hand lightly, and the zombie's head fell to the ground cleanly. After killing 5 zombies, the 3 young men slowly climbed down from the roof of the car. It's just that their attitude makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Handsome guy, little sister, do you have anything to eat? Please give us something to eat. We haven't had a proper meal in several days. You are not from Caesar Palace, right? The owner of this house is not a young man. You are occupying the magpie's nest. Don't be too ruthless. Free up 3 rooms for us to live in. We don't want anything from you. Just stay here for a while. Once the rescuers arrive, we'll leave. No one will sue you for trespassing. The 3 men chattered on the phone without noticing that Lu Ming's Tang sword had not been sheathed. Killing people? Lu Ming didn't reject it. But these 3 people were just trash with a combat power of only 10. Killing them would be an insult to this knife. Lu Ming tore off a piece of rag from the zombie's body, wiped the blood off the Tang sword, and slowly put it back into the scabbard. You want to live here? Tell me why. Why? Because this is not your home. When the man saw Lu Ming put away the knife, his words became even more arrogant. We saw you driving to this villa with our own eyes. We also saw that there was a lot of food in the car just now. What's wrong with giving us some? Didn't we say we don't want to pay? What's wrong with giving you 500,000 or 1 million? I have plenty of money. Yes. This house is not yours anyway, and the food is not valuable. I, Brother Wei, am willing to give you money to buy your things. So why aren't you secretly happy? Don't think like a commoner. You are nothing special. Although you saved us, we didn't say we wouldn't pay you. I get paid. You save people. We don't owe each other anything. Brother Wei and his followers were very arrogant and seemed to think that Lu Ming would agree to their request. Money? Here you go. Give me 500,000 and you can live here. Lu Ming did not immediately turn hostile. Instead, he followed their lead and asked for money to see how shameless they could be. When Qian, go in and get some food. When Qian's eyebrows were twisted into a knot. What tricks was Lu Ming, who had killed so many people, going to play now? No matter what, Wen Qian would never affect his good mood. She glared at the 3 men fiercely with a slightly resentful look, and then responded obediently. Oh well. Seeing this, the 3 men showed satisfied smiles on their faces. That's right. We should help each other. Yes, that's the truth. Brother Wei thought that Lu Ming was afraid of the 3 of them, so he became even more arrogant. He began to look at the white jade Buddha unscrupulously and said to Lu Ming with a wicked smile, Brother, this little sister is really good-looking. She has a good figure and a good appearance. You are so lucky. Hearing this, Lu Ming was not angry at all. Instead, he turned his head to look at the white jade Buddha and said softly, They actually fulfilled my wish to have a wife that others envy. Are you angry? The white jade Buddha nodded gently. I've seen too many people like this. It's disgusting. It pollutes my eyes. I don't want to kill anyone, and I don't want to see them again. Although Baiyu Buddha's voice was not loud, every word was heard by Brother Wei and the other 2, and their faces became extremely ugly. One of them even yelled, You bitch! Who the hell do you think you are? It's your blessing that I see you, and you're still looking down on me. I'm gonna kill you. Bai Yufo was so angry that her face turned pale. She looked at Lu Ming helplessly, wanting him to vent her anger. Lu Ming originally wanted to let them die of gluttony, but he didn't expect that they would be so ungrateful and insist on seeking death. Don't get yourself mad. It's not worth it. I'll vent your anger for you. After all, he is his own person. How could Lu Ming tolerate the white jade Buddha being insulted like this? Immediately, Lu Ming knocked out the man's teeth one by one with his own hands. Brother Wei and another person wanted to stop him, but were kicked away by Lu Ming. Ah, you bastard. You are so stupid. Kill me if you dare. Kill you? Isn't that too easy for you? You want to die? It's not easy. Chapter 73 Gate Guarding Zombies. The bloody scene before his eyes made Baiyu Buddha dare not look directly at it. She also knew that Lu Ming had killed many people, but she had never seen him torture people like this. Lu Ming pulled out all the teeth of the man who was speaking foul language, stuffed a rag stained with zombie blood into his mouth, then broke the hands and feet of the other 2 and threw the 3 of them aside. The white jade Buddha watched helplessly as the foul-mouthed man slowly turned into a zombie, with pale eyes, dense black lines, and an almost miserable roar. Without any teeth, he watched and frantically tore at the 2 men with broken limbs. The zombies tore the faces of the 2 men into pieces, and the zombies swallowed the minced meat into their stomachs. letting out a satisfied growl. The two people attacked by the zombies had no room to struggle. Their miserable wailing, cursing, and pain were all of no avail. Only at the moment of death did they realize how perverted that man was. He is not a soft persimmon. He is a diamond. Ugh, ugh. The white jade Buddha retched a few times in disgust, then ran back to the villa. Lu Ming continued to observe the zombies' actions. In addition to venting his anger for the white jade Buddha, Lu Ming wanted to study the mechanism of zombie mutation and even its properties so that he could better deal with the zombies. Zombies and wild beasts seem to have something in common. They both like to eat internal organs first. The internal organs are rich in various nutrients and are high-calorie meat. They have high nutritional value and can maintain their body functions. The zombies gradually grew sharp fangs and ate up the two people's organs. His eyes began to flash red, which seemed to be a sign of mutation or evolution. Lu Ming, who was skilled and courageous, was not afraid at all. He continued to watch with great interest, waiting for his next reaction. Roar. The zombies began to turn their attention to Lu Ming, who was watching the show. They seemed to be very interested in him. However, he hesitated and exuded a wary aura, as if he was dominated by some kind of fear. Come on, come and bite me. Lu Ming challenged, slowly unsheathing the tang sword in his hand. The cold blade made the scorching sun lose its original temperature. The zombie retreated. He actually retreated. The zombie's eyes turned completely red, a scary red, but the fear never left his body. Lu Ming slowly stood up and moved forward step by step. The zombies slowly retreated, as if they were facing something terrifying. What's going on? Do you still have some human memories? Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the zombie turned around and ran away, running faster than a rabbit. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately became interested. The zombie actually had consciousness. Regardless of whether this zombie was incompletely transformed or in other situations, Lu Ming would never give up such a good research material. He would create a monster with his own hands and then destroy it. What a pleasant thing it would be. The zombie was not as fast as Lu Ming. Before it could run 100 meters, Lu Ming kicked it to the ground. His red eyes flickered irregularly, and his neat new teeth gleamed brightly. Lu Ming pried a brick from the sidewalk and knocked out his teeth again. The zombie's claws did not pose any threat to Lu Ming. After breaking the zombie's joints, Lu Ming carefully looked at the strange zombie in front of him and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Roar. Do you remember me? Roar. The conversation was very unpleasant, and Lu Ming did not get the desired result. However, he did not chop off the zombie's head. A zombie that could escape was so rare. Although he had not discovered the secret of the zombies yet, one day, he would figure it out. Lu Ming tied up the zombie and dragged him back to the villa. He tied him at the door and used him as a guard zombie. Lu Ming also threw the mutilated corpses of the other two people to the zombies, hoping that he could replenish some nutrition, recover soon, and then continue to be studied. When Xian underestimated Lu Ming's methods after all, which was chilling, and Wang Xian was even more uneasy and couldn't even stand steadily. Wang Xian witnessed the entire process of Lu Ming torturing and killing the three men, especially when Brother Wei and the other man were fed alive to the zombies. Their screams at the top of their lungs and their despair made her feel the same way. She didn't sympathize with them, but was afraid that Lu Ming would do the same to her. Now, the zombie is tied to the door as a guard dog, but who knows the real purpose of this guard dog? Yaina, I'm scared. I'm scared. Zheng Yaina held Wang Xian's hand tightly. She didn't know how to comfort her cousin who had always taken care of her. Facing absolute power, she was powerless. Lu Ming washed his hands and saw Luoshi frowning, as if something was bothering her. He asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter something unhappy? Tell me and see if I can help you." Luoshi relaxed his brows, showed a flattering smile, and said with a smile, "No, I don't have any worries, I'm fine. Just tell me. I'm not a man-eating monster. What am I afraid of?" Seeing Lu Ming insisting like this, Luoshi had no choice but to blush and say shyly, "These are all girl matters. I'm a little embarrassed. I don't even know how to start." "Don't ask. Let's talk about it tonight." At night? It seems a bit private. Lu Ming stopped asking questions and waited to reveal the secret at night. At this time, the white jade Buddha, who had just come out of the bathroom, looked a little haggard, with a bit of the delicateness of Shishir holding her heart, which made people feel pity for her. "Are you scared?" "Well, it's a bit disgusting. Turning into a zombie is so disgusting. It's just a monster." Lu Ming consoled him. "In that case, I won't let you see zombies anymore. Zombies eating people is really disgusting. If it weren't for these people's foul mouths and bad attitudes, I wouldn't have attacked them. I wanted to wait until they were full and then kill them with a knife. But they were so ungrateful that they didn't even want to die after being full. They insisted on dying miserably. Your ability to sense zombies and Wenqian's ability to drive away zombies are similar in nature. Both control the zombies to perform certain actions. However, yours is more detailed and has a smaller range, while Wenqian's ability has a larger range. You can try to learn from each other's insights into using superpowers and enhance your own abilities. The zombie at the door is my subject of observation. You can also experiment on him and hone your abilities. Wenqian and the White Jade Buddha looked at each other and nodded silently. Although she agreed, Bai Yufo would never communicate with Wenqian. There was no need for her to cooperate with anyone else. She didn't care about anyone except Lu Ming, even her so-called cousin. Similarly, Wenqian, who regards the White Jade Buddha as the biggest boss, will not cooperate with her. Replacing her is her ultimate wish. Chapter 74 Become his family. Lu Ming had turned Caesar's palace upside down, but he still couldn't find the power source. Without electricity, various electrical appliances cannot be used normally, and cooking can only be done with gas tanks. However, fortunately, the tap water system here is still well supplied, and they do not need to worry about fresh water resources in the short term. Today, Lu Ming was particularly generous and gave everyone the right to take a cold shower. After putting on new clothes, Fengxian and Qin Ruru felt a little dizzy. New clothes, new room, spacious and comfortable environment, and someone provided food. Except that it was not as comfortable as staying at home. Everything was very comfortable. However, they felt that Lu Ming was a little strange today. He actually brought the two of them out to search for supplies. He said he was searching for supplies, but when driving all the way here, he did not have any intention of looking for anything. Instead, he seemed to be heading towards a certain place. As the scene on the roadside became more and more familiar, Fengxian and Qin Ruru's eyes were filled with solemnity. Looking at the plaque on the campus of Donghu No. 3 Middle School, their eyes were full of confusion. What was this for? Why did they come back here again? In just 2 or 3 days, Donghu No. 3 Middle School has changed drastically. Zombies are everywhere on the campus, and the familiar faces that can be vaguely seen are becoming more hideous and terrifying. An ominous premonition surges into the hearts of the two. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Why are you back to this damn place again? Lu Ming chuckled and said calmly, Don't make a fuss. I won't do anything to you. I just want you to recall how you came to be and who gave you the resources you are enjoying now, so as to inspire your gratitude. Luo, she can enjoy everything at ease, can you? I never do meaningless things, and I don't like to play tricks on others. The people I brought back the other day were not simple characters. Wenqian's ability is to drive away zombies. She can drive away zombies on a large scale, which is much more powerful than the White Jade Buddha. Zhang Yana, although this woman looks silly, she is another research object of mine. Just like the zombie at the door, she has a special meaning. And Wang Xian, who is the least revealing, has the loudest little calculations. If she wasn't afraid that I would mess with her, I guess she would start making trouble again. I don't have time to deal with her now. When I free up my hands, I will definitely teach her a painful lesson. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I don't like forcing others to do things against their will. So, before I completely give up on you, show your usefulness, awaken your powers, become my woman, or become food for zombies. Fengxian had expected this day to come. Luoshi's gentle cries that night were a sign of this. Now, it has become more difficult for them to survive. Not only do they have to take off their underwear, but they also have to awaken their superpowers. Fengxian was not sure if she would be as lucky as Luoshi, who could awaken superpowers easily. Although her strength increased a lot, it was useless in her eyes. However, after all, she was stronger than her and Qin Ruru. I want to be like Luoshi. I want to be your woman. However, I'm not sure if I have the talent to awaken my superpowers. This time, Qin Ruru did not hesitate. She took a step ahead of Fengxian and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, I will not regret it. I know what I am saying. I can do it any time. Lu Ming smiled, but his heart remained calm. All this was within his expectations. Qin Ruru, who was the best at judging the situation, would not give up hope of survival. There was light in her eyes, which was a desire and expectation for the future. When Fengxian saw Lu Ming looking at her, she no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. Me too. I can do anything. Lu Ming clapped his hands lightly and parked the car in front of the school gate. Looking at the zombies that gradually surrounded him, Lu Ming smiled and said, Very good. Everything is ready. As far as I know, there are many ways for humans to awaken superpowers. One is to fight zombies and kill them to gain energy. When the energy in the body exceeds the threshold, superpowers can be awakened. The second way is to awaken superpowers by chance like Luoshi did. I don't understand the principle behind it. Another way is to awaken superpowers when a disaster breaks out. Obviously, you two are just lucky enough to survive, not lucky enough to awaken superpowers. What if we can't awaken our special powers? Are you going to abandon us? Feng Xian questioned. They don't want to become food for zombies, so they have to try their best to survive even if they have to give up everything. Lu Ming pulled Feng Xian into his arms and placed a mark on her mouth. You are my property and belongings. Your inability to awaken your special powers does not affect your ability to realize your own value in other ways. Perhaps you can help me manage the supplies. If you have time, you can give birth to a beautiful and lovely baby. Nothing can bind humans more than blood. Feng Xian was so dizzy from being kissed that she almost forgot that she was in danger. Pretty and cute baby. Is that okay? Of course. You guys stay here for a while. I'll go out and take care of some trouble, and then we'll leave this place. As he spoke, Lu Ming held the Tang sword in his hand and walked freely among the zombies like a vigorous and energetic knight. Any zombie that came within 1 meter of him could not escape the fate of being beheaded. A reproductive tool? Qin Ruru looked down at her weak body and felt that she might not be able to feed the child now. She had to prepare for the worst. The first step was to make her body stronger, at least not weak anymore, which could be regarded as storing food for the child in advance. In addition, she had to exercise constantly to maintain her feminine beauty and enhance her physical fitness. I don't want to be a mother so soon. The choice is not yours. Besides, this is not a hard job. At least it is much easier than moving things. Qin Ruru said without hesitation, we are already far behind. Luoshi is not a silly girl. She is actually very wise. She first attracted Lu Ming's attention with her white lotus appearance, then got along well with the white jade Buddha, and finally she was lucky enough to awaken her special ability and successfully climbed into Lu Ming's bed. In addition, she can act like a spoiled child, which makes it easy for her to occupy a place in Lu Ming's heart. If she gets pregnant again, even the white jade Buddha will be inferior to her. If we continue to hesitate and don't take the initiative, then the fate of these two parasites will definitely not be better than that zombie at the door. Who do you think can tolerate blindly asking for things without knowing how to give in return? We want to become his family. In this case, he will have to take care of us and even fulfill some of our wishes. Think about it. One side is to die tragically. The other side is to live well and be a woman. Which one should you choose? Feng Xian looked at the zombies approaching outside the window, feeling lonely. I want a sweet love. Pretentious. Love is not what we should think about. In our eyes, there are only 2 words. Live. Chapter 75, A Polite Survivor. When Lu Ming came to Donghu No. 3 Middle School, he didn't just want to show off his power to the 2 girls. His main purpose was to hone the advanced version of wild intuition, the practicality of insight, and to deal with the trivial matters left over from the last time, such as the missing golden retriever and the escaped Ma Jun. Lu Ming felt that Bai Yufo had been a little depressed recently, as if she had something on her mind. In order to make her feel better, Lu Ming thought it would be better to find something for her to do. However, Bai Yufo was obviously not a person who liked to work and be tired. Otherwise, she would not have come to rely on him. So, after thinking about it, Lu Ming still felt that the golden retriever should not be lost in such a muddle. If she had a dog to accompany her, maybe it would be much better. Bai Yufo once said that the golden retriever meant a lot to her. Corpses fell one after another at his feet. Lu Ming had already calmed down. He vaguely remembered the direction in which the golden retriever left. It seemed that he went to the restaurant, near the boys' dormitory. Lu Ming was not curious about why the golden retriever suddenly left the white jade Buddha. He just wanted to take the dog back. If possible, he wanted to search for household solar power supply equipment on the road. Although this kind of thing is rare in the city, it is indeed used. He vaguely remembered that there were several households using this equipment near a certain express collection point. At that time, Lu Ming also wanted to buy one, but the price of 20 or 30,000 was prohibitive for him. The zombies still followed Lu Ming closely. Even though their numbers were decreasing, they charged forward like machines, fearless of death. Looking around, there was a scarlet number of 7, with a few double-digit numbers occasionally, but it still couldn't cause any trouble under Lu Ming's Tang sword. This is a one-sided crushing of the weak by the strong, a unique massacre. The weakness that Lu Ming could see through his insight was the zombie's head. Once the zombie's head was destroyed, it would completely lose its ability to move. Therefore, Lu Ming preferred to use the method of beheading the zombies with one knife to deal with them. The sharp blade swept across the neck and flashed at the throat. The huge force could easily take away the object on the neck without any hindrance, and it was extremely smooth. This is the best harvesting method that Lu Ming has learned after countless times of chopping. It is a lesson learned from experience. The number of zombies behind him was getting smaller and smaller, and Lu Ming's pace was getting faster and faster. After a while, Lu Ming came to the restaurant, holding a blood-stained tang sword, stopping every step. The air was filled with the sour smell of food. In the hot summer, many vegetables and meats had not been frozen and had been exposed to high temperatures for a long time, and had already spoiled. Lu Ming casually cut off the head of a zombie that tried to attack him from behind and continued exploring. Automatic dishwasher, cold drink machine, gas tank, big iron barrel, and incubator. The various devices did not cause any damage, and it seemed that zombies had not set foot here. The number of zombies following Lu Ming was getting smaller and smaller, and Lu Ming's knife was getting faster and faster. After leaving the restaurant, the number of zombies following Lu Ming was only 5 fingers. Next stop, the boys' dormitory. Before Lu Ming even approached the boys' dormitory, he smelled a particularly strong smell of blood and a foul odor. Lu Ming frowned, thinking of an old saying, "A dog will always eat shit." Could it be that the golden retriever ran here because it smelled the smell? If so, then is this golden retriever still worth having? Forget it, I'd better kill it when it arrives, so that it won't pop up suddenly later and ruin my mood. High school students are all well developed, and many of them who turned into zombies are taller than Lu Ming. The structure of the boys' dormitory is exactly the same as that of the girls' dormitory, with long and narrow corridors, door-to-door structures, and the familiar roars of zombies. For Lu Ming, this is the second time he has experienced this boring zombie cleanup. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After chopping off a zombie that was stronger than himself, Lu Ming suddenly heard a series of metal collision sounds. It was very light, but it was real and very regular. Lu Ming could conclude that this was definitely the work of humans. Rescue the girls in the girls' dormitory and rescue the boys in the boys' dormitory. Lu Ming admired the boys who could hold out in the dormitory for so long. Danger and fear, hunger and terror, being able to endure for so long must be more than just luck. With his excellent hearing, Lu Ming followed the sound to a dormitory 102. On the door was written, "Senior year, do not disturb." Lu Ming thought, this might be a talent for Peking University or Tsinghua University. He kicked open the door of the dormitory, and what came into view was 2 snarling zombies gnawing on a human corpse, and a man standing on the upper bunk with a desk in his hand, leaning weakly against the wall. Wen witnessed his companions turning into zombies, saw them biting his classmates to death, and experienced long-term torture of fear and hunger. He had already despaired, but the moment he saw Lu Ming breaking into the room, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "I'm saved. Brother, be careful, they will bite you to death." Lu Ming heard the other party's reminder and had a good first impression of this boy. At least he was more polite than the 3 people he met this morning. The loud noise scared the zombies that were gnawing on the corpse, but they reacted quickly. They dropped the rotten meat on the ground and pounced on Lu Ming like wild beasts. In their eyes, living meat was more delicious. Wu Wen was so frightened by the zombies that he closed his eyes, fearing that his last hope would be shattered. Boom, boom. After 2 dull collision sounds, the air became extremely quiet. Wu Wen only heard the man say gently, "Open your eyes. The zombies are already dead. Their heads have fallen off. They can't survive even if they want to." The voice was a little frivolous, but Wu Wen could feel the confidence behind it. Wu Wen slowly opened his eyes and saw that his former classmate, today's zombie, had been beheaded. A wave of nausea surged up in his heart and he wanted to vomit, but there was nothing in his stomach, so he couldn't vomit, and he didn't even have the strength to dry heave. Seeing this, Lu Ming took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and threw it to the upper bunk. "Eat something to replenish your energy first. Once you recover, I will take you away from here." "Thank you, bro. Thank you very much." Although Lu Ming did not see any signs of superpowers from Wu Wen, and even his combat power was only 3, he was very touched by his sincere attitude, which at least made him feel that his kindness was not wasted. Wu Wen swallowed a piece of chocolate in no time, and his expression eased. "Thank you for saving me, big brother. My name is Wu Wen, and I'm a senior high school student. Although my family isn't very rich, I will definitely repay you." Seeing the confident expression on Wu Wen's face, Lu Ming found it very funny. He did not need Wu Wen's repayment, and the other party was not strong enough to repay him. Lu Ming chuckled and shook his head. I just happened to save you. It was just a small favor. I didn't expect you to repay me. Wuan remembered how the other party chopped off the heads of 2 zombies with one knife. With such superb skills, there was really no need for him. Then he seemed to remember something, raised his fist, gently knocked on the wall, put his ear against it, and listened quietly to the movement. Seeing this, Lu Ming asked, "Is there anyone alive next door?" Wuan nodded first, then shook his head. "I don't know. I could still hear the sound yesterday, but now I have no reaction." "Wait a moment, I'll take a look." Lu Ming did not hesitate, went to the next door and broke in directly. Swish. After chopping off 3 zombies, Lu Ming looked up at the bed connected to Wu En's wall and found that there was indeed a person there, but he was curled up in the corner and seemed to be dead. Chapter 76 Chiu Chengyu, Communicating with the Beast. Lu Ming did not rush to check on the other party's situation. First, he hated corpses, and second, he hated the corpses of the leaders. In such a small space, with 3 zombies howling and screaming, the virus concentration must be very high. What if this guy gets infected? Or what if the corpse suddenly mutates? To be on the safe side, Lu Ming picked up a zombie's head with a knife and smashed it towards the upper bunk. Sure enough, the person who had been motionless began to tremble slightly, as if he was trying his best to hide and suppress some meaning. Meow. A sharp cat cry pierced the quiet atmosphere, and a black cat jumped out of the man's arms. Its green eyes made people feel uneasy. Lu Ming immediately sensed the fighting power of the cat, but the results surprised him. This cat actually has a combat power of 40, making it the most powerful creature Lu Ming has ever seen. "Xiaomi, come back?" The boy on the upper bunk called softly, and the cat didn't hesitate at all. It jumped to the ground, then leaped into the air, straight up to the 2-meter-high bed, and got into the boy's arms. This boy's condition was obviously much better than Wu An's. Moreover, his face was rosy and his eyes were bright. He didn't seem to feel panic or terror. Lu Ming carefully checked the boy's combat value, 13, flashing yellow, proving that this person posed a hidden danger to him. Lu Ming was sure that this boy must have awakened his superpowers, otherwise, he would not have been able to survive until now, and his combat value was far beyond that of ordinary people. At this time, Wuan came over quietly from next door, looking very weak as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. After seeing that the boy with the cat in his arms was safe and sound, he breathed a long sigh of relief and said thankfully, "Chiu Chengyu, you are okay too, that's great. This big brother is my savior. I was almost bitten to death by my classmate who turned into a zombie. Thanks to this big brother for saving me." Chiu Chengyu was not as enthusiastic as Wuan. He looked at Lu Ming with caution, his eyes full of fear. He was afraid. Lu Ming didn't know what he was afraid of. Was it because he had lost a life in his hands? "Wuan, I have other things to do. You should leave with your classmates first. Be careful on the road." Wuan was about to speak, but was stopped by Chiu Chengyu, who glared at him fiercely. Out of trust in Chiu Chengyu, Wuan did not stop him. After thanking Lu Ming again and again, he watched him go upstairs. Only after the footsteps faded away did Chiu Chengyu dare to breathe a sigh of relief. "I was so scared. I was so scared. What a scary person. Old Wu, you don't even know what you just went through? You were jumping back and forth on the line of death." Wuan frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that? What are you talking about?" Chiu Chengyu pointed at the black cat in his arms and said seriously, "I'm telling you, don't disbelieve me. I have awakened a special ability that allows me to communicate with animals and command them to do things. Just now, Xiaomi told me that this man killed a lot of zombies and walked all the way here, as if he was looking for something. I think he is looking for someone, otherwise he wouldn't have risked coming to the zombie den." Wu An's face was full of disbelief. He didn't know whether he didn't believe Chiu Chengyu could communicate with animals, or he didn't believe Lu Ming would kill so many zombies. "Really? How can I lie to you? We are good brothers, good buddies. How can I joke with you about this matter?" Chiu Chengyu swore, "If I tell even a single lie, God will punish me with lightning." Wuan relaxed his brows, exhaled lightly, and said slowly, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave here first and find a safe place. Then you can tell me what's going on. What about communicating with animals and zombies?" "That's right. We have to leave quickly. If that man comes back, we won't be able to leave. Let's go get some food first." Standing on the balcony on the second floor, Lu Ming looked at the backs of Wu and Chiu Chengyu as they walked away, a smile on his face. Communicating with animals. This ability seems very interesting. Is that black cat with a combat power of 40 called Xiaomi? Why is it so strong? The mice have mutated, so a cat that eats mice cannot lag behind. Lu Ming could not find any reason to kill the polite Wuan. On the contrary, Qiu Chengyu was a little too thoughtful and wary of him. However, this was also in line with the psychology of a normal person. It is normal to have a sense of crisis in times of crisis. As a man, it is a good thing to maintain a sense of danger. Lu Ming was far less interested in them than in the black cat. Recalling the description of the white jade Buddha, it seemed that the golden retriever left the white jade Buddha just to track down the black cat. The missing golden retriever and this powerful black cat may be connected. Lu Ming couldn't expect a cat to speak, so he could only search carefully and save survivors like Wuan. Only being thanked for the rescue is meaningful to Lu Ming, and it can satisfy his sense of justice. If the story of the farmer and the snake happens, Lu Ming will be happy to turn into a man-eating beast and send all the poisonous snakes to hell. Lu Ming's kindness must not be betrayed, no matter who it is. After patrolling the second floor, Lu Ming found nothing except a few ferocious zombies. After killing the zombies, Lu Ming took out a small mirror to observe his data, 2.50. The golden value still did not change. No matter whether he killed people or zombies, it could not provide him with energy. It seemed that he needed to find another way to improve his strength. Ma Jun's strong physical fitness inspired Lu Ming that it was urgent to exercise his muscles and train his explosive power, endurance, speed, strength, and reaction ability. When facing a low-level opponent, Lu Ming can easily kill him with one strike of his sword. However, if he encounters an opponent of similar strength, or someone with special abilities, his one strike of his sword would seem insufficient. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Moreover, Lu Ming himself is in danger, so he cannot slack off in the slightest. Thinking back to Ji Chenghui and Zhao Yang, Lu Ming's expression became serious. The combat power value cannot explain everything. Not everyone is willing to fight head-on. If others seize every opportunity to escape, then he will be powerless at certain times, especially when the opponent bursts out with the attitude of a child of destiny and disappears in an instant. All the way up, the zombies were headless, with heads scattered on the ground, and the cold and smelly smell became more and more intense. The third and fourth floors were all cleared by Lu Ming. No one survived. Lu Ming felt a little disappointed. He only saved 2 people. One building, 1 or 2,000 people, and the survival rate was so low. It seemed that there was no point in coming here. He didn't even find the golden retriever. Not a single hair was seen. Chapter 77. Stationery store, zombie loli with broken legs. Lu Ming, who was not interested, wandered around Donghu No. 3 middle school but found nothing. I looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set, and the colorful clouds in the sky were so beautiful. No matter how horrible things happen on the ground, the clouds in the sky are so leisurely and never worry about human affairs. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Lu Ming seemed to be strolling in the courtyard, leisurely and contented, enjoying the tranquility and peace here alone. Qiu Qingyu ultimately underestimated Lu Ming's terrifying nature. The entire campus had turned into a Shura field. What came into view were not zombies, but headless corpses. The desolate campus was filled with a strange atmosphere. Wuan was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his legs were shaking. Zombies eating people was terrible, and the headless corpses of zombies everywhere were even worse. He was convinced of Qiu Chengyu's words, and his legs were shaking, not sure whether it was because of hunger or fear. Finally, with the soft cry of the black cat Xiaomi, the two gradually regained their senses and fled the crime scene. How terrible! That's an exaggeration, brother. Why did he save us? The black cat Xiaomi jumped out of Qiu Chengyu's arms and landed steadily on the ground. It shook its hair, and its body slowly grew larger. In just a few seconds, its body had grown to 1 meter high and 3 or 4 meters long. Its green cat eyes emitted a terrifying light, and its huge body was like a tiger, majestic and murderous. I saw it rubbing against Qiu Chengyu's legs affectionately, meowing, as if saying something, and then walking in one direction. Qiu Chengyu's expression became serious. Wuan, let's go quickly. Xiaomi told me that man is here to look for a dog. Brother Qiu, are you sure this big cat is Xiaomi? Wu En's legs trembled. His throat moved slightly, and he looked incredulous. Even if he came here to look for a dog, what does it have to do with us? Qiu Qingyu spread his hands. It has nothing to do with us, but it has something to do with Xiaomi. Xiaomi said that she was teasing the silly dog and accidentally led the dog into the zombie group, and it ran away alone. Xiaomi said that the man has been eyeing it and will catch up soon, and then it won't be able to run away. Wuan, think about it, with corpses all over the ground. Would this man be someone who is easy to talk to? Xiaomi killed his dog. He will definitely blame us. He won't listen to our explanation. Follow me if you don't want to die. Wu finally chose to live. Only those who have walked on the line between life and death know how important it is to be alive. The black cat Xiaomi did not leave through the main gate of the campus. Instead, he climbed over the wall and brought the two people to a secluded path. With his agility and animal instinct, he found a safe place. At the same time, Feng Xian and Qin Ruru looked at the zombies outside the window, beating the glass desperately without any ripples. Instead of panicking, they felt like laughing. It was like watching tigers in a sightseeing car. They could finally observe the zombies up close. Doomsday Survival Knowledge +1. Are you afraid? I'm not scared. Are you? Me too. Zombie. Roar. Indeed, this small scene was not worth them panicking and losing their color. What was more important was that they had someone to back them up, and the sense of security that Lu Ming brought them made them calm and composed. Swish, swish, swish. After the pleasant sound of weapons being unsheathed, the outside of the car became quiet, and then they saw Lu Ming slowly getting into the car. Feng Xian slowly lowered the car window, looked at the stationery store opposite the school gate, and whispered, I want to get a few notebooks and write a diary. Keeping a diary? That's a really good habit. Lu Ming did not reject her and immediately fulfilled her insignificant wish. Immediately, Lu Ming turned the car around and parked it steadily in front of the stationery store. The door of the stationery store was closed. Lu Ming swung his knife to break open the metal sliding door and saw a tempered glass door. Without hesitation, he swung his knife again. The terrifying force instantly destroyed the door, and the broken glass fell to the ground like flying snowflakes. Lu Ming walked into the stationery store, followed closely by Feng Xian and Qin Ruru. The scene in front of her shocked Qin Ruru. She saw two corpses, which belonged to the stationery store owner and his wife. What frightened her even more was that there was a thin figure lying on the corpses, gnawing at their flesh bit by bit. Feng Xian's voice trembled slightly. She nervously grabbed Lu Ming's sleeve and whispered, It's their child. I've seen this little girl. Lu Ming protected the two of them behind him and looked at the young zombie carefully. Ferociousness, bloodthirstiness, and terror were all integrated into her young face. Dense black lines climbed unscrupulously on her fair arms. What attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was that the girl's legs were folded at a strange angle, and the white kneecaps could be vaguely seen. Judging from her body shape, Lu Ming believed that this girl was less than 10 years old when she was alive. She was a real little loli. However, now she has turned into a short-legged zombie loli. When facing ugly zombies, Lu Ming has never shown mercy and always uses beheading to show his respect for the dead. Holding a knife, Lu Ming approached the zombie loli. Having lost both legs, her mobility was greatly restricted. Besides that, in Lu Ming's eyes, the opponent's combat power was only 12, which could not pose much threat to him. Roar. As Lu Ming approached, the zombie loli slowly crawled out of the flesh and blood. She moved swiftly on the ground with her bloody hands and elbows, and pounced on him like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity. So fast. It was the first time that Lu Ming saw a zombie with such quick reactions. He slashed with his sword fiercely, missing the opponent's neck and hitting the zombie loli's chest heavily. Who? An obscure tone erupted from the zombie loli's mouth. She still did not give up the attack. She got up again, still maintaining a very high speed and rushing towards Lu Ming, aiming at Lu Ming's throat, determined to bite him to death. The zombie loli's chest was cut open by Lu Ming's knife. Feng Xian could cut through the bright red flesh and blood to the young heart, but the heart was not beating and its color was slightly black. Lu Ming's wrist trembled slightly, his eyes calm. You were too gentle. If you were faster and more powerful, even if you couldn't chop off the head, you could still chop the zombie in half. Brush. Just as Lu Ming said, Feng Xian saw with her own eyes the bloody scene of the zombie loli being cut in half with a knife. Her internal organs scattered all over the floor, her stomach split in half, and the sour and stinky smell instantly filled the entire house. Vomit! Vomit! The two girls rushed to the door and vomited violently. It's so disgusting. Not only are the zombies disgusting, but the organs being cut in two and scattered all over the floor are also disgusting, and the smell coming from the stomach is even more disgusting. Fear, this feeling was rarely felt, because they knew that Lu Ming was very strong, and as long as he was there, nothing would go wrong. Chapter 78. Mutated Wild Dog. Cannibalism. Holding a large box of notebooks, Feng Xian quietly looked out the window at the stationery store. She couldn't help but recall the scene where the zombie loli was chopped into two pieces, and her mouth felt a little bitter. Qin Ruru handed her a piece of chewing gum. Feng Xian did not refuse and put it in her mouth and chewed it gently. It's so scary. If we run into that little zombie, we won't have a chance to fight back. We'll be bitten to death in a split second. Chin Ruru sighed. The stationery store owner's body was hollowed out and eaten by his daughter. Zombies have no humanity. They are another kind of creature, all wild. Fengxian didn't say anything. The previous visual challenge was pressing on her nerves. She didn't want to recall the past, and she didn't want to face this dangerous world. At this moment, she truly understood the wisdom of the White Jade Buddha. When people are faced with irresistible danger and difficulties, they must learn to take advantage of the situation and not spare the cost. At this moment, Lu Ming was casually flipping through teaching materials in the stationery store. He had a sense of déjà vu. A few years ago, he was also swimming in a sea of books and questions, and was admitted to university through hard work and effort. It's a pity that after being admitted to university, I neglected my studies, did not learn the professional courses well, lost the aura of a top student, and became an expert at slacking off. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not just slack off throughout the whole process. He also learned something. Even in such a harsh doomsday environment, he was able to apply his knowledge. Lu Ming took a few pins from the stationery store and was about to get in the car when he suddenly noticed a group of wild dogs approaching from a distance. No matter how developed a city is, there will always be a shortage of stray dogs. They share the same table with homeless people and forage for food in garbage dumps. Their sharp teeth and claws breed countless viruses and bacteria, and a single bite from them can send a person to the hospital. These dogs are either abandoned or stray, but they live together with humans on this land and have one thing in common. They are afraid of humans. However, the scene before him changed Lu Ming's mind. They seem to have become different and more aggressive. A muddy German shepherd cautiously approached Lu Ming, showing its fangs demonstratively, with greedy eyes, a long scarlet tongue covered with delicate barbs, and claws as sharp as knives and as long as daggers. Through reconnaissance, Lu Ming learned that the wild dog's combat power was as high as 30, which vaguely posed a threat to him. Lu Ming frowned, and the Tang sword in his hand flew out with a bang. The ruddy blade was still stained with blood, and a strong smell of blood spread everywhere. Dog? I hate dogs the most, especially stray dogs. They all deserve to die. When Lu Ming saw this dirty German shepherd, he recalled his own experiences of being bitten by dogs, both by domestic dogs and by wild dogs. No matter whether it is a big dog or a small dog, in his eyes, none of them is a safe creature. Unless they can be turned into delicious dog meat, otherwise, dogs will never be liked by him. The wild dogs were not fighting alone. After sensing Lu Ming's murderous aura, the German shepherd also felt a sense of crisis. Then, it growled softly, attracting more wild dogs. The wild dogs have strong muscles and ferocious faces, and some even have human corpses in their mouths. Lu Ming licked the corner of his mouth and threw the scabbard aside. An astonishing murderous aura burst out of his eyes. He was sure that these dogs were no longer ordinary dogs, but mutated. Following the laws of the wild, they had begun to eat the remains of humans. After tasting human blood, the mutant wild dogs will definitely have a strong interest in living people, and Lu Ming will become the wild dog's prey. Falling to be the prey of beasts? What a shameful and pathetic thing. Lu Ming would never allow this to happen. Even if he died, he should not become a delicacy for wild dogs. Because of his disgust for wild dogs, Lu Ming's anger rose to an unprecedented level. Although the combat power of the dozens of wild dogs in front of him was around 30, if they attacked in groups, Lu Ming would be in a very difficult situation. Fear is definitely not a reason to retreat. Lu Ming finally found an opportunity to kill wild dogs, and he would never give up easily. Die? Rubbish. With a roar like thunder, Lu Ming's leg muscles burst out with terrifying energy, allowing him to reach the German shepherd that was staring at him in an instant. Before it could react, he slashed out with a knife and chopped off half of its head. Half of the dog's head flew up, leaving a piece of gray matter, while its broken lower jaw was still perfectly retained on the body, twitching irregularly, and bright red blood slowly seeped out. The German shepherd died suddenly. Lu Ming looked at the German shepherd's body coldly, still feeling unsatisfied. He then raised his foot and stomped on half of its skull until it was crushed to pieces. The eyeballs and brain matter were mixed together, and the bones were broken into small, sticky pieces. The next second, what greeted Lu Ming was not a collective attack from wild dogs, but instead they were fleeing in all directions with their tails between their legs. It's really scary. Lu Ming stopped and looked at the wild dogs running around. He didn't know what to do with the Tang sword in his hand. Which one should he choose? Do you really want me, Lu, to become a boy chasing dogs and chickens? Finally, Lu Ming gave up on having the same fight as the wild dog. Recalling the mutant creatures he had seen, the giant rats, the black cats, the mutant wild dogs, Lu Ming had a preliminary understanding in his mind. He had a hunch that in the days to come, there would be more mutant creatures appearing, humans would be able to possess superpowers, and other animals would naturally be able to receive gifts from nature and gain new abilities to adapt to the increasingly harsh living environment. Lu Ming carefully wiped the dirt off his shoes, slowly came to the German shepherd's body, swung the Tang sword in his hand, and easily cut it in half. Lu Ming lowered his head to search in the German shepherd's digestive tract, and indeed found human remains. After further dissection, Lu Ming discovered that the German shepherd's heart was still beating vigorously, but the color was brown. Lu Ming used a knife to cut open the German shepherd's heart. The blade cut through the resilient muscles. He finally found an irregular solid the size of a thumb from deep in the heart. It was red and seemed to be a blood clot. When Lu Ming wanted to study it further, a black number suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, too. This was the first time that combat power perception worked on a non-living object, which clearly indicated the extraordinary nature of this red solid. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach out to touch it, the red solid began to dissolve rapidly, turning into blood and returning to the broken heart. What is this? The black too. Is it combat power? But how did the solid suddenly turn into? Was it oxidized? Or did the air temperature reach its melting point? That doesn't make sense. The temperature of blood is much higher than that of air. How could this solid melt in the air if it is still safe and sound in the heart? Oxidized? That doesn't seem likely. For a moment, Lu Ming had a headache. There were more and more difficult things. He had to figure out the right development path. Otherwise, collecting supplies like a headless fly all day long would be a waste of time. Only if I become stronger can I have the strength to do more of the things I want to do. Chapter 79 Goodbye Ma Jun. Invincible Defense. Ma Jun's appearance was very sudden and beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Unlike the time when he fled in a panic before, Ma Jun was now driving a G-Class, holding a half-meter-long machete in his hand, a cigarette that was almost burnt to the butt in his mouth, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He stared at Lu Ming intently, his eyes full of malice. It is this person in front of me. It is this car in front of me. The humiliation I suffered that day will be avenged today. On that day, Ma Jun, who had suffered humiliation under the ridicule of the White Jade Buddha, unexpectedly awakened his special powers after escaping. He became an invincible golden body. Any attack from the zombies was nothing but a tickle to him. They could not pierce his skin at all, let alone tear him apart and eat his flesh. With this invincible golden body, Ma Jun finally saw hope of survival. First, he stole the principal's G-Class, then he searched the administrative building and got a lot of good tea and cigarettes. He also equipped himself with machetes collected from the troublesome students in the storage room. At this moment, he was invincible. Just when Ma Junji was feeling proud and planning to take revenge on Bai Yufo, he found that the other party had already left the school early. Ma Jun, who had lost his target, did not dwell on it too much. He first went home and found that all his family members were killed. Before he had time to grieve, he was chased and bitten by a group of zombies, who almost broke his invincible golden body. In the following days, Ma Jun began to consciously collect food to ensure his own survival needs. At the same time, he was also searching for survivors, hoping to face the disaster with them. While searching, Ma Jun hoped to meet that vicious woman again and avenge himself. Now, he is about to get his wish. Pooh! Ma Jun arrogantly spat the cigarette but out of his mouth onto the ground, pressed the horn of the principal's G-Class heavily, and said to Lu Ming in a condescending manner, "Hey, you guy, where is that woman who played tricks on me? I'm looking for her." Lu Ming once again detected Ma Jun's combat value, 40. His strength improved rapidly, and the gap between him and him was only 5, but it was still not difficult to kill him. Hearing that Ma Jun was looking for the White Jade Buddha, Lu Ming was very curious about what Ma Jun wanted to do. When Bai Yu Buddha was teasing Ma Jun, Lu Ming was also present. He knew Bai Yu Buddha's motive, that he was just venting his anger by mocking Ma Jun. Now that Ma Jun is coming to find her, he must have bad intentions. Lu Ming was very curious about how Ma Jun would treat the White Jade Buddha in order to vent his anger. "Why are you looking for her? She is my woman. It's the same if you tell me anything." Hearing this, Ma Jun smiled coldly. "Boy, you saved me, and I remember this favor in my heart. But that woman played a trick on me, and I have never forgotten it. Now, favor is favor, and resentment is resentment. These are two different things. How did your woman treat me that day?" I want to pay her back with interest. No one can stop me. Oh. Lu Ming laughed. He laughed at Ma Jun's simplicity and naivety, and also laughed at his own curiosity. He and the White Jade Buddha are originally one. So how can they clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment? Why would he take such an intense interest in a dying man? What a waste of time. She is my woman. I have to protect her. This is what I promised her. Even if she commits a heinous crime, as long as I am here, no one can hurt her. If there is, I won't be able to see it, because I will defend my promise with my blood. Lu Ming licked the corner of his mouth and blew out a breath of foul air. He threw the Tang sword in his hand aside. He hooked his finger at Ma Jun provocatively and said contemptuously, "You still remember that I saved you. Now, I will take back the life I gave you. In this way, you will never have the chance to retaliate against her again. So, if you have the guts, come and fight me in a man-to-man duel." Ma Jun raised his eyebrows, pushed open the car door and slowly got out, dropping the machete in his hand at his feet. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it again. He whispered, "I don't owe you anything. My life has always been my own. You saved me voluntarily. I never knelt down to beg you to save me. Even without you, I might not be in trouble. So, don't talk from the perspective of a lifesaver. You don't deserve it." Lu Ming nodded slightly. "Is this what you really think? It's really interesting. No matter what, you are always right, and the one who is wrong is always others, and even the world. Arrogant man, let me see how confident you are." Ma Jun frowned, took a deep puff of his cigarette, clenched his fists tightly, kicked away the machete under his feet, and said coldly, "Arrogant person? You are the most arrogant person. Would you like to see how confident I am? Great. I will open your eyes and let you understand what it means that there are always people better than you, and there are always better things beyond you." As he said that, Ma Jun threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, pointed at it and said, "Before this cigarette is finished, you die." As soon as Ma Jun finished speaking, he shot out and swung his pair of iron fists towards Lu Ming with great force. Hearing this, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. "Kill Huaxiong with warm wine? Are you worthy enough?" Lu Ming shook his shoulders. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, full of insight. In the blink of an eye, Ma Jun's flaws were exposed in Lu Ming's eyes. Eyes, throat. 2 fatal points. Ma Jun's punch was as destructive as a cannonball. Lu Ming took his punch head-on and felt a sharp pain in his arm bones. A tingling and sour feeling crept up to his brain. Besides the pain, it also gave Lu Ming a different feeling. You feel good after getting beaten? That's a bit abnormal. In order to show his strength to Ma Jun, Lu Ming also threw a punch full of explosive power. However, the opponent did not feel anything obvious, but his fist was hurt by the shock. Steel plate? Lu Ming's first reaction was that Ma Jun had put a steel plate under his clothes, so he could fight him one-on-one without fear. This was really despicable. Why didn't I think of it? Lu Ming did not resent the other party's cunning, but instead blamed himself for being too naive and forgetting the old saying that human hearts are treacherous. Ma Jun heard Lu Ming's doubtful voice and couldn't help but laugh wildly. "Haha, steel plate? My flesh is much harder than steel plate. Only people like you who don't have any vision would regard others' strength as a means of cheating. You are really a frog in the well, with a short vision. Heh, do you believe what you said? If you were so strong back then, would you still need me to save you?" Lu Ming sneered. He now knew the source of Ma Jun's confidence. It must be a supernatural power. Apart from his supernatural powers, what else can he boast about? "Do you think I'm bragging? Even if I stand here with my invincible golden body and let you hit me, you can't hurt me at all." Chapter 80 Despicable? Thank you for the compliment. Invincible golden body? You are so arrogant. Lu Ming already knew about Ma Jun's abilities. From his arrogant tone, he knew that he had great confidence in his own defensive abilities, and the abilities he had awakened should be related to defense. He didn't know the limitations and timeliness of the so-called invincible golden body ability, but Lu Ming was able to find the weak points in the defense. The second-level insight of his wild intuition was a powerful ability to find the opponent's weaknesses in an instant, which was just right to restrain Ma Jun. How can there be an invincible being in this world? Even superpowers have weaknesses. Facing the crushing of absolute strength, they can't stir up any storms. What's more, I can see your weaknesses. Throat, eyes. These 2 weak links in the defense mean that no matter whether it is an ordinary person or a superpower, no one can escape the fate of human structural weaknesses. You should wear protective gear, or at least protect your eyes. Lu Ming chuckled and pointed his sword at Ma Jun's throat like a knife. He said that the other party should be careful with his eyes, but in fact he focused his attack on Ma Jun's throat, causing the other party to have no time to react. A bloody hole was pierced in his throat by Lu Ming. Fortunately, Ma Jun reacted in time. If Lu Ming's finger had moved forward 1 centimeter more, he would have been killed on the spot. How despicable! The arrogance on Ma Jun's face faded, replaced by fear and contempt. He couldn't believe that the invincible golden body that he was so proud of actually had a weakness and was broken by Lu Ming in one move. It must be a guess. It must be a guess. Seeing Ma Jun's sign of running away again, Lu Ming chuckled and said, "How naive! Despicable? What a lovely word. I'll just take it as a compliment. It seems that you have not read much, and you know very little about Sun Tzu's art of war and the 36 stratagems. Warfare is all about deception. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. My move is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. What do you think?" The blood in Ma Jun's throat did not stop flowing. His strong physical fitness and the residual energy in his body after killing the zombies were healing his wounds rapidly. After a while, his wounds began to scab over. Ma Jun was frightened. He felt that the man in front of him was very dangerous. He looked nonchalant and silly, but he could easily break his invincible golden body. Now he was still talking nonsense and discussing military strategies with him. It was really weird. At this moment, he thought about escaping again. This was not because he was afraid of Lu Ming, but because he was responsible for his own life. Ma Jun knew that he was very strong, but after being injured, he did not have enough courage to face this person again. The other party had the ability to hurt him, and his trump card was useless to him. If he was more careless, there would definitely be some consequences that he could not bear. Ma Jun glanced at the machete under his feet and slowly stepped back. He could no longer use martial ethics. The opponent was using military tactics so insidiously. He could not blame him for being shameless and directly using weapons. Lu Ming saw all of Ma Jun's little moves and looked at Ma Jun, who was like a funny clown. "You want to take a knife? Do you think you can win and kill me with a knife? This will only speed up your death." Lu Ming felt that there was no need to waste time with him anymore, so he should end this quickly. "I'll tell you another secret. I didn't lie just now. Your eyes are indeed your weak spot. If you touch them, you'll die." As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Ma Jun ran over to pick up the machete on the ground. With a hideous grin on his face and a shrill voice, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. "You are awesome, you are powerful, but even if you know my weakness, so what? You will still die in my hands." Ma Jun approached step by step, weighing the cold machete, and said frantically, "I have a knife. I will kill you one by one. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant." Lu Ming dusted off his body, hooked his finger at Ma Jun, and chuckled. "Come on, give it a try." Facing the calm Lu Ming, Ma Jun began to wonder, is he so brave? Is there really such a person who can remain calm even when facing a catastrophe? I don't believe it. Maybe this guy is playing tricks again. "Hey kid, you're playing tricks on me again. Are you using the 36 stratagems or Sun Tzu's art of war again? The empty city strategy or just bluffing? I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of your tricks. If I say I'm going to chop you to death, I'm going to chop you to death." When the two were less than 1 meter apart, Ma Jun suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, he heard Lu Ming's voice again, which was plain but creepy. "A knife is only useful if it can cut people. A knife that can't cut people can't give people any courage." Then, Ma Jun's eyes went dark and he lost his sight. He felt 2 streams of hot liquid flowing down his cheeks, and the tip of his nose seemed to be covered with something sticky. He slowly stretched out his tongue and licked it lightly. It tasted salty, fishy, and hot. "My eyes," Ma Jun murmured in disappointment. "Gone." Before he could feel it again, his consciousness completely returned to nothingness. The machete in Ma Jun's hand cut off his own head. At the moment before his death, his invincible golden body was still in activation, but due to the absolute speed, he could not resist for even a second. At this moment, the first thing Lu Ming wanted to do was to dissect the man to see if his heart contained a red solid similar to that in the German shepherd's heart. However, looking back at Feng Xian and Qin Ruru, who were shivering in the car, Lu Ming finally suppressed his inner curiosity. He was afraid of scaring them. After searching Ma Jun for the key to the G-Class, Lu Ming opened the car door. There were a few packs of famous cigarettes on the passenger seat, some vacuum-packed beef and mutton on the back seat, as well as some electronic devices, a dozen unopened mobile phones, 2 computers, and a row of shared power banks, the kind that required scanning a code to pay for use, but apparently that didn't require payment now. Since Fengxian and Qin Ruru both couldn't drive a car, Lu Ming had no choice but to give up one of the cars. He was already used to driving a Mercedes-Benz, and he didn't want to change for the time being. Besides, the two women didn't want to get out of the car to see Ma Jun, whose head had been separated from his body. Finally, Lu Ming loaded the vacuum-packed beef and mutton into the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz and took his cell phone and computer with him. Although they could not be used for the time being, once he got the solar power generation equipment, the woman would have toys to play with at home and would not be so bored anymore. Not long after Lu Ming left home, the escaped wild dogs came back again. Following the fresh smell of blood, the dogs greedily devoured Ma Jun's corpse. Even the corpse of the German shepherd became a delicacy in the stomachs of the wild dogs. The first to grab Ma Jun's body was a Doberman. Its sharp claws tore open Ma Jun's chest effortlessly. Its strong jaw muscles helped it to crush the sternum. After digging out a bright red heart, the Doberman bit it carefully, fearing that it would damage the heart's activity. Chapter 81 Wen Qian. Planning. Lu Ming's driving skills became more and more proficient as he shuttled through increasingly familiar streets. An hour later, Lu Ming returned to Caesar's palace with Fengxian and Qin Ruru. Today, Caesar Palace has become Lu Ming's private territory. Although there are still many zombies in it, he has wiped out the possibility of survival of other humans. No one can fight against hundreds of zombies like him alone, not even with guns. Close combat still depends on swords and warriors' fighting skills, and Lu Ming is a strong man in this field. His wild intuition and insight are tailor-made for this. After returning to Caesar's palace, Lu Ming saw that the zombie guarding the door was surrounded by green security windows, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. If he hadn't known that there was a zombie there, Lu Ming would have thought that a group of people were trying to steal the security windows. Lu Ming distributed the meat he brought back and gave new cell phones to the girls. There's no power supply right now. If your phone runs out of battery, just replace it with a new one. Oh, who made those anti-theft windows at the door? They're trapping the zombies inside. If I didn't have sharp eyesight, I wouldn't have been able to see them. Luo, she raised her hands high, not noticing the frightened expressions of Fengxian and Qin Ruru. She came to Lu Ming's side happily and said, "It's me. Sister Wen restricted the zombie's ability to move, and then I piled up all the anti-theft windows to prevent him from scaring people. Sister Wen, are you here to pay respects to the mountain again? You are such a clever little girl." Lu Ming discovered that Luo she was a girl who was good at pleasing others. She could act as someone's younger sister without any psychological burden, and then call others sister to gain favor from them. She was simply a master of speculation. He gently rubbed Luo she's little head and said, "I understand. Just be patient for one night. I will deal with him tomorrow. I also want to continue observing the zombie's mutation process so that I can understand the mechanism more deeply. You go and play first." Luo she seemed a little lost, but she knew that Lu Ming had other important things to do and could not accompany her. For the sake of her future survival, she could not be willful. "Okay, I'll go back first. I haven't touched my phone for a long time. Today I finally have the chance." Bai Yufo took the phone Lu Ming handed to her, glanced at it casually, and put it on the table. "I don't like using electronic products. Let's leave this little thing for them to play with. Are you still going out?" Lu Ming casually took out the car key of the G-Class and placed it on the table. "Yes, I'll drive the car back later and bring back a set of solar power generation equipment. The location has been found. We can use electricity for dinner tonight. It's too hot in the summer. It's hard to endure without electricity. Take me there, okay?" The white jade Buddha clasped his fingers together with a hint of pleading on his face. "I want to go out and take a look." "Someone bullied you?" Lu Ming frowned, and his cold gaze instantly fell on Wen Qian. She was the only one who had the strength to bully the white jade Buddha. Although Luo she was special, she was not the kind of person who would cause trouble, so Wen Qian became the primary target of suspicion. Wen Qian's calves trembled, and she cried out that it was unfair. She had been with Luo she the entire day today, driving a shabby van around dismantling the anti-theft windows on people's windows. She had no time to be alone with Bai UFO at all. It was simply nonsense to say that she bullied Bai UFO. If you want to suspect someone, you shouldn't suspect her, because there are Zhang Yaina, Wang Xian and others in the house. I swear, I accompanied Luo she all day long today to remove the security windows on the street. It was definitely not me. At the same time, Zhang Yaina and Wang Xian had a big word, danger, written on their foreheads. It's definitely not us too. We were both in the room the whole time, and didn't leave the room at all. Lu Ming frowned slightly, puzzled. The White Jade Buddha smiled slightly. It's nothing, actually. I just feel too bored and want to go out for a walk and breathe some fresh air. If you don't want to, forget it. I've already said it. Why let it go? Lu Ming had no doubts. Thinking back to the strange cats and dogs he encountered today, as well as the powerful Ma Jun, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The White Jade Buddha's combat power was too low. It was not enough to kill the evil spirits outside in one move. Okay, let's go together and be careful when the time comes. Damn it, is this the highest art of tea? I'm convinced. When Qian looked at the Mercedes-Benz going away and felt her head was foggy. To deal with a straight man like Lu Ming, only a stunning beauty like Bai Yufo could hit him right in the vital point with one blow. There was no need for any fancy moves. Lu Ming would just surrender. Men are all pigs, visual animals. They deserve to be controlled by her. Jealousy made Wen Qian unrecognizable. The huge emotional fluctuations caused her second personality to appear before dark. Both personalities awakened at the same time. Qian, be more rational. Don't get angry. Be more patient with men. He will fall into your hands sooner or later. Wen Qian, I have no chance of winning. Lu Ming is completely controlled by Bai Buddha. He simply obeys her every word and ignores me. The treatment is so different. What can I do to fight her? I'm out of luck. I'd better go to bed. When Bai Buddha is not feeling well, I will get the qualification to sleep with her, raise a child, and then stand up again with the honor of having a child. Qian, that's a nice thought. You're not the only one who wants to sleep with me. There are many women here who are eagerly watching. Opportunities are not waited for. They are created. Wen Qian, do you have a solution? Tell me now, quickly. I can't take it anymore. If I don't get rid of this invisible identity, I will suffocate to death. Qian, have you forgotten why Lu Ming values us? Because of superpowers. If you have superpowers, you are a treasure. Without superpowers, he would probably smash your head on the same day. He is an extremely realistic person, but sometimes he is restrained by emotions. For example, by Yufo and Luo Shi, who climbed onto the dragon bed and became imperial concubines, Lu Ming was very accommodating to them. As long as you use a little trick to become an imperial concubine, I believe Lu Ming will not blame you. Just think about it. Which man in this world would hurt the heart of a girl who loves him? 25 years old should still be considered a girl. When Qian's heart was moved, and tears of satisfaction flowed from the corners of her mouth. What should I do? I'll do the specific operations now. Qian smiled mysteriously. Now let's watch my performance. I will show you my tea ceremony. The strategy of inflicting pain on oneself, playing hard to get. I will arrange all the moves that the green tea characters in the TV series use for Lu Ming, and I don't believe that he will fail in any of them. As long as he is successful in one of my moves, we will succeed and achieve the ultimate ideal in life. When Qian scratched her head, feeling a little nervous. Why did it feel a little unreliable? Chapter 82. Doberman mutates into a giant red-backed wolf. This is not a romantic date. Lu Ming held the hand of the White Jade Buddha. There were corpses left by wild dogs everywhere. The stench in the air was extremely pungent. There were puddles of blood on the ground. It seemed that this place had become a forbidden area. Even zombies did not dare to set foot here easily. Lu Ming was certain that after he left, the pack of wild dogs returned to this place once and ate all the headless corpses from Donghu No. 3 Middle School. The corpse of Ma Jun near Big G was also turned into a pile of broken bones and rotten flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. What happened here? Why is it so tragic? It's like a slaughterhouse. The White Jade Buddha covered his mouth and nose with his left hand and frowned. Lu Ming looked calm. As the instigator, he was not surprised by the scene before him, and he had no fear or disgust. His only emotion was regret. He regretted not destroying the body immediately and leaving it to the wild dogs, allowing them to pick up an advantage. He felt like a wage earner. I originally wanted to look for your golden retriever, but unfortunately, after searching around the school and saving 2 students, I didn't accomplish anything. Instead, I ran into Ma Jun. Ma Jun? He's still alive? How lucky. Bai Yufo still remembers the man who was fooled by her. He was just an ungrateful person. Saving him was a pure waste of time and energy. Alive? The G-Class is his car. Lu Ming did not elaborate. He slowly walked to Ma Jun's body. Only the spine was clearly visible. The rest did not look like a human figure at all. He said he wanted to seek revenge on you. It seems like he hates you quite a lot. Bai Yufo followed Lu Ming's steps closely, and she seemed to have understood Ma Jun's fate. He must be regretting it. Lu Ming shook his head gently. He didn't think Ma Jun would regret it, because Lu Ming didn't even give him a chance to regret before cutting off his head. It doesn't matter whether he regrets it or not. I don't care. What matters is, do you regret it? It's meaningless to regret, but I hope you don't regret everything you do. You don't know what the world has become now, and you don't know what kind of crisis I'm facing. I can do my best to meet your wishes, but my wishes are always far away. Every time I make up my mind to do something, new situations always arise, forcing me to make changes. I'm trapped in a trap I created and can't get out. The white jade Buddha gently held Lu Ming's palm and rubbed it slowly. So, it's not me who regrets, it's you. You want to leave alone, abandon your own land of comfort, your 3 wives and 4 concubines, your harem. Throw all the promises you made to me into the trash can? Can you leave? Are you willing to do so? Can you endure the loneliness of being alone? Your heart is warm, but not cruel enough. Even if you kill a lot of zombies, you will not swing a knife to kill the person next to you. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. Do you know me well? Or am I too superficial? I was seen through by others at a glance. You're right. I'm not ruthless enough. My heart is too soft. People like me can't be heroes, nor can they be tyrants. I can't stand loneliness, and I'm greedy for pleasure. I'm a complete vulgar person, even a bad person. But what can we do about it? It's the same no matter who we are. We try to live in this confusing world. But who are we living for? I live for myself anyway. Bai Yufo did not respond. She turned her head to look into the distance, took the car keys from Lu Ming, and got into the G-Class. After starting the car, Bai Yufo lowered the window and said, I have to prepare some maternal and child supplies. I will get pregnant. It's only a matter of time. When you see your child born with your own eyes, can you still say that you live for yourself? Lu Ming was speechless for a moment. He shook his shoulders and said, well, I'll add one more sentence. Live for the people I care about. The white jade Buddha smiled, like the sun rising suddenly in the mist, instantly dispelling the haze in my heart. Learn to fall in love with me, and I will fall in love with you too. A relationship without emotional ties is simply vulnerable. Oh, love you? Because you are young and beautiful? That is not enough. Unless you can be 18 years old forever and never grow old. Seeing the disgust on Lu Ming's face, Bai Yufo was slightly stunned. Facing this stubborn man, the only way to gain his favor is to penetrate into his heart little by little, nourish him, and leave a mark in his heart. You will change. I am changing every moment, but I can never change to what you want. As soon as Lu Ming finished saying this, he saw a giant furry canine appear in his sight. Immediately, Lu Ming drew his tang sword and said to the white jade Buddha in a serious tone, close the car windows and be ready to leave at any time. We will have a good chat tonight. Through the rearview mirror, Bai Yufo also saw the giant beast that was approaching step by step. However, this time she did not run away decisively as she had done in the past. Instead, she started the car with a serious face and turned towards the dangerous beast. Lush black hair, a pair of scarlet eyes full of danger, blood-red stripes spreading along the spine on the back, canine teeth interlaced, claws shooting out like a sword drawn from its sheath, and a furry tail hanging down casually. According to visual estimation, this strange creature should be over 160 centimeters tall and 250 centimeters long. It is a well-deserved monster. Is this a wolf? Why is it so big? In Lu Ming's eyes, the combat power of this behemoth was 55, which was 5 points higher than his. However, it did not give him the slightest sense of crisis. He even had the urge to kill this giant red-backed wolf with ease. After careful analysis, Lu Ming finally remembered the true identity, or original form, of the giant red-backed wolf in front of him. It was the Doberman. When Lu Ming chopped off the German Shepherd's head with a knife, it was the fastest dog. At that time, Lu Ming wanted to chase it and chop it, but he was too tired and gave up. I didn't expect that the Doberman would mutate into this majestic appearance in just one afternoon. It's really scary. Cut it down. Take the skin off and make a carpet. At this moment, Bai Yufo opened the car door and yelled at Lu Ming, hurry up and get in the car. It's not here yet. Let's stay in the car. It can't outrun us. Lu Ming frowned, looking unhappy. Why don't you listen? I told you to leave. This dog, a mutant Doberman, is no match for me. I can easily chop it to death. Don't get in the way, or I'll lose my concentration and hold you back. Bai Yu Buddha bit her lip and whispered, I might be pregnant. The next second, Lu Ming got into the car and slammed the door shut. What are you waiting for? Get out of this place right now. This dog is nothing. I will chop it up sooner or later. Right now, you are the most important. Chapter 83, Cowardly Wolf. I'm so stupid. You gave me such obvious hints, but I still didn't see it. I'm so blind. Leave this place quickly. I will kill this big dog someday. Is it okay to drive fast? Are you okay? For a moment, Lu Ming panicked and mumbled something he didn't even know what it meant. Behind the G-class, the giant red-backed wolf was still following closely. A terrifying wolf howl sounded, which made Lu Ming even more certain that the wild dog had mutated and evolved. Dogs evolved into wolves? This is a throwback. However, this size is indeed a bit big. It doesn't look like it. After Lu Ming thought for 2 seconds, he put his gaze on the white jade Buddha's lower abdomen again, licked his dry lips, and his brain finally came online. How do you know for sure that you're pregnant? Can you tell in just a few days? The white jade Buddha smiled slightly. Do you think I'm lying to you? Then don't believe me. Don't I understand my own body? No, that's not what I meant. Don't be angry. I'm not doubting you. I'm just a little confused. The white jade Buddha had a smile on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry, which made Lu Ming a little confused. In his heart, he extremely hoped that what the white jade Buddha said was true, but reason told him that this was obviously impossible, as the two had only known each other for less than a week. I'm just afraid of being disappointed. The white jade Buddha exhaled slowly and said softly, My relative has never been late. He is very regular. However, he didn't come yesterday and didn't respond today. I am sure it is not my problem. Could it be that your recent irregular diet and irregular work and rest schedule have affected your normal physiological problems? Lu Ming frowned. Didn't they say that the chance of pregnancy is very small during a certain period of time? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. It's only been a few days. What do you mean? Don't want it? Or are you not happy about it? The white jade Buddha's face was slightly cold, and Lu Ming inexplicably felt a little flustered, as if he had done something wrong and was caught, and he felt uneasy. Don't you want to be a father? Lu Ming shook his head. Of course I do. How could I not want to? I just can't believe it. Can't believe it? Then why don't you just stay away from me for a month and take a pregnancy test and you'll know, right? Bai Yufo was a little angry. She didn't understand why she was angry. Her chi cultivation skills were obviously very good, and there was nothing excessive in what Lu Ming said. But no matter how she listened, she found it particularly harsh. The next second, Bai Yufo's anger reached its peak. Lu Ming actually considered what she said and sentenced her to a month of torture in an empty room. Am I really that unlovable? How can I please you? Snort. This time, Lu Ming could truly feel the white jade Buddha's unhappiness, but it seemed difficult for him to coax her. The two of them were not on an equal footing from the beginning, and the exploitation of the weak by the strong had always existed. If he wanted to change the current situation and let Lu Ming give up the privileges of the strong, the only way would be to wait until 10 months later, when the baby was born. Forget it, you probably don't know what's wrong with your body, so I won't bother with you. After calming down, Lu Ming was still a master at turning his face ruthlessly. It was only slightly better than pulling up his pants and refusing to admit his mistakes. Bai Yufo was so angry that she didn't know what to say. What about the privileges of being favored by pregnant women? She had endured the fact that beautiful women were not favored, but now that she was pregnant, how could he still ignore it? The white jade Buddha clenched her teeth, finding it hard to swallow this breath. This unfair treatment was trampling on her few supreme rights, her self-esteem as a woman and a mother in the future. At worst, I can raise it myself. This dangerous thought flashed through Bai Yufo's mind, and reason forced her to face reality. She still had to rely on this man to survive. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yufo noticed that the giant red-backed wolf she was tracking had disappeared. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a horrifying scene happened. The giant red-backed wolf actually ran in front of their car, with a hint of human sarcasm at the corner of its mouth, and howled hard. The white jade Buddha was so frightened that he slammed the steering wheel. If Lu Ming hadn't stopped him in time, the car would have been destroyed and everyone would have died. Lu Ming gently pinched the frightened white jade Buddha's face and said casually, Whether it's a wolf or a dog, they are crazy about their prey. The more we run, the happier they chase us. Most beasts enjoy the process of chasing their prey, so running away is not the best way to solve the problem. Next, let me show you how to kill it. As he spoke, Lu Ming opened the car door with his unsheathed tang sword in hand. The white jade Buddha didn't even have time to say the words, "Don't go." Unlike the fight that Lu Ming expected, the red-backed giant wolf immediately changed direction the moment it saw Lu Ming and ran away. Lu Ming was alone, disheveled in the wind. Damn, a wolf that eats human flesh actually ran away when it saw a living person? This fucking mutation is not complete. So cowardly. Isn't this great? If you clash with such a big guy, it's inevitable that there will be bumps and collisions. The white jade Buddha who survived the disaster was puzzled. Maybe, but I'm more confident that I can chop off its head. How terrifying was the skinny figure in the eyes of the red-backed giant wolf. With just one stroke, it chopped the head of the strongest German shepherd in their species in half. It smelled the breath of this man in the corpses of those zombies, and even detected traces left by this man on the owner of the heart it had swallowed. The nature of the beast makes it hunt living things, but the fear that comes from its instinct is something it cannot go against, especially when facing a creature that once killed many people in front of it. It has already imprinted the man's aura deep in its soul. If it had not become strong enough, it would never have followed this man. Little did they know that Lu Ming had already set his sights on this mutant giant wolf, and had even formulated a practical hunting plan. Lu Ming was determined to get the head of the red-backed giant wolf. The giant wolf running in the city had no idea that more than one person was staring at it. At this moment, it just wanted to escape and leave the hunting ground. In its eyes, Lu Ming, as a top predator, could kill it at any time. Out of the beast's instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, it had to change its hunting ground and make a living in another place. This is probably the weakest mutant beast. Chapter 84. Finally meeting my cousin. The car broke down and won't move. Lu Ming opened the hood of the car and looked at the smoking engine. He felt that his luck was not very good today. The G-class he just got was broken before he could even warm up to it. Although he was a student majoring in mechanical engineering, Lu Ming did not have the ability to repair the engine with his bare hands, especially in the crisis moment of the zombie outbreak. It's no big deal. This car is scrapped. You stay here now. I'll get a new one. Bai Yufo rejected Lu Ming's proposal without a second thought. Throw her into the zombie pile and wait for him to come back? What kind of trick was this? Bai Yufo even suspected that this was Lu Ming's revenge for her breaking the G-class. No, I have to follow you. Lu Ming immediately cast a look of disdain at her. She was just a little scum with a combat power of only 20. She had nothing good except her good looks. The so-called superpowers could not help her much at all. She was just a burden. Can you do it? You're so weak. If something happens, won't I be at a huge loss? What's the loss? You don't lack women in your harem. The white jade Buddha said with a hint of jealousy. With your ability, you can have any woman you want. Why do you have to be so sorry for a woman like me? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly, and he showed an expression of serious thinking on his face. He nodded slowly. Yes, what you said makes sense. After saying that, Lu Ming dropped the white jade Buddha and turned to leave. At this time, Bai Yufo was furious and annoyed. He slammed the car door and cursed with gnashing teeth. What a bastard! How can you be so easy to please? Can you keep me as your only woman? Hurry up and catch up. Stop mumbling there. I can actually hear you. Hearing this, the white jade Buddha stamped his feet lightly, looked around the gloomy surroundings, and a chill crept up his shoulders. Then she called out softly, "Wait for me." He trotted all the way to behind Lu Ming. What did you just scold me for? No, I said you are a handsome guy. Hiss. Don't pinch my butt. It hurts a bit. Oh, you can't do it from the front either. Your son wants to eat something. If it gets broken, you have to feed him. I was wrong. Stop pinching me. I apologize, I'm sorry. If you want to pinch me, let's go home and do it. It's too embarrassing in public. Walk slower, like a little kid. Along the way, Bai Yufo was provoked unilaterally, and her whole body turned pink. Although she looked a little angry, she was extremely happy in her heart. Finally, through an extremely childish way of acting coquettishly, she brought the two people closer together. To deal with this kind of man, you can't take the usual approach. Women who act like spoiled brats have the best luck. Because of the existence of the white jade Buddha, Lu Ming gave up the idea of conflict with the zombies. Along the way, the two of them were avoiding zombies. Even if they came across a suitable car, Lu Ming did not dare to act rashly, for fear of causing a chain reaction among the zombies. Leaning quietly against the wall, Lu Ming held the delicate little hand of the white jade Buddha with one hand and tightly grasped the Tang sword with the other hand. He leaned sideways to peek at the intersection. There were a lot of zombies at the intersection, as many as 100. If he attacked rashly, the White Jade Buddha would surely be besieged by the zombies. Lu Ming held the Tang sword in his hand. With his wild instinct and insight, he was able to protect himself even when facing more zombies. However, asking him to protect another person at the same time was beyond his ability. He could sense his own crisis, but not the crisis of the White Jade Buddha. Looking at the slightly panicked eyes of the White Jade Buddha, Lu Ming gave up this route. He planned to go further, bypass this area from a place with fewer zombies, and then get the car. Trust me a little more. Am I the kind of person who would abandon a woman? You're safe with me here. The White Jade Buddha gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded affectionately. Yes, I believe you. Just as the two were changing direction, the roar of a huge engine resounded through the sky. In an instant, the group of zombies became agitated, following the direction of the sound. This group of zombies strangely headed towards where Lu Ming was. Seeing this, Bai Yufo turned around suddenly and found several wranglers driving behind them. Damn it! It's raining cats and dogs. Where did this group of people come from? Lu Ming cursed angrily, picked up the White Jade Buddha, and ran at an extremely fast speed. The White Jade Buddha lay quietly on Lu Ming's chest, his eyes looking at the zombies and the wrangler convoy that were getting farther and farther away. He felt surprised and extremely quiet in his heart. This feeling of escape seemed very good. Lu Ming's speed has reached the peak of his body. His combat power, 10 times that of a human, has exploded in all aspects. His muscles are tense and his energy is burning. He is transformed into a life-escaping machine, just running for his life, leaving behind a dashing back. The wrangler team that passed by Lu Ming was still lamenting his tragic fate, not knowing that they had been put on Lu Ming's death blacklist. Regardless of the other party's intention, Lu Ming has made a note of this. From now on, if he sees someone driving this kind of car, there will be only one fate for him, which is to be cut into pieces and then thrown into a group of zombies to experience the pain of being devoured by hundreds of ghosts. After running for an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming finally stopped. Tired and out of breath, he put the White Jade Buddha down and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. I have never felt such a deep hatred for human beings. Some people just deserve to die. I must kill them no matter what. Lu Ming poked the asphalt road with his Tang sword, and the White Jade Buddha listened to him quietly. One person spoke and one person listened, and the scene was extremely harmonious. Your clothes are soaked with sweat. Let me find you something dry. I saw a suit store just now. It's very close, about 100 to 200 meters away. Lu Ming looked down at his chest and found it was indeed soaked with sweat. Fortunately, he didn't feel uncomfortable and there was no need to change clothes. However, Bai Yufo insisted again and again, and there didn't seem to be any zombies nearby, so there was nothing wrong in asking her to find some clothes. Okay, be careful. If you get in trouble, shout for help. I can hear you. I'll rest here for a while. I just exercised too much and feel a little tired. Let's take a break and get the car later. The White Jade Buddha smiled, brightening up the whole summer. Hurrah! Beautiful women look beautiful when they smile. It makes people feel comfortable and less tired. The White Jade Buddha also possesses superpowers, and her combat power is not too low. As long as she doesn't encounter powerful mutant beasts or people with ulterior motives, ordinary zombies are definitely not her opponents, so Lu Ming is not too worried. Just as Bai Yufo was choosing clothes for Lu Ming, a pink motorcycle came into her sight. It had the same pink girlish helmet, and the shape was still so familiar. Bai Yufo could be sure that this person was Guan Huier, her cousin, and one of her few relatives. But at this time, she didn't want to recognize her relatives. The relationship between her and Lu Ming had just taken a turn for the better and was beginning to develop in a positive direction. She didn't want anyone else to break this tacit understanding. However, with Lu Ming's observation ability, Guan Huier should have entered his field of vision. Even if he wanted to avoid her, it seemed impossible. Under the gaze of the White Jade Buddha, the pink motorcycle slowly stopped and parked in front of the suit shop. The two looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but the White Jade Buddha heard the familiar voice again, still so enthusiastic and kind. Sister, is that you? In an instant, the tenderness of blood broke through Bai Buddha's psychological defense. Bai Buddha sighed in her heart, they are all sisters. It can be said that this is good for everyone. It's me. Are you okay? Chapter 85. Guan Huier's Scrutiny. Women are emotional creatures. When their emotions explode, nothing can stop them from venting their emotions, even if they have important things to do. Fortunately, Bai Yufo is a pragmatic rationalist, and she has not forgotten her mission. After exchanging pleasantries with his cousin, Bai Yufo put the clothes he had chosen for Lu Ming into a clothing bag and began to ask Guan Huier about her recent experiences. On the day the disaster broke out, I happened to be out celebrating my birthday with my classmates and didn't stay in school. When I realized something was wrong, many zombies had already appeared around me. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would have been bitten by the zombies. After that, I rode a shared electric bike home. However, when I got home, I found the house in a mess and there was a lot of blood. My parents and grandparents were all gone. At that time, I was so scared that I rode your motorcycle and hid at a construction site. When I calmed down, I found that I had nowhere to go. So, I hid at the construction site during the day and came out in the evening to look for food and wander around near my home to see if I could run into you. Luckily, I met my sister today. Oh, by the way, how are my parents, grandparents? Are they okay? Bai Yufo smiled bitterly. My uncle and aunt all met with accidents. Grandpa and grandma were old and didn't escape. I was the only one who escaped. That day, I also wanted to run away on a motorcycle, but in order to catch up with Lele, I had to give up the motorcycle. Now, I'm with a companion. Although Guan Huier seemed to have anticipated what Bai Yufo would say, the tears in her eyes still could not stop flowing. After all, she was still a child who had not experienced much of the world and could not withstand the sufferings that the world brought her. Sister, is your companion a man or a woman? You are so beautiful, anyone would have evil thoughts about you. Are you at a disadvantage? The white jade Buddha chuckled, flicked Guan Huier's head gently, and said lovingly, she is obviously a younger sister, but she is always worried about me like a mother. It really makes my little darling tired. He is a man, very lecherous, so everything you think has already happened. What? Where is he? I'll kill him. He dares to bully my sister. I'll make him pay. Guan Huier's anger suddenly rose. Bai Yufo was her only relative now. If anyone dared to bully her, Guan Huier would fight him to the death. Huier, please don't create trouble for me. He didn't bully me. We are mutually beneficial. He provides me with food, shelter, and supplies. We just take what we need. Besides, he's very powerful. So far, I've never seen him get hurt. What if you piss him off and he attacks you? Bai Yufo said earnestly. Besides, he treats me very well, and we have a good relationship. I like this feeling very much. Guan Huier frowned slightly and advised softly, Sister, how about we be together? The two sisters can find a suitable place to live and food no matter where we are. There is no need to serve that man. We can live well on our own. Bai Yu Buddha shook her head. Thinking back to the giant wolf as big as a bison, she shuddered. Living a good life was not an easy task. The actual implementation was completely different from what was said. Do you love him? If you say so, I definitely won't believe it. It's only been a few days. How can love develop between you? Sister, you are not the kind of woman who can be easily deceived. Guan Huier persuaded earnestly, come with me. We are sisters who are united in heart and strength. No matter how hard or tiring it is, we will definitely get through this difficult time. Just because I don't love him now doesn't mean I won't love him in the future, Huier. You don't know what we will face. Survival forced me to choose him, but it's myself that makes me unable to leave him. This man is what I want, and I can't bear to give this treasure to others. Facing Guan Huier, Bai Yufo refused to give in. She had invested a lot of money, real blood, on Lu Ming. How could she stop? Bao, sister, have you been bewitched by that man? You've started to talk nonsense. How can there be a man like Bao in this world? Such people only exist in stories. Guan Huier knows the character of the White Jade Buddha very well. Once he makes a decision, he will never turn back easily, even if he knows that he will get hurt. Sister, I know I can't persuade you, but can you let me take a look at that man? I want to see what the man who has bewitched you looks like. The White Jade Buddha hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, You should know what you were talking about. It's easy for you to see him, but it's hard to leave. Do you think the wolf will not eat the meat that is delivered to the door? Guan Huier sneered, Hey, he's really awesome. So greedy. He already has a sister, but he wants to eat the younger sister too. What a dirty man. If he can catch me, I have a motorcycle. Hearing this, Bai Yufo's lips curled up into a relaxed smile. She finally became a cruel and vicious woman and gave her cousin to her man personally to please him and gain more favor. However, this final result is a very good thing for her, Guan Huier and Lu Ming. She can get the help of a younger sister. Guan Huier can have a more stable life, without having to take risks and running around, eating one meal a day and sleeping in the open air. And the final winner Lu Ming will have a beauty in his arms, and by the way, he can unlock many new ways to play. I hope you won't cry when the time comes. Don't underestimate me, even if I get caught. So what? It's just a few tugs from a pig. I'm not afraid. Finally, the white jade Buddha brought Guan Huier to where Lu Ming was resting. At this time, Lu Ming had already taken off his sweat-soaked clothes, revealing his slightly shaped upper body, which was quite charming. When he saw Guan Huier for the first time, Lu Ming actually had an illusion that he saw a younger white jade Buddha. Whether it was the nose, eyes, face, or figure, they were extremely similar. Even if two flowers bloomed together, they might not be as stunning as the scene before him. Hey, watch your eyes, don't look around. I'm not your wife, be careful or I'll bump into you. When they first met, Guan Huier was full of hostility towards Lu Ming. A man who looked pretty good was staring at her so unscrupulously. He had no respect for her at all, and did not take his sister by UFO seriously. At this time, Guan Huier made up her mind to rescue her sister from the sea of suffering and live a carefree life with her. What's your name? What do you do? Do you have a house or a car? Chapter 86. Guan Huier is so angry. Little girl, do you know what you're talking about? Didn't your sister tell you who I am? Lu Ming ignored Guan Huier's disdainful look. He turned his head and looked at the white jade Buddha calmly. He took the new clothes she handed over, sniffed them gently, and then put them on as if no one was around. He carefully adjusted his collar and seemed to not take Guan Huier seriously at all. Don't be angry, Lu Ming smiled slightly and looked at his new clothes. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? And people can change, too. You can look at me in a different light. I won't let you down. Ha! Next, the white jade Buddha saw the serious Lu Ming coming to Guan Huier at an extremely fast speed, reaching out his hand, grabbing her collar, and throwing her at the white jade Buddha. Then he turned over and rode on the pink motorcycle, studying the structure of the motorcycle like a curious baby. To be honest, this was the first time that Lu Ming had handled a motorcycle that felt so good, and it also had the body fragrance of a young girl. It felt very obscene. What are you doing? Give me back the motorcycle. It's mine. Guan Huier didn't expect this man to be so cowardly. He started to attack her over a disagreement, snatched away her most precious motorcycle, and threw her to the ground without mercy. All this happened without any warning, catching Guan Huier off guard. Even the white jade Buddha who caught Guan Huier in a daze had a confused look on his face, unable to figure out Lu Ming's intentions. Lu Ming smiled at the white jade Buddha and said, "It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This motorcycle is big enough for the three of us. I have never driven such a pink motorcycle before. Today is a chance for me to try it out. You two, one sit in front of me and one sit behind me. Let's leave quickly. I've had enough of the dangerous moments of being chased by zombies. It's too painful." Guan Huier exploded on the spot when she heard that. "This is my car. If anyone needs to be taken, it should be me who takes my sister. What does it have to do with you? Go wherever you want. I want to take my sister away. Get off quickly. Be careful, or I will be rude to you." Lu Ming curled his lips and challenged, "You're welcome? Why not? I've already snatched the motorcycle away from you, and you still want to hit me? Unfortunately, you don't have a chance anymore." As he spoke, Lu Ming showed an expression of enjoyment on his face and gently stroked the motorcycle's fuel tank. Guan Huier was so angry when she saw this scene. "How shameless you are, you robber. Get down here now, otherwise. The helpless Guan Huier finally turned to the white jade Buddha for help. She was no match for Lu Ming and was bullied by him. Seeing this, Bai Yufo held her forehead with her hand and put on a helpless expression. She didn't know why Lu Ming suddenly started to tease Guan Huier. However, seeing the crystal tears in Guan Huier's eyes, Bai Yufo decided to take action to ease the conflict between the two. The white jade Buddha walked forward slowly, easily straddled the motorcycle with her long, beautiful legs, and sat steadily in front of Lu Ming. Her hot and plump body was tightly pressed against Lu Ming. At this moment, she could feel Lu Ming's increasingly rapid heartbeat. This posture, Lu Ming is very familiar with it. "Let me drive. Huier is a little naughty. She'll be fine after you two spend some time together." "Okay, you win. I got you again." Lu Ming handed over the control of the motorcycle to the white jade Buddha, and then naturally placed one hand on the white jade Buddha's slender waist. Guan Huier on the side shyly covered her eyes. The scale in front of her was too big for her. Moreover, the person involved was her beloved sister. How could she accept this? Guan Huier walked forward angrily, took Lu Ming's hand away, and said viciously, "What are you doing? You are corrupting a child in public. If you want to be annoying, go home and don't mess around in my car." Without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, Bai Yufo reached out and pulled Guan Huier to her side. She patted the gas tank, leaned back slightly with her slender waist, and took a step forward with Lu Ming to make room for Guan Huier. "Sit down now. Get out of here." Under the majesty of her sister, Guan Huier finally surrendered. She could not refuse her sister's kindness, nor could she turn a blind eye to her sister's good intentions, but she could not swallow this bitter pill. After kicking Lu Ming's knee hard, Guan Huier slid down like a rabbit and sat in front of the white jade Buddha. "Huier, what are you doing? He is your brother-in-law. You have to respect him." "Humph, he's so mean. He makes me so angry. I won't recognize him as my brother-in-law." Lu Ming didn't take Guan Huier's temper seriously. How could a little girl like her turn the world upside down in his hands? It is worth mentioning that Bai Yufo's motorcycle skills are really strong. They can be described as very smooth. At a speed of more than 180 miles per hour, she can still run very smoothly with someone in her arms and someone behind her, without any stagnation at all, which is very cool. "Cool. Sister, don't rush home yet. I still have some food to take with me. Take me back to the construction site 3 or 4 kilometers east of our home. I have hidden a lot of delicious food there. I found them with great difficulty. It would be a pity to throw them away." The white jade Buddha hesitated slightly. "Delicious?" Bai Yufo, who had no worries about food and clothing, didn't think there was anything delicious that was worth such attention. She was about to reject Guan Huier's proposal, but she heard Lu Ming behind her say, "It's still early. Listen to her and go find something to eat." Guan Huier, who was originally quite interested, suddenly became unhappy when she heard Lu Ming speak. She didn't want Lu Ming to speak for her. "Sister, I don't want to go anymore. Let's go back first." The white jade Buddha frowned and said unhappily, "You are the one who said you wanted to go. And you are also the one who said you didn't want to go. What on earth do you want to do? The world has become so dangerous now. I don't want to pay the price for your little temper." Guan Huier bit her lips and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She felt that her sister had changed and become a stranger. She would even get angry at her over such a small matter. "I'm sorry. Sis, I was wrong." Although he didn't see Guan Huier crying, Lu Ming always felt secretly happy in his heart, which made him want to add insult to injury. "Don't be angry. Children are bound to have strange tempers. Be more patient." As soon as Lu Ming said this, the white jade Buddha fell silent, while Guan Huier exploded. "Who asked you to speak for me? Are you helping me? You are adding fuel to the fire. You want my sister to hate me even more." Chapter 87 Self-Help Meeting. What bad intentions could Lu Ming have? He just wanted to take revenge on Guan Huier. Sometimes, teasing someone is much more fun than rubbing him or her on the ground. Bai Yufo was not a fool and could naturally see through Lu Ming's intentions. However, she did not want to ruin Lu Ming's mood and prevent him from causing any more trouble. Therefore, she could only cooperate with Lu Ming and blame her cousin once again. Guan Huier, who was secretly sobbing, made up her mind that she must not let this despicable man go. In her heart, she had already blacklisted this man and wrote down every crime he committed against her in her little notebook. "Now you know I'm someone you can't afford to offend. You are a villain who has achieved success. I don't believe that there is no one in the world who can defeat you. Just wait." "Oh, you really scared me." Lu Ming acted so arrogantly that even Bai Yufo wanted to punch him, not to mention Guan Huier, who was fearless to begin with. Guan Huier was about to explode with gnashing teeth, but at this moment, Bai Yufo secretly winked at her and told her to be patient. After all, Bai Yufo knew how powerful Lu Ming was, and if her cousin rushed forward like this, she would definitely get a bloody head, or even be killed on the spot by Lu Ming if she was not careful. Bai Yufo had never dared to challenge Lu Ming's majesty, as this was a red line that she could never cross. Guan Huier is not sensible, but Bai Yufo must be sensible. She must protect her little cousin. "Sister is still the one who loves me. The stinky man must have been deceived by my sister. My sister has always been of the same mind as mine." After feeling touched, Guan Huier had more courage to fight against Lu Ming. With her sister's support, they would definitely be able to escape from Lu Ming's clutches. "I'll bear it. I'll let you be arrogant for 2 days, then you'll cry someday." Lu Ming felt that Guan Huier's big angry eyes were more and more beautiful. From her, Lu Ming found the relaxation that he had not felt for a long time. He did not want to end the game so quickly, and he did not want the other party to hesitate because of fear of his force. Now, Lu Ming likes this little pepper very much. He wants to cultivate it slowly, Wait until the pepper turns red, and then eat it in one bite. I wonder if the hot Guanhuier has the tenderness and gentleness of her cousin by UFO. Looking forward to it. The motorcycle sped across the street like lightning, and the zombies that heard the news roared and chased after it. In just a few days, the once glorious city gradually fell into decay and became deserted. Suddenly, Guanhuier called for a stop. Sister, wait a minute, there's a car in front of us. I didn't see it when I set out. Let's be careful. Hearing this, Lu Ming jumped off the motorcycle and drew his tang sword boldly. You are quite cautious. Not bad. Who asked you to praise me? Go away. Don't let me see you. Guanhuier did not appreciate Lu Ming's praise at all, but instead spoke harshly to him. At this time, the White Jade Buddha also looked forward vigilantly. Lu Ming, what should we do next? Otherwise, just take a detour and leave, and try not to have a conflict. Lu Ming felt a little disappointed. This woman took the word vulgar to the extreme. She didn't even know how strong her man was. Lu Ming gently pinched the White Jade Buddha's shoulder and said with a smile, Now that you are here, it's too embarrassing to go back in disgrace. I don't understand what you are afraid of. Don't panic, I'm here. Bah, arrogant guy. What do you know? I'm responsible for my own safety. Do you want me to become a brainless person like you, biting everyone I see? You go ahead, anyway. When the time comes, my sister and I will turn around and run, leaving you here alone to feed you to the zombies. Guanhuier could finally stretch her body. It was just right for the two sisters to sit on the motorcycle. After her body and mood improved at the same time, Guanhuier felt that she had stood up. Bai Yufo gently patted Guanhuier's head. Be quiet, kid. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming looked at Guanhuier with a smile, and once again stretched out his devilish hand. Guanhuier was once again pulled off the motorcycle by Lu Ming. You want to run away? And you tell me so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that I will take you with me to be the leader? Guanhuier straightened her back and said with her strong capital, I'm not afraid of you. Come on if you have the guts. Lu Ming had a blank expression on his face. He tilted his head slightly and then showed a kind smile. In that case, come with me. Goodbye, just wait here. Everything will be resolved in 100 seconds. Guanhuier did not struggle, but instead winked at the White Jade Buddha, sending some kind of signal. Lu Ming saw all of this, but he never pointed it out. Her little tricks were too childish, but they were also interesting and could bring a bit of vitality and energy to his boring life. Therefore, Lu Ming did not want to easily ruin this bit of fun. 100 seconds? You arrogant idiot. Wait, you'll be beaten so hard that you can't even stand up. Why do you call me big sister to buy? Show some respect to my sister. I won't let you off easily. As he was talking, Guanhuier was brought to the front of the car by Lu Ming. A bald man pushed open the door, holding a steel bar tightly in his hand, and stared at Lu Ming and the majestic Tang sword in his hand. Kid, what do you want to do? We are from the Self-Help Society. We are not easy to mess with. If you dare to steal our things, you will be in trouble. My brothers are nearby, you? Brush. Guanhuier only saw a round object rolling under the tires of the car, and then a headless corpse fell in front of her. The bright red blood obscured her vision. Then, she collapsed on the ground in a daze. Her hands and feet were cold, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand up. It was not until she gradually regained consciousness in her cousin's arms that Guanhuier figured out what had just happened. A living person died right in front of him. The blood was red, but the feeling in his heart was extremely cold. Sister, he killed someone. I'm scared. Guanhuier's trembling voice gradually returned to normal under the comfort of the White Jade Buddha. Be good, don't be afraid. He is just trying to scare you. With me here, no one can hurt you. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Sleep in your sister's arms. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Believe me. After much effort, the White Jade Buddha finally coaxed the frightened Guanhuier to sleep. She slept soundly and deeply, as if she had not slept well for a long time. Lu Ming looked at the peaceful scene in front of him and gave the White Jade Buddha an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I scared her. It's been a week since the end of the world. I didn't expect her to be so timid that she can't even accept death. The White Jade Buddha shrugged her nose and said unhappily, You are making it more difficult for yourself. She will be afraid of you, and you will be further and further away from getting her. Or are you doing this on purpose, just wanting an obedient body? Chapter 88 Gunshot. I thought she was very brave, but she is just a paper tiger. She became weak when frightened. This matter is indeed my fault. I will apologize to her when she wakes up. As for whether she will be scared, You don't need to worry about this. Haven't you seen me chop down many people? You can talk to me calmly. I didn't force you to do anything you don't like to do. Lu Ming explained, in the situation just now, if I didn't kill anyone, it would cause unnecessary trouble. At that time, I didn't consider Huir's feelings. I was wrong. Seeing Lu Ming's humble apology, Bai Yufo felt much better. She did not doubt the truthfulness of Lu Ming's words, because there was no need for him to lie. Here, he was invincible and did not need to flatter anyone. Trouble? I hate trouble the most. The White Jade Buddha hugged Guan Huier. At this time, the combat power of 20 played a powerful role, so that she did not feel tired at all. That's true. The bald guy just now said he was a member of a self-help group and told me to be careful. He also warned me and threatened me, so I just chopped off his head. Self-help association? It sounds like a rubbish organization. It's probably a group of people who spontaneously organize themselves to collect supplies. I guess they are acting as a group. In order to prevent the bald guy from attracting more people, I had to kill him with a knife. I found a lot of food in their car, mostly meat and pasta. It can be preserved for a while. We can take it away. It also saves me from having to collect food again. Lu Ming continued. Now, Huir was frightened and fell asleep after being coaxed by you. I can take advantage of this period of time to wipe out this group of self-help groups and reduce some of the competition pressure for us. After all, food is limited. One less person means one less person to share the food. Do you want to continue killing? We already have enough food. There is no need to steal other people's supplies. Besides, Huir is not in a good condition now. If there is a conflict with others, what should we do? The White Jade Buddha advised, let's go back first and let these people collect supplies for us. When we fatten them up, we can eat them all in one bite. Wouldn't that be great? Lu Ming thought about it, and finally put the Tang sword back into the scabbard. If Lu Ming put Bai Yufo and Guan Huier sisters in danger just to kill a few humans, it would be a huge loss for him. Bai Yufo's suggestion was indeed good. Playing the long game and catching big fish was the best strategy. Retreat. Lu Ming has always been decisive in doing things. After making a decision, he immediately took action. After finding a wrecked car on the street and killing the zombie driver, Lu Ming took the White Jade Buddha and the comatose Guan Huier into the car, opened the trunk, stuffed half of the pink motorcycle frame in, and after making sure it was fixed, he drove back. However, less than 2 minutes after he left, bursts of gunfire rang out. Lu Ming and the White Jade Buddha looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces became solemn. I seem to have caused some trouble. The White Jade Buddha nodded gently and said slowly, recently, stay at home. I don't want anything to happen to you. When encountering something, no matter what the situation is, if you retreat, you will lose 70%. It's not scary that the other party has guns. What's scary is that I don't have the courage to face them. The number of bullets is limited, and not everyone is a sharpshooter who can kill an enemy with one shot. Xia Longting looked at the corpse on the ground with rage, his legs shaking uncontrollably. His brother was killed and even his head was chopped off by a knife. The method used to commit the crime was extremely brutal, and he was simply a vicious criminal. The people on the side didn't know how to persuade the burly man in front of them. They just saw him picking up the AK-47 and firing it in all directions, his bloodshot eyes flowing with hot tears. Revenge, revenge. I want revenge. I want the murderer to pay with blood. No one dared to persuade Xia Longting when he was furious, for fear of being shot by him. Everyone didn't know Xia Longting's identity. They only knew that he was a righteous man who took the initiative to set up a self-help association and helped many people. However, the scene before them further refreshed their impression of Xia Longting. Different from the depressing atmosphere of the self-help association, Lu Ming was very cheerful. After returning to Caesar Palace, Bai Yufo carefully carried Guan Huier back to her room and told Wang Xian to boil some hot water to wipe her cousin's body. In Bai Yufo's opinion, Guan Huier's body was dirty and she couldn't sleep in the... Lu Ming, why don't you get out? I want to wipe Huier's body. There's nothing fancy, no details, just wipe her hands, feet and face. No clothes required. You are just a hungry wolf. Aren't there other women here? Why do you have to stare at her? If she knew that I gave it to you without thinking, she would be so angry. Lu Ming said with a serious face. Dabai, stop looking down on me. I'm not that kind of person. I just wanted to see what the difference is between you two. I don't have any other intentions. Really? I don't believe it. The White Jade Buddha said angrily, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. She has already fallen into your wolf's den. How can she escape? Give her some time. Also, don't call me Dabai. It's so ugly. Call me by my name, or Buddha, That's what my family members call me. Buddha? All right. Listen to Buddha. I am a follower of Buddha now. Big white Buddha. The white jade Buddha's hand paused for a moment, and she took a deep breath. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. Did you eat today? Why are you so excited? I advise you to calm down and think about what to do in the days ahead. Lu Ming suppressed his smile and nodded. You are right. I should think about how to deal with the self-help society. Having a gun is great, but I am not a pushover. After saying that, Lu Ming turned and left. The white jade Buddha breathed a sigh of relief. Brave people are indeed charming, but reckless people are not. Seeing Lu Ming walk into Luoshi's room, the white jade Buddha sighed helplessly. What a good attitude. Even at this time, he still remembers to enjoy himself. After exercising after dinner, Lu Ming learned from Luoshi that when Qian was sick, Luoshi seemed to be drunk. Not only did he walk unsteadily, but his face was also slightly flushed, which made Lu Ming feel itchy. I saw her hurriedly taking out a few pills from the bedside drawer and was about to take them. Lu Ming stopped her. My woman doesn't need to eat this. I don't want my child to be born into such a dangerous world. We can't give him a happy childhood or a higher education. The only thing we can do is to confine him to this small place. Being a parent is not just about raising children, right? Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that Luoshi had matured a lot. When facing her sharp questions, Lu Ming was actually a little at a loss. He seemed to have become the kind of person he hated, self-righteous, conceited, and self-centered. Lu Ming held Luoshi tightly from behind. Believe me, our future will definitely be brilliant and colorful. Luoshi threw down the pills and gently placed her delicate little hands on Lu Ming's hands. She naturally tilted her neck back, closed her beautiful eyes, and said softly with her pink lips, "Kiss me. Give me a child." Phew. The fire was raging, and the flames were raging. In an instant, the two were drowned in overwhelming emotions. Chapter 89 Guan Huier. I want to prove myself. That night, Lu Ming's psychology underwent some subtle changes. He actually wanted to take the initiative to assume certain responsibilities and obligations. Luoshi fell asleep exhausted. She got Lu Ming's promise that they would have children in the future. Luoshi, who looks simple on the surface, has greatly increased his IQ and scheming after experiencing the pain of losing a loved one. This was a clear plan, a perfect plan she had made for herself. As a woman, what's wrong with thinking more about yourself? Lu Ming was exceptionally quiet today. He did not go out to study the zombies, nor did he go to search for supplies. After eating the breakfast he cooked himself, he was alone in an empty room and began a crazy exercise mode. Push-ups, sit-ups, skipping rope. In a body that does not get tired easily, Lu Ming madly squeezed the potential in it and reawakened the energy obtained from hunting zombies in his body. Easy, powerful, and comfortable. After only 3 hours of training, Lu Ming could feel obvious changes in his body. His perception became more alert and subtle, and the increase in muscle strength and power was clearly visible. A casual punch could create a cyclone that shook the air. Although it was small, Lu Ming was sure that the scene before his eyes was real. The sweat session has just begun. At noon, his appetite increased and he ate all the food by himself. The white jade Buddha felt that Lu Ming's body was glowing and shimmering, which was the feeling of his spirit and energy growing vigorously. Are you okay? Lu Ming shook his head. It's okay. On the contrary, I have never felt so comfortable before. It's like I was reborn. Is Huir awake? Let Wang Xian make another meal and send one to Wen Qian as well. She doesn't seem to be feeling well. If you have anything, come to my room to find me. You can handle small matters yourself. After saying that, Lu Ming took a short rest, then returned to his room and started exercising like crazy. As the core of the team and the top combat force, Lu Ming's sudden abnormal behavior caught the girls off guard. Even Zheng Yana, who has always been marginalized, began to worry about this. Lu Ming ate too much and ate up all her lunch. If there wasn't enough food, she would probably starve. Among them, the one who cares the least is Guan Huier, the newcomer. Lying on my sister's bed, wearing her new clothes, enjoying her service, and sleeping with her at night, I don't have to worry about food. I can just stretch out my hand and eat and wear clothes. I live more comfortably than at home. What made her happiest was that she didn't have to see that bloody villain Lu Ming anymore. Without that guy getting in the way, Guan Huier felt the air was much fresher. However, when she saw the white jade Buddha with a sad face, other strange emotions arose in her heart. Sister, what's wrong with that guy? Is he sick in the head? Guan Huier looked around, looking a little funny. Since you are afraid of him, why are you scolding him? If he really wants to do something to you, I can't stop him. The white jade Buddha smiled, took Guan Huiyer's hand and went back to her room, then closed the door. Sister, I was frightened by him. I didn't expect this person to be so low-key. The first time he saw a living person, he chopped off the person's head without saying a word. The bald head rolled in front of me, and I can still remember the expression on his head with his eyes wide open. Guan Huiyer gently stroked her chest with her small hand, looking like she had just survived a disaster. At that time, I didn't know what happened. My legs went limp without me noticing. When I finally woke up, I was lucky to be sleeping next to my sister. Otherwise, I would have really died. Don't say such depressing words. Life or death. That has nothing to do with us. The white jade Buddha said seriously, I'm telling you, when you come here, you can have fun and make noise, but you have to understand that Lu Ming has the absolute right to speak here. If he makes a decision, no one can change his will, not even me. I told you before that I didn't want you to come to this place, but once you enter this villa, you are no longer yourself. Your identity has changed. First, respect him. Second, obey him. Third, please him. The above 3 points are not absolutely necessary to follow, but if you do so, your quality of life will be better. Guan Huiyer curled her lips, turned around and threw herself on the bed, lifting the summer quilt to cover her head. Okay, I get it. I won't take the initiative to cause trouble to him again. But, sister, if he wants to bully me, you must help me. You are my only relative. If you don't help me, I really don't know what to do. Faced with Guan Huiyer's request, Bayu Buddha finally agreed. Huiyer, I can help you once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, or even 10 times or more. But I don't know if Lu Ming has the patience to keep wasting time with you. As long as you live here, you can't avoid that matter. Don't be a person who refuses to accept a toast and drinks a forfeit. He has killed many people. The most terrifying thing is not that he kills you, but that he makes you live a life worse than death. Guan Huiyer poked her head out and asked cautiously, in that case, how about you come with me? I saw a lot of cars in the yard. We can secretly drive one away at night while they are asleep, without anyone noticing. Hearing this, Bai Yufo shook his head, lay down beside Guan Huiyer, and said with a wry smile, Huiyer, you are really too naive. Do you think we can survive if we really leave? First, we have to face Lu Ming's pursuit. You have seen his knife before. Do you think you can resist it? Second, we don't have the ability to collect enough food to sustain life in a world full of zombies. Third, a safe living environment like this one is rare and not available everywhere. Sister, please help me think of a solution. I'm afraid of him. When I think of what he did that day, my heart beats faster and my legs go weak. Guan Huiyer hugged Bai Yufo's arm and said coquettishly, Good sister, please help me. I really have no other choice. Knowing that my sister is here, how can I go alone? If we go together. If we stay together. The current situation is that whether to stay or go is not up to you, but up to him. If you can get his permission, then everything will be easy. The white jade Buddha looked out the window, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Suddenly, she said, unless you can prove your worth to him, those women were kept by Lu Ming because they were useful. If you can be used by him, then he won't easily do anything against your wishes. In his eyes, I am a woman first, and everything else comes second. As long as your other abilities are more valuable than a woman, maybe he will really value you. At that time, you can not only openly and justifiably enjoy the food he brings and the safe and comfortable environment he provides, but you can even gain a certain right to speak. There was a strange light flashing in Guan Huiyer's eyes. She seemed to have found the right way to survive. She became Lu Ming's younger brother and worked for him. This way, he would not mess with her easily. The question now is, prove yourself. Chapter 90. Combat Power Improvement, the task assigned to Wang Xian. For the entire day, Lu Ming was immersed in repetitive mechanical movements. Sweat was actually flowing down his cheeks, and his exercise frequency never decreased from beginning to end. Instead, it was slowly increasing as time went by. Lu Ming could feel that he had become stronger. When he took out a small mirror to check his own strength, he was shocked by the data in front of him. 2.54. The gold value has undergone a huge change. In just one day, his combat power data, which had remained unchanged for a long time, has been increased by 4 values. It's so scary. It's been a long time since I felt stronger. Even so, Lu Ming felt that his current strength was still not enough to protect his property, his woman, and the promise he made to Luo Shi. The desire to become stronger once again spread throughout his body. Lu Ming took a deep breath and decided to change his training method. The current slow sweating method was not enough to awaken the potential energy in his body. He needed more diligent and difficult training. It's not just about strength, speed, and reaction ability, but also about fighting against all kinds of weird and strange superpowers. The gunshots that make Bai Yufo uneasy and the future that makes Luo Shi hesitant are all issues that need to be resolved urgently. When people are alive, what they seek is peace of mind and freedom. Peace of mind is for others. Keep freedom for yourself. Lu Ming took a cold shower to wash off the sweat and changed into dry and comfortable clothes. This time, he did not take the Tang sword, but prepared a dagger. The purpose of this trip is not to kill zombies, but to hunt humans, the man with a gun. Wang Xian prepared a table full of food, looking a little reserved. Standing in front of Lu Ming, she didn't dare to raise her head easily. Facing the man in front of her, she still didn't have enough courage. Wang Xian. Yes, what can I do for you? Wang Xian came to Lu Ming in a panic and put on a look of being ready for battle, like a soldier about to charge, extremely nervous. Is the food not tasty? I'll go redo it right now. Seeing Lu Ming quietly looking at the food on the table without any reaction, Wang Xian thought that the dishes she cooked were not to Lu Ming's liking, so she hurried forward to clean up, so as not to upset Lu Ming and make him vent his anger on her. Stop. I have something to ask of you. Lu Ming waved his hand gently, signaling Wang Xian to stop, and then said, Do you know which area has more high-end talents, such as doctors? I need people in this field to help me now. Tomorrow, take your cousin, Zheng Yana, to find these people. No matter if they are men or women, as long as they can help me, I can meet one of your requests. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I will give it to you. Wang Xian's eyes moved slightly. She lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. About 2 minutes later, Wang Xian slowly raised her head, looked back at Zheng Yina's room, and then said, Yina's ability is not good enough. She can't help me. If I want to bring people back, I need a strong helper to help me resist the zombies. You want Wen Qian to accompany you? She's still sick. Lu Ming shook his head gently. Her role is extraordinary, so we can't be too harsh on her. Moreover, for such a small matter as resisting zombies, asking Wen Qian to do it is simply a waste of talent and inappropriate. At this time, Guan Huier, who was eager to demonstrate her abilities, tiptoed out. She had just overheard the conversation between the two and vaguely heard that Lu Ming was short of people. In this case, isn't this a godsend opportunity? Guan Huier is worried that she doesn't have the opportunity to prove her strength. Lu Ming, I can help you. Guan Huier changed into new clothes. Suddenly, Lu Ming did not recognize her and mistook her for the White Jade Buddha. Just when he wanted to go forward, Guan Huier suddenly looked scared, and then he suddenly realized what was going on. After a closer look, there are still obvious differences between her and the White Jade Buddha. While Guan Huier's eyes are alert, there is also a hint of timidity, while the eyes of the White Jade Buddha are always like a pool of water, bottomless and embracing everything. In addition, Guan Huier's height and body shape are slightly smaller than the White Jade Buddha, and the smell on her body is not as enchanting as the White Jade Buddha. It may be because she has never tasted it and is not familiar with it. Lu Ming took a look and found that Guan Huier's combat power was 6, which was pitifully low. She was lucky enough to be alive until now, which was really a blessing from God. No matter what, Lu Ming would not let this weakling go out to die. No, you are too weak. Even your junior sisters are stronger than you. You should just stay here honestly. If you are bored, chat with your sister. There are a few mobile phones here that you can play with. Being alive and well is better than anything else. You underestimate me. I'm very powerful, okay? I've encountered zombies in all these days. They were all clumsy zombies. How could they catch me? Believe me once and I'll prove it to you. Guan Huier clenched her fists and said confidently, I am really strong. It's just a little bit stronger than a weakling. How can you call it strong? Lu Ming waved his hand and said mercilessly, No means no. It's useless to say anything. You want to do whatever you want without considering the consequences. Do you still have rules? At this time, Bai Yufo came over after hearing the news. She glared at Guan Huier with disappointment and signaled her not to speak. She walked slowly to Lu Ming and said, Don't be angry. It's my fault for not teaching her well. From now on, I will lock her in the room and teach her well. I will definitely teach her to understand the rules. What you should teach her is not rules, but responsibility for life. Lu Ming said calmly, I don't mean to blame you, nor do I blame her. When people face unknown dangers, some will choose to face the challenge head-on, while others will retreat. No matter what, if others succeed, This is a successful case. However, if they fail, the price they have to pay is their life. I don't need anyone to prove anything to me. I just need you to be alive, that's all. Guan Huier naturally didn't believe what Lu Ming said. In her eyes, Lu Ming was just trying to trap her in the room, restrain her, corrupt her with food and a comfortable environment, and boil her like a frog in warm water step by step. In the end, not even a bone of her would be left. He might even get tired of her and banish her to the cold palace, where she would never be able to turn over a new leaf. Humph, you're just talking nonsense. How do you know I can't do it if you don't even let me try? Do you dare to make a bet with me? If you win, I'll be yours. If you lose, you have to let me and my sister go. How about it? Bai Yufo shook her head on the spot. She had paid so much for her current life. How could she give up so easily? This little girl really didn't listen to her elder sister's words, and she only wanted to lead her sister to eternal damnation. Shut up, Guan Huier. Do you know what you are saying? Go back to the house. Bai Yufo got angry first and frightened Guan Huier so much that she started crying on the spot. She knew that if she let things continue to develop, the zombie at the door would most likely have an extra meal tonight, and the main meal would be this audacious Guan Huier. Lu Ming looked at Guan Huier's back as she ran back to her room crying, and shook his head secretly. He gently patted Bai Yufo on the shoulder and said calmly, "You don't have to be too harsh on her. She is too young, and it is normal for her to like fantasies. When reality shatters her fantasies step by step, the smile on her face will gradually fade away, and she will understand how naive and childish she is. Growth comes at a price, doesn't it?"